Welcome back to BALA Manhua Recaps and welcome to part 3. At the end of the last part, right as Yi Chen was executing the Grand Soul Deity technique to trace the whereabouts of Bai Li Bing's mother, two menacing purple beasts radiating terrifying killing intent suddenly tore through the void, turning the search into a breathless life or death battle. Where on earth did these two sorcery beasts come from? How will the shocking secret behind the disappearance of Bai Li Bing's mother and the gateway to Kunlun Xu unfold? And how will Yi Chen smash through every obstacle to settle all blood debts with his sworn enemy, Lin Julong? Without keeping you waiting any longer, let's dive straight into part 3 right now. This is a wind-carving slaying talisman. Among the arts Master Kang Haiping taught me, there is a type of spiritual talisman, an evil spirit talisman that utilizes the power of yin souls. Bai Li Shang was struck with astonishment. What is going on? Yi Chen stepped forward, shielding the others behind him. A mere evil talisman spirit dares to act lawless before me. Perish! He swung his joined fingers violently. A flash of golden light sliced through the beast's body and the evil chi dissipated. A cluster of flames remained where it stood, and within it a silhouette emerged. It was a woman with silver hair as beautiful as a celestial maiden. Bai Li Bing cried out. Mom, Bai Li Shang also said with a trembling voice. That's right, that is indeed my wife, Manhua Name. She stood with her back to them, walking toward a hunchbacked old man who had a jade plaque carved with the word North hanging at his waist. The old man asked, "Are you certain you want to leave them behind and come with me to Kunlun Xu?" A flicker of hesitation crossed Manhua Name's eyes, but she eventually revealed a look of resolve. "I am certain," the old man asked again. "Do you not plan to leave them a letter or even a few words?" Manhua Name shook her head. "There is no need. Even if I did, they would find no trace of me. Thanks to my help over these years, the Bai Li family stands as firm as Mount Tai in Huasha, unshakable. Bai Li Shang has even become a general of Huasha. Even Binger has grown into an adult. They no longer need my help, and it is time for me to return to Kunlun Xu to fulfill my mission." The old man turned to leave. "Then let us go." The image gradually faded, and the flames died out. Yi Chen watched Bai Li Shang, thinking to himself, I didn't expect Bai Li Shang's wife to actually come from Kunlun Xu. And seeing Bai Li Shang's calm reaction, he seemed to have anticipated this outcome long ago. He let out a long sigh. She had indeed gone to that place after all. Bai Li Bing pressed, "Dad, did Mom really go to Kunlun Xu?" Bai Li Shang didn't want to elaborate in public, planning to discuss it in detail later. "Mr. Yi, thank you for your help. Please accept this land deed. From this day forward, this land belongs to you. Farewell, and I wish you a grand victory in your decisive battle against Lin Julong." With that, he hurriedly departed with Bai Li Bing. Yi Chen fell into thought. Bai Li Shang had left far too quickly. Originally, I wanted to tell him about the identity of the old man who took Manhua Name away. The jade plaque at that man's waist was the symbol of a certain sect, if he truly intended to search for her. I could have provided some clues. Never mind, I'll find an opportunity later. Kunlun Xu. Back when Yi Chen first stepped into Kunlun Xu, although he successfully found a master, his strength was extremely weak. That was because the old man wasn't skilled in combat. He only specialized in medicine and some unorthodox occult arts. This was not originally Yi Chen's goal. Seeing his resolve for revenge, the old man took Yi Chen to various sects across Kunlun Xu to seek apprenticeship, hoping he could join one. But in the end, all they received was wave after wave of heartless mockery. In Kunlun Xu, no sect was willing to take him in, simply because Yi Chen was a mediocre mortal at the time. In their eyes, it was impossible for Yi Chen to ever step into the integration realm in this lifetime. Taking Yi Chen in would only stain their sect's reputation. Forced by circumstance, the old man could only send him to fighter's hell to be tempered. That place was centered on slaughter and combat, and was extremely dangerous. Fortunately, he eventually survived to the end. Furthermore, Yi Chen perfectly resonated with the Nine Heavens' profound yang formula, eventually succeeding on the path of cultivation. He muttered to himself, "Now, not only has my strength increased immensely, but I have also broken the curse and successfully entered the integration realm. Once I settle things here, it will be time to return to Kunlun Xu. What those people owe me I will eventually take back." Yi Chen whispered softly, "I wonder how they are doing lately. The old man is probably lying in his rocking chair listening to opera." As for Ji Siqing, Zhu Ya's voice interrupted his thoughts. "Big brother Yi, what kind of place is Kunlun Xu exactly? And who is Ji Siqing?" He was startled. "Just a friend, let's go." "It's getting late, it's time to go home," she nodded blankly. Somewhere in the Kunlun Mountains, lightning continued to descend. The disciples looked on with tense expressions as a dazzling golden pillar of light shot into the sky, accompanied by the phantom of a phoenix soaring through the 9 heavens. The disciples immediately cheered with joy. "Heavens, senior sister Ji has broken through again. This is her 7th breakthrough this year. It's simply terrifying." As expected of one of the top 10 geniuses of Kunlun Xu, a young disciple looked on with longing. Senior Sister Ji is the treasure of our sect and the pearl of all Kunlun Xu. If I were lucky enough to say just one word to her, how wonderful that would be. Someone nearby immediately said with disdain. How could someone as cold as Senior Sister Ji ever pay attention to you? Aside from cultivation, she doesn't care about anyone or anything, a male disciple snorted coldly in rebuttal. You all understand nothing at all. The only thing in this world Senior Sister Ji cares about is that waste named Yi Chen. I truly can't figure out. Why? Why does a waste deserve such deep affection from Senior Sister Ji? In terms of talent and strength, I don't know how many times over I surpass that guy, yet Senior Sister Ji only sees me as dust by the roadside. Why? A cold voice suddenly drifted from the sky. You may discuss him if you wish, but please do so to my face. If you dare to slander him behind his back again, bear the consequences. As the words fell, a pillar of light struck the disciple who had just spoken. He spit out a mouthful of blood on the spot and was sent flying. The male disciple scrambled to his feet. I'm sorry, please forgive me, Senior Sister Ji. The thunder gradually subsided as the clouds dispersed. Ji Siqing stood by the window and sighed. I wonder how that fellow is doing now. Spiritual energy is sparse in Huasha, making breakthroughs extremely difficult. I hope he encounters opportunities of his own. The scene shifted to the Lin family living room. Lin Ao looked coldly at the person in the room. Duan Chengfeng of the Iron Blood camp, Bai Li Shang's capable subordinate. My Lin family has long heard of your great name. I wonder what business brings General Duan here today. Duan Chengfeng delivered a letter to Lin Julong. This is a challenge written personally by the top leader. I hope Mr. Lin will accept the duel. He furrowed his brows, thinking to himself. Aside from those old monsters hiding in the shadows, Lin Julong is already the #1 person on the surface of Huasha. Someone actually dares to challenge him, they must be tired of living. He took the letter. His brow gradually tightened. Lin Julong read softly. Lin Julong and Yi Chen shall fight to the death on the martial arts arena. The heavyweights and elders cried out in unison. Yi Chen, Lin Ao said in surprise. It's Yi Chen challenging you? He actually dares, he laughed aloud. Interesting, too interesting. 5 years ago he was like an ant before me, let alone now. I will show him that nothing has changed. I, Lin Julong, accept this challenge, Duan Chengfeng reminded them. At that time the top leader may personally arrive to watch the battle. I hope the Lin family will not make any unnecessary small moves. The same goes for the Blood Alliance. Regardless of your status in Kunlun Xu, remember this is Huasha, not Kunlun Xu, an elder gritted his teeth. You, the high official patted his shoulder. Don't get excited, Duan Chengfeng continued. One last thing. Tomorrow General Bai Li Shang will personally come to the Lin house to negotiate with you all. I assume you will be present, Lin Ao frowned. Bai Li Shang wants to negotiate with my Lin family. What exactly has happened? Duan Chengfeng shook his head. I am not clear on the specifics, it is a military secret. When you see the general you will naturally understand. Farewell. With that he turned and left. The heavyweight smiled slightly. Interesting, that kid actually wants to challenge you, Lin Julong said arrogantly. He's just a waste, killing him won't even take 3 moves when that time comes. I invite you, my lord, to personally come and watch. Once I have crippled his limbs and let him sink into extreme terror, it will not be too late for you to interrogate him. He raised an eyebrow. I trust your strength, but I worry things might not be that simple. Since the ruler of Huasha personally issued the challenge, it means he thinks very highly of that kid. Moreover, he stayed in the dragon vein for a full 2 days, he snorted coldly. My lord worries too much. Before absolute strength, no matter how many tricks he has, he will only be crushed. The scene shifted to Yi Chen's faculty apartment. Sun Yi and Sha Ruoshui were accompanying Zhang Perong for dinner. Sha Ruoshui praised happily. Auntie's cooking is so good, these dumplings are delicious. Sun Yi also chimed in through a mouthful. Exactly. Auntie's culinary skills are simply amazing. Zhang Perong smiled so widely she couldn't close her mouth. These 2 girls really had sweet tongues. Yi Chen buried his head in his food. Was it really that exaggerated? They were telling the truth. She shot a glance at Yi Chen. Don't just focus on eating. When do you plan to marry them? I'm still waiting to hold my grandchildren. Yi Chen's face turned bright red. Huh? Mom wants me to marry them both? Zhang Perong nodded with a smile. Then marry them both. Yi Chen choked and started coughing. Sun Yi and Sha Ruozu's faces also turned red down to their necks. Marry both, Mom? I thought you were a firm supporter of monogamy, Zhang Perong responded flatly. Logically, that is true, but those powerful warriors who transcend the secular world always have numerous beautiful companions by their side. Marrying 7 or 8 wives is nothing at all. Never mind the top-tier Zhang family in Beijing, even small local families are the same, not to look far. Just look at the martial arts families in Zhangcheng. Which family head doesn't have multiple wives and concubines? Marrying 7 or 8 is considered few. Yi Chen was speechless. 7 or 8 was considered few. She laughed, saying that was natural, even if these 2 girls married into the family. You are not allowed to bully them. Ruo Shui and Sun Yi will be protected by me from now on, understood? Both girls revealed sweet smiles. He could only nod helplessly. Yes, I got it. Zhang Perong stood up. I'm full, you all take your time. Tonight I'm going to fully commit to cultivation. I won't be able to hear any noise from outside, but don't make too much of a commotion yourselves. Don't make the bed creak. Sun Yi cried out. Auntie, what are you saying? Sha Ruoshui also shouted with a blushing face. We won't. She gave a mischievous look. Then I'm off to cultivate. The 2 girls were overcome with shame. Sha Ruoshui leaned in close to Yi Chen. Yi Chen, Sun Yi already told me about that matter. He was startled. What matter? She looked away shyly. You need to be more proactive tonight. Sun Yi also whispered in his ear. We agreed when we left Zhongnan, the 3 of us are going to be together. He lamented inwardly with shame, never expecting Sun Yi to have caught him like this. She whispered, remembered, but we still have to restrain ourselves a bit. Mom is still home. If she hears us, we won't have the face to see her for the rest of our lives. What should we do? Yi Sen gave a wicked smile. Is that so? Don't worry, Mom can't hear. No one is escaping tonight. With that, he pulled both women into his arms, making them let out soft cries. They then said in unison, wait a second. I haven't showered yet. Wait a bit. The next morning, Yi Chen sat cross-legged in his room and began to meditate. The air today was truly fresh. Zhang Perong walked over and asked where Sha Ruoshui and Sun Yi had gone. He had entered sage mode and answered expressionlessly. They went out early to handle group business. They must be very busy. She narrowed her eyes with a thieving smile. So you 3 really didn't do anything last night? Yi Chen glared at his own mother. What are you thinking? Your son isn't that kind of greedy person. He chuckled in his heart. Mom, did you really think I didn't notice? You said you were going to cultivate last night, but you were actually hiding outside the door eavesdropping. I set up 3 layers of soundproofing arrays long ago. Never mind last night's little commotion. Even if 100 bombs went off in the room, not a sound would be heard outside. Zhang Perong took a sip of water. Fine, Yi Chen suddenly remembered. By the way, Mom, I got that land from Bai Li Shang. She suddenly spat out the water in her mouth. Zhang Perong was struck with astonishment. Really? How did you get it? He answered as he walked out, saying he just helped him out a bit and took the land in passing. Moreover, he also promised to help me rescue my father. If there are no surprises, my father will be able to return tomorrow. She harbored doubts. Could relying on Bai Li Shang really make the Lin family release him? Yi Chen's attitude was resolute. Some things were not for them to choose. Once I defeat Lin Julong on the martial arts arena tomorrow, all grievances will be settled. Zhang Perong turned pale. No, Lin Julong's strength is far beyond your imagination. I've also gathered many people over these past few days. When the time comes, we'll find another way. You absolutely must not do anything foolish, he soothed her, saying that for a mere Lin Julong there was no need to worry. Furthermore, it's too late for anything now. She froze. Too late. Yi Chen laughed. The challenge was written by the top leader personally. The duel is set in stone and no one can change it. Zhang Perong appeared somewhat dejected. How could the top leader be like this? His phone rang, the screen showing Zhang Jianfeng. Yi Chen shouted, "Oh, it's uncle." As soon as he answered, Zhang Perong yelled, "Second brother, Yi Chen is going to risk his life against Lin Julong. Stop him quickly." Yi Chen put the phone to his ear. "Hello, uncle," Zhang Jianfeng said in a deep voice. "Yi Chen, I heard you're preparing to go onto the martial arts arena. I haven't seen you for a few days and you've already caused such a massive disaster, even involving the top leader. What exactly do you want to do?" He laughed. "To kill Lin Julong, of course. What else could I be doing?" he blurted out. "You're mad. I've already talked with the old man. He said that as long as you hand over those martial techniques, he will save your life in a moment of crisis." Yi Chen refused. "No need. I will tell the old man personally. If he can still stand firm, let him wait until after I kill Lin Julong. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up." Zhang Jianfeng shouted, "Wait, don't be impulsive, think about it more." But Yi Chen had already hung up the phone. Zhang Perong stood aside with a face full of worry. "Yi Chen, I only ask you one thing." He looked at his mother. "Tell me," Zhang Perong frowned. "How much certainty do you have for tomorrow's duel?" A flash of killing intent crossed Yi Chen's eyes. 10%, of course. Lin Julong must die. The Lin family of Beijing. Bai Li Shang stepped inside and shouted sternly, "Has Lin Ao come over as well?" Lin Ao was full of wariness. "General Bai Li's personal visit today seems to suggest ill intent." Bai Li Shang was blunt. "Good or ill depends on your choice. I, Bai Li Shang, am here today for only one thing. Hand over Yi Tianzheng." Lin Ao and Lin Julong exchanged a glance and finally laughed. "What is General Bai Li talking about? I, Lin, don't know any Yi Tianzheng at all. How can I hand him over?" Bai Li Shang's rage flared. "Lin Ao, you still dare play dumb? It would be best if this matter can be settled through peace talks. If we can't come to an agreement, don't blame me for being discourteous. Although your Lin family is a top-tier martial arts family, Don't forget that numerous powerhouses who only take orders from the state are hidden in the shadows of Huaxia. If we truly wanted to wipe out your Lin family, even with the Blood Alliance backing you, it would be of no use. Don't forget the existence of the Guardians in Huaxia. Lin Ao's eyes widened. Bai Li Shang, you actually dare to threaten me? If my Lin family truly acts of these two people you brought today, no one should think of leaving this place alive. Bai Li Shang slammed his foot down. Fighting chi rising around him, he approached step by step. Lin family, you really dare to touch me? Do you truly think my Iron Blood camp is made of vegetarians? Open your dog eyes and look clearly at the current situation. He was secretly sweating. Bai Li Shang was so confident. Could he have a trump card in his hand? Just then, a servant suddenly rushed in from outside the door. Master, something terrible has happened. The Lin family has been surrounded by the Iron Blood camp. The outside is crawling with soldiers. Lin Ao's face paled in shock. The entire Iron Blood camp had been deployed. How was this possible? He never expected the entire unit to move. If the Guardians of Huaxia were alerted, the consequences would be catastrophic. Today, the two elders of the Blood Alliance happened to be away. If a true conflict broke out, it would undoubtedly end in mutual destruction. He gritted his teeth and lowered his voice. I can hand over Yi Tianzheng, but on one condition. For tomorrow's martial arts duel, Yi Chen must survive, if he can't even keep his own life. Then even if I release the man now, my Lin family can snatch him back at any time. Bai Li Shang pondered silently. This was likely Lin Ao's bottom line, and for now this was the most he could achieve. The scene shifted to the Wanjian sect in Kunlun Xu, where a group of disciples had been beaten to the ground. The sect leader of Wanjian pleaded with Chen Tianli for mercy. My lord, we truly do not know how we have offended you. Please show us mercy. Chen Tianli appeared slightly surprised. Mercy? The sect leader begged. The 1,000-year foundation of the Wanjian sect cannot be destroyed in my hands. Whatever your lordship desires, I shall offer it with both hands. The sect leader gritted his teeth, thinking that although the opponent had not yet struck, he could tell by the aura alone that if this man wanted to wipe out the Wanjian sect, it would only take the flick of a wrist. Chen Tianli raised an eyebrow. When did I ever say I wanted to destroy your sect? The sect leader froze. Then what is the purpose of your lordship's personal visit? Chen Tianli asked. Is Luo Jianqing one of your Wanjian sect's people? The sect leader broke into a cold sweat. My lord, Luo Jianqing was the founding ancestor of our sect. May I ask why your lordship mentions him? Chen Tianli stroked his chin. As I thought, this sect was indeed founded by my disciple Luo Jianqing. The sect leader was struck dumb. Disciple, could your lordship be? Chen Tianli continued. I am Luo Jianqing's master. The sect leader cried out. Master, you are the founding ancestor's master. The disciples were in an uproar. The ancestor's master, but he looks so young. How could he be the ancestor's master? But this strength is definitely that of a peerless powerhouse. Who exactly is he? The sect leader bowed his head in worship. Grand Ancestor Master, what are your instructions for your arrival? Chen Tianli produced a jade plaque. I have come for one person here. In the future, seeing this jade plaque shall be as seeing me in person. The sect leader leaned in to look, and as he clearly saw the inscription on the jade plaque, he cried out inwardly, Wait, this person looks somewhat familiar. Could it be? The sect leader couldn't help but gasp aloud. He hurriedly produced a scroll, thinking to himself that this was the heritage scroll of the Wanjian sect, visible only to successive sect leaders. Rumor had it that the ancestor Luo Jianqing had clutched it tightly in his arms before his death, repeatedly instructing that the scroll was of paramount importance. As long as the person lived, the scroll must remain. Even if the sect were to fall, the scroll must not be destroyed. The sect leader tremblingly unfurled the scroll. The person in the painting was none other than Chen Tianli. His eyes sparkled, thinking that indeed, aside from the clothing, the appearance and temperament were identical. This was truly the legendary master of their ancestor. The sect leader immediately announced, All disciples hear my command. Seeing this jade plaque is as seeing the Grand Ancestor Master. Any who disobey shall be expelled from the sect. The disciples responded in unison. Chen Tianli gave a satisfied smile, thinking to himself that matters here were concluded and it was time to return. He wondered how that kid was doing. Meanwhile, in the capital, on the land Yi Chen had just acquired, the workers were incredibly busy. Zhang Perong marveled, This progress is so fast. Yi Chen also smiled. I didn't expect it either. The site foreman ran over. Mr. Yi, we started work immediately after receiving the call. These craftsmen are the top artisans of Huaxia, flown in overnight from all over the country, and the equipment is world-class. Yi Chen frowned. Working overtime through the night? The foreman shook his head. The wages offered are 20 times the market rate. Everyone is working with their lives on the line. Yi Chen gave a satisfied smile. With the financial power of the Tianzheng Group, building 100 Yi family estates would be more than enough. The foreman whispered in his ear, "We also arranged for some brothers with earth attribute cultivation techniques to help, which is why it's so fast." Yi Chen took out several bottles of medicinal pills. "Thank you for your hard work. These are rewards for the brothers. 1 bottle is for you and the rest are to be distributed according to contribution." The foreman was overjoyed. "This, how could I dare accept? Thank you, Mr. Yi." Yi Chen clenched his fists. Before long, the Yi family would surely become the #1 family in Huaxia. Zhang Perong had a look of concern. Chener, the capital, is a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons, not just the Zhang and Lin families. The emergence of the Yi family will touch upon the interests of many people. Being able to build it doesn't mean you can hold it. Yi Chen's gaze was icy. "Mom, don't worry. Anyone who dares to cause trouble for the Yi family will face the consequences at their own peril." Suddenly, a roar and screams echoed from a distance. Yi Chen was startled. "What's happening?" He transformed into a streak of light and rushed over, with Zhang Peirong shouting from behind, "Chener, slow down." Yi Chen looked back. "Mom, I'll be right back." Several workers lay on the ground. One man had an injured hand and a face full of agony. The structure that was just built collapsed in an instant. "I can't feel my hand." Yi Chen flashed to his side, frowning after checking. The injury was very severe. The worker panicked. "Boss, my daughter needs to go to school and my wife needs medicine. I can't lose my hand." Yi Chen handed him a pill. "Don't say another word. Swallow this." Yi Chen turned back and instructed the foreman to take care of the injured. At that moment, several people stepped out of a car, led by He Jianji of the He family. He said arrogantly, "Who gave you the audacity to save someone I've struck?" The person behind him clamored. "Exactly where did this outcast come from? To dare break ground on land young master he has his eye on. You truly have a death wish." He Jianji walked up to Yi Chen. "Who gave you permission to start work here? Do you know who this land belongs to?" Yi Chen let out a cold laugh. "Originally it belonged to Bai Lishang, but now its surname is Yi." He Jianji mocked. "The Yi family, is there such a person in the capital?" A subordinate nearby whispered that he had never heard of them. Guessing they were a nameless secular family, He Jianji became even wilder. "So it's just ordinary people. Pack up your men and get out of here immediately. This land has been claimed by this young master." Yi Chen directly slammed a punch into his face. He Jianji flew backward with a piteous scream. The subordinates were shocked. "Young master," Yi Chen said coldly, "you may have been mistaken. The Yi family shall be the foremost family in the capital." He Jianji cursed furiously. "What Yi family bullshit? He's an ancient warrior. Kill him for me." Zhang Perong hurried over. "Chener, this is the He family of the capital. Though not as powerful as the Zhang family, they are not to be trifled with, and they've been eyeing this land for a long time." Yi Chen sneered. "Then I shall kill the chicken to warn the monkeys." 2 subordinates charged forward. One unleashed a stone-crushing kick, but Yi Chen didn't dodge or evade, throwing a punch directly. The punch landed and the leg snapped. The man wailed, clutching his broken limb. The other man drew a blade and slashed, but Yi Chen sidestepped to avoid it, catching the man in a reverse throatlock. He let out a cold laugh. "You can't even make it into the top 10 of the Grandmaster list, yet you dare strike at me?" He hoisted the opponent up like a chicken. The people lying on the ground were terrified. "Don't come over." Yi Chen casually tossed them, and the two collided. Bystanders were horrified. 2 Grandmasters were insta-killed. The He family members turned pale. Yi Chen approached step by step. "It's your turn." He Jianji retreated in terror. "Don't do anything reckless. I am the eldest son of the He family. Touching me is making an enemy of the entire He family." Yi Chen stopped. "Fine, I won't touch you." He made a grasping motion toward the air. A red glow appeared on He Jianji's neck, and he was dragged through the air to stand before him. He Jianji struggled, suffocating. "If you dare kill me, the women you brought and everyone here will be buried with me. You'll all be buried with me." Yi Chen let out a cold snort. With a casual twist, He Jianji's neck went crooked. He threw the corpse toward the He family group. The others screamed, "The young master is dead." Murderous intent flashed in Yi Chen's eyes as he announced coldly, "From this day forward this place belongs to the Beijing Yi family. Any who trespass shall die. If you wish for revenge, I, Yi Chen, await you at any time." Several disciples' expressions changed drastically. "Yi Chen, that name sounds so familiar. Isn't that the kid who's supposed to challenge Lin Julong? This matter has gone crazy in the capital's martial arts world. I didn't expect it to be him." Yi Chen frowned. Still not leaving, the group grabbed the corpse and fled in panic. Zhang Perong asked, "Chener, did you let them go on purpose?" Yi Chen nodded. There were too many eyes watching this place. Killing He Jianji was to establish dominance. Once the news spread, at least for these 2 days, no one would dare cause trouble. As long as the victory was decided on the martial arts arena tomorrow, then no one would dare look for trouble. Moving to the He family, the patriarch He Guowang was flying into a rage upon seeing his son's corpse. "You're saying that land now belongs to Yi Chen? He not only killed the elder but also killed Jianji?" A disciple answered tremblingly. That's right, he even said he's going to establish his own household and build some Yi family. He Guowang's face turned hideous. What a Yi family, today I'll take men to level it. Kill all his blood relatives, and Elder advised against it. Patriarch, you must not. He Jianji was too reckless. Bai Li Shang guarded that land for years, how could he give it up easily? This kid dares to challenge Lin Julong, he must have a backer. We should wait for the result of tomorrow's martial arts duel before deciding. He Guowang was unwilling. What if he wins? Are we just going to swallow this insult? Another elder let out a cold laugh. Rules are rigid. Since he dares to build the Yi family, plenty of forces will be watching him. We aren't the only ones who want his life. When the time comes for all parties to strike, it will be hard for him to escape death. The scene shifted to the Zhang family, where the patriarch let out a cold laugh. Establishing his own household, the Yi family, truly a vile spawn who doesn't know the depth of the heavens. Zhang Jianfeng asked, Father, will you take action in tomorrow's duel? If you can save him at the critical moment, he will surely, the patriarch glared. Save him? You must be joking. Not killing him with my own hands is already the height of my benevolence. Just help collect his body after he dies. Zhang Jianfeng let out a sigh. The scene shifted back to the apartment where Yi Chen sat quietly in cultivation, blue light surging. At dawn he opened his eyes. His state adjusted to its peak. It was time to set out. The Beijing Martial Arts Square was under heavy security as a red luxury car came to a stop. Zhu Ya stepped out. We've arrived. The guards were shocked. Is this the Yi Chen who's challenging Lin Julong? This is practically suicide. I heard he even wants to build a Yi family. Bai Li Shang greeted them. You're here. Follow me inside. Yi Chen nodded and the main gates opened. An uproar broke out in the stands. He's here, it's Yi Chen. Yi Chen scanned the surroundings. The audience whispered among themselves, is this kid really that young? Does he have no fear of death? To think he has Bai Li Shang's support. Who is this pretty boy? I heard Bai Li Shang's daughter has a deep relationship with him. So he's relying on a woman after all. Mocking laughter rang out. He Guowang roared from the crowd, Yi Chen, for the revenge of my son's death, don't think you're leaving alive today. Yi Chen walked past with an expressionless face. He Guowang was driven mad with rage. This kid was actually ignoring him. In his eyes, am I merely an ant? Damn it, Yi Chen, you will pay the price for your arrogance. Yi Chen looked toward the stands and spotted many familiar faces. The Zhang family had also come. Zhang Jianfeng looked tense, appearing worried for him. Bai Li Shang whispered, Mr. Yi, the Iron Blood camp is guarding the outside. There's no need to worry about a sneak attack. Whether you can rescue your father depends on you. Though there are rules on the martial arts arena and officials cannot interfere, I, Bai Li Shang, guarantee that if an accident occurs, I will surely save you. Yi Chen expressed his thanks. Bai Li Shang pointed to the other side. You've done me a favor and I should repay it. But there are variables this time. Look at the people beside Lin Ao, they come from the Blood Alliance, and their strength is extremely terrifying. Yi Chen's brow furrowed. I didn't expect the Blood Alliance to have such a connection with the Lin family. Bai Li Shang comforted him. But you don't need to worry too much. After all, this is still Huasha. Aside from the martial arts forces you're familiar with, there exists another power in Huasha. He looked toward the other side and followed Yi Chen's gaze. You mean that person? I've heard he is a guardian of Huasha, a supreme powerhouse hidden in the shadows of the nation. I happen to be acquainted with him. With him present to preside over justice, even the people of the Blood Alliance won't dare to act recklessly. Yuan Tian also looked toward Yi Chen, then nodded with a smile. Yi Chen asked hesitantly, Is that guardian of Huasha greeting me? Bai Li Shang was somewhat surprised. Really, it seems he thinks quite highly of you. But right now, the most important thing is the man on the stage. Lin Julong walked onto the martial arts arena, his body radiating a terrifying aura. You stared at him coldly. Lin Julong, those horrific memories came flooding back. Yi Chen thought with bitter hatred, Today I will make you pay for those blood debts in full. He stepped forward, slowly entering the arena. Lin Julong let out a cold laugh. Waste, we finally meet. If your mother hadn't pushed you into the lake 5 years ago, you'd have been dead long ago. Even if you survived and managed to luck your way into the martial arts world, you still cannot escape death. The corner of Yi Chen's mouth curled upward. 5 years ago, you caused the destruction of my Yi family. Today I will not only take your life but also make you feel infinite terror. A man in green robes stepped forward. I shall serve as the referee for the rules of this arena. However, the two men before him completely ignored his words. Lin Juling said with disdain, I suggest you watch from a distance. Yi Chen smiled. Don't get in the way. Cold sweat poured down the referee's face. Then you two handle it yourselves. He sighed inwardly. The fighting chi was too strong. If he stayed too close once the battle began, the consequences would be unimaginable. He stared fixedly at Yi Chen, forced to admit, You have indeed grown much stronger than before, but even so you are still overestimating yourself. Lin Julong's fighting chi billowed like thick smoke. The crowd in the stands marveled incessantly. What a terrifying aura, the mere pressure being radiated makes my body tremble, I can hardly breathe. And I'm a Grand Master, for heaven's sake. Heavens, just how strong has Lin Julong become? Look, he's on the arena. He was slightly surprised, noting to himself that Yi Chen appeared completely unaffected, even though the pressure was mainly aimed at him. Lin Julong sneered, thinking that the boy was just acting calm while actually using all his strength to resist the pressure. You must have consumed a lot of energy already. Let me tear off your hypocritical mask and leave you breathless. As soon as he finished speaking, he leapt into the air. Yi Chen gave a confident smile. Then let's see who is truly overestimating themselves. Lin Julong's energy condensed into a fierce tiger with bared fangs and claws, lunging forward. Yi Chen remained standing in place as the blood tiger roared and dove down. Someone in the audience cried out, "An anomaly! Lin Julong can actually manifest a blood tiger anomaly. His strength has far exceeded our imagination. That Yi Chen must be scared witless. He hasn't even moved. In the blink of an eye, the blood tiger has reached him." Yi Chen simply raised his hand slightly and unleashed the cloud heaven palm. A burst of flames instantly rose to incinerate the blood tiger, causing it to dissipate. The crowd was horrified. What kind of move was that? It directly extinguished Lin Julong's blood tiger anomaly. How is this possible? Wait. Look, the flames didn't go out after destroying the tiger. They're continuing toward Lin Julong. He frowned slightly, staring at the flames with a cold laugh. So this is your skill, but just now I only used half my strength. This little trick isn't enough to contend with me. Lin Julong's gaze sharpened, and with a casual wave of his hand, he blasted out a surge of deep purple energy. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed before Lin Julong's eyes. He turned pale with shock. Yi Chen had already leapt above Lin Julong, unleashing the killing punch. He was filled with disbelief. "What?" an audience member shouted. "Holy crap, am I dreaming? The first one to fall into a disadvantage is actually Lin Julong." Lin Julong looked up abruptly. "Waste, you have completely enraged me." He reached out with demonic claws to grab Yi Chen, but the person before him vanished instantly. Lin Julong grabbed nothing but air, utterly shocked. Yi Chen attacked from the side, swinging his fist to unleash Luo Yushin's killing punch, Infinite Shadows. Lin Julong was hit repeatedly, flying backward while wailing in pain. The Blood Alliance elders furrowed their brows. Lin Julong is actually being completely suppressed. This kid is indeed not simple. The Grand Elder also had a grave expression. Moreover, the movement technique he used to dodge Lin Julong's attack is definitely not a technique that exists in Huasha. He nodded. The subsequent punch technique would be considered top tier even in Kunlun Xu. He Guowang was horrified. This kid's strength is so terrifying. I actually dared to think of killing him just now. What a joke. Is he really that waste from the Zhang family? Zhang Jianfeng cheered. Well hit. Beautifully done. Beside him, the Zhang family head only frowned deeply. Yi Chen was about to follow up with another punch, but Lin Julong immediately used the Silver Moon Step to retreat, dodging the attack in an instant. He summoned a longsword. Don't be too self-satisfied. You aren't the only one who understands movement techniques. Besides, my true specialty is swordsmanship. Lin Julong delivered a horizontal slash, the sharp sword chi pressing directly toward Yi Chen. Yi Chen leapt to the side, dodging it nimbly. He rolled up his sleeves. "It seems I underestimated you. That lord was right. The secrets on your body are indeed priceless. I'm very curious. Where exactly did you go these past 5 years? Mount Kunlun? Or the Kunlun Xu secret realm?" Yi Chen remained silent. Lin Julong smiled sinisterly. "I've already sent people to Kunlun Xu to investigate, but your name wasn't found in any sect. I'm truly curious about your experiences." Yi Chen thought to himself, the Lin family and the Blood Alliance actually sent people to Kunlun Xu to check on me. Fortunately, no sect was willing to take me in back then, so my existence in Kunlun Xu is unknown. He raised an eyebrow, refusing to talk. "I have ways to make you open your mouth. First, I'll break your 4 limbs, then gouge out your eyes, leaving only your ears and mouth. I don't believe I can't force your secrets out." A sword appeared in Yi Chen's hand. The two charged at each other with swords. The moment they clashed, the blades struck with dazzling sparks. Lin Julong was shocked. "What's happening? I've used my full strength, yet I still can't take him down?" Yi Chen used the momentum to retreat and rapidly unleashed a bloodthirsty slash. Caught off guard, Lin Julong took the strike head-on and let out a piteous scream. He retreated several steps, his upper garment shredded in half. He knelt on one knee, appearing dazed. Yi Chen looked down at him. "The swordsmanship you're most proud of seems to be nothing more than this." An uproar of shock erupted from the crowd. Lin Julong, he was pushed back again, pushed back in a head-on clash without any tricks. In a direct confrontation of power, he was completely at a disadvantage, and had even been humiliated by Yi Chen. Lin Julong roared, "Bastard, waste, trash." Yi Chen frowned. The man had gone completely mad. "I'll kill you. I'm going to kill you." Lin Julong's aura suddenly transformed. A messenger pigeon flew over the arena as Lin Julong hissed, kill you, kill you." The fighting chi around him surged violently, and a massive phantom of an evil ghost appeared behind him. Everyone in the stands was horrified. What terrifying power, the air is vibrating. Just looking at it makes my skin crawl and my heart skip a beat. Is Lin Julong planning to risk his life with his final ultimate move? He Guowang trembled all over. I didn't expect Lin Julong to still be hiding such terrifying power. After this battle, the Lin family will leave every other top-tier family in the dust. Zhang Jianfeng looked worried. Too strong. If it were me, there would be no chance of survival under this move. Yi Chen is in danger. The Zhang family head also spoke up. In all the Zhang family, the only one who could block this move is likely my eldest son who entered Kunlun Xu long ago. Even I couldn't do it. Aside from the guardians who rarely interfered with the secular world, Lin Julong could indeed be called the #1 man in Huasha. Zhang Pering called out softly. Chen'er, Zhu Ya cried out Yi Chen's name in fear, and Sha Ruizu's face was also full of worry. Mr. Yi, Bai Li Shang gritted his teeth and thought, once Lin Julong uses this move, Mr. Yi will likely face certain death. Even if it means breaking the rules, I must step in to stop it. A hand rested heavily on his shoulder. Yuan Tian spoke. No, Bai Li Shang was startled. What? He said calmly. You are a public official, you cannot interfere with the martial arts arena, Bai Li Shang said urgently. But Yuan Tian comforted him. With me here, you don't need to worry. I just received news that a mysterious force is slaughtering Huasha people at the northern border. Stop watching the match and immediately lead the Iron Blood camp there to suppress them. Quickly, Bai Li Shang was shocked. A mysterious force, he cursed inwardly. Why did they choose this exact moment to send him to the north? He barked the command. Set out immediately. Every second of delay could cost hundreds of Huasha lives. That's an order. He gritted his teeth and thought that since the other party was one of the guardians of Huasha, he wouldn't lie to him. He knew very well how important Yi Chen was to Huasha. With him here, Yi Chen would be absolutely safe. Bai Li Shang decided, fine, I'll take the Iron Blood camp and leave now. Yuan Tian revealed a trace of a sinister smile. Yi Chen watched Lin Julong, whose aura was still climbing, and let out a light sigh, calculating. I can see that Lin Julong's realm is above the 6th level of the Separation and Reunion realm. Although my martial techniques are strong, I'm still a bit lacking in terms of realm. Lin Julong isn't the only threat here. I wanted to save some strength, but it seems that's no longer possible. He roared maniacally, Little beast, I could wipe out your whole family 5 years ago. Lin Julong grew even more crazed. He let out a long howl toward the sky, and his accumulated power erupted instantly, charging straight at Yi Chen and sending rubble flying along the way. Yi Chen dropped to one knee, crouching into a stance and swinging his sword with his right hand. You think you've got me? Lin Julong lunged from the air with a savage grin as a surge of deep purple energy shot from the ground toward the heavens. Silver Moon 9 heavens, the powerful energy tore through the earth toward Yi Chen. Countless sharp sword shadows appeared before Yi Chen. He closed his eyes and thought, die. Yi Chen swung his sword and the infinite shadows instantly shot out, striking the purple light repeatedly. Cracks began to form on the purple light's surface before it exploded violently. The remaining power of the sword shadows continued toward Lin Julong. Lin Julong was terrified. What? It's over, I can't block it at all. The sword shadows struck, rubble exploded, and dust blotted out the sun, yet the rain of swords continued to pour down. The crowd covered their faces and coughed. A moment later, the dust cleared to reveal Lin Julong lying motionless in a deep crater. He groaned weakly, his body covered in wounds. The crowd was horrified. He lost. Lin Julong actually lost. Am I dreaming? Heavens, is this real? Zhang Pirong's eyes filled with tears. He did it, Chen'er, you really did it. Sun Yi and Sha Ruishui hugged each other and cheered. We won. Yi Chen won. Zhu Ya joyfully called out for Mr. Yi. Zhang Jianfeng was incredibly excited. Father, Yi Chen is only in his early 20s. Even Big Brother wasn't this strong at his age. You really misjudged him this time. The Zhang family head had a complex expression, struggling to speak. Was I really wrong? A massive crater appeared on the arena with the scarred and weakened Lin Julong lying at the bottom. He gritted his teeth, fear showing in his eyes as he watched Yi Chen slowly approach. He stammered, you little beast, you. A flash of cold light passed as the sharp tip of a sword pointed directly at his throat. Yi Chen expressionlessly held his sword against the side of Lin Julong's neck. Die. But just then he sensed a fireball attacking from behind. Yi Chen rapidly leapt out of the crater, and a violent explosion occurred where he had just been. Yi Chen landed nearby, looking toward the direction the fireball had come from. The Grand Elder of the Blood Alliance had a dark look in his eyes, the corner of his mouth curling up. Kid, so what if you won? An elder beside him warned ferociously. You have no right to kill someone of my Blood Alliance. Yi Chen thought to himself that they had indeed made their move after all. Standing in the center of the arena, he shouted, the match is decided, and on this arena, life and death are determined by fate. I know there are many experts lurking nearby to maintain order. Now that these two old fogies are openly breaking the rules, do you still not plan to act?" The two laughed even more triumphantly upon hearing this. Yi Chen looked at the referee, but the referee turned his head to avoid his gaze. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. The Grand Elder waved his fan, smiling sinisterly. He laughed wildly and without restraint. "Rules? How naive. As long as the administrators are human, there is room for negotiation on everything." The Grand Elder mused that when Bai Li Shang sent people to the Lin family with the challenge that day, the two of them happened to be away precisely for this matter. Guardians were also human, and humans had needs and desires. As long as the resources offered were enticing enough, it wasn't difficult to make them change their stance. Below the stage, He Guowang suddenly stood up and barked, "Brat, it seems you still haven't recognized the situation. The power structure in Beijing is already set. By establishing the Yi family, you are effectively declaring war on every martial arts family in the capital." Beside him, Li Yun also joined in the shouting, "That's right. To tell you the truth, every ancient warrior competing here today wants your life." Every face below the stage now showed a sinister expression, like a pack of hungry wolves staring fixedly at Yi Chen. He raised his arm and shouted, "Even the elders of the Blood Alliance have personally taken the field. What are you waiting for? Move!" Before his voice had even faded, someone had already leapt into action. In the blink of an eye, a group of warriors surrounded Zhang Peirong and the others. These people provoked, "Yi Chen, today not only should you not think of leaving alive, but your women and your mother will also be buried with you." Zhu Ya was terrified. "You," Sun Yi cursed in a low voice. "Shameless," Xiao Ruoshui added. "You've gone too far. This is simply despicable." He Guowang and the other man bowed together, asking respectfully, "We wonder if the two elders are satisfied with our arrangements?" The Grand Elder glanced at them and replied, "It's fine." Seeing all this, Yi Chen laughed aloud. "So that's how it is. I suppose the departure of Bai Li Shang and the Ironblood camp was also part of your plan." As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of powerful aura erupted from his body. Yi Chen barked in rage, "All of you are the same kind of trash." Hearing this, the Guardian felt a bit guilty. After being scolded, his shame turned to anger, and he shouted, "Yi Chen, you're looking for death." Before he could finish his sentence, He Guowang was pierced through the center of his forehead by a surge of energy. Li Yun stood frozen in shock. Yi Chen coldly announced, "In that case, I'll start by killing the loudest one." The warriors were shocked. What? In the presence of two Blood Alliance elders, he actually dared to kill someone? Madman, this kid is a lunatic who truly doesn't want to live. An elder said indifferently. "Kid killing a dog changes nothing." Waving his paper fan, he added, "You are already exhausted, and even your family can only be slaughtered by us at will." Upon hearing this, the warriors lunged forward together. "Everyone together, capture those women and put on a good show for the Blood Alliance elders." Just as that group was aggressively charging toward the women, a dark shadow suddenly flashed. Zhang Jianfeng delivered a palm strike, blocking all the warriors' offensives, pushing them all back with a single move. Debris and dust billowed across the sky. Zhang Peirong called out softly, "Second brother." Zhang Jianfeng stood firmly before her, shielding her from harm as he threatened, "Anyone who dares to touch a single hair on their heads shall die." Seeing him appear, Yi Shen felt a surge of relief. "Uncle, thank you. However, I've also come prepared." He barked out an order. "Dark Hall, hear my command. Aside from those of the Zhang family, slaughter every ancient warrior here without mercy." The gathered warriors began to murmur in a panic. What is this Dark Hall? Never heard of it. Has this kid gone mad?" Upon hearing the command, members of the Dark Hall hidden within the crowd moved instantly. Those ancient warriors who had not yet sensed the approaching danger continued to mock him loudly. "Dark Hall, never heard of it. You must be dreaming. Yi Chen has surely lost his mind, driven into a corner." Suddenly a dark shadow materialized behind one warrior, the short blade in its hand flashing with a cold glint. A spray of blood erupted from the man's neck. He clutched the wound in terror, wailing in agony amidst the horror of the crowd. As the first member of the Dark Hall struck, multiple warriors were cut down almost simultaneously. Wails of pain echoed one after another as the survivors broke ranks, frantically searching for an escape. The dark shadows wove through the crowd, efficiently harvesting their opponents as cries of "Ambush! Someone is ambushing us!" rang out through the chaos. "Damn it, Yi Chen didn't come alone. He made arrangements long ago." A thunderous boom echoed as large numbers of warriors were sent flying into the air amidst billowing dust. The members of the Dark Hall quickly assembled before Yi Chen, dropping to one knee as they greeted him respectfully. Yi Lingtian reports to the Palace Master. Lu Lingfeng reports to the Palace Master. The remaining subordinates followed suit, kneeling as one. They formed a tight defensive circle around Zhang Peirong's group, their leaders leading a deafening shout, "Greetings, Palace Master." Their collective auras converged in the air, roaring in unison. "We swear to fight to the death alongside the Palace Master." their energies merged into two massive phantoms, a blood plum and a black dragon in the throes of fury. The surviving powerhouses discussed the scene in terror. This is the Dark Hall. Yi Chen is actually the palace master. Where on earth did this come from? To think a new force could develop to such an extent in the shadows, completely bypassing our eyes and ears. One warrior suddenly recognized them. No, this might not be entirely new. I've had dealings with the Blood Plum Hall before. I'm certain nearly half of these people come from there. Hearing this, the crowd grew even more aghast. What? The Blood Plum Hall? That's the top assassin organization in Huaxia. They vanished without a trace a while ago. Could they have been swallowed by Yi Chen? Damn it, that's a pack of death gods who specialize in killing. How exactly did he do it? The Grand Elder of the Blood Alliance furrowed his brows in thought. It seemed this boy had already reached such heights. After today, his name would surely shake the foundations of Huaxia. Yi Chen commanded, "Lu Lingfeng, escort my mother and friends out. Kill any who stand in your way without mercy." Lu Lingfeng accepted the order. "As you command, Palace Master." Xiao Ruoshui was still somewhat hesitant. But Zhang Perung urged, "Listen to Chenner. Staying here will only distract him." Zhang Jianfeng reached out to signal, "Everyone, please follow me this way." The Grand Elder coldly blocked their path. "Did I give you permission to leave?" He calculated privately that while these women had little value in themselves, they were the best leverage against Yi Chen. With them in hand, forcing Yi Chen's secrets out would be much easier. Yi Chen fixed him with a cold gaze and asked, "What do you want?" The Grand Elder replied arrogantly, "The ancient warriors of Huaxia might fear the Dark Hall, but in my eyes," he stepped forward as he spoke, appearing before Lu Lingfeng in an instant, his voice icy, "they are nothing but a pile of scrap metal." Just as he was about to strike, Yi Chen flashed behind him to block the move. "Don't even think about it." The elder shot Yi Chen a sinister glance. "You've come at just the right time." As the words fell, the elder swung his folding fan, whipping up a violent gale that blasted toward Yi Chen. Yi Chen retreated several steps, struggling to dodge the strike. He gritted his teeth and thought, "Damn it, this old bastard is at least at the 8th level of the integration realm. Maybe even the true origin realm. Meanwhile, I'm nearly exhausted from dealing with Lin Julong. And there are no more powerhouses available in the reincarnation cemetery." The Grand Elder gave him no room to breathe, pouncing forward with total confidence. "Brat, you really are drained. As long as you can't unleash that same sword strike you used to defeat Lin Julong, you are no threat to me." Yi Chen mocked him inwardly. "What a cautious old fox, trying to force my hand just to test my limits." "So be it." Yi Chen formed a seal with his fingertips, concentrating his internal energy. Then he violently struck several of his major acupoints, enduring the piercing pain as he declared, "I still have this body and this life left to burn." His fingertips sank deep into his chest, and his heart thundered under the infusion of massive internal energy. His pupils constricted as he felt the violent transformation within his body. In an instant, Yi Chen erupted with a terrifying aura, summoning, "Blood Dragon, Natal Spirit Talisman, come forth." The blood dragon roared as it appeared behind him alongside the giant spirit talisman. The entire martial arts world was awed by the celestial anomalies filling the sky. The blood dragon coiled around the spirit talisman, its body covered in a layer of dazzling golden lightning. The warriors were utterly stunned, unable to believe their eyes. A blood dragon, isn't that a creature of legend? And that giant spirit talisman, is an anomaly of this level truly something a human can create? The Grand Elder's face turned ashen, sensing things were going south. He deduced while charging, "This kid is about to use some kind of secret technique. I must stop him immediately." Zhang Jianfeng stepped in to block the elder's path. "Don't think you're hurting my nephew. You'll have to go through me first." He poured his entire cultivation into the strike, his body erupting in raging flames. The elder roared in fury, "Waste, move!" With that, the elder flashed forward, attacking Zhang Jianfeng directly with his fan. Energy collided, the violent aftershock sending nearby rubble flying. He suddenly staggered, his body swaying unsteadily. Zhang Jianfeng dropped to one knee, using his sword to prop up his heavily wounded body. He stared ahead with hatred, snarling, "You old geezer, I'll kill you if it's the last thing I do." Zhang Jianfeng charged again, his longsword whistling through the air with a staggering momentum. The Grand Elder was not to be outdone, using his feathered fan as a weapon to seal off every attack. Growing impatient and unwilling to delay further, he concentrated his internal energy into a final blow. "I shall send you on your way." Zhang Jianfeng swung his sword to cut through the offensive, only to have his blade shatter instantly into countless fragments, which then ricocheted back into his own body. He was sent flying by the impact. A massive explosion sent surrounding rocks hurtling into the air. Zhang Jianfeng lay heavily wounded in a deep crater, cursing, "Damn it, can I only buy this much time?" Yi Chen stood at the edge of the pit and comforted him. "Uncle, this amount of time is already enough." Zhang Jianfeng looked up with doubt. "Chenner, you." Yi Chen's eyes were filled with resolve. "Leave the rest to me." Immediately after, Yi Chen raised his hand to the heavens chanting the truth. Blood Dragon, Natal Spirit Talisman merge under his guidance. The Blood Dragon and the Spirit Talisman intertwined in the air, staining the entire sky a fiery red as dense lightning churned at the center of the crimson vortex. Lightning flickered in Yi Chen's eyes. Following the fusion, the Blood Dragon and the Spirit Talisman gradually condensed at his wrist, covering his arm as they moved upward, finally manifesting into a suit of dragon battle armor that encased his entire arm. This was the secret technique, Dragon Condensation Armor Style, he announced coldly. This is a new secret technique I comprehended and created after burning my life force. Although merging the Blood Dragon and the Natal Spirit Talisman can only be maintained for 5 minutes, its power. Yi Chen clenched his fists, feeling the raging power within. The Grand Elder mocked as he charged. So what if you used a secret technique? Compared to my blood alliance, what do you amount to? Yi Chen gathered his strength, waiting for him to close in. Is that so? Yi Chen pivoted to build momentum, then unleashed a heavy punch directly at his opponent. This punch carried the full might of the Blood Dragon and the Natal Spirit Talisman, its aura not inferior to the Blood Alliance's attack in the slightest. Yi Chen thought to himself, Blood Alliance or not, I'll crush you regardless. The techniques collided head-on, erupting in a sky-shaking roar. He bellowed, I can still break you. The punch directly shattered the Grand Elder's attack, its residual power closing in on him. The Elder's face changed drastically as he sensed disaster. He fought desperately to block with his fan, a mouthful of blood spraying from his lips. Facing the lethal strike at point-blank range, the Elder continued to hold on through gritted teeth. He mobilized his entire strength, cold sweat pouring down as the veins on his arms and face bulged. However, before he could hold for long, his Dharma treasure, the folding fan, was completely pulverized by the punch, his defenses totally dismantled. Now with no way to retreat, he was struck head-on by the punch and sent flying backward like a broken kite. The long-armed Elder of the Blood Alliance moved with lightning speed to catch him, advising with concern, careful. The Grand Elder wiped the blood from his lips, staring at Yi Chen with sinister eyes. Despite being at a lower realm and in a state of exhaustion, the boy could still erupt with such combat power. The secrets he carried were likely extraordinary. He forced himself to calm down, raising his hand to recall his fan. The folding fan spiraled through the air several times before returning to his hand. He commanded, All together, we must take this kid down no matter what. In an instant, the three of them lunged at Yi Chen in a pincer movement. Yi Chen let out a contemptuous laugh. What a pack of shameless bastards. Even if I, Yi Chen, die today, I'll drag you down as my cushions. His form was like lightning as he met their three-pronged assault. Even as he took heavy blows from the Elder and Linao, he sent the Grand Elder flying with a single punch. Seeing this, the other two roared, Little thief, die. The warriors at the sidelines whispered, 1 against 3, and he actually managed to withstand their siege. Furthermore, 2 of them were experts from Kunlun Xu. Most absurdly, Yi Chen actually had the upper hand, one person exclaimed in awe. Heavens, just how strong has he become? Zhang Jianfeng dragged his scarred body toward the Zhang Patriarch and urged, Father, Yi Chen's secret technique definitely has a time limit. He can't fight a prolonged battle. Now is the time he needs support. Strike now. The Elder Zhang hesitated. While Yi Chen had shown staggering talent and infinite value, helping him now would mean completely offending the Blood Alliance. This would be highly disadvantageous for the Zhang family. Zhang Jianfeng grew frantic, roaring, If you won't help, I will. This uncle felt he owed their family too much. Today, even if it meant risking his life. Just then, a voice rang out. Everyone, stop at once. Both Zhang Jianfeng and the Zhang Patriarch were startled, looking toward the source of the voice. Yuan Tian announced, I am Yuan Tian, guardian of Huasha. I command you to stop immediately. Yuan Tian walked forward with his hands behind his back, scanning the crowd as he barked for them to cease. Yi Chen, the elders, Lin Ao and the Grand Elder all turned to look. The crowd below broke into an uproar. Some recognized him as a guardian, while others sighed, so the rumors of Huasha having guardians were true. He had finally appeared. The Grand Elder closed his fan and looked at Yuan Tian, shouting, Since the Lord Guardian has spoken, we shall stop for now. He calculated privately that while the burst of power from the secret technique was strong, it was limited by time. All secret techniques were like that. Stopping now benefited them, as they could handle Yi Chen however they pleased once the technique expired. Yi Chen, however, suddenly lunged forward, charging at the Grand Elder. The Elder was horrified. Leave your life here. Seeing the iron fist closing in, the Elder roared, Brat, you dare defy the Guardian's command? Nevertheless, the punch landed squarely and decisively on his face. Yi Chen looked up and replied, You want my life? After being struck, the Grand Elder lay on the ground, unable to get up, blood flowing freely. Simultaneously, the dragon armor on Yi Chen's arm vanished. He panted heavily, thinking to himself, 5 minutes is simply too short after all. Witnessing this, the crowd was left dumbfounded. This kid actually dared to publicly defy the Guardian's order. He was arrogant to the extreme. Linao sneered inwardly at the sight. This is for the best. By enraging the guardian, Yi Chen has absolutely no chance of survival today. Yuan Tian's face was dark, a fire of rage burning in his heart. What a bold and reckless brat! You dare act insolently before me? Do you seek death? He approached Yi Chen step by step, preparing to slap him. Yi Lingtian saw the danger. His brow furrowed as he cried out, "Palace Master!" Just as Yuan Tian threw a punch at Yi Chen, Yi Lingtian stepped in front to take the hit. He was sent flying, spitting blood and collapsing in pain. Yi Chen cried out his name. Yuan Tian turned his head with a look of pure contempt. "Nothing but a dog. You really think you can protect your master? In my eyes, taking your life is no different than crushing an ant." Yi Chen ground his teeth and said, "Even if I am a dog, I am better than a hypocritical and sinister man like you. In my eyes, you aren't even worth one of the palace master's toes." Yuan Tian laughed from pure rage, saying in a deep voice, "You still dare humiliate me? It seems you truly don't know the price you must pay." Hearing this, Yi Sen burst into a wild laugh. "Betraying principles for profit, trampling on rules, does a filthy villain like you even deserve to call himself a guardian of Huasha? What a massive joke!" Yuan Tian stared at him. "Do you truly wish to die?" He leapt up frantically to swing a heavy punch, but was suddenly stopped by an urgent cry. "Senior, wait!" He paused and looked at the person who had spoken. Lei Shuwei stepped forward to intervene. "Senior, you absolutely must not." He was frantic. "I didn't expect Bai Li Shang to be lured away. I rushed here as fast as I could after receiving the news. I hope I'm not too late." Yuan Tian looked at Lei Shuwei with his hands behind his back. "What are you here for?" he replied, drenched in sweat. "Senior Yuan, Mr. Yi is someone the top leader holds in extremely high regard. Please, Senior, show mercy, if only for the chief's sake." Ying Jin also spoke up. "I beg the Lord to be magnanimous and stay his hand." After hearing them, Yuan Tian snorted coldly. "As a guardian of Huasha, I do indeed hold the power of life and death on Huasha soil. But since this is the chief's wish, I must give it some weight. Brat, hand over all the secrets you carry, cripple your own cultivation, and never set foot in Huasha again. If you do this, I can spare your life." Yi Chen let out a cold laugh upon hearing this. "This is what you call sparing me," he said proudly. "Lei Shuwei, Ying Jin, there is no need to plead for mercy from him. He isn't worthy." After hearing this, both men were shocked and worried. Yi Chen calculated privately. "Then I'll try this move." A long sword appeared in his hand and the ground beneath his feet shattered. Yi Chen recalled Chen Tianli's instructions as he stood with his hands behind his back. This sword is called the Yuyang sword. Though it takes the form of a sword, it is actually a sword mantra. Keep it well when necessary. Activate it with essence blood, and you will find no equal within the borders of Huasha. Since Chen Tianli said no one in Huasha could defeat it, then it must be invincible. Yi Chen gave a contemptuous smile. "You want me to hand over my martial techniques, cripple my cultivation, and crawl out of Huasha? You don't have the qualifications." Yuan Tian laughed aloud at the words. "Since you've refused, and I shall fulfill your will. Now that you are exhausted and at your weakest, I'd like to see what ability you have left to oppose me." He soared into the air, looking down from above. The Zhong patriarch let out a sigh. He believed the guardian had been biased toward the blood alliance and the Lin family from the start, surely having made some secret exchange of interests, and the Zhong family could hardly shake the Lin family, let alone stand against a guardian. Yi Chen was in a terminal situation. Today he would surely die. "The only thing I can do is bring him back to the Zhong family after he dies. Consider it an atonement for my past mistakes." Everyone present felt a pang of distress. Someone sighed. "Though we all wanted him dead, seeing such a heaven-defying genius actually about to fall still makes one feel a bit of regret." Another man was also deeply moved. "He is already terrifyingly strong. Unfortunately, his opponent is even more horrific. Now, even if he knelt and begged for mercy, there is no hope left." Yuan Tian summoned a longsword and said leisurely, "There are 20 guardians in all of Huasha, each holding the power over life and death. Today I shall let you witness it. This is the true power of a guardian." With those words, he swung his sword and charged at Yi Chen. At that moment, Yi Chen remained rooted to the spot, even as the massive longsword loomed before him. The blade slashed down, following Yuan Tian's command. Seeing this, Yi Chen decisively bit his finger and dripped essence blood onto the blade of his own sword. In that instant, the pressure radiating from the sword actually surged several times over. The sheer force of the falling strike struck terror into the hearts of all present. The strength of a Huasha guardian was truly horrific. Anyone capable of standing ground immediately manifested defensive techniques, desperately resisting the shockwaves. Yi Lingdian also barked out a loud command. "Form the array. We must protect the palace master's family at all costs." The group pooled their power to resist. Standing high above, Yuan Tian laughed incessantly. "This is the price of making me your enemy. Your life ends here." Suddenly, A flash of golden light erupted, making his expression change drastically. Immediately after, Yi Chen used the momentum to retreat, whispering a sword mantra. The longsword shot out like a meteor, moving with such staggering speed that Yuan Tian's eyes widened in shock. The power of that single strike caused him unbearable agony as the massive force carried him backward, pinning him ruthlessly to a giant rock in the distance. This absolute crushing power belonged neither to Washa nor to Kunlun Xu. His eyes were filled with shock and doubt. Who on earth are you? Yuan Tian died on the spot, his corpse pinned to the wall. Witnessing this scene, the entire venue fell into a deathly silence. The crowd was so stunned they couldn't close their mouths. A short-haired man trembled all over, muttering to himself, "It's over," a dignified Washa guardian actually. No one could believe their eyes as they stared at the fallen guardian. Yi Chen gazed at him quietly, his expression icy. The onlookers erupted into a frenzy of screams. Madness! Yi Chen is a total lunatic. He had actually killed a Washa guardian. Just how had he done it? Beside himself with shock, the Zhang family head was also filled with worry. Something massive has happened. This kid has truly torn a hole in the sky. Suddenly, Zhang Jianfeng turned back, pointed toward the original spot, and asked, "Wait, where are the people?" Lin Zhulong, Lin Ao and the two Blood Alliance elders had actually taken advantage of the chaos to flee. Yi Chen scanned the surroundings and cursed under his breath. They actually managed to run, however. I already dealt a lethal blow to those two. Even if they survive, they'll be nothing more than cripples. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his body instinctively clutching his chest due to extreme weakness. Seeing this, Yi Lingtian rushed forward to support him, crying out, "Palace Master!" Yi Chen gritted his teeth and ordered a retreat. He then barked a loud command, "All members of the Dark Hall, hear my command, retreat at full speed. Kill anyone who dares to stand in our way without mercy." The robed generals answered in unison, their voices shaking the clouds. Yi Lingtian carried Yi Chen on his back, departing rapidly under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Whispers broke out among the people. "Aren't we going to stop them?" someone replied. "That's a lunatic who even dares to kill a guardian. If you want to stop him, go ahead. I'm not tired of living yet." Just then, a pot-bellied man jumped out, clamoring, "Brat, you're at the end of your rope. This is likely the only chance I'll have in my life to kill you. If I take your head, I'll certainly be able to trade it for countless resources from the Guardians." Li Yun leapt up to launch an attack. But then the Zhang family head said coldly, "The rain is falling quite nicely, isn't it?" Seeing the old man suddenly leap up to block his path, Li Yun paled in shock. The Zhang family head raised a hand and delivered a palm strike, flattening Li Yun to the ground, unable to move. Yi Lingtian was startled. "You are the old master of the Zhang family?" Old Zhang leisurely stroked his beard, though his eyes glinted with an eerie light. Li Yun clutched his face and screamed, "I have no grievance with the Zhang family." "Why did you?" The Zhang family head pointed his finger. Several streaks of light shot out as he said flatly, "Go report to the King of Hell." The crowd below was both shocked and terrified. "He's dead too." Old Zhang coldly scanned the audience and warned, "Yi Chen has the blood of the Zhang family flowing in him. Anyone who dares move against him must first answer to me." The entire venue fell into a dead silence. No one dared to respond. Yi Chen shot a glance at the Zhang family head, thinking, "If you had stepped forward sooner, I might have felt a spark of gratitude. But now it is already too late." Yi Lingtian held him and continued to charge forward at full speed. Just as they cleared the gates, a car sped up and screeched to a halt before them. Bai Li Shang stepped out and asked urgently, "Mr. Yi, what was the result? Did you win?" "After I was lured away, the more I thought about it, the more it felt wrong, so I rushed back halfway." Yi Chen said weakly, "Put me down." Yi Lingtian called out softly, "Mr. Yi." Yi Chen looked at Bai Li Shang and said in a heavy voice, "I have two requirements now. First, I want to see my father within 1 hour. Second, blockade the entire Lin family. Do not let Lin Zhulong or those two from the Blood Alliance escape under any circumstances." Bai Li Shang was shaken to his core, gasping in shock. "What happened?" "Mr. Yi won, but why suppress the Lin family? Not even the Blood Alliance people are to be spared?" He pressed further. "What on earth happened while I was away?" Yi Chen looked him in the eye and countered, "Can you do it?" Bai Li Shang's expression turned solemn as he nodded. "I can." He thought to himself that while the details were still unclear, it seemed Yi Chen had won, and that was enough. Yi Lingtian supported Yi Chen as they departed, with Yi Chen leaving behind one last sentence, "Good, I'll wait for your news." Bai Li Shang immediately issued an order. "All troops hear my command, blockade the Lin family immediately. No one is allowed to step out even a single inch." His subordinates answered in unison. Bai Li Shang gazed ahead, a strong sense of unease rising in his heart. What exactly had happened in the battle on the martial arts arena? He decided to go to the scene himself to investigate. However, the sight before him left him horrified. The square was littered with corpses, a truly wretched display. He could hardly believe his eyes. Could these really be the traces of the battle between Yi Chen and Lin Zhulong? A single duel had decimated the entire martial arts square. As he stood there, a drop of blood landed on the tip of his nose. Bai Li Shang looked up and saw Yuan Tian pinned firmly to the wall by a longsword. Seeing this corpse, he felt even more bewildered. How did a guardian die here? A warrior clutching his chest from a heavy injury struggled to crawl up, his voice trembling. It was Yi Chen. He crushed Lin Julong, defeated the powerhouses of the Blood Alliance, and even a Huasha guardian was slain by him. Bai Li Shang paled in shock. What? The scene shifted to Yi Chen's room, where Zhang Peirong asked anxiously by the bedside, "How is Chen'er?" Yi Lingtian replied, "There shouldn't be any major problems. The palace master is a divine doctor. He swallowed a large number of pills before losing consciousness. He just needs rest now." Zhang Peirong let out a sigh. "Let's not disturb him. We'll go out first." The two left and the door slowly closed. At that moment the blood dragon manifested. Silently watching the youth on the bed, Yi Chen opened his eyes and whispered, "Reincarnation Cemetery Blood Dragon. Thank you for helping me heal." In the office of the top leader, Bai Li Shang was in an urgent secret discussion with the chief. The top leader analyzed. In other words, that kid not only defeated Lin Julong and the Blood Alliance elders, but also publicly killed a Huasha guardian, Bai Li Shang reported. "Precisely. Though I didn't see it with my own eyes, after investigation and interrogation, the evidence is conclusive. Even now, I find it hard to believe." The chief weighed the situation with a headache. The killing of a guardian had vast implications and a massive impact. Bai Li Shang also understood the gravity of the matter. The top leader lamented. "The lineage of Huasha guardians has been passed down for 1,000 years, with 20 members in total. They usually do not appear in the world, only taking action when Huasha faces a massive crisis. It has been so since ancient times. Throughout history, Huasha has turned many disasters into safety thanks to these 20 people. Even today, though the personnel change, the number of 20 has never wavered. They transcend the rules, possessing the privilege to execute any warrior, and regularly hold martial arts judgment meetings. They decide the major affairs of Huasha through voting. As long as more than half agree, they can make any decision, whether it's killing someone or erasing a faction." Bai Li Shang's face was grim. "I have also heard rumors of this. As long as the votes exceed half, no matter what status or power the opponent has in Huasha, they cannot escape death," the top leader explained. "Exactly, but the Guardians are not a monolith. They are currently divided into two factions, and the one Yi Chen killed happened to be a guardian under the command of Fang Junye." Bai Li Shang fell into thought at those words. He reported, "By the way, when Yi Chen killed Yuan Tian, he seemed to use a strange longsword. Ultimately, it was that sword that took Yuan Tian's life," the chief asked excitedly. "Where is the sword?" "Did you bring it back?" Bai Li Shang explained. "I tried. Initially, the sword was still impaled in the corpse, but when I prepared to take it, it actually transformed into a wisp of clear energy and dissipated." The top leader speculated. Could it be a legendary sword mantra? Even in Kunlun Xu, sword mantras are extremely rare. How could Yi Chen master such power? Could he have a master behind him? He sighed. "Never mind, thinking too much is useless. Bai Li Shang, pass on my command. Go handle the matter of the Lin family first. You must satisfy Yi Chen's requirements. I will go meet those guardians now and find a way to protect Yi Chen." Bai Li Shang accepted the order solemnly. Meanwhile, at the Lin family in Beijing, the courtyard was desolate. The heavily injured guardian and his cohorts were motionless. After a diagnosis, a divine doctor said, "The injuries are too severe. With my medical skills, I can only help them sustain their lives for a few days. Even if they are truly saved, they will lose all their cultivation and become cripples." Lin Ao flew into a rage. "Bastard, aren't you the premier divine doctor of Huasha? You can't even save these two," an elder on the side spoke up. "Huasha's medical skills have indeed reached their limit. It would be best to send them back to Kunlun Xu for treatment." Lin Ao barked. "Get out," he proposed. "The matter of saving lives cannot wait." "I will set out immediately," Lin Ao said urgently. "Fine, then I'll leave it to you, my lord." Just then a servant reported in a panic, "Master, disaster has struck. The Lin family has been surrounded by soldiers of the Iron Blood camp and Bai Li Shang has already barged in." Lin Ao gasped. "What?" Dense footsteps echoed from outside the door. Bai Li Shang strode into the hall and announced loudly, "Lin Ao, the battle on the martial arts arena is over. Lin Julong has been defeated. According to the agreement, hand over Yi Tianzheng immediately. Furthermore, the chief has ordered the blockade of the Lin family. No one is allowed to leave even a single step today." An elder was beyond enraged. "You dare blockade me, you seek death." Lin Ao hurriedly tried to soothe him. "Calm your anger, my lord. Bai Li Shang has a special status and immense strength. Leave this to me to handle," he said subserviently. "One must accept defeat in a gamble. The matter of Yi Tianzheng is easy to discuss, but can the blockade be lifted? My Lin family has always been law-abiding." Lin Ao wondered privately, "Does the chief really intend to act against the Lin family?" Bai Li Shang said firmly, "The chief's command cannot be defied. Anyone who dares to take a step out of the Lin house today will be shot on the spot." Lin Ao roared loudly. Very well, Bai Li Shang, my Lin family is a top-tier clan of Huasha. If we are truly blockaded by you, where will our dignity remain? Do you think I fear your iron blood camp? Bai Li Shang did not back down in the slightest, shouting, Lin Ao, stop your clamoring before me. Iron blood camp, hear my command. Search the entire Lin family immediately. You are permitted to use specialized weapons against ancient warriors, he ordered without hesitation. Shoot anyone who dares to resist. The soldiers accepted the order and rushed into the Lin house fully armed. Lin Ao could hardly believe it. The Blood Alliance elder stepped forward with a threat. Bai Li Shang, you had best think twice. Do you intend to forcibly detain even me here? Bai Li Shang's tone was resolute. The chief has ordered that no one is to leave, including those of the Blood Alliance. He intentionally provoked him. Do you really think you can keep me here? Bai Li Shang asserted that while he was strong, the Iron Blood camp had deployed 1,000 experts this time. Wiping out him and the Lin family would not be difficult. Just then, a contemptuous voice rang out, over 1,000 people, quite a grand display. Bai Li Shang turned back in surprise. In a flash, the fully armed soldiers were actually knocked down instantly. Bai Li Shang was horrified. Who dares move against my Iron Blood camp? Footsteps echoed as a man walked into the room with complete composure. Fang Junye replied arrogantly. I do. Bai Li Shang instantly recognized this man as the Huasha guardian. Fang Junye's unexpected appearance threw the room into chaos. The elder's face lit up with joy. It's him. He's here, Fang Junye spoke. Bai Li Shang, I am currently in the Lin house. Do you plan to blockade even me? Bai Li Shang showed a look of wariness. You must be joking, my lord. How could I dare limit your freedom? He cursed inwardly. Damn it. He was the leader of one of the two factions of guardians, and he had actually appeared in person. Fang Junye announced majestically. The Lin family is protected by me, Fang Junye. If the top leader has an objection, tell him to come find me personally. He snorted coldly and sat down, saying in a heavy voice, As for you, you aren't qualified to negotiate with me. Bai Li Shang said through gritted teeth, Please do not make things difficult for me, my lord. Though I respect you, the chief's command cannot be disobeyed. Intense killing intent erupted in Fang Junye's eyes. Make things difficult for you. He erupted with a terrifying pressure as a threat. He said coldly, Bai Li Shang, if not for the blood you've shed for Huasha and your distinguished service, you would be a dead man by now. Get out with your people immediately, or do not blame me for starting a massacre. Bai Li Shang weighed his options. Damn it, Fang Junye's current strength is unfathomable. It said even the current top ranker on the Grand Master list pales before his disciples. If a battle truly breaks out, the Iron Blood camp will face a catastrophic disaster. Falling into a dilemma, Bai Li Shang tremblingly compromised. Fine, I can lift the blockade, but the Lin family must hand over Yi Tianzheng. He is but a mortal without martial arts and shouldn't be imprisoned by the Lin family. He thought to himself that he must at least rescue Yi Tianzheng. Fang Junye readily agreed. I will still give the chief that much face. That man called Yi Tianzheng, you may take him. The elder was about to stop him. Elder Fang, you mustn't. Fang Junye interrupted contemptuously. What mustn't? He's just a commoner. I haven't even settled that account with you yet. Unable to even protect a single Lin family, you are truly a disgrace to my blood alliance. Bai Li Shang was struck with horror. What? Fang Junye's other identity is actually an elder of the blood alliance, the elder whispered in his ear. Elder Fang, it really won't do. Actually, Yi Tianzheng has. Hearing this, Fang Junye's eyes widened in shock as he confirmed repeatedly. Truly, the elder nodded with certainty. Fang Junye instantly changed his tune. Bai Li Shang, Yi Tianzheng must stay. I have questions for him. Naturally, I'll return him to you once I'm finished. If you have an objection, tell the chief to come find me. Seeing the other man go back on his word, Bai Li Shang was too enraged to speak. Just then, a phone rang. It was actually the top leader calling personally. After listening for a while, Bai Li Shang let out a helpless sigh and ordered the withdrawal. He answered through gritted teeth. Withdraw? Yes, I understand. His heart was full of guilt. I'm sorry, Yi Chen, I really did my best. I can give up my life, but I cannot let the brothers of the Iron Blood camp die in vain. He quickly led his men out of the Lin house behind him. Lin Ao laughed triumphantly. General Bai Li, come by and sit for a while when you have time. Fang Junye turned to look at the injured, his brow furrowed. The injuries are too severe, it's a miracle they lived until now. Even if they are saved, they will likely be cripples, Lin Ao gasped. What, my lord, you must save Julong. He is also a disciple of the Blood Alliance, Fang Junye replied. I will certainly save him, but to restore his cultivation we must return to Kunlun Xu and seek out a master. He then gave a stern instruction. Furthermore, if that secret lies with Yi Tianzheng, then Yi Chen must certainly be hiding something as well. I want full dossiers on him and everyone around him. Both men answered in unison, yes. Meanwhile, at Yi Chen's home, the surrounding air was fresh, blending with the scent of lush greenery. He woke up in his familiar room. Yi Chen felt that after his sleep his cultivation had stepped into the 5th level of the integration realm. Likely due to the reincarnation cemetery. Calculating the time, he thought Bai Li Shang should be bringing his father back soon. When the time came, he had to get to the bottom of the mystery surrounding that black stone. Moreover, it seemed his own background was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. Before long, the phone on the table rang, and Yi Chen felt a surge of joy. Finally, the call. However, as soon as Bai Li Shang picked up, he spoke with immediate self-reproach. "I'm sorry, Mr. Yi. I failed to handle what you entrusted to me. I am willing to accept any punishment," he asked in shock. "With the combat power of the Iron Blood camp, it shouldn't have come to the point where you couldn't handle the Lin family and the remnants of the Blood Alliance. What exactly happened?" Bai Li Shang reported truthfully that a guardian had intervened, and it was the leader of one of the factions, Fang Junye. "Your killing of the guardian Yuan Tian had incited the wrath of the other guardians. Even with the top leader interceding for you, he could only barely suppress a portion of the pressure." Bai Li Shang added, "This time Huasha has failed you, and I, Bai Li Shang, have failed you. I am sorry." Upon hearing the news, Yi Chen was consumed by a towering rage, the resulting burst of energy instantly flipping everything in the room. Yi Chen roared, "Where is Fang Junye? I'm going to kill him right now." Bai Li Shang hurried to soothe him. "Mr. Yi, please stay calm. You cannot imagine how formidable Fang Junye is. Besides, we do not know his specific location." He crushed the phone in his hand in anger. Yi Chen declared, "Guardians of Huasha, you are no longer fit to guard anything." After venting his energy, Yi Chen rolled out of bed. He stood tall, his fists clenched in fury. Hearing the commotion, his family rushed over. Zhang Perong burst through the door asking worriedly, "Chenner, what was that loud noise?" She stepped forward to check on him. "Is there a problem with your injuries?" Ling Tian and Ling Feng also arrived instantly, shouting, "Palace Master," Yi Chen informed them. "Mom, I'm fine. My injuries have fully recovered. It's just that something went wrong with my dad. The Lin family has hidden him in an extremely remote and secret location. I've decided to head out for a few days to bring my dad back personally." Zhang Perong, uneasy, suggested, "Then Mom will go with you." Yi Chen comforted her. "Don't worry, Mom. I can handle this alone," he then instructed. "Until I return, everyone is to stay within the dark hall and not leave." Lu Lingfeng, Yi Lingtian, "The safety of my family is in your hands. You must not let anything go wrong," Lingtian replied. "This place is definitely safer than anywhere else in Beijing," Lingfeng echoed. "Please rest assured, Palace Master." Yi Chen stepped away with confidence. "Good," the two shouted in unison. "Farewell, Palace Master. We wish the Palace Master a smooth journey." He suddenly remembered something and stopped in his tracks. Ling Feng and Ling Tian looked at him in confusion, and Yi Chen added, "By the way, prepare a new phone for me." The two quickly took the order. As night fell, in the faculty apartment, a doctor of Chinese medicine spoke up. "Mr. Yi, these are the medicinal herbs you requested. Everything is prepared." He was secretly terrified. The news of the duel between Yi Chen and Lin Julong on the martial arts arena had spread throughout Beijing. For this young man to kill a guardian before the age of 22 made him a terrifying existence rarely seen in 1,000 years of Huasha history. Yi Chen rewarded him. "Thank you. These medical prescriptions shall be your payment." The doctor was moved to tears. Thank you, Mr. Yi," he waved his hand. "If there's nothing else, you may leave." The man complied and withdrew. "Understood, I shall take my leave first." After the doctor left, Yi Chen, alone in the room, muttered to himself, "Since Bai Li Shang cannot be relied upon, I will rescue my father personally." Yi Chen settled into a stance. "It's been a while since I refined pills." Hovering in midair, he pondered. The series of fierce battles over the past few days had nearly exhausted his supply of pills. It was time to replenish them. Yi Chen cast a spell, his energy enveloping the surroundings as the divine herbs within the cauldron began to merge. The technique wrapped around the cauldron like a tide. In an instant the cauldron was activated, and flames roared to life. By the middle of the next night, the light in the apartment remained on as Yi Chen used his magic to refine the pills. He calculated that these pills would be enough for a long time. As was his habit, Yi Chen gestured to store them into the reincarnation cemetery. Suddenly there was movement outside the door. Wei Ying pushed the door open and spoke. "Yi Chen, you didn't answer your calls these past few days and I was a bit worried." She explained that she heard a commotion in his room just now and came to check. Upon entering, Wei Ying exclaimed, "The smell of medicine is so strong." She was a bit surprised. "Strange, the smell of medicine is usually unpleasant, so why is this scent so fragrant?" Yi Chen explained, "It's nothing, just refining some pills." Wei Ying was shocked. Refining pills? She was thrilled. "Heavens, isn't that stuff of legend? You can actually do it." He remarked that compared to alchemy, her blood-fiend cold body was what truly counted as legendary. There was no need for such surprise. Yi Chen then asked, "How is the matter I asked you to consider before?" Having observed her, he found her situation wasn't optimistic. The Earth Spirit mysterious stone could shatter at any moment. Wei Ying stated her position. I can accept the cultivation, but can I not call you master? Yi Chen replied. The title is just a formality, call me whatever you like, he suggested. By the way, how is the technique I taught you coming along? Give it a run and let me see. She nodded in agreement. Wei Ying immediately activated the formula, and a violent burst of icy energy instantly filled the entire space. Yi Chen marveled silently, as expected of the blood-fiend cold body. Merely running a bit of cold attribute cultivation was enough to make a mortal emit such terrifying cold chi. It was truly impressive. He suddenly sensed something was wrong and gestured. Wait a second. By now, Wei Ying was completely immersed in the technique and could hear nothing. Ice began to rapidly lock her in, and Yi Chen said in surprise, this is... The cultivating ice continued to steam and crack into fragments. The power emitted forced even Yi Chen to use his full strength to resist. He quickly gathered his techniques into one hand and slammed it against the ice, attempting to use the power of divine fire to dissolve it. Yi Chen felt the strain. Merely running the technique for the first time resulted in such an anomaly that even the blood dragon sensed a threat and manifested on its own to protect him. Yi Chen stared intently at every shift in the aura, marveling, as expected of the legendary calamity body. It is truly terrifying. Yi Chen ordered, you can stop now. Wei Ying gradually woke up within the ice, snapping her eyes open and looking around. Seeing the shattered walls before her, she was utterly aghast. I did all this? Filled with guilt, she said to Yi Chen, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I really didn't want to mess up your room. My body moved on its own, it has nothing to do with me. This is my salary card. There's still 30,000 yuan inside. Do you think it's enough for the repairs? Yi Chen replied, it's fine. I won't be staying here much longer anyway, so it doesn't matter if it's broken. As long as you're willing to work hard at your cultivation, you are a treasure far more valuable than these things. Maybe I'll even have to rely on you in the future. Wei Ying's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? I'll be even stronger than you, he instructed. Just focus on cultivating well first, she responded with fighting spirit. That's great, I will definitely work hard. Wei Ying was full of confidence. I'll protect you from now on, Yi Chen. Yi Chen teased her, protect yourself first. Take this Earth Spirit mysterious stone and replace the one on your necklace. That one is already broken. He thought to himself that he had specifically saved a bit of the leftover Earth Spirit mysterious stone for her. She took the stone and scrutinized it. Suddenly there was more movement outside the door. Wei Ying was as alert as if facing a great enemy. It might be the enemy. Don't move, I'll open the door. Leave the dangerous business to me. Yi Chen was caught between laughter and tears. You aren't even as strong as me yet. She opened the door to see a stranger and asked, Who are you? The other party introduced himself. My name is Bao Shen. Is Mr. Yi here? Yi Chen spoke up. I am. What do you want? He calculated privately. An ancient warrior with decent strength, but I have no memory of him at all. Who is he? Shin bowed respectfully. My master ordered me to find you. Wei Ying looked to Yi Chen for help, and Yi Chen gestured. Go tend to your things. I'll handle this. He began to interrogate. Who is your master? The other party immediately replied. Miss Jilin sent me. Yi Sen suddenly understood. So it's that gluttonous troublemaking brat. It's certainly her style, Shin explained. According to our agreement, I should have come to find you earlier, but because I have to send her food in the Kunlun Mountains every month, I got delayed at the start because I didn't know the way. Shin looked proud. But it wasn't all bad luck. Every time I finish a delivery, she gives me some leftover pills. Thanks to her, my strength has improved quite a bit. Yi Chen guessed. Using leftover pills to brush someone off, he sighed inwardly. That girl Jilin, despite her sharp tongue, she's actually quite worried about me. I'll have to prepare even more delicious food for her next time. Yi Chen tested him. Bao Shin, since you found me, I assume you've also heard about the incident on the martial arts arena, he replied without hesitation. I know you killed a guardian. To be honest, that is exactly why I rushed here. Because the ancestor of my Bao family is one of the 20 guardians of Huasha, I have already consulted with the ancestor, and he is preparing to come from Zhangxi. Shin said firmly, please rest assured, Mr. Yi. The guardian you killed does not belong to my ancestor's faction. The ancestor will not stand idly by. He nodded in agreement. Good. When will your ancestor arrive in Beijing? Yi Chen marveled in his heart. Jilin really gave me a massive gift. I'll have to prepare double the snacks for her next time. Shin informed him, in about 2 days he still has some trivial matters to handle. Yi Chen proposed, 2 days is too long, I'll resolve it myself. In any case, his tone turned somber. I have business to attend to tonight, Shin asked in confusion. Mr. Yi, do you plan to march directly on the Lin family? Yi Chen said bluntly. What if I do? Shin stated his position. My master commanded that I must protect Mr. Yi's safety even at the cost of my life. If Mr. Yi doesn't mind, I, Bao Shen, am willing to advance and retreat with you. Yi Chen considered it and then nodded. Fine, let's go. The two quickly set out. Meanwhile, Wei Ying had finished the cultivation Yi Chen had assigned. She ran out happily, finally finished, only to find the room empty. She grumbled, jumped out the window again. Where are they going so late? Suddenly, the cold chi struck again, and Wei Ying was aghast. I didn't do anything. Why is the cold chi coming out on its own? In an instant she was surrounded by ice, as Wei Ying awakened into a completely different state. At that moment a chilling cold burst from her body, and the blood-fiend cold body manifested instantly. In the silence of the deep night, only Wei Ying's room and the entire building remained lit. By now the blood-fiend cold body had taken control of the physical form. She stood before the shattered window pondering for a moment, and then resolutely jumped down. During the descent, Wei Ying's consciousness suddenly snapped awake, and she screamed in panic, "What's happening? Why am I falling? Did I jump off the building too? You've got to be kidding, I'm not like them. I'll die if I jump. I'm only in my 20s and haven't even had a boyfriend yet. I don't want to commit suicide." Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Don't worry, I won't let you die." Wei Ying turned her head to see a figure identical to herself. A layer of ice padding appeared on the ground, allowing her to land safely. Wei Ying patted her chest, comforting herself. "Scared me to death." Then she touched the clothes on her body and wondered, where did these clothes come from? They feel so cold. And who was talking just now? Where are they? The voice behind her spoke. "I am the blood-fiend cold body within you. Hurry up and chase them. If you don't hurry, we won't be able to find that boy." Wei Ying screamed and turned her head. "Who are you now? Why do you look exactly like me?" "I've seen a ghost," the other party scolded. "I already told you, I'm the blood-fiend cold body, you idiot. Just now it was because you wanted to catch up to that boy in your heart that I appeared to help you. Forget it, I can't explain it to you." "Let me do it." Wei Ying suddenly gathered her strength and gave a loud shout. Her eyes bulged, and cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Her pupils instantly turned from gold to red. At this moment she realized her consciousness was being pushed out. "So my blood-fiend cold body can actually talk, although the body is controlled. I can feel that I can still take back control if I work hard. In any case, let's see what she wants to do." The scene shifted to a park where Yi Chen and Xin were looking into the woods. Xin spoke up, "Mr. Yi, although this place looks like a park, it is actually the Lin family's territory. The Lin family is a top-tier clan with deep foundations, protected by a powerful family array. I heard that years ago an ancient warrior came seeking revenge and tried to forcibly break the array, only to be killed by the backlash." Yi Chen put his hands in his pockets and commented leisurely, "It's far inferior to the array at the Ghost Soul prison." Yi Chen held a spirit talisman and said, "I am not like him." He poured power into the spirit talisman, thinking, "For me, having already grasped the path of spirit talismans, I only need to attack the array's core with full force." Yi Chen reached out a finger, and the array instantly crumbled. Under Shin's stunned gaze, Yi Chen said flatly, "Breaking an array doesn't necessarily require brute force." The array completely disintegrated, smoke and dust filling the air, and Shin thought, heavens, the array that a top-tier family has guarded for centuries was broken so easily by him. "I wouldn't even dare to dream of this." Yi Chen looked at the dissipating array and said coldly, finally showing its true face. Within the manor, everyone was in a panic. Lin Ao and the elders were also alerted. He turned and asked, "What's going on?" Lin Ao replied in disbelief. "The family's great array was actually broken through by force. This has never happened in hundreds of years. Who exactly is it? Quickly, pull up the outer perimeter surveillance," a guard reported in a frenzy. "Master, forget the surveillance. Someone has already fought their way in. The clansmen are trying to stop them, but I'm afraid they are no match. Master, please personally." He suddenly heard a sound and looked up, seeing objects falling from high altitude. With a loud boom, dust and earth flew everywhere. Lin Ao couldn't see the situation clearly and wondered, what kind of hidden weapon? The dust cleared to reveal two people lying on the ground. He screamed, "It's the bodies of our clansmen." Seeing this, the elder behind him was also greatly shocked and asked, "What kind of ruthless character has your Lin family provoked that they would use the corpses of your clansmen as weapons?" He turned and replied, "I don't know either." Hearing more movement, Lin Ao looked up, his soul nearly departing his body. A dense rain of corpses was smashing down toward them from the sky. He let out a thunderous roar. "This is bad." The elder reacted instantly, propping up a defensive barrier and shouting, "I've got this." But the corpses falling from above were both numerous and heavy. Lin Ao cursed furiously, "Damn it, who on earth is attacking to possess such terrifying strength?" As the dust settled, Yi Chen appeared with bloodshot eyes, holding a severed head in his hand. With Bao Xin following behind him, spear in hand, he stared coldly at the two men and said sternly, "I came to the Lin family to find my father, but these people actually dared to toy with me, saying my father had already been moved elsewhere." Lin Ao, do you find that joke funny? Seeing the scene, Lin Ao bellowed, Yi Chen, you dare to slaughter my entire Lin family? I will tear you into 10,000 pieces. With that, Lin Ao lunged at Yi Chen, only to see Yi Chen hoist a corpse with a cold smile. Yi Chen slammed the corpse toward him. Lin Ao, unable to dodge in time, collided head-on with the body, and was sent reeling, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Chen leaped up to launch an attack. Though Lin Ao narrowly avoided the worst of it, he was eventually sent flying onto the ground by a heavy punch. Just then, someone emerged to block the way. Boy, don't even think about taking his life. It was the elder, who charged forward with a fierce blood shadow python strike. Yi Chen summoned the blood dragon. The massive dragon manifested behind him as he unleashed a blood dragon Iron Mountain lean. The purple and green energies collided with a violent boom. As Yi Chen and the elder reached a stalemate, the sound of bones cracking echoed from one of them. Seeing this, Yi Chen said coldly, "Then I'll take your life first before unleashing my heavy strikes." With a loud crack, the opponent's elbow bone shattered, followed by his entire skeleton beginning to collapse. Yi Chen gave a violent heave, hurling him far into the distance. He let out a long sigh of relief, looking at the elder who lay on the ground, bloodied and gasping for his final breaths. The elder struggled to breathe, filled with horror. Having not seen him for only half a day, this kid's strength has grown to such an extent. Such a growth rate makes him a total monster. The grudge had already been set. If he were allowed to continue growing, he would surely bring total destruction to the Blood Alliance in the future. Even if it meant using his last breath, he had to get the news out. He laboriously used his final strength to tap his phone, then slowly closed his eyes. Witnessing this, Bao Xin marveled silently. Heavens, with such terrifying strength, does the master really need my protection? Am I even worthy? Even though I now have the strength to break into the top 5 of the Grand Master list, at most, I'm only fit to be his errand boy. Yi Chen turned back and ordered, Bao Xin, search every room of the Lin family. Report immediately if you find any trace of Lin Julong or my father. As for anyone who dares to block you, he made a gesture for summary execution, and Bao Xin responded with a loud acknowledgement. Yi Chen stepped forward and grabbed Lin Ao, who was bloodied and struggling to sit up. He stared into Lin Ao's eyes and asked, Where exactly are my father, Yi Tianzheng and Lin Julong? Lin Ao remained stubbornly defiant. Yi Chen, so what if you've wiped out my Lin family? No matter what you do today, don't even dream of finding Lin Julong or your father. Even if you turn the Lin family upside down, don't think you'll ever find them, he thought to himself. Julong and that injured Blood Alliance senior have already been taken away by Fang Junye for treatment, and Yi Tianzheng was taken along by Fang Junye as well. As for where Yi Tianzheng was taken and how he will be treated, I am not clear. After all, there are some secrets I am not qualified to know. Yi Chen, there are some people in this world you will never be qualified to challenge. Bao Xin ran back clutching a bundle of cloth scraps. Mr. Yi, I didn't find the people you mentioned. I even tore down several secret rooms but found nothing. It's highly likely they were moved in advance. Lin Ao burst into a wild laugh. I told you'll never find your father in this lifetime. Bao Xin held up the cloth scraps and said, But I found some fabric fragments. These pieces were hidden under the floor tiles in the room, appearing to be torn from clothing, and they have numbers written on them in blood. Perhaps some kind of code. Lin Ao turned his head abruptly, his face filled with shock. How is that possible? With corpses lying scattered all over the floor, Yi Chen had by now dealt with nearly all of Lin Ao's disciples. Lin Ao, covered in wounds, fell into deep thought. Cloth scraps, blood-written numbers. Could Yi Tianzheng have pulled some kind of trick? Bao Xin reported to Yi Chen. Looking at where these things were hidden, they were clearly left behind intentionally. Mr. Yi, see if they have any value. Yi Chen took the faded cloth fragments and examined them for a moment. His heart jolted. It was a secret code left for him by his father, Bao Xin said in surprise. A code? No way, he asked somewhat incredulously. Was Mr. Yi's father an agent or something? Wasn't he afraid that if the Lin family found the code, they'd get a decoding expert to crack it? Yi Chen used his internal energy to store the fragments and said confidently to Bao Xin, Don't worry, no one can crack this code except for me and my father. His gaze turned sharp. We'll deal with this after we return. For now, let's handle what's left. Yi Chen looked down at Lin Ao. These codes might not necessarily record his father's whereabouts, but he knew there were things that had to be done. Yi Chen approached Lin Ao and said coldly, The business that needs doing must still be done. Lin Ao continued to bluster. Did Yi Chen really plan to subject him to a forced confession? Lin Ao roared at Yi Chen, Even if I have fallen, the Lin family will never reveal Yi Tianzheng's whereabouts. Yi Chen's face was calm as he toyed with a silver needle in his hand, saying flatly, Many people are curious about where I went during those 5 missing years. The answer is simple. Kunlun Xu. Hearing this, Lin Ao's whole body shook as he cried out in shock. Impossible, no sect or power in Kunlun Xu has any news regarding you. Yi Chen's tone was icy. That is because I never joined any sect at all. Instead, I struggled in the darkness through days more painful than entering a grave. With a flick of his finger, the silver needle moved according to his command. What Yi Chen specialized in most was not the martial path, but medical skills. When the silver needle pierced Lin Ao's body, he revealed a look of terror. Yi Chen continued, "A doctor can save lives but can also take them, and can even make a person wish for life while finding it impossible, and seek death while finding it unreachable." As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of agonizing pain erupted within Lin Ao, and he curled up, screaming in misery. Black blood seeped from Lin Ao's eyes as his face contorted and his body shook violently. He cursed furiously. "What did you do? I can't take this piercing pain," Lin Ao pleaded. "Bao Shen, I beg you, just kill me." Yi Chen watched coldly as he curled into a ball from the pain, mocking, "Lin Ao, you won't die yet. This pain will last for at least 3 hours." Lin Ao struggled desperately, the veins on his forehead bulging as blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. He couldn't even hold on for 3 minutes, no, not even 3 seconds. Lin Ao knelt on the ground, his whole body trembling, and finally confessed, "Yi Tianzheng was taken away by Fang Zhenye. I really don't know where they are." Upon hearing that name, the killing intent in Yi Chen's eyes surged. He turned his head abruptly. He ordered Bao Shen to finish Lin Ao. After speaking, he turned and left coldly. Lin Ao had lost any remaining value. Bao Shen accepted the order, gripped the hilt of his sword, and stabbed Lin Ao without hesitation. Lin Ao's body was instantly stained red with blood. After handling the matter, Yi Chen asked Bao Shen, "Since his grandfather is also a guardian, does he know where Fang Zhenye is?" Bao Shen answered truthfully, "I don't know. Guardians rarely contact each other. They only gather when Washa faces a massive upheaval." Just then, a phone rang in the distance, and Yi Chen used his supernatural powers to draw the phone into his palm. A voice came from the other end of the line. "Is Yi Chen still at the Lin family? Have you caught him yet? I've already sent several disciples over to support you. If you can't beat them, don't force it, just stall for time." Yi Chen responded coldly, "You must be Fang Zhenye, right? The Lin family has already been wiped out by me. You can roll over here right now to seek revenge. I'll be waiting for you at the Lin house." Fang Zhenye barked on the other end. "Impudent wretch, do you think you're worthy of making me act personally? As one of the top-tier families in Washa, the impact of the Lin family being slaughtered was on a completely different level than those small families at Yi Chen's residence in Jiangnan province. Just you wait." Before he could finish, Yi Chen had already casually crushed the phone to pieces. Yi Chen was somewhat annoyed. Was the old fox refusing to show himself? He threw the phone aside and decided to wait here for Fang Zhenye's disciples to arrive. Yi Chen stretched his body and muttered to himself, "Once I kill all of them, let's see if you can still sit still." Just then, a voice drifted from afar. "Kill all of them," Bao Shen warned. "Mr. Yi, they seem to have arrived." Yi Chen responded calmly, "I know." Han Guang emerged from the thick fog with 2 companions. Han Guang said as he walked, "It's been decades since I last heard such arrogant words." The 3 appeared composed, even chatting about the past. One replied, "It's been at least 30 years, Han Guang continued. "We've practiced in the deep mountains with Master for too long. The world has almost forgotten our names." His gaze was arrogant. "Kid, I'm afraid you don't know that the top ranker on the Grandmaster list you all admire is actually the weakest among our fellow disciples. Kneel and confess your sins. Perhaps I might consider giving you a quick death." Yi Chen didn't bother to respond, crossing his legs and asking, "Where is Fang Zhenye?" The others cursed furiously. "Yi Chen, how dare you? You actually dare to call Master by his name?" Han Guang's form erupted, turning into a purple afterimage as he charged toward Yi Chen's back, purple light flashing in his eyes. He raised his longsword. Since Yi Chen was bent on seeking death, he would fulfill the man's wish. Yi Chen quickly unleashed a burning heaven palm, his palm enveloped in raging flames. The purple and red powers collided head-on, erupting in a violent roar. The 2 were evenly matched in strength, and the resulting shockwave kicked up clouds of dust. Both were sent flying at the same time, leaving a massive crater in the ground, a testament to the terrifying power of the exchange. Yi Chen mused to himself that this Han Guang's strength was actually greater than those of the Blood Alliance. After a moment of dead silence, Han Guang looked at his smoking palms, his heart shaken. "In a direct head-on clash, I actually came out on the losing end. This kid is not simple. His strength far exceeds expectations." Han Guang's gaze turned cold as he barked, "Junior brothers all together?" The 2 immediately accepted the order and charged at Yi Chen with their swords. The blades flashed with a cold light, pressing in with lethal intent. Bao Shen on the side was worried for Yi Chen. The strength of these 3 was absurdly high. They truly were the hidden experts of Washa. At that moment, Bao Shen gripped his spear and charged forward, wanting to intercept those 2 for Yi Chen. The opponent sneered, "You think you're worthy of joining this fight?" A masked man's sword flashed, blocking the tip of Bao Shen's spear. Bao Shen was shocked. "What?" The spear tip stalled the moment it touched the sword, and the opponent shattered his spear with just one move. Seeing Bao Shen distracted, the masked man mocked, "Overestimating your own abilities. Just then a dark shadow appeared behind him like a ghost. It was Yi Chen, who said coldly, "You're celebrating too early." Before the words had even faded, Yi Chen threw a punch. This punch came without warning, catching the opponent completely off guard. The man took a solid hit and was sent flying, smashing into the ground and creating a large crater in the stone tiles. Knocked unconscious on the spot, Yi Chen's gaze was icy. He clearly didn't intend to let the man go. Just as he was about to raise his leg to finish the opponent off, Han Guang and Han Dao shouted in unison from a distance, "Don't even think about hurting him." Yi Chen let out a tisk, appearing somewhat impatient. He grabbed Bao Xin by the collar and retreated rapidly. After the two had run some distance, Han Guang supported his junior brother, his expression grim. The injured junior brother shouted, "Quick, stop Yi Chen." Han Guang gritted his teeth and apologized. "His movement technique is too eerie, I can't stop him." Han Guang looked into the distance. Knowing that if Yi Chen was determined to flee it would be difficult for them to catch up, he whispered, "We must use a secret technique to eliminate him." With that, a layer of eerie purple energy surfaced around him. The two junior brothers accepted the command in unison. The auras of the three changed abruptly as they were enveloped in purple light, taking to the air to give chase. In the distance, Yi Chen sensed something was wrong and let out a light sigh. So fast, a dark shadow intercepted him with a sword strike. Yi Chen braked hard and pushed Bao Xin aside. Yi Chen swung his sword to parry and the two blades collided violently. While Han Dao was exerting full pressure on Yi Chen, someone suddenly launched a sneak attack from the right. The person swung their sword and shouted, "Yi Chen, prepare to die." One of Yi Chen's hands instantly became as hard as steel, glowing with a dense green light. He firmly caught the descending blade with his bare hand. Just then, Han Guang charged in like a gale. Bao Xin screamed in terror, "Yi Chen, look out!" Han Guang had already closed in on Yi Chen's back. At the critical moment, Yi Chen abruptly raised his leg and kicked toward Han Guang's elbow. This kick sent the opponent's longsword flying. Yi Chen fought with both hands, firmly blocking the combined attack of Han Dao and the masked man. Han Guang showed a trace of admiration. "Not bad to have such rich combat experience at such a young age. Unfortunately, it's useless." With that, Han Guang delivered a heavy kick to Yi Chen. The force of the kick was immense, sending Yi Chen flying against a wall. The three experts immediately closed in, giving him no room to breathe. Amidst the dust, Yi Chen felt anxious. The three of them coordinated too perfectly. He was just about to forcibly activate a secret technique when a sharp blade lunged directly for his head. Yi Chen turned his head to dodge, the opponent clearly intending to give him no chance. Another heavy slash came. Yi Chen used one hand to brace against Han Guang while swinging his sword with the other to ward off Han Dao. Han Guang praised him as a top-tier genius, but noted that even he couldn't fight off so many hands. Countless sharp sword lights enveloped Yi Chen. Facing the encirclement of the three, Yi Chen had no path of retreat. The offensive was too fast. A longsword was nearly about to pierce his body. Yi Chen groaned inwardly. But just then an ice spike whistled in from a distance, directly piercing through the body of one of the men. Yi Chen was startled. That lethal attack had struck Han Guang, the sharp ice pillar piercing straight into Han Guang's chest. He looked on in confusion. Who exactly was it? Before the words had even faded, Han Guang had slumped to the ground, his junior brothers thrown into a panic. Zhang Bin cried out, "Damn it, who is launching sneak attacks from behind?" Yi Chen saw the opportunity and quickly unleashed a killing punch, slamming it heavily into one masked man and sending him screaming to the ground. Immediately after, he followed up with a side kick that left another masked man with a bloodied face. Seeing this, Zhang Bin lost his courage, wondering if this man was simply unkillable. He cursed under his breath, "Damn it, I'll remember this debt." With that, Zhang Bin took off running, thinking to himself, "I am definitely no match for Yi Chen alone, not to mention there's a powerhouse launching sneak attacks from the shadows. I must get back to find Master immediately." Suddenly, Zhang Bin stepped on a sharp ice pillar. His foot was instantly impaled, blood flowing freely. The blood-fiend Cold Body spoke coldly. "Trying to run, did you ask me?" Zhang Bin was terrified. What is this?" She approached with an indifferent expression, surrounded by a bone-chilling wind. Wei Ying's face was now cold and elegant as Zhang Bin roared, "So it was you who ambushed me." He struggled to pull out his foot, roaring manically. "Go to hell." The blood-fiend Cold Body easily neutralized Zhang Bin's final desperate counterattack. He was struck with terror. "What?" In an instant, countless blocks of ice appeared out of thin air, piercing through Zhang Bin's body. He let out a final wail of pain and despair. She said coldly, "It's over." The blood-fiend Cold Body's gaze flickered slightly, and the next second, Wei Ying regained her senses. She looked at the carnage before her with a dazed expression. Scared out of her wits, her voice trembled as she screamed, He's dead." Yi Chen stood behind her and asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Wei Ying responded anxiously. "Yi Chen, listen to me. I really didn't mean to kill anyone. It was all the blood-fiend Cold Body's doing. If the police come for me, you have to help me." Yi Chen mused to himself. It seemed the legends about the blood-fiend Cold Body taking control of its host were true. If Wei Ying hadn't intervened just now, he might have been in serious danger. From a distance, Bao Xin called out softly, "Mr. Yi," Yi Chen quickly explained. "That was just an accident. You didn't see anything." He supported Wei Ying as they turned to leave, tossing back a final command, "Let's go." Bao Xin hurriedly complied, and the three of them swiftly departed from the Lin family villa, which had been reduced to ruins. A short while later, a car slowed to a halt, its headlights illuminating the surroundings. Looking at the carnage before him, Bai Li Shang could not mask his inner shock. He murmured to himself, "That kid definitely did this. He really wiped the Lin family off the face of the earth." He quickly dialed a number to report. "Chief, the Lin family has been virtually annihilated. We've discovered 4 corpses at the scene that don't belong to the Lin clan." Bai Li Shang reported that one was a member of the Blood Alliance known to Lin Ao, while the other 3 looked familiar. Likely the 3 disciples of Fang Jianye. Upon hearing this, the top leader turned pale with shock. What, has that boy Yi Chen gone completely mad? Does he really intend to make enemies of the Guardians? This time, he isn't just facing a single family, but the powers that reign supreme over Huasha. The chief barked sternly. "Bai Li Shang, come see me immediately. We are convening an emergency meeting tonight." The scene shifted to the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region of Huasha. Within a luxurious villa nestled among the green forests of Zhangdao Mountain, Fang Jianye was fully focused on his cultivation. Arranged before him were his disciples' life tablets. Suddenly Fang Jianye snapped his eyes open and let out a sharp cry. "Hum?" The 3 life tablets on the table suddenly flew into the air, then shattered into fine powder. At Zhangdao Mountain in Hong Kong, Fang Jianye ground his teeth in fury. He roared with a mix of shock and rage. The life tablets shattered. "Yi Chen, you actually dare to slay 3 of my disciples. You are seeking death. You are truly seeking death." With that, he descended into a frenzy, his terrifying internal energy shattering the furniture in the room to splinters. He said with vicious intent, "Boy, your understanding of this world is still far too shallow. Do you think a little beast like you is qualified to kill my people? I want you dead. I want you buried alongside my disciples." Having said his piece, he pressed a red button on the desk, and a strange light immediately flared up. The light grew more intense, and several blurred silhouettes gradually manifested within the room. A voice drifted from one of the phantoms. "Big brother, why have you activated the emergency mechanism in the dead of night?" An elder nearby chimed in. "Old Fang, you don't look well. What has happened?" Fang Jianye announced. "I am calling for a trial meeting. Today, I intend to judge a person," he explained. "The individual is named Yi Chen from Zhangcheng, Huasha. He flouts the laws of Huasha and has slaughtered the entire Lin family of Beijing with appalling cruelty. I sent 3 of my disciples to stop him, and as a result they were all murdered by him." Fang Jianye bellowed. "From this day forward I will not only eradicate this boy, but every single person associated with him shall be put to death." Upon hearing this, the others echoed his sentiment, agreeing that the boy was incredibly audacious and indeed deserved to die. Just then, an expert wearing glasses spoke up. "I do not agree. Matters must be investigated thoroughly first." A burly expert nearby also remarked, "Precisely. Fang Jianye's one-sided account is not enough. I am taking a neutral stance. There is likely more to this story than meets the eye," Fang Jianye countered. "Do you all believe that I, Fang Jianye, am lying? Would a dignified guardian of Huasha lie just to frame a junior?" The other party replied solemnly. "Fang Jianye, there are many suspicious points in this matter. You mention he wiped out the Lin family, but you haven't mentioned the cause. Furthermore, trial meetings have historically only been convened for major national affairs. Isn't calling one for a single young man a bit of an overreaction?" Fang Jianye announced aggressively. "Since we cannot reach a consensus, we shall proceed by the old rules. In 3 days all guardians shall gather in Hong Kong, and we will decide by vote." It was now dusk back in Beijing, and Yi Chen sat beside Wei Ying in the faculty dormitory. He asked softly, "Wei Ying, what does it feel like when the blood-fiend cold body takes control of your body?" She answered candidly, "I'm not entirely sure. It's a very subtle feeling, impossible to describe in words." "Yi Chen, do you think I have schizophrenia?" Yi Chen told her seriously, "This isn't schizophrenia. That is a power condensed within your bloodline. You could say it's another existence within you." Wei Ying asked in confusion. "Another me. If one day I am completely controlled by her, does that mean I'll be dead?" Yi Chen explained. "More or less. That's exactly why I'm having you cultivate, so that you can take control of her instead. She represents an extreme facet of your personality, harboring a deep-seated thirst for power and slaughter. Although she cannot consume you right now, she will grow stronger as time passes until she eventually takes complete control of your body and destroys everything." Yi Chen said sternly. The only thing you can do is cultivate. As your strength increases, your will and spirit will grow stronger as well. Only then can you suppress the blood fiend cold body or even devour it in turn to make yourself stronger, Wei Ying murmured blankly. Cultivate, devour. A moment later, Wei Ying became excited. Yi Chen, I promise I'll work hard at cultivation and never be lazy again. Yi Chen thought to himself. It's about time she had this realization. She added somewhat bashfully, Yi Chen, can I stay here with you tonight? After seeing so many corpses, I'm really scared. Yi Chen replied, stay then and focus on your cultivation. Yi Chen reflected that while Wei Ying had a unique constitution, she was still an ordinary girl at heart. It was normal for her to be too terrified to sleep after such a scene. She responded happily, okay, thank you. With that, Wei Ying closed her eyes and entered a meditative state. An aura enveloped her body. Yi Chen whispered, it's time I handle my own affairs as well. Subsequently, he focused intently on the piece of paper filled with strange numbers in his hand. Yi Chen mused with emotion, my father's secret code, it really has been a long time. He reflected on the fact that the last time he used this code was in primary school. Back then he only tried it because he thought it was fun, never expecting there would truly come a day when he'd need it. In his memory, his father had asked him, Chenner, do you want to have a manly secret code with Dad that even Mom doesn't understand? At the time, Yi Chen was thrilled. An encrypted code? Is it like the legendary ones? That's so cool, I want to learn. His father introduced it proudly. The decryption method is very simple, but it requires this, even top experts would never guess it. The key to cracking the code is hidden within an ordinary primary school dictionary. Back in the present, Yi Chen murmured while checking a book, Dad probably did this to foster my interest in learning characters back then. After all, this is a code that even a primary schooler can use. So the decryption method is naturally simple. For example, the numbers 11.9.3 represent page 11, line 9, word 3 of the dictionary. Record it first, then the next word. After a while, Yi Chen let out a long sigh of relief and muttered to himself while holding the note. Finally finished, he secretly marveled at the fact that his father could actually remember the position of every word in the dictionary. It was truly impressive. Yi Chen read the contents of the letter in a low voice. It was a message his father had left for him. Chenner, by the time you read this information, I'm afraid I will have already been moved by the Lin family. Even if you cannot see me, do not be sad. Although I am imprisoned, my life is not in danger. You are now the only man in the house, you must be strong. Protect your mother well and do not worry about my safety. It seems an incredible power has awakened within my body, such that even the Lin family does not dare to be violent with me. At first I thought this power was meant to protect me, but thinking carefully, it might be protecting my memories. The Lin family clearly had another purpose for taking me. I originally thought they were after your mother's family, but eventually discovered that wasn't it. Thus, I carefully recalled the past events of the Yi family in Jiangcheng and discovered many suspicious points, and all these suspicions point toward your grandfather. Late at night, in a room on the third floor of the faculty apartment, the lights flickered. Yi Chen gripped the letter tightly, doubt in his heart. Could it be related to Grandpa? He fell into deep thought, remembering that his grandfather had passed away when he was very young. His parents had never detailed the cause of death, and his impressions were very vague. He muttered to himself, anyway, let's keep reading. Yi Chen continued the letter. Chenner, although you didn't have much contact with your grandfather, he understood you very well, as if he had foreseen everything long ago. The letter stated that from the first month of Yi Chen's mother's pregnancy, his grandfather already knew the gender and had chosen the name in advance. Every year, his grandfather would perform special rituals for him. Before the age of 3, his grandfather had taken him to 3 places: Hong Kong, the Kunlun Mountains, and a third location that even his father was unsure of. His father explained that his grandfather had arranged everything perfectly, even in ways that were somewhat strange and difficult to understand. Remember that stone I gave you on your birthday? That was also something your grandfather instructed me to do. Even the timing of when to give it to you was set by him. His father urged, if you want to explore your origins in the future, you can go take a look at Hong Kong and the Kunlun Mountains. By the way, your grandfather was once very close to a certain man. I don't know the man's name, but I only remember he had a tattoo on his neck. His father had drawn the tattoo pattern on a scrap of cloth in the letter from memory. There was no code. It was instantly recognizable. Yi Chen pondered while holding the letter. Grandpa, reincarnation cemetery. It seems things are far more complicated than I imagined. Grandpa actually took me to Hong Kong and the Kunlun Mountains when I was only 3? Yi Chen mused that an old man taking a 3-year-old child thousands of miles must hide a massive secret, perhaps related to his own origins. The reincarnation cemetery, or even the bloodline within his body. Yi Chen murmured. The Zhang Chengyi family seemed ordinary, but what exactly is hidden behind it? Suddenly his phone rang. Yi Chen answered coldly. Top leader, the chief complained over the phone. Yi Chen, you shouldn't have destroyed the Lin family, and you certainly shouldn't have killed Fang Zhenye's disciples. Yi Chen countered proudly. Lin Zhulong could wipe out my Yi family, but I, Yi Chen, cannot wipe out his Lin family. What kind of logic is that? As for Fang Zhenye's disciples, they tried to take my life the moment we met. Is it wrong for me to kill them? The chief let out a long sigh, his tone tinged with a trace of worry. You aren't wrong, but your hand was too heavy and the impact is too negative. Even a top-tier family like the Lin clan was erased by you. How could other families not be terrified? In their eyes, you are already a lawless and terrifying demon. What if one day a junior in their family offends you? Would you wipe them out just as you did the Lin family? Although I know you aren't bloodthirsty, they don't think that way. In just this past hour, I have already received over 600 reports against you, and some people even want to deploy government special forces to deal with you. The chief reminded him softly. This matter has already exceeded my scope of control. You had best leave Beijing immediately, right now, otherwise the consequences will be hard to predict. Yi Chen was fearless, answering calmly. My principle is simple. I do not provoke others unless they provoke me. And even Fang Zhenye is no exception. Whoever wants to look for trouble, let them come. With that, Yi Chen hung up the phone. He rubbed his temples and mused that since his father was taken by Fang Zhenye, Lin Zhulong must certainly be in his hands as well. The key question was, where exactly was Fang Zhenye now? Yi Chen decided that if he couldn't figure it out, he would just let nature take its course. Focusing on cultivation was the priority. The next day, morning light spilled into the apartment. Wei Ying had prepared a sumptuous spread of food in the kitchen. She said softly, Yi Chen, I've learned several new dishes these past few days. I guarantee you'll find them satisfying. Yi Chen took a bite of a steamed bun and nodded. The taste is quite good. Wei Ying revealed a look of happy contentment. Just then a knock came from the door. Mr. Yi, I am Bao Xin. I have urgent business with you. Yi Chen answered loudly. Come in. Bao Xin ran in, frantic. Something's wrong. Yi Chen calmly handed him a bun. Speak slowly. Want a bun? Bao Xin waved his hand incoherently in thanks, then reported, Mr. Yi, there's been a change with the ancestor. He cannot come to Beijing directly. He must go to Hong Kong to attend the Guardian trial meeting. Yi Chen asked in a heavy voice, trial meeting? Who do those guardians want to judge? Bao Xin answered stutteringly. To judge you, Mr. Yi, he explained. Once there are enough votes, not only will you be in trouble, but even those close to you will be implicated. Yi Chen's tone suddenly turned icy. What did you say? In an instant, a terrifying, killing intent enveloped his entire body. He repeated every word clearly. Say that one more time. Bao Xin was so terrified he broke into a cold sweat. Wei Ying hurriedly pulled on Yi Chen's hand and called his name softly. Yi Chen was enraged to the extreme. Good one, Fang Zhenye. Our grievances actually have to involve my friends and family. You are truly seeking death, he pressed further. That trial meeting, will all the guardians be present, including Fang Zhenye? Bao Xin answered tremblingly. Yi, yes, Mr. Yi, you aren't thinking of storming Hong Kong, are you? You absolutely mustn't. With all the guardians gathered, going there is synonymous with certain death. Yi Chen countered. Am I supposed to just sit and wait for Fang Zhenye to come to my door? Since my father's letter mentioned Hong Kong is related to my origins, I might as well settle this along the way. Sensing something unusual, Yi Chen let out a cold snort. Outside the door, a group of armed soldiers was tightly positioned. The door was suddenly slammed open, and soldiers shouted, Quick, surround it. Don't let Yi Chen escape. A squad of agents burst into the room. Bao Xin turned pale and asked in shock, Who are you? The leader walked with a steady pace and answered coldly, Yi Chen, we are a special operations battalion targeting ancient warriors. This is a document issued from above. The burly man displayed a document stamped with a red triangular seal and said seriously, Please come with us. If you dare to resist, you will face the consequences. Yi Chen stood with his hands in his pockets, let out a cold laugh and sighed deeply. Beside him, Wei Ying was filled with worry, but he merely lifted his head, his eyes flickering with a trace of disdain as he thought, They even brought weapons? Interesting. Subsequently, Yi Chen walked unhurriedly to the other side and said flatly, I quite like this door, but unfortunately, you've destroyed it. With that, he leaned back casually on the sofa, resting his arms on the backrest, and announced arrogantly, I'll give you 10 minutes to fix it or you'll have to bear the consequences yourself. The leader's brow furrowed as he barked in a deep voice, Yi Chen, I know you're strong, but don't think for a moment that there's no one in this world who can deal with you. Out of respect for the fact that you once saved General Bailey, I don't want to use force. You only need to come with us to cooperate with the investigation. Hearing this, Yi Chen thought silently to himself, if they had knocked normally and entered, it would have been one thing, but what is the meaning of bursting through the door like this? Never mind you. Even if Bailey Shang dared to do this, I wouldn't give him any face. Seeing the other party's silence, he curled his lip and reminded them, 4 minutes left. The leader's expression was tense, his eyes wide as his icy gaze locked onto Yi Chen. Watching Yi Chen's nonchalant attitude on the sofa, the leader delivered a final ultimatum. In that case, do not blame us for being discourteous. With that, the leader decisively waved his hand, ordering his subordinates to act. The soldiers raised their weapons in unison toward the air, and streaks of deep blue light intertwined into a dense grid, flickering with an eerie blue glow. The entire room darkened instantly, and those beams of light piercing through the space left everyone pale with shock. Suddenly, Bao Xin could no longer hold his ground and collapsed to his knees with a thud, his face deathly pale. He gritted his teeth, beads of sweat sliding down his cheeks. Mr. Yi, these people's weapons are very strange. I've suddenly lost all strength. I can't move my body at all. Wei Ying turned her head anxiously. Really, aside from feeling a slight warmth in my body, I don't feel anything special. Yi Chen lowered his head and spoke coldly. So that's how it is. The beams emitted by these weapons can form a suppression array. The stronger the ancient warrior within the array, the more violent the suppression they endure. Wei Ying seemed to understand something. Tears welled in her eyes as she whispered, so the reason I don't feel anything is because I'm too weak. Hearing this, the leader asked back with total confidence, since you understand, can you cooperate now? Yi Chen still kept his eyes lowered, not answering directly but only spitting out an icy sentence. 6 minutes left. The leader reached the end of his patience and roared in fury. Ungrateful, still refusing to yield even at this stage? Then I have no choice but to take you back by force. The leader's hand was about to grab him, but another hand suddenly reached out and pinned his wrist in a reverse lock. Yi Chen exerted sudden force, making the leader tremble all over as he gritted his teeth to endure the pain. The leader took the opportunity to draw a dagger hidden behind his back, gripping the hilt tightly. He swung his arm upward, carrying a thick killing intent as he prepared to deliver a lethal blow. In that flash of lightning, the young man had already sensed the opponent's intent. His gaze turned sharp as his muscles tensed, ready for action. The leader's brow furrowed, veins bulging on his forehead as he roared and lunged at Yi Chen with the knife. However, Yi Chen used only 2 fingers to firmly catch the opponent's blade. At the sight of this, the leader turned pale with horror. His eyes widened as he blurted out, "How is this possible? You've clearly been suppressed." Yi Chen ignored him, instead taking the opportunity to rise and lock the other's throat. His expression remained icy as he said flatly, "How can a lamb suppress a tiger? You have 2 minutes left." Seeing that he was about to lose consciousness, the leader gritted his teeth and explained, "Yi Chen, stop being so stubborn. There's still room for maneuver. I'm only following orders." Yi Chen's grip on his throat did not loosen in the slightest as he responded coldly, 1 minute left. Just then, a steady cadence of footsteps echoed from outside, and Lei Shuwei walked in quickly, calling out loudly, "Mr. Yi, please show mercy. The high-level leadership hasn't reached a final verdict on your matter yet. You only need to cooperate and go through the motions with us." Seeing the leader trembling in the air, already at his wit's end, he continued to advise, "Please spare him for my sake." Yi Chen remained silent, observing carefully. Although these people had a poor attitude from beginning to end, they truly only intended to take him away and harbored no killing intent. Thinking of this, he casually tossed the leader aside, deciding to spare their lives. The leader, having escaped death, lay on the floor gasping for air. Lei Shuwei explained with a serious face, "Mr. Yi, this order was not issued by the top leader, but was a unanimous decision by other high-level officials. We can only ask you to come with us, otherwise both the top leader and General Bai Lishang will face immense pressure." Yi Chen stepped forward. "Fine. Lead the way." Seeing the mission accomplished, the leader regained his composure and ordered his subordinates, "Withdraw." The soldiers answered in unison, "Yes, sir." Watching the two walk out the door, the leader let out a long sigh of relief, thinking to himself that the mission was finally complete. Halfway out, Yi Chen turned back to remind them, "When I return, this door must be restored to its original state or you'll face the consequences." The remaining people in the room stared at his back, frozen in place, speechless for a long time. A masked subordinate approached to ask for instructions. "Boss, what do we do next?" The leader clenched his fists and hissed through gritted teeth. "What else can we do? Contact the relevant departments immediately and replace it with an identical door." On the other side was the majestic martial arts court. The vast square was paved with polished stone slabs, and 3 ceremonial formations were marching in perfect order. Witnessing this scene, Yi Chen thought with some interest, "Martial arts court. That's a rather imposing name." They passed through a group of elite warriors, and Yi Chen scanned the surroundings, thinking, even the patrol soldiers are equipped with special weapons, but this is only the power visible on the surface. He withdrew his gaze, his expression turning serious. He could feel many top-tier experts lurking in the shadows all around. If these people were to launch a collective attack, it would be enough to pose a threat to him. He mused to himself that the government's foundations were far deeper than he had imagined. It made sense. Otherwise, how could those powerful martial artists be kept from acting lawless? Lei Shuwei gripped the door handle and pushed the door open, reminding him with a solemn face, "Mr. Yi, the few seated inside are figures not inferior to General Bai Li Shang. Whatever happens, please exercise some restraint. Otherwise, even the top leader won't be able to suppress the situation." Yi Chen waved his hand casually, looking completely unconcerned. "Don't worry, I'm not one to look for trouble. I'm almost embarrassed to say this, but there's probably no one in all of Huaxia better at looking for trouble than you." Yi Chen walked in leisurely with his hands in his pockets. "Let's go, don't just stand there." A long red carpet was laid out in the center of the hall, exceptionally prominent in the vast space, and both sides were filled with people wearing solemn expressions. When they saw Yi Chen walk into the main hall, the crowd began to whisper, "Look, that kid is Yi Chen. Does he really think there's no one in this world to keep him in check? Wiping out the Lin family and killing a guardian, he's absolutely audacious. We're in for a good show today." An instructor barked out a sharp command. Within the neat formation, soldiers in green uniforms snapped into a salute. "Greetings, instructor." Yi Chen looked over with interest and smiled. "Ying Jin and everyone from Dragon Soul, it's been a long time." Lei Shuwei threw himself into a chair with exhaustion, gesturing, "Everyone take a seat." He pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, praying that today's matter would end peacefully. Yi Chen stood before the long table facing a row of high-ranking officials with stern expressions. These were people of high status and overwhelming presence. The top leader let out a quiet breath, his expression calm as he watched from ahead, thinking, "I told you to leave last night. You shouldn't have come. You really shouldn't have come." A white-haired elder, none other than Pang Yang, chairman of the Huaxia Martial Arts Family Alliance, stood up in rage and questioned, "Yi Chen, let me ask you, in the battle on the martial arts arena yesterday, you caused countless casualties. Do you plead guilty?" Yi Chen's face was dark as he gave a casual wave of his hand. "Plead guilty?" Yi Chen manifested his divine sense, and streaks of cyan-white light wrapped around a nearby wooden chair. He dragged the chair in front of him, gripped the armrests and said, "Since you've asked." Yi Chen arrogantly crossed his legs as he sat in the chair. "I'd actually like to ask you a question." His demeanor was composed, even carrying a hint of wild arrogance, not showing the slightest bit of stage fright. "Are you blind? Can't you see who made the first move yesterday?" Those present protested with righteous indignation. "Bastard, Yi Chen, you dare to be disrespectful to Elder Pang, you have too much gall. Does Yi Chen intend to make an enemy of the entire martial arts world? Does he know that Elder Pang was elected by numerous martial arts families? He represents the interests of the majority of clans," Pang Yang warned with a dark expression. "Setting aside the matter of the martial arts arena, killing a guardian and wiping out the Lin family, did you not do those either? Do you know how important guardians are to Huaxia? Without them, how could Huaxia have the peace it enjoys today?" Yi Chen folded his arms across his chest and responded flatly, "Breaking rules, abusing power for private gain, and blatant favoritism." He lifted his head without any fear. "If the guardians of Huaxia are all of this sort, then I, Yi Chen, will kill everyone I see." Yi Chen is mad, truly mad. The crowd below was furious. He actually dared to publicly provoke the guardians. "I thought this meeting was to investigate the truth. What's the point of investigating now?" Pang Yang pointed at Yi Chen in a fit of uncontrollable rage. Yi Chen is bloodthirsty by nature and acts lawless by relying on his martial strength. He is a massive hidden danger to Huaxia. I propose we use force to suppress him and eliminate him directly. Bai Li Shang stood up abruptly and shouted to stop him. "Pang Yang, I object. I'm telling you, I've investigated the sequence of events, and I can say with certainty that every time Yi Chen acted it was a defensive counterattack. Where do you get bloodthirsty by nature? Moreover, Yi Chen has performed distinguished service for Huaxia. He not only holds an extremely high military rank but is also the chief instructor of the Dragon Soul, and even saved the kindling dragon vein. Without him, nearly 10 million people in Huaxia would have lost their lives. His merits are enough to offset any charges." Just then, a man in uniform, Pan Gohua, commander of the Huaxia Special Combat Zone, sneered, "Yi Chen indeed has merit, but though he holds a rank, his demonic nature is hard to change. In the long run he will surely affect the stability of Huaxia. A person like this must not only be stripped of his rank but must also be suppressed and imprisoned. Otherwise the consequences will be unthinkable." Hearing this, those around them stood up in unison to agree. I agree as well. I remain neutral." Bai Li Shang pointed at them in rage. "Nonsense, if a guardian harbors killing intent, must Yi Chen just stretch out his neck for the blade?" Pan Gohua, Pang Yang, "Don't think I don't know whose interests you represent behind the scenes." Pan Gohua stood up and barked sternly. "Bai Li Shang, what do you mean? I represent the interests of all Huaxia naturally. Stop your baseless slandering." Pang Yang also slammed the table in anger. "Exactly, everyone knows you have a deep friendship with Yi Chen. What exactly are your intentions in defending him at every turn? Pan Gohua continued. I suspect Bai Li Shang is no longer loyal to Huasha. The Iron Blood camp will eventually be destroyed in your hands. Bai Li Shang pointed at Pan Gohua and cursed. Nonsense, the one harboring double intentions is you, Pan Gohua. Don't think I don't know about the little tricks you pull behind the scenes. Have you not done enough using your authority to act recklessly? Pan Gohua countered. Baseless accusations. Do you have evidence? Pang Yang also refused to back down. Bai Li Shang, do you really think you're invincible? I'm not afraid of you. The top leader, who had been silent, finally spoke up to interrupt. Enough, you aren't the ones with the most say here. I've already looked into Yi Chen's affairs in detail. He triggered all of this to rescue his parents, although the method of handling it was somewhat extreme. If I were in that situation, I'm afraid I would have made the same choice. Hearing this, Pan Gohua's face changed drastically as he thought, this is bad. The top leader clearly intends to protect Yi Chen. The leader raised his voice to announce, suppression and imprisonment are absolutely out of the question, but Yi Chen indeed handled this matter improperly, and must be given his due punishment. The property damage he caused shall be borne entirely by him personally. As the price, the crowd below erupted in boos, rising in protest. Bear the economic losses, you've got to be kidding. Who doesn't know that Tianzheng Group belongs to Yi Chen? What does money matter to him? In the time it takes him to smoke a cigarette, his accounts can gain tens of millions. You call making him pay money a punishment? Pan Gohua also raised his hand in anger. This punishment is far from enough. At the very least, all of Yi Chen's military ranks and positions must be revoked, he thought to himself through gritted teeth. Lord Fang Zhenye gave instructions that even if Yi Chen doesn't die, he must be made to pay a painful price. Bai Li Shang refused flatly. No. In Huasha, military ranks have always been promoted for merit and not demoted without fault. Stripping him of his position would be a massive insult to Yi Chen. Seated in his chair, Lei Shuwei was also so angry his knuckles turned white. These bastards. The soldiers below were also reaching their limit. This goddamn guy is going too far. He's insulting our instructor. The top leader clenched both fists, his brows narrowed in a cold gaze. This punishment is too heavy. Pan Gohua leaned in and threatened in a low voice, Chief, you aren't the only one with supreme decision-making power. If even this level of punishment can't be settled, not only Yi Chen but even you will find yourself in deep trouble. Yi Chen sat across from them. Pan Gohua leaned into the top leader's ear and said, Chief, you must be responsible for the over 1 billion people of Huasha. If you insist on your own way, it will be a heavy blow to the entire nation. Are you certain you want to take such a massive risk for a single Yi Chen? Yi Chen rested his face on one hand as he listened to their debate, then suddenly stood up and announced, I, Yi Chen, take responsibility for my own actions and will never implicate others. If you want my military rank, take it, he sneered. Status, dignity. Do you really think I care about these things? It's simply laughable. He was about to leave when a voice came from behind him. Instructor Yi. Yingjin shouted loudly, You have shown us great kindness. You are the most important teacher in the hearts of all Dragon Soul warriors. No matter who you are, the Dragon Soul absolutely cannot be without you. Lei Shuwei also announced loudly, Since Minister Pan insists on stripping Instructor Yi of his position, then I, Lei Shuwei, also apply for discharge today and will leave the Dragon Soul. Pan Gohua pointed at them in rage. Lei Shuwei, you are the head of the Dragon Soul and you actually want to resign? You've got to be kidding. Do you really think the Dragon Soul won't turn without you? Get out now. Yingjin and Lei Shuwei stood their ground with a crowd of soldiers behind them. The group was incensed. If the instructor's position is revoked, I also apply for discharge and will leave the Dragon Soul. I, Zhou Qi, with old injuries flaring up, request discharge. I, Lu Long, request discharge. I, Li Tian, request discharge. Yi Chen looked at them in surprise. Pan Gohua was losing his mind on the stage. This is a rebellion. Do you bastards want to mutiny? If anyone dares to mention discharge again, I will immediately send you to a military tribunal and strip you of all benefits. He was secretly horrified. Everyone is leaving. What is the goal? Once the Dragon Soul disintegrates, it will be a massive loss for Huasha. Bai Li Shang let out a cold laugh. Tribunal, Pan Gohua, what right do you have to strip them of their rights? Just as well, I, Bai Li Shang, have also been feeling unwell lately, and want to take a long leave of 8 or 10 years. Must I also take a trip to the tribunal? Pan Gohua was so scared he hurriedly tried to stop him. No, General Bai Li, please don't be impulsive. Pang Yang and those around him also slammed the tables in shock. The Iron Blood camp only listened to the orders of Bai Li Shang alone. Without him, the borders of Huasha would never know peace. Yi Chen looked at them. Bai Li Shang was willing to go even this far. He let out a long sigh. I was never really a qualified instructor anyway, and I haven't even been to the Dragon Soul many times. Without me, everyone will do just fine, no need to worry. Lei Shuwei looked at him and said, Yi Chen, although your time at the Dragon Soul was short, but everything you have done is of paramount importance. The spiritual medicine and martial techniques you bestowed have saved the lives of countless Dragon Soul warriors. The Dragon Soul will forever remember this kindness. Ying Jin also stepped forward to speak his piece. He is right. If not for the instructor's divine pills, I would have lost my life during last month's mission. We have always felt deep gratitude toward him. Huasha can exist without the Dragon Soul, but the Dragon Soul cannot exist without the instructor. Pangohua ground his teeth in fury, pointing at them. Yulot, the top leader, rested his chin on his hand, contemplating for a moment before asking, "The Dragon Soul is a vital secret force protecting Huasha. I believe no one wishes to see it disbanded, correct? How about we set aside the matter of Yi Chen's punishment for now and discuss it in detail later?" As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd raised their hands in unison to agree. The chief stood up to announce the meeting's adjournment. The scene shifted to the outdoors, where Yi Chen looked at Lei Shuwei and said, "Stop following me, this is far enough. Everyone has their own business to attend to." Ying Jin asked with wide eyes, "Instructor, please never speak of leaving the Dragon Soul again." He replied, "I understand." Then Yi Chen handed a bag to Lei Shuwei, saying, "These are some pills I just refined along with a few martial arts secret manuals. Take them back and distribute them to the brothers. Dragon Soul missions are often dangerous, and I do not wish to see any casualties." The two looked at him and answered joyfully, "Yes, Mr. Yi, thank you, instructor." Yi Chen waved his hand and turned to walk away. "You're welcome. Contact me anytime if you need anything. Go on back now." Now that he was outside, he thought to himself, "I truly didn't expect the Dragon Soul warriors to hold me in such high regard. I'm quite moved. I'll definitely do my best to help them when I have the chance in the future, but right now there are more important matters to handle. Currently, Fang Junye and Bao Xin's ancestor must both be in Hong Kong, and my father and Lin Julong are likely there as well. Furthermore, Hong Kong is related to the mystery of my own origins, so I absolutely must go." However, he knew he couldn't rely on the power of the Dragon Soul this time. Today they had offended Pangohua for his sake, and that man would likely use any opportunity to frame them. The power of the Dark Hall was already substantial enough, making it easy to arrange the itinerary. Yi Chen dialed a number and asked, "Lu Lingfeng, how are my mother and the girls doing?" He replied, "You've only been gone for a day, but everyone has been constantly asking about you. Some even wanted to leave the Dark Hall, but for some reason they suddenly stopped and all entered the training rooms to cultivate. Recently, the aura of breakthroughs has been frequently emanating from the training area." He thought to himself that focusing on cultivation was a good thing. "Lu Lingfeng, does our Dark Hall have influence in Hong Kong?" he answered. Previously, the Blood Plum Hall had a permanent team of assassins there, serving as a branch office, but their power isn't very large. "Fine. I need to go to Hong Kong. Please arrange the itinerary for me." Lu Lingfeng responded, "Yes, Palace Master." The scene shifted to the faculty apartment where Yi Chen walked in after surveying the area. Reaching his door, he discovered those people had not only replaced the entire door with a brand new one, but had also kept the original lock. Everything was prepared. He decided to check on Bao Xin first. He asked Bao Xin, "Do you want to come to Hong Kong with me?" He replied, "Apologies, Mr. Yi. I've already set out for Hong Kong to welcome the ancestor." Yi Chen could only say, "Fine then, I'll go alone." As he turned to leave, he thought to himself that there shouldn't be much to pack in the room. Just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly heard a commotion. Wei Ying was standing there, clutching a suitcase. "Yi Chen, I'm ready." His expression instantly turned peculiar outside the dormitory building. The sky was clear today. Yi Chen and Wei Ying walked out of their rooms at the same time, their eyes meeting. Yi Chen looked at Wei Ying's rather casual attire and felt a bit troubled, asking, "Wei Ying, you're ready? You're dressed like that and skipping class. Where do you plan on going?" Wei Ying leaned in closer to Yi Chen with some embarrassment, confessing, "I just heard you calling Bao Xin to invite him for a trip to Hong Kong, but he stood you up, so I thought." Her eyes flickered with a hint of playfulness. "Could I go with you instead?" Yi Chen said seriously. "You really want to go? Let's get this straight first. I'm going there for official business, not for a vacation." Wei Ying happily took his arm and promised, "Yi Chen, I've already requested leave. Besides, I haven't been to Hong Kong since I was a child and I really want to go once. Just take me with you. I promise I won't cause any trouble, okay?" Seeing the sincerity in Wei Ying's gaze, Yi Chen's heart softened and he agreed. It truly seems necessary to bring her along, he thought, recalling the last time she was controlled by the blood fiend Cold Body. At that time she was wearing the Earth Spirit Mysterious Stone. This indicated that the stone alone was no longer enough to suppress it. If he didn't bring her along, something would likely go wrong. Yi Chen set off silently, reminding her, "Let's go, but you must listen to me once we get there, understood?" Wei Ying jumped for joy, repeatedly promising, "Understood." She bumped her whole body into Yi Chen, puffing out her cheeks as she leaned toward his face. Yi Chen, I love you to death. Immediately after, a clear lipstick mark was left on one of Yi Chen's cheeks. She said shyly and apologetically, "Sorry, I just got too excited and couldn't help myself." Inwardly, she was ecstatic. Finally, she could spend time alone with him. Their flight took off shortly. Sitting in the spacious business class, Wei Ying looked around curiously, marveling at everything. She was in a great mood, constantly praising, "So this is the legendary private jet. I've only seen them in movies before. Heavens, I'm not dreaming, am I?" Wei Ying turned to ask Yi Chen, "Are you super rich?" He replied flatly, "I'm doing all right." Even Yi Chen himself wasn't clear on his full background, let alone exactly how much money he had. The group's affairs had always been handled by Sha Ruoshui and the others. He looked at the jade on her necklace and fell into thought. The Earth Spirit mysterious stone was clearly intact, yet it no longer served its suppressive purpose. It seemed the growth rate of the blood fiend cold body far exceeded his imagination. Yi Chen looked at Wei Ying's innocent and lively demeanor, somewhat puzzled. Furthermore, after removing the necklace this time, Wei Ying showed no signs of abnormality. Could the blood fiend cold body have sensed my presence and therefore dared not appear? Or is it simply too lazy to show its face? He applied a spiritual talisman to the necklace. Regardless of the reason, it had to be handled more thoroughly. The talisman seemed to have a suction force, sinking directly into the small piece of jade on the necklace, which was then enveloped by a mass of airflow. The jade flickered with light, devouring the power of the talisman. Yi Shan handed the necklace to Wei Ying and said softly, "Put it on." Wei Ying took the necklace and praised, "It's so beautiful." Yi Shan explained, "It's not just beautiful. While I strengthened the suppressive power of the Earth Spirit mysterious stone, I also carved a spiritual talisman inside." He carefully instructed her, "When you encounter danger, this talisman can at least help you block a few attacks. Also, same old rule, never take off the necklace unless it's an absolute emergency." This was to prevent her from being harmed by the blood fiend cold body. Wei Ying joyfully put on the necklace. "I know, thank you." At this moment, her heart was filled with sweetness. This was the first time she had ever received a gift from a boy. Just then, an attendant came in to report, "Palace Master, we have arrived in Hong Kong." The two quickly landed and headed to the Regent Hotel to rest. Stepping into the spacious suite, Wei Ying couldn't hide her excitement. "This room is way too luxurious. Could this be the legendary presidential suite?" She suddenly realized something. Yi Chen had only booked one room. Did he plan to, tonight? Yi Chen immediately explained, "Booking only one room is for the convenience of protecting you. Tonight you sleep in the inner room, and I'll sleep in the outer one." This made Wei Ying feel a bit guilty. Could he really read people's minds? Shame turned to anger as she walked straight into the inner room. "Fine, I'm going to cultivate." Wei Ying felt a bit of a letdown. "What gives? My figure is clearly great. Why aren't you even a little tempted?" The man behind Yi Chen immediately introduced himself. "Palace Master, my name is Qin Jianzhang. Previously, I was in charge of the assassin operations for the Hong Kong branch of the Blood Plum Hall. After the Blood Plum Hall merged into the Dark Hall, I am now the person in charge of the Hong Kong branch of the Dark Hall." Yi Chen sat down and asked seriously, "How much do you know about the Guardians?" Jianzhang replied respectfully, "I'm not clear, Palace Master. I only learned of the Guardians' existence after you caused such a stir on the martial arts arena." This was also within Yi Chen's expectations. As expected, it truly is difficult for someone of their level to come into contact with the Guardian class. Jianzhang spoke tentatively. Palace Master, I have a presumptuous request that I hope you can grant." Yi Chen asked seriously, "What is it?" Jianzhang's eyes were full of entreaty. "I hope you can allow the branch to continue taking on assassin missions." He described the branch's predicament. "Ever since you reorganized the Dark Hall and the Blood Plum Hall, merging both sides and banning all assassin activities, we have lost all sources of income. Everyone is an assassin trained from childhood. We don't know how to do anything but kill. The lives of the brothers in the branch are currently very difficult, and for the sake of survival, everyone has had to secretly take on private work. Moreover, the situation in Hong Kong is inherently complex, and I am being suppressed by various forces. Coupled with having no income, the branch is nearly at its breaking point." Yi Chen felt he shared part of the responsibility. "It was my oversight. In the future, I will arrange for the headquarters to allocate funds to you." He thought to himself that with the support of the Tianzheng Group, the Dark Hall headquarters never had to worry about money. He didn't realize the branch was in such dire straits. Jianzhang was overjoyed. "Thank you, Palace Master." Suddenly, the phone in his pocket rang. The text on the screen made Jianzhang turn pale with shock, and he hurriedly bid Yi Chen farewell. "Apologies, Palace Master. You've just gotten off the plane. Please rest well. An emergency has occurred at the branch, and I must go handle it immediately. Call me anytime if you have any needs." Yi Shen gave an acknowledgement, but then also got up to follow and investigate the situation. As the palace master, it's better if I go take a look. At the Hong Kong branch of the Dark Hall, a man was surrounded by a crowd. The Li patriarch, a member of the Li family, was burly and stood arrogantly before the somewhat smaller group, radiating an extremely powerful and cold aura. A man wearing a mask knelt on one knee and asked in bewilderment, "Who exactly are you? Why have you moved against us? We have no past grievances." The Li patriarch asked back in an incredulous tone, "No past grievances?" He began to circulate his internal energy, the aura around him billowing. In that case, the Li matriarch abruptly swung a surge of energy toward the men in black. The masked man from just now was instantly struck in the shoulder and fell unconscious. Taking the initiative, the Li matriarch stood arrogantly in place and said coldly, "Grievances, don't we have them now?" he announced arrogantly. "You don't seem to have realized yet. The only reason I let you live until now was to wait for everyone to be present before killing you all together." Standing before the crowd, he appeared ready to strike. "Now everyone is here." He began to gather power in his palm. From this day forward, then, he swung both arms downward toward the front, letting out a thunderous roar. The Dark Hall shall no longer exist in Hong Kong. Qin Jianzhong hid behind a pillar, his face full of wariness. Facing the Li patriarch's attack, he quickly dodged. Jianzhong was shocked by the man's alertness. Was I discovered? Before he knew it, the Li patriarch had already circled behind him. Jianzhong said, "You certainly dodged quickly," he challenged. "This strike, how do you plan to take it?" Caught off guard, Jianzhong was instantly struck heavily by the Li patriarch. Damn it, he was ruthlessly sent flying to the ground. Seeing this, his subordinates cried out in panic, "Lord Jianzhong!" Jianzhong lay among the shattered furniture, saying with difficulty, "You bastard, the Dark Hall has never made an enemy of you. Why do this to us? Who exactly are you?" The Li matriarch toyed with a small knife in his hand, saying arrogantly, "Since you're already dying, there's no harm in telling you." He licked the sharp blade, his face full of provocation. "I come from the Kunlun Mountains. Today's action is by the command of the clan elders to eradicate you remnants of the Hong Kong Dark Hall." He lunged forward abruptly, prepared to finish Jianzhong off. Die! Jianzhong had no choice but to wait for death. Suddenly his eyes widened in shock. Yi Chen appeared before Jianzhong. Meeting the Li patriarch head-on, Jianzhong shouted in surprise and joy, "Palace Master!" Yi Chen effortlessly caught the tip of the Li patriarch's knife as if it required no strength at all. The surrounding subordinates were stunned and speechless. "What, Palace Master? He is our Dark Hall's Palace Master. Isn't Palace Master Yi Chen at the Beijing headquarters? How did he rush here from so far away?" The Li matriarch used all his strength to try and pull back the knife, but it wouldn't budge an inch. Both of Yi Chen's palms ignited with bright red flames as he said coldly, "The people of my Dark Hall." The Li patriarch's knife melted in the flames, and he was filled with terror. So hot, it actually melted. Yi Chen's flaming hand slowly rose, punching directly through the Li patriarch's body as he warned, "Are not for the likes of you to touch." The Li matriarch was enveloped in flames, letting out a piteous scream. He frantically tried to extinguish the flames, not forgetting to threaten, "Damn it, how can there be someone as strong as you in Huasha? No, you cannot kill me. I am of the Hong Kong Li family, and my master is a peerless powerhouse from the depths of the Kunlun Mountains. You cannot kill me." Yi Chen fell into thought. Kunlun Mountains. He remembered the illustrious battle achievements and enemies he once encountered there. The Kunlun Mountains are located in western Huasha, with various internal forces entrenched there. The strength of the powerhouses there is usually higher than that of secular Huasha people, but inferior to those in Kunlun Xu. The area is famous for the brightly lit cliffs at night, creating a mystical sight. This is because the entrance to Kunlun Xu is located on the Kunlun Mountains. Although Kunlun Xu seemingly lies within Huasha territory, its connection to Huasha is actually minimal. It is situated on a massive island with majestic mountains. The internal space is not at all inferior to Earth, essentially making it an independent world isolated from the outside. Those peerless geniuses likely come from there. In contrast, the Kunlun Mountains truly belong to Huasha territory. Due to receiving a portion of the spiritual energy overflowing from Kunlun Xu, the spiritual energy concentration and resource richness here are higher than in the ordinary secular world of Huasha. Most people living on the Kunlun Mountains are those who have been banished or exiled from Kunlun Xu long ago. Many among them focus on secluded bitter cultivation. Maintaining a tranquil state of mind, they long to return to Kunlun Xu. Of course, many also choose to give up, settling down on the Kunlun Mountains, which gradually led to the formation of many family forces. Yi Chen's gaze was extremely calm as he thought of Kunlun. "I will return to Kunlun Xu sooner or later. Consider the Kunlun Mountains a necessary stop along the way." Although the Li patriarch was battling the growing flames, he didn't forget to threaten Yi Chen. It seems you're well aware of the power of the Kunlun Mountains. In that case, hurry up and take back the fire or you will find no place to be buried. Yi Chen didn't waste words and directly finished him off so noisy. The Li Patriarch was completely enveloped by the roaring flames, falling into madness. Damn it, you actually added more fire. A moment later, the Li Patriarch turned into a pile of still warm ash. Yi Chen looked at him expressionlessly. I've even killed people from Kunlun Xu. A mere person from the Kunlun Mountains like you thinks you're worthy of my notice? The subordinates still found it hard to believe the person who had appeared. Heavens, this is our Dark Hall's palace master. He's too strong, frighteningly so. It is our honor to follow such a powerful palace master. Jianzhang led his subordinates to kneel respectfully before Yi Chen. Greetings, palace master, he calmly asked the crowd. That man claimed to be of the Hong Kong Li family. How much do you know about this so-called Li family? Qin Jianzhang hurriedly explained. The Li family is a top-tier family in Hong Kong. Whether in terms of power, wealth, or martial arts strength, they are extremely formidable. We would never dare provoke such a force. Yi Chen's voice sank, and he asked with a stern expression, Then why would the Li family want to kill you? Think carefully, did you miss something? Just then a hand went up and a voice rang out, Palace Master, this matter might be related to me. A girl confessed in somewhat of a panic, Last night I took on an assassination mission privately without reporting to Lord Jianzhang. Jianzhang's face turned ashen. You useless wretch, you nearly caused the entire branch to be annihilated because of you. He was about to raise his hand to strike her, but his wrist was suddenly caught by Yi Chen. Yi Chen first shot a glance at Qin Jianzhang, signaling him to let the girl finish. Subsequently, Yi Chen admitted frankly, Ultimately it was my negligence that left you in such dire straits that you had to rely on private jobs to survive. I also bear a portion of the responsibility. Now explain the details of the situation clearly to me. The girl lowered her head. Yes, Palace Master, yesterday, someone contacted me to assassinate a high-ranking official in Hong Kong while executing the mission last night. I overheard the eldest son of the Li family discussing Zhangdao Mountain with the target. I couldn't hear the specifics, but they seemed to mention Guardians. Yi Chen was somewhat surprised. Guardians? She nodded. That's right, the Guardians. But I know very little about them. What interested me more was their mention of Zhangdao Mountain. Yi Chen thought to himself that Zhangdao Mountain was the sacred mountain of Hong Kong, a place where no one dared to set foot normally. It could be called the most supreme and mysterious place in Hong Kong. Even the major local families didn't dare to discuss it lightly, yet they mentioned it multiple times, seemingly plotting something. The girl produced a short blade. The Li family likely discovered that the official's death was related to the Dark Hall and sent someone to eradicate us. This matter was caused by me. I am willing to atone with my life. With a flick of his finger, Yi Chen sent a surge of energy that knocked the short blade from her hand. He said flatly, You did indeed make a mistake and should have been severely punished, but this time the circumstances are special. Because you brought back important intelligence, it is enough to offset your fault. The girl cried out gratefully. Palace Master? Yi Chen mused inwardly that he was just worrying about how to find the Guardians. He produced a pile of medicinal pills. Take these pills, they are enough to heal all of your injuries. The members of the Dark Hall joyfully accepted them. Heavens, this kind of method. Only the immortals of legend could likely achieve this. I am honored to witness it with my own eyes. Before leaving, Yi Chen instructed, This branch base is no longer safe. Later, find Lu Lingfing to apply for funds to move to a new location. I'll give him a heads up in advance. The crowd responded in unison. Thank you, Palace Master, he muttered to himself. The next target is Zhangdao Mountain. As the sunset faded, Yi Chen walked through the hotel corridor deep in thought. If I'm not mistaken, the gathering place for the Guardians this time should be Zhangdao Mountain, but I know too little about it. It would be a bit reckless to barge in. Moreover, Bao Xin is also in Hong Kong. It would be best to meet him before setting out. If I could meet the Bao family ancestor, that would be even better. Walking into the hotel room, he suddenly heard the sound of water, and Yi Chen's eyes widened slightly. He looked at the silhouette behind the frosted glass door and thought to himself, Is Wei Ying showering? Yi Chen instinctively backed away, thinking it would be better to avoid this. The bathroom door suddenly opened and Wei Ying said happily, That was such a refreshing shower. Her movements instantly froze. Wei Ying screamed, Ah! Yi Chen was startled. She hurriedly covered her body and shouted, Why are you back? Close the door quickly. If someone passes by, I'll be seen by everyone. He looked toward the door. Oh right, I got it. Then he slammed the door shut. Then I'll just keep the door closed. Yi Chen was somewhat embarrassed. Wei Ying called out awkwardly, Aren't you going to turn around? No, turning around won't work either. What if you peek at me? Anyway, I've turned around. She frantically ran back into the bathroom. He said loudly, Then I'll go to another room first. Take your time getting ready. The bathroom door opened a crack again, and Wei Ying poked her head out. My clothes are still in the living room, could you help me bring them over? Yi Chen scanned the underwear on the sofa. Oh, he walked over and picked up the clothes, unable to help but think that they still carried a hint of her body heat. She urged bashfully, hurry up and throw them over, this is so embarrassing. He complied and tossed the clothing over, which happened to land right by the bathroom door. Wei Ying quickly scooped them up. That was close, I almost got seen. A thought suddenly flashed through her mind. Wait, the clothes in my hand aren't complete. Am I really supposed to walk around in front of him dressed like this? It's too embarrassing to ask him to find more clothes for me at this point. What should I do? I have to find a way. Yi Chen was sitting on the sofa when his phone rang. It was Bao Xin. Hello, Bao Xin, his voice came through the phone. Mr. Yi, I've met my ancestor. He wants to meet you at the Kowloon Tea House in 2 hours. Is that convenient for you? He answered. That works. He was secretly pleased. An in-person talk was for the best. Behind the sofa, Wei Ying quietly stepped out. Yi Chen caught a glimpse of her out of the corner of his eye but thought it best to pretend he hadn't noticed. Wei Ying felt smug. He's been on the phone the whole time and clearly hasn't seen me. I'm so clever, I'll just sneak back to the bedroom to change. Suddenly her stomach let out a growl. Wei Ying froze in place. Yi Chen asked without looking up, hungry? Her face turned bright red as she covered her stomach. Subsequently, she crouched on the floor clutching a pillow. He stood up. There's a restaurant downstairs, get dressed and let's go eat. Wei Ying answered softly, okay. Within a Taoist temple on Zhangdao Mountain, Fang Junye sat on a chair with his sword across his lap, a man kneeling before him. He asked, how is the investigation going? The man answered tremblingly. Senior Fang, the latest information regarding Yi Chen is all on this tablet, please take a look. Fang Junye was unmoved. I don't like these modern things, just tell me. The man's body shook. Yes, I will report immediately. According to the latest news, after leaving Beijing, Yi Chen arrived in Hong Kong via a private jet. He frowned and thought to himself, what a Yi Chen, I didn't go to Beijing to find you, yet you've actively come to Hong Kong to seek your own death. Fang Junye asked, are there any experts or elders with unfathomable strength accompanying him? He pondered in his heart. Yi Chen's whereabouts were unknown during those years he was missing. He couldn't have become strong for no reason. If I'm not mistaken, it's highly likely he joined the Kunlun Mountains or even some powerful force in Kunlun Xu, or perhaps he took a worldly expert as his master. If he's brought his backing with him this time, I'll have to think of another strategy. The man reported truthfully. No experts or elders were seen, just a beautiful ordinary girl following him. Her identity is an intern teacher from Beijing Normal University, he sneered. A beautiful girl? I thought he was some extraordinary rising star, but he turns out to be just a lecher. Does such a character even deserve my attention? He closed his eyes, his brow furrowed slightly. Go and spread the word to all the factions in Hong Kong. Whoever can take Yi Chen's head shall receive a single instance of protection from Zhangdao Mountain. The man was stunned, filled with horror. Zhangdao Mountain was sacred and inviolable. A single instance of protection was enough to save any family from total annihilation. To think such a reward was being used just to assassinate a brat, it would surely shake all of Hong Kong. The man hurriedly stood up. I'll see to it immediately, Han Guang asked in confusion. Master, that Yi Chen has killed a guardian and my junior brothers. Can we really deal with him relying on local Hong Kong forces? Besides, would they really have the guts to offend Yi Chen? Fang Junye smiled. Han Guang, you don't understand. Beijing and Hong Kong are far apart, and the major Hong Kong families rarely pay attention to news from there. They still don't know about Yi Chen's achievements on the martial arts arena, so why would they be afraid? Moreover, I don't expect them to actually kill Yi Chen. I'm only doing this to see if they can flush out the expert behind him so I can respond accordingly. As for their lives, they aren't important. The scene shifted to the Kowloon Tea House. Bao Xin led Yi Chen and Wei Ying to a private room. Mr. Yi, my ancestor and another guardian are inside drinking tea. Please enter. He nodded in response. Fine. The three pushed the door open. The Bao family ancestor, Bao Paiman, stroked his beard and smiled. Distinguished guests have arrived. Nearby, Elder Wan picked up his teacup and said lukewarmly, I only wonder if this guest is qualified to sit at the same table as us. As soon as the words fell, a powerful pressure swept toward them. Yi Chen let out a cold snort and stood his ground, a majestic aura erupting from his body to shield the two people beside him. He easily neutralized the other's pressure. Elder Wan revealed a look of surprise, and Bao Paiman laughed. To have such strength at such a young age, truly a hero emerges from the youth. Yi Chen, please sit. He walked to the table and sat down. Very well. Elder Wan glanced at Wei Ying. Irrelevant people should leave. Yi Chen said coldly, she is my important friend, not an irrelevant person. Wei Ying sat down and responded somewhat awkwardly. Yes, Elder Wan thought to himself that he had long heard Yi Chen was boundlessly arrogant. He thought it was an exaggeration, but it turned out to be true. He showed no respect even when facing guardians like them. Bao Paiman smoothed things over. Old Wan, a visitor is a guest, and this young lady seems very important to Yi Chen. She's not an outsider, Bao Xin smiled. Ancestor, I assume you didn't invite Mr. Yi here just for tea, did you? He said seriously. I've learned about the events on the Beijing martial arts arena recently. Although the conflict was not initiated by you, your hand was too heavy. It's one thing to heavily injure Yuan Tian, but you shouldn't have killed him, and certainly not Fang Jianyie's disciples. Now Fang Jianyie has specifically called for your execution at the trial meeting, and there are currently only 19 guardians left, which means a tie is impossible. Even though most guardians know the truth, they still plan to target you. The situation is extremely unfavorable for you. If not for your relationship with Xin, I might have wavered as well. He raised an eyebrow and asked, I'm curious, given Fang Jianyie's strength, why doesn't he just kill me directly instead of going through the trouble of a trial meeting? Why all this fuss? Bao Paiman answered. Because he harbors wariness. Yi Chen, during the 5 years you were missing, there was absolutely no trace of you. All the guardians believe you are far more than you appear on the surface. What Fang Jianyie worries about is not you, but the experts and sect forces behind you. If he acted personally, it would very likely invite retaliation from those behind you. But calling a trial meeting means letting all the guardians share the responsibility. By then, even if someone wants revenge, they'll have to consider whether they can oppose all the guardians at once. Your best move now is to go public with everything and tell the world exactly which great powerhouse is protecting you. That will be enough to make Fang Jianyie back down and end this matter. Elder Wan saw through Bao Paiman's thoughts. This old fellow would never be this good to Yi Chen just because of Bao Xin. What he values is the expert behind Yi Chen. If he can curry favor with that person through Yi Chen and receive even a tiny bit of guidance, it would be of immense benefit to his martial path. Of course, I think the same way. Yi Chen raised his hand. You all seem to have misunderstood something. Both elders across from him were stunned. He waved his hand. Sorry, I am truly alone. I have no expert background or faction behind me. Both were shocked. What? Bao Paiman froze. None, are you joking? How could you possibly possess this kind of strength within 5 years solely by yourself? Yi Chen, you must understand we're trying to save you. He stared at Yi Chen, thinking, to dare lie to a guardian's face. This kid truly has a death wish. Yi Chen said frankly, the facts are as they are, believe it or not. He thought to himself, if I told you I have over 100 great powerhouses behind me, would you believe it? As for the one who taught me medicine in Kunlun Xu, he values peace and dislikes being disturbed, so I cannot reveal his identity. Calculating the time, the 10,000 sword sovereign Chen Tianli should be returning soon. Even if he doesn't, I'm not afraid of the trial meeting. This is because several tombstones in the reincarnation cemetery have already vibrated. With just a bit more effort they can be activated. If the guardians truly want to kill me, it won't be that easy. Bao Paiman sighed. Yi Chen, forget it if you won't speak. Everyone has their secrets. I will claim to the outside that you have a powerful family behind you. At least it can help distract some people. At the trial meeting, I will also cast an abstention vote. This is the only way I can help you right now. Let it be, Xin. See our guest out. He stood up. Let's go. Just then, a young man pushed the door open. Elder Wan, something has happened. Senior Fang Jianyie has issued a command. Among the major families in Hong Kong, whoever can take Yi Chen's head shall receive protection from Zhangdao Mountain. Elder Wan said coldly, Yi Chen, you have already become the prey of the major Hong Kong families. If you're willing to reveal your backing, old Bao and I might still be able to protect you. Otherwise, it's hard to say if you'll even live to see the day of the trial. Yi Chen took Wei Ying's hand. No need, let's go. Bao Paiman shot a glance at the person beside him. Old Wan, what do you mean by this? Elder Wan smiled. This kid doesn't know what's good for him. Fang Jianyie is trying to kill with a borrowed blade. We might as well watch the show. He turned to his grandson and said, Xin, begin monitoring Yi Chen immediately. If he encounters danger, report to me at once. He hurriedly took the command. Yes, Ancestor. Elder Wan leaned into old Bao. This kid won't even tell you the truth, yet you still want to protect him. This does him no favors. Bao Paiman shook his head. Not necessarily. Facing 2 of us guardians today, he showed no fear whatsoever. Either he is incredibly stupid, or he is exceptionally bold and full of confidence. If it were the former, he never would have lived until now. Though you and I are guardians, seemingly standing at the peak of the world on the surface, we also understand there are people far stronger than us. Rather than being content with the status quo, I would rather take a gamble. Gamble that Yi Chen can bring me into contact with a higher level. Elder Wan frowned and thought to himself, Old Bao has likely gone senile. Doesn't he see the facts before his eyes? This kid won't live for more than a few days. The scene shifted to outside the Kowloon Tea House, where Yi Chen hailed a car. Taxi. Driver to the Regent Hotel. The driver nodded. Okay. The car started slowly, turning onto a remote back road. Wei Ying said worriedly, Yi Chen, I feel like the way back is different from the way we came. Don't sleep. Get up and look. It's too quiet. Something feels wrong. The driver ahead revealed a sinister smile. She continued to shake his hand. Yi Chen, what should we do? There's no one around, we've been taken to the middle of nowhere. Yi Chen opened his eyes. Of course only a remote deserted place is suitable for killing. The driver let out a cold laugh and slammed on the brakes. A group of people was already waiting outside. A burst of wild laughter came through. Easier than I imagined, to think he'd dare get into any car, truly a desperate man. Can his head really be traded for Zhangdao Mountain's protection? The driver turned back to look at him. I didn't expect you to sit so calmly, even knowing it's a dead end. Since that's the case, get out of the car here. With that he stepped out, and Yi Chen followed, not forgetting to instruct, Wei Ying, play on your phone in the car for a bit. I'll be back in the time it takes to watch a short video. Wei Ying was terrified. Yi Chen, what are you trying to do? There are so many of them. Should I call the police? He didn't answer. He casually closed the car door and set up a protective array. She banged on the glass and shouted, Yi Chen, be careful. The waiting crowd frowned. He casually set up a defensive array. Being able to set an array doesn't mean you can fight. We have the numbers, we can easily crush him. Charge, remember not to damage the head, it still has a great use. From this day forward the protection of Zhangdao Mountain belongs to me. Chu Hong, my family shall surpass the Li family and stand at the peak of Hong Kong. Yi Chen let out a cold laugh, sparks of electricity dancing on his hands. You think you can take my life with just these pieces of trash? The Thunder Spirit talisman was unleashed, and instantly thunder surged as dark clouds gathered, with bolts of lightning flickering ominously within the heavy layers. The crowd froze in shock. What is this? Dark clouds had suddenly blanketed the sky, accompanied by the low rumble of thunder. Could these be actual thunderclouds? Yi Chen struck downward with a palm and lightning immediately poured from the heavens like a torrential rain. Those closest were instantly sent flying by the electric discharge, screaming in terror, Run, you idiot, can you outrun lightning? You can't kill me. I'm from the Chu family. If you kill me, you will face certain retaliation. Those still hiding in the woods were paralyzed with disbelief. This is impossible. I must be dreaming. So many experts wiped out in a single instant. Yi Chen stood amidst the heap of corpses, his icy gaze sweeping across the surroundings. He looked down at Luo Lai's body and snorted coldly. While the Thunder Spirit talisman is still a bit lacking to deal with top-tier powerhouses, it is more than enough to clear out a wide range of trash. However, those leaders are still hiding. Did they really think I hadn't noticed? Yi Chen stared directly at the figures lurking within the woods. The opponents were struck with sheer terror. What? He noticed us long ago? Damn it, our strength isn't even in the same dimension as his. Yi Chen said coldly, If you want to die, come out and claim your end. If you don't want to die, then get lost. The members of the Chu family turned pale as ghosts and scattered in every direction within moments. Run before he gets even angrier. We can't fight this kid. Quickly, notify the family. We don't need the protection of Zhangdao Mountain anymore. Opposing Yi Chen is a one-way ticket to the grave. Wei Ying watched from the doorway as Yi Chen gave a thin smile. It's over, let's head back. The scene shifted to the Kowloon tea house where Bao Paiman was leisurely sipping tea. Elder Wan laughed. If I'm not mistaken, Yi Chen is likely locked in a bitter struggle right now. With so many Hong Kong families making their move, he won't be easy to handle. Bao Paiman stroked his beard and replied. Not necessarily. Although he relied on a one-time sword mantra to kill Yuan Tian, his slaying of Fang Junye's disciples was done with his own strength. He shouldn't be so weak that he can't last a single night. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. Ancestor, we have news. Mr. Yi killed dozens of experts with just one move. The entire Hong Kong martial arts world is shaken to its core. Everyone is terrified of him. Bao Paiman froze. What? Just one move? Elder Wan marveled inwardly. Could that kid's strength be even greater than I anticipated? Bao Xin nodded. That's right, just one move, and he didn't even use a secret technique. Now some of the faster-acting families are already spreading word, declaring they will never again be Yi Chen's enemy. Some forces have even bolted their doors and activated their family arrays, terrified that Mr. Yi might come for revenge. Bao Paiman felt a surge of relief, thinking that he had made the right gamble this time. The scene shifted back to the Regent Hotel, where Qin Jianzhong bowed respectfully. Palace Master, all the intelligence regarding Zhangdao Mountain is here. Please take a look. Yi Chen took the tablet. Good, go back and rest. I'll call for you if I need anything. Qin Jianzhong nodded and withdrew. Yi Chen flipped through the data. Zhangdao Mountain was located in western Hong Kong and had always been considered ordinary until a strange mutation occurred 26 years ago. No one knew the cause, but strange phenomena suddenly began to appear frequently on Zhangdao Mountain. Fire reaching the heavens from the peak and surging lightning. Hundreds of curious explorers had entered the mountain to investigate, but all vanished without a trace. To prevent further losses, the police built a perimeter wall at the foot of the mountain and stationed guards year-round, strictly forbidding anyone from entering. As time passed, Zhangdao Mountain became increasingly sacred in the hearts of the people. gradually becoming known as the Holy Mountain. Whenever anomalies appeared, countless citizens would pray for peace. Yi Chen sneered, "Holy Mountain, while these phenomena can intimidate ordinary people, they are common occurrences to cultivators. It seems a massive array exists on Zhangdao Mountain, which is what triggered anomalies of this scale. As for the structure of the array, I'll have to look at some aerial photos to be certain." He was slightly surprised to see no traces of an array in the photos. It appeared this array was even more formidable than expected, potentially even more troublesome than the entrance to the Ghost Soul prison. Yi Chen's eyes suddenly widened as he zoomed in on one particular photo. This photo was a bit strange, though fortunately clear enough. After magnifying it several times, he saw it clearly. Yi Chen was secretly shocked. This symbol on the stone tablet, it's identical to the one on that friend of Grandpa's mentioned in my father's letter. Could it be that when Grandpa brought me to Hong Kong all those years ago, he took me to Zhangdao Mountain? Why would he do that? What secret does Zhangdao Mountain hold? Or rather, is there a connection between the reincarnation cemetery and this mountain? In any case, one thing is certain. Zhangdao Mountain is definitely unusual. Instead of looking at photos, it's better to see it with my own eyes. He went to the hotel rooftop and looked out into the distance, muttering to himself, "Fortunately, the hotel is tall enough that I can see the distant mountain peak from the top floor." Relying on his superhuman vision augmented by the green wood and heavenly distance talismans, a green glow flickered in his eyes. He thought to himself, "I can clearly see Zhangdao Mountain in the distance now. That is, an ancient spirit gathering array." Yi Chen fell into deep thought. As the name suggested, the ancient spirit gathering array was a supreme formation that only ancient cultivators could master. It could converge spiritual energy within a 100-mile radius onto Zhangdao Mountain, doubling the cultivation efficiency of the warriors within. With the current level of Huasha warriors, it was impossible to arrange such a thing. It could likely only exist in Kunlun Xu. So, who exactly set it up? Suddenly, he sensed the reincarnation cemetery vibrating violently. Yi Chen hurriedly pressed a hand to his chest. Stand still. With such a reaction, what exactly was on Zhangdao Mountain that could attract the cemetery to such a state of agitation? The interior of the cemetery roared incessantly, and a sharp shout echoed, "At all costs, seize the item within Zhangdao Mountain," he murmured. "What item is it?" Yi Chen was full of suspicion, unable to tell which powerhouse in the cemetery the voice belonged to as the words "soul-suppressing, sun-breaking" echoed in his ears. He looked at his palm in astonishment, saying excitedly, "Hey, make it clear, what does soul-suppressing, sun-breaking mean? How am I supposed to know if you don't explain?" And silence again. "It seems I'll have to take a trip to Zhangdao Mountain tomorrow to see exactly what has the reincarnation cemetery so worked up." He turned and left. He was unaware that an old man was standing atop the clouds watching him. The old man frowned. "Has the boy from the Yi family arrived in Hong Kong? How is that possible?" The old man smiled slightly, produced a red gourd and opened the lid. He stared at Yi Chen for a moment, and an image of a man standing on an altar surrounded by spiritual energy flickered in his mind. The old man raised the gourd, took a swig, wiped his mouth with satisfaction, and vanished in a flash. Yi Chen returned to his room, pushed the door open, and saw Wei Ying sitting on the sofa. Wei Ying, weren't you sleeping in the bedroom? Why are you out here?" She looked up. "So many people died last night. I was too scared to sleep. Can I sleep next to you?" Yi Chen nodded. "Sure, I was planning to cultivate tonight anyway, so you can sleep here." Wei Ying gave a happy response and moved inward, making space for Yi Chen. Yi Chen sat cross-legged, thinking to himself, for a cultivator, cultivation not only makes one stronger but also absorbs the essence of heaven and earth to nourish the soul and body. This meant that cultivating was also a form of rest. Therefore, cultivators only needed a very short amount of sleep. But a situation like Wei Ying's, cultivating while sleeping, was extremely rare. It seemed the blood fiend cold body was actively helping her cultivate without interfering with her consciousness. It made sense. Wei Ying's original body was too weak, and if it died, the blood fiend cold body would also dissipate. In a sense, the blood fiend cold body might want Wei Ying to grow stronger even more than he did. The scene shifted to the Hong Kong Li family. In a spacious meeting room, Li Tiancheng sat in the head seat and said loudly, "This is the video we extracted from the scene surveillance. What do you all think about this?" Li Yuncheng stood up. "Father, if the video is accurate, Yi Chen's strength is absolutely formidable. He can even contend with guardians." Li Tiancheng shook his head. "You're underestimating him. According to the news I've received, he not only killed a guardian but also wiped out a top-tier family in the capital overnight." The faces of the family executives changed drastically. "That's strong. Is his ability far beyond our imagination?" Li Tiancheng continued. "Furthermore, the experts our Li family sent today to clear out the Hong Kong Dark Hall branch have yet to report back. I fear they have already met their end, and Yi Chen's other identity happened to be the palace master of the Dark Hall. The crowd was in an uproar. What? Doesn't that mean we've already offended him? Moreover, our Li family's plan regarding Zhongdao Mountain might have been detected by him. The situation is grim, a man with a scarred face spoke up. Patriarch, that plan must not fail. Why don't we find a way to eliminate him? Li Qiancheng frowned. No, I've considered this for a long time. Judging by the kill order issued from Zhongdao Mountain, they are clearly opposed to Yi Chen. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Instead of making an enemy of Yi Chen, it's better to bring him to our side. Yancheng, I'm entrusting this to you. You must be sincere. It would be best if you can become friends. If you can't, then under no circumstances are you to offend him. Li Yancheng stepped forward to take the order. Yes, father. Li Qiancheng leaned back and massaged his temples. In a while, the sects of Kunlun Xu would be sending people out again to select geniuses. Yi Chen was exceptionally gifted with godlike methods. Once selected, he would surely create miracles in Kunlun Xu. Sunlight spilled into the hotel living room. Yi Chen exhaled a breath of turbid air, thinking, after a night of cultivation, my strength has improved slightly. But this progress still can't compare to Wei Ying's. Her aura now is far stronger than before she slept, as expected of the blood-fiend cold body. It truly is a natural holy body for cultivation. Wei Ying suddenly opened her eyes and shot him a glance before sitting up and rubbing her eyes. Only then did she look at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, you're already awake? Good morning. He raised a hand in gesture. Morning, but his heart was roaring. I don't know if it's an illusion, but the very first look Wei Ying gave me when she woke up felt more like it was from the blood-fiend cold body. Yi Chen stood up and tidied up briefly. Let's go out for breakfast, we have somewhere to go afterward. Wei Ying gave an acknowledgement and walked back to the bedroom. Suddenly an urgent knocking came from the door. Is Yi Chen here? Open the door, if you don't, we're coming in. He frowned and slowly walked toward the door. A group of men in formal suits with serious expressions stood outside. The leading man produced identification. Yi Chen, we are the Hong Kong police. This morning we found a male corpse on the rooftop terrace. Surveillance shows you were on the rooftop last night. Please come with us to the station for investigation. Yi Chen answered impatiently. I don't have time. I'll have my lawyer contact you. He cursed inwardly. What's going on? Is Fang Zhenye trying to use these secular methods to annoy me? The man took a firm stance. Mr. Yi, this is an order from above. Please cooperate so things don't get difficult for us. The officer thought to himself. The orders are to bring Yi Chen back regardless of the excuse and even use force if necessary. I hope this kid knows what's good for him. Yi Chen turned to walk inside. I told you I don't have time. You'd better not make things difficult for me either. Wei Ying, aren't you ready yet? It's time to go. The officer grabbed Yi Chen's shoulder. You're coming with us one way or another. The others closed in. Refusing to cooperate? You don't have a choice. You're suspected of obstructing justice. Don't think you're escaping. Yi Chen indifferently swung his arm back. Get lost. His aura suddenly erupted, blowing the group of police officers back. Yi Chen shot them a glance. I'll say it one last time. If there's a problem, have your lawyer talk. He muttered to himself that they were just ordinary people being used and weren't worth getting serious with. But it would be a different story if they went too far. The police immediately drew their weapons. Bastard, you dare assault an officer? Stop talking and arrest him. Suddenly, a loud shout came from behind. Stop! Everyone turned to look. Li Yancheng walked over with a face full of rage. In broad daylight, you dare barge into my hotel to arrest someone? Do you have no respect for the law? They immediately panicked. Mr. Li Yancheng, why are you here? Our apologies, we forgot this hotel is also your property. We'll take the suspect and leave immediately. Li Yancheng walked to Yi Chen and bowed. Mr. Yi, staying in my hotel makes you my honored guest. I am truly sorry this happened. Please leave it to me to handle. He turned around, his face dark. He is my important guest. No one has the right to arrest him. Leave immediately. I will bear all the consequences. The lead officer was struck with horror. Li Yancheng is the primary heir of the Li family. Normally he doesn't even show respect to foreign high officials. Yet today he's actively currying favor with Yi Chen. It seems this kid's background is definitely not simple. He turned to his colleagues. Withdraw, let's go. Yi Chen sized up Li Yancheng, thinking, staying at a hotel makes me an honored guest. What a joke. I don't believe the hundreds of people in this hotel get this kind of treatment. He's doing me a favor for no reason. I wonder what this guy is plotting. Wei Ying walked out after changing. Yi Chen, I'm ready. Let's go to breakfast. Who is this? Li Yancheng revealed a polite smile. Hello to you both. I am Li Yancheng of the Hong Kong Li family. It is my fault for the disturbance today. Please allow me to fulfill my duties as host and welcome you both. Consider it an apology. Yi Chen took Wei Ying's hand and walked straight past. No need, he was displeased. The Li family dared to move against my dark hall. My not slaughtering them already is a mercy, yet they dare to actively seek me out. Right now, Zhangdao Mountain is the priority. I don't have time for him." Unexpectedly, Li Yuncheng seemed to read his mind. "If Mr. Yi wants to go to Zhangdao Mountain, I'm afraid it will be very difficult. The Guardians are preparing for a trial meeting. Zhangdao Mountain activated its defensive array last night, and now no one but Guardians can enter the mountain, unless my Li family is willing to help." Yi Chen slammed the door shut. Li Yuncheng stood there somewhat awkwardly. He just left like that. He took out his phone and dialed Li Tiancheng. "Father, Yi Chen rejected me. He might have already headed to Zhangdao Mountain." Li Tiancheng instructed, "Follow him and see. If there's anywhere he needs help, step in directly." Li Yuncheng nodded yes. The scene shifted to the entrance of Zhangdao Mountain, where Yi Chen and Wei Ying walked slowly. Li Yuncheng followed behind, maintaining a short distance. Yi Chen frowned, thinking, this Zhangdao Mountain indeed has some metaphysics to it. With every step the body feels heavier, as if gravity is constantly increasing. If I'm not mistaken, this is likely one of the effects of the Zhangdao Mountain array. The closer one gets to the peak, the stronger the gravity, directly filtering out the weak. Furthermore, the reincarnation cemetery seemed to sense something, vibrating even more violently. The two reached a sentry post where a soldier shouted, "No trespassing." Yi Chen was secretly surprised. "There are actually troops stationed on this mountain." Suddenly, a voice came from behind. "They are my friends." He and Wei Ying turned back in surprise. Li Yuncheng strode over and the sentry froze. Young Master Li quickly let them through. Yi Chen was filled with suspicion. Why did this fellow keep showing such goodwill? What was his ultimate goal? Never mind, he decided to ignore him for now. There was no need to pay much mind to someone approaching with such obvious motives. They continued deep into Zhangdao Mountain. Wei Ying was drenched in sweat, her breathing heavy and labored, her brow furrowed as she slumped onto the ground. "Yi Chen, it feels like a massive boulder is pressing down on me. It's too heavy, I can't even catch my breath. I can't go on, I can't hold out any longer." Yi Chen simply shot her a glance. "Then rest here while I go up alone." He thought to himself that with Wei Ying's strength, this level was already her limit. Wei Ying waved goodbye to Yi Chen. He continued the ascent, thinking to himself, "This mist is incredibly dense, surging like a tide. Does someone really think they can block my path with just this?" Yi Chen's aura suddenly erupted, forcing back the thick mist. "Open for me." The path ahead instantly cleared, and he stared forward in surprise. Not far from him, a golden Bagua array diagram was radiating light. He immediately drew his longsword. It seemed this was the true formation guarding Zhangdao Mountain. "Let me see just how strong you are." Yi Chen leaped into the air and swung his sword toward the yin-yang Bagua. Bloodthirsty slash. To his surprise, the formation erupted with a powerful counterforce, sending him reeling back several steps. Yi Chen braced his sword against the ground to steady his form. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. The Bagua soul-guarding array. Yi Chen gritted his teeth and thought, "You've got to be kidding me. This kind of formation is extremely rare even in Kunlun Xu, yet it appears here in Huasha." Just then a voice suddenly drifted from the side. "You have quite a sharp eye." He turned back in shock. Bao Paimon stood there with a slight smile. "Yi Chen, I didn't expect someone so young to have such vast knowledge." Elder Wan frowned and remarked, "You brat are truly ignorant and fearless. To actually think you could break this array with brute force. Do you not know that this formation absolutely does not belong to Huasha? To tell you the truth, the arrays of Zhangdao Mountain were forcibly moved here years ago by a top-tier powerhouse from Kunlun Xu. Just activating them consumes a staggering amount of resources. On normal days, to save resources, only the gravity suppression array with the lowest consumption is active. While it filters out the weak, it certainly couldn't stop you. But the situation is different now. Because a trial meeting was recently convened, the strongest ancient soul-guarding array has been activated. Right now, let alone you, even if old Bao and I, two guardians, joined forces, we could not break it through force." Yi Chen asked in confusion, "Then how do you get in for the meeting?" Elder Wan laughed and said, "We have keys. This jade medallion is the key to the Bagua soul-guarding array. As long as you hold it, you can pass through unimpeded, otherwise you can forget about ever crossing this ancient soul-guarding array. Brat, have some respect for the strong. We guardians are far more than you imagine." Bao Paimon spoke up. "Yi Chen, you should have noticed by now Zhangdao Mountain is Fang Junye's home base. Perhaps it's for the best that you can't get in right now, otherwise your life might be forfeit." After saying this, he and Elder Wan vanished behind the formation. Yi Chen trembled with rage, shouting, "You guardians are each more arrogant than the last. You've got to be kidding me." Yi Chen condensed his spiritual energy and raised his sword high, putting every ounce of his strength into a downward strike, roaring, "Hidden dragon slaying the heavens." A ferocious blood dragon roared as it slammed into the yin-yang Bagua. However, at the moment of impact, the blood dragon shattered into pieces, while the array remained completely unharmed. Yi Chen spat out a mouthful of blood and stumbled back several steps. He reached out to wipe the blood from his lip. his heart filled with disbelief. Even hidden dragon slaying the heavens couldn't move it an inch. Even if he used the second move of the sky-breaking sword intent, the result would likely be the same, or he might even be killed on the spot by the counter-shock. Li Yuncheng stepped forward. Mr. Yi, this array indeed cannot be taken by force. He was inwardly shocked. The strike just now was too strong. If it had hit him, he feared not even his ashes would remain. Yi Chen turned back and said, "Cut the nonsense. What method does your Li family plan to use to help me get in?" Yuncheng replied. "Mr. Yi, truth be told, the reason the Zhangdao Mountain Array is so powerful is because two divine swords are hidden within the mountain. One is called the Soul-Suppressing Sword, and the other is the Sun-Breaking Sword." He was startled. Soul-suppressing, sun-breaking? Yi Chen thought to himself. The last 4 words left by the two great ones before they vanished from the reincarnation cemetery last night were exactly soul-suppressing, sun-breaking. Could they have been referring to these two swords? Yuncheng continued. "Mr. Yi, if you have time, please come back to the Li family with me. You will know everything then." Yi Chen nodded. "Fine, I'll go with you." They arrived at the Li family residence in Hong Kong. Yuncheng led Yi Chen and Wei Ying inside. Wei Ying looked around and marveled. Heavens, it's so huge and luxurious. The wealth here is simply absurd. Yuncheng waved his hand. "These are just external decorations. What I truly want to show Mr. Yi is this." Yuncheng pulled open a door and looked at the two of them. "Please," Wei Ying said in surprise. "There's an elevator hidden in the wall, just like in the movies." Yi Chen smiled. Let's go in." The elevator descended slowly. She asked in confusion, "And the elevator is going down, is there a basement?" Yuncheng nodded. "That's right, though it's a bit larger than a normal basement." He gave a mysterious smile. "What you two are about to see is the highest level secret of our Li family, though I don't know why my father insisted on inviting you to see it. I hope you both will keep it strictly confidential." Yi Chen promised. "I will." The elevator doors opened to reveal a massive stage with a giant scroll hanging on the center wall. Yuncheng looked up at the painting. "This is it." The three of them approached. Wei Ying stared intently at the artwork, which depicted many gravestones and a man flying in midair. "Is it my imagination? That person looks a bit like Yi Chen." The silhouette of the man in the painting was indeed remarkably similar to Yi Chen. Yuncheng looked at Yi Chen, inwardly astonished. Looking closely, they really were too alike. Could this be why father invited him here? Yi Chen was also secretly stunned. Just staring at the painting made his body tremble. The blood dragon within him became restless, even showing signs of losing control. Flames ignited in Yi Chen's eyes, and the blood dragon coiled around his body, opening its mouth to roar. Yi Chen let out a pained shout, which startled Wei Ying. His spiritual energy erupted, and the blood-fiend cold body manifested to shield her. Yuncheng was horrified. He was sent flying quite a distance by the overwhelming force, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Li Tiancheng's expression darkened as he sped over to catch his son. Yuncheng looked up and called out, "Father?" Tiancheng asked with concern, "Are you all right?" He stared at Yi Chen with a solemn expression. After regaining his senses, Yi Chen supported Wei Ying. "Wei Ying, are you all right?" She shook her head. "I think I'm okay." Li Tiancheng thought to himself, although that blood dragon is on the smaller side, its form perfectly matches the one in the painting on the wall. Combined with that striking resemblance, could my guess really be right? If it is, then this is huge. The history of this painting could be traced back 1,000 years. Could someone have prophesied Yi Chen's existence 1,000 years ago? How is that possible? However, he had consulted ancient fragmented records, and the peerless great ones of the ancient era were beyond the reach of modern people. They possessed vast supernatural powers like the immortals of legend, capable of foreseeing events 1,000 or even 10,000 years into the future. Could Yi Chen be the person prophesied by such an existence? Yi Chen produced 2 pills and handed them to Yuncheng. "Apologies, I couldn't control myself just now. Take this pill to heal your injury. The other is a token of my apology." Tiancheng hurriedly cupped his hands. "Many thanks, Mr. Yi." Yi Chen nodded. Tiancheng shot a glance at Yuncheng. "Distinguished guests have arrived. How can we not take this young lady on a tour?" Yuncheng understood immediately. "Yes, Miss Wei, please come with me. Our Li family has prepared some small gifts." Wei Ying was somewhat hesitant. Yi Chen smiled. "It's fine, go have a look." He thought to himself that they were intentionally sending Wei Ying away because they had secrets to discuss. Once the two had left, Tiancheng spoke. "Mr. Yi, my name is Li Tiancheng, the patriarch of the Li family. You must have realized by now that I invited you today specifically because of this painting." Yi Chen asked, "What is the origin of this painting? Why does the person in it look so much like me?" He replied, "I don't know the full details myself. Everything starts from a very long time ago. Actually as early as 1,000 years ago, according to the oral tradition of my Li family ancestors, Zhangdao Mountain was already extraordinary. Back then, powerhouses from Kunlun Xu often came to Hong Kong on business. The successive guardians of Huasha also frequently chose to hold meetings on Zhangdao Mountain. After discovering this, my Li family ancestors realized this place was extraordinary and moved the entire clan to Hong Kong centuries ago. The place where my Li family currently resides is also a treasure trove discovered by accident by our forebears. As for what exactly makes this place special, even the ancestors couldn't say for sure, but what is certain is that ever since we moved here, the Li family grew rapidly. Whether in business affairs or cultivation, everything went smoothly. It seemed everyone became incredibly blessed. In just a few years we became the #1 family in Hong Kong. To uncover the truth, decades ago, my grandfather secretly arranged for clansmen to dig downward, which led to the slow creation of this underground palace. And this painting is the most special existence within the palace. Yi Chen asked in confusion, "I'm just an outsider, why would you tell your family secrets to me? If I were to leak this, your Li family would likely be besieged and plundered by countless families." Tiancheng furrowed his brow slightly. "I trust my own luck and I trust Mr. Yi's character. If the Li family is destroyed because of Mr. Yi, I accept it. Besides, without Mr. Yi's help, we won't last much longer anyway." "What do you mean by that?" he asked in a deep voice. With a grim expression, the other man replied, "Because someone noticed the specialty of my Li family over a decade ago. To force out the secret, that person tortured my father to death, and that person is one of the current 19 guardians of Huasha, Yuan Byron." Yi Chen speculated, "It seems your father didn't reveal the secret even until death. Otherwise, the Li family couldn't have survived until now. If Yuan Byron is as brutal as you say, he had no reason to spare you." Tiancheng nodded. "Correct. After murdering my father, Yuan Byron still wouldn't stop, even wanting to wipe out my entire Li family. Fortunately, at the critical moment, a guardian I had a friendship with arrived. That was the only thing that stopped Yuan Byron. Now I am old and likely don't have many years left to live. If I am gone without the protection of a guardian, the Li family will certainly be eradicated by Yuan Byron." With that he dropped to his knees. Tiancheng spoke sincerely. "Though Yuan Byron is a guardian, there is no telling how many innocents he has slaughtered in secret. My Li family is just one of the victims. I implore Mr. Yi to help me slay Yuan Byron. I am willing to offer this key as compensation." Tiancheng knelt and presented the object. Looking at the item in his hand, Yi Chen was surprised. "This is the number 6 key to the Zhangdao Mountain Formation? You actually have one too." Tiancheng began to explain. 1,000 years ago, my Li family ancestor happened to save a guard. The other party gave it as a token of gratitude." He continued, saying that after so much time, that guard had likely forgotten the object even existed. Tiancheng's gaze was firm as he loudly requested, "I am willing to use this key as payment to ask you to help me with my revenge." After some thought, Yi Chen responded, "I, Yi Chen, indeed have a grudge with the Guardians, that's no secret, but how can you be sure I will definitely go to Zhangdao Mountain?" He added seriously that to most people, opposing multiple Guardians was no different from seeking death. Tiancheng stood up quickly. "Tomorrow's trial meeting on Zhangdao Mountain." He walked forward. "Mr. Yi, this trip is definitely not a suicide mission." Tiancheng walked to a curtain and pulled it aside, saying, "As for the reason, please look at this." The curtain fell to reveal another giant painting. The painting vividly depicted Yi Chen, scarred and battered but standing firm, facing the various guardians alone. After studying it, Yi Chen exclaimed, "The content of the painting, could it be me tomorrow?" He analyzed the scene and asked in confusion, "It says I will charge all the way up Zhangdao Mountain to have a final battle with the Guardians?" Staring at his own image in the painting, Yi Chen said, "And in the painting I am heavily wounded and seem to be in a predicament." He pointed at the object he was holding in the painting. "Besides, what is this sword? I've never seen it, let alone used it." Tiancheng explained expertly that it was the soul-suppressing sword, one of the 2 legendary swords of Zhangdao Mountain. He turned and added that judging from the painting, not only did Mr. Yi not die, but he was even able to seize this precious sword. Yi Chen still found it somewhat hard to believe and asked, "Are there any other paintings?" Tiancheng replied, "No more. Our Li family only excavated these." He offered a highly persuasive point. "If Mr. Yi doesn't believe it, we can go explore together." Tiancheng finally handed over the key and said, "In any case, I must ask Mr. Yi to lend a hand and slay my enemy on my behalf." After hearing these words, Yi Chen fell into deep thought. His own father had also been murdered before his eyes back then. The situations were so similar. Although he later discovered his father was still alive, he had fallen into the hands of Fang Junye. He continued to reflect, "Some guardians are exactly as he says, righteous on the surface but lawless in reality. Since I've already decided to kill Fang Junye, it doesn't matter if I kill a few more tyrannical guardians along the way." "Fine." Yi Chen took the key and gave a solemn promise. The next day on Zhangdao Mountain, The guardians sat in a circle to deliberate. In their center, the soul-suppressing sword was firmly embedded in the ground. Bao Paimon looked at the other man, somewhat curious. "Old Fang, will that kid really come to Zhangdao Mountain tomorrow?" Fang Zhenye replied with a cold laugh. "In his eyes, his father is still in my hands. Why else would he come to Hong Kong?" he continued. "Furthermore, I've received news that he already visited Zhangdao Mountain today, and even tried to break the array." Across from him, a man rested his chin on his hand and said, "Old Fang, did you bring us to this secret room just to use this soul-suppressing sword against that brat? That's thinking too highly of him." He commented smugly that such an arrangement was a waste of talent. Others chimed in as well. "Exactly, that kid is only at the separation and reunion realm. Any one of us could kill him easily. What is there to fear?" Yuan Byron also sneered. "Do you really believe he has an expert behind him? If he did, why haven't they shown themselves yet? Seeing everyone express themselves this way." Fang Zhenye spoke. Just in case, he stood up and added, "That kid is definitely not as simple as he appears." Then Fang Zhenye walked slowly toward the soul-suppressing sword. "No matter what happens tomorrow, I will use this soul-suppressing sword to slay him." He gripped the hilt and continued, "Even if he has an expert behind him, it will be useless." However, he pulled with all his might, yet the longsword remained completely motionless. Seeing him struggle so much to pull it, Yuan Byron asked disdainfully, "Old Fang, this soul-suppressing sword has been with you for years. Could it be it's still an ownerless object? Is it possible that even you cannot control it?" Being evaluated this way, he immediately retorted loudly, "This thing is not easy to tame. I've tried various methods, and even when used by force, it can only be suppressed with brute strength. But that doesn't allow its full power to be unleashed at all." Subsequently, Yuan Byron spoke with a hint of arrogance, patting his chest confidently. "How about letting me try? Perhaps it will find me agreeable, and wish to acknowledge me as its master." Fang Zhenye remained silent, contemplating for a moment before finally tossing the soul-suppressing sword over. Yi Chen caught it casually, appearing quite composed, yet when he raised the sword, the blade actually emitted a completely opposite aura, causing his brow to furrow tightly. "A mere sword dares to resist me." Thinking of this, he swung the sword down in a fit of rage, roaring, "Submit to me!" However, the sword's aura erupted even more violently instead. It instantly sent Yuan Byron flying, causing him to crash heavily toward the rear. The soul-suppressing sword stabbed firmly back into its original spot, while Yuan Byron sat paralyzed on the ground, blood overflowing from the corner of his mouth and looking weakened. He stared at his own hands, finding it unbelievable. "Is this a joke? I was actually sent flying by a sword?" Immediately, the surrounding people began to mock and jeer. If word gets out that a dignified guardian was actually injured by a sword, they'll surely laugh their heads off. "You aren't up to the task. Even Elder Fang, the strongest among us, cannot do it. Where did you get such confidence?" Just then, a knock came from the door. Fang Zhenye granted permission. "Enter." The disciple Han Guang walked in quickly to report, "Master, there is new information. Yi Chen and Li Yuncheng of the Li family have arrived and are currently at the Li residence. It seems the Li family intends to win Yi Chen over." Upon hearing this, his brow furrowed in displeasure as he said, "What a bold Li family, actually daring to collude with my archenemy. Han Guang, take 20 men with you. Once Yi Chen leaves, wipe out the Li family." Yuan Byron stood up, dusting himself off as he said, "No need for such trouble. It just so happens that I have a grudge against the Li family and have wanted to take action for a long time," he sneered. "Unfortunately, Bao Paimon seems to have some friendship with the Li family. If he hadn't been standing in the way, I would have wiped them out long ago." Fang Zhenye looked toward his disciples and commanded, "A few of you go and tie down Bao Paimon. Don't let him descend from Zhangdao Mountain. Leave the rest to Elder Yuan." He turned to Yuan Byron and added, "Elder Yuan, you'd best wait until Yi Chen has left before you strike." He countered with disdain. "What? Do you actually believe Yi Chen has the ability to kill me? What a joke." Yuan Byron turned around, hands in his pockets. "If it weren't for that sword mantra he used last time, he wouldn't be worth a damn in my eyes. If he dares to stay at the Li family, I'll slaughter him along with them. Just wait for my good news." A short while later, Li Tiancheng brought Yi Chen to a construction site. He explained, "Mr. Yi, I know you are curious about the contents on the stone wall and hope to see more, which is why I've taken you on this tour." He then pointed at the workers and explained, "Actually, I also hope to see more, but unfortunately, the excavation progress is slow, and I don't know how many secrets are still buried underground." Yi Chen suggested that he could increase the manpower. Li Tiancheng, however, replied, "This involves the secrets of my Li family, so I can only use clansmen. It is difficult to improve efficiency." Subsequently, he pointed to a stone tablet with inscriptions in the distance and said, "As for the other ruins underground, they look like a plaza for holding special rituals. I don't recognize the characters on it, so I cannot decipher them." After observing, Yi Chen thought to himself, "It looks somewhat like the runes on a spirit talisman, but that's about it." Suddenly the ground shook violently, and everyone stopped in their tracks. An urgent ringing came from the phone in Li Qiancheng's pocket. He answered the call, and a frantic voice came from the other end. "Patriarch, it's bad, an expert has broken in." Li Qiancheng was stunned and thrown into a panic by this bombshell. "What?" Yi Chen spoke up to ask. "Where is Wei Ying?" He prayed silently in his heart that nothing had happened to her. Li Qiancheng immediately led the way, saying, "I'll take you to find her." Inside the villa, an alarm suddenly blared. "Warning, the security system has been breached." "Warning." Wei Ying stood rooted to the spot, a look of bewilderment on her face. "What's happening?" Beside her, Li Yuncheng ground his teeth. "Damn it, someone is attacking my Li family." He immediately turned to run, shouting back, "Miss Wei, follow me into the secret room to hide." She immediately responded, "Okay." However, a dark shadow flashed from somewhere, charging straight toward Wei Ying. Sensing danger, Wei Ying stopped in terror, clutching herself tightly. Seeing this, Li Yuncheng lunged in front of her to block. "Careful!" The dark shadow slammed heavily into Li Yuncheng's abdomen, sending him flying. That dark shadow turned out to be a corpse that had been thrown by someone. Li Yuncheng struggled to stand up, trembling, and questioned, "Who dares to barge into my Li family?" A stranger appeared in the room. It was Yuan Byron. He stood with his hands behind his back, mocking, "Actually sacrificing yourself to protect an ordinary girl. She isn't even a warrior. You Li family people are getting stupider and stupider." Li Yuncheng demanded loudly, "Who exactly are you?" He groaned inwardly. "She is Mr. Yi's person. If anything goes wrong, even my life wouldn't be enough to pay for it." Yuan Byron sat down, still maintaining an arrogant posture. "You aren't qualified to know my identity. Tell Li Qiancheng to crawl out here. I've come to take his miserable life." These words completely enraged Li Yuncheng, and the aura around him surged. "Impudent, you dare insult my father?" Yuan Byron's lips curled, and with a casual wave of his hand he said, "Seeking your own death." Immediately following, a giant hand, larger than Li Yuncheng himself, manifested in the air. Li Yuncheng was firmly seized by that giant hand, which squeezed him until he coughed up blood repeatedly. Wei Ying watched in horror as Li Yuncheng was tortured by Yuan Byron, thinking, "This man is too terrifying. A casual wave of his hand carries such power." She stood in place, closing her eyes in a tremble as she prayed to the blood-fiend cold body in her heart. "Can you come out and help? I need you now." However, no matter how much she prayed, her body showed no reaction, which left her feeling a surge of bewilderment. Wei Ying then flew into a frustrated rage in her mind, cursing the blood-fiend cold body. "Why is there no reaction? Come out quickly. Come out and save him, or he really will die." At this moment, the sound of Li Yuncheng's bones creaking echoed through the room from the pressure. While torturing him, Yuan Byron interrogated, "Speak quickly. Where is your old man? Otherwise I'll crush every bone in your body." But Li Yuncheng would rather die than submit. "You aren't qualified to know," he thought to himself. "This guy is too strong. Father is absolutely no match for him." This only made Yuan Byron even more brutal. "Interesting. I like people with hard bones." Subsequently, he suddenly clenched his palm, and the giant hand under his control intensified its force, causing Li Yuncheng to scream in agony. Seeing this, Wei Ying rushed in front of Li Yuncheng, spreading her arms to shield him as she barked, "Why are you doing this to him? If you don't stop, he'll die. Is the only reason you warriors cultivate to bully others?" Li Yuncheng struggled to lift his head, urgently prompting, "My lady, why are you still here watching? Run!" The cruelty of a warrior was far beyond anything she could imagine. Wei Ying turned around, admitting with a tremble, "I want to run too." But her legs refused to move. Hearing this, Yuan Byron let out an impatient and cold snort. "A mere ant dares to shout." With a casual flick of his finger, a dining fork flew into the air, which he then shot out in anger. Swish, die! The fork shot straight toward her face. Wei Ying was paralyzed with fear, letting out a piercing scream. Suddenly, a layer of cold ice rapidly condensed on the surface of her body, blocking the fork for her. She opened her eyes to look, murmuring in surprise, "Is the blood-fiend cold body saving me?" The cyan ice wall that appeared out of thin air became a life-saving shield. She let out a long sigh of relief, cheering through her tears. "Fantastic! I knew you wouldn't just ignore me." Yuan Byron watched her happy expression with a look of confusion. How could there be such a dense cold chi on this girl? Could it be a special bloodline? At that moment he, who had been sitting in the corner chair, vanished into thin air before Wei Ying's stunned eyes. Immediately after, Li Yuncheng fell heavily behind Wei Ying from a height. He had been beaten to the ground and struggled to lift his head, shouting, "Miss Wei, careful!" Wei Ying was completely defenseless against Yuan Byron, who had appeared behind her. Yuan Byron furrowed his brows, thinking that no matter what special bloodline she had to die today. He swung his fist, prepared to finish Wei Ying off. He said sinisterly, "What I love most is snaking the life out of geniuses." As soon as the words fell, Yuan Byron lunged forward, shattering the cold chi around Wei Ying with a single punch. Following that, he sent Wei Ying flying with a heavy blow, the force so great that she left dense cracks on the wall upon impact. Wei Ying struggled to stand up, staring at Yuan Byron as she questioned, "You are clearly so powerful, so why do you bully people? How can you be so wicked?" He completely ignored her words, roaring as he charged forward again. "Die!" Wei Ying had no power to fight back and could only cry out in despair, "Help!" At the critical moment, a figure burst into the room like lightning. That person was as fast as a gale, instantly lunging toward Wei Ying and ignoring everything else. Caught off guard, Yuan Byron could only watch as the opponent carried Wei Ying to safety. Wei Ying herself was stunned, finding herself already in that person's embrace. Yi Chen performed a heroic rescue, asking with concern, "Wei Ying, are you alright?" Wei Ying had not yet recovered from the shock, saying subconsciously, "I don't know, it just hurts so much." "Yi Chen, that person looks very powerful, what should we do?" Looking at the two in their intimate posture from behind, Yuan Byron felt a surge of disgust. Yi Chen gently set her down, offering a few words of comfort in a low voice. Having finished, he stood up. Seeing Wei Ying still trembling, Yi Chen soothed her. "Don't worry, I'm here." Yi Chen turned around to face Yuan Byron, his rage reaching the heavens as the energy pressure erupting from his body swept through the entire venue. Yi Chen announced coldly, "Today, don't even dream of leaving here alive." Li Tiancheng also flew back into the room at this time, rushing toward the motionless Li Yuncheng. "Yuncheng, my son?" He hurriedly propped up his son, and after checking the injuries, he roared in agonizing pain, "Every bone in his body is broken, damn it!" Li Tiancheng glared at Yuan Byron in rage, threatening loudly, "Yuan Byron, you beast, I'm going to kill you." Yi Chen saw the situation clearly, and thought to himself, so he is that guardian. Yi Chen took out a medicinal pill and flicked it toward Li Tiancheng. Li Tiancheng caught it firmly as he heard Yi Chen instruct, "Give this pill to Li Yuncheng. He will recover naturally after one day." Having said that, Yi Chen walked toward Yuan Byron to issue his challenge, reminding Li Tiancheng, "Attacking would only be a suicide mission for you. Better to help me look after Wei Ying. I will fulfill our agreement and eliminate this man for you." Of course, even without the agreement, he wouldn't live past tomorrow. Yuan Byron showed no fear, sizing Yi Chen up as he asked, "I've seen your photo. You're that Yi Chen who killed Fang Junye's disciple, aren't you?" He slowly voiced his understanding of Yi Chen's strength. "As far as I know, your ability to kill a guardian was entirely due to a sword mantra. However, for such a rare thing, I don't believe you have another on you." Despite his disdain, Yuan Byron still arrogantly reached out a hand in provocation. "Today, I, Yuan Byron, shall see for myself exactly how much weight you, this famous genius, truly carry." As soon as the words fell, his palm grew instantly, as if he intended to capture Yi Chen alive. Yi Chen's expression remained unchanged as he calmly observed Yuan Byron's movements. Subsequently, Yi Chen also ceased hesitating, handsomely putting one hand in his pocket while swinging a strike with his right hand as he shouted, "Break for me!" Inside the study, two surges of red and green energy collided frantically. Just as the battle reached a stalemate, Yuan Byron suddenly vanished, leaving only a spectral image before Yi Chen. Yi Chen instantly realized this was a trick and immediately became alert. As expected, Yuan Byron held a long blade and slashed down from above, roaring, "Spirit-slaying style." Yi Chen reacted sharply, unleashing the burning heaven palm, and Yuan Byron was enveloped in the flames of the palm before he could even land. Unable to endure the searing heat, he immediately retreated from the fray, yet the flames on his body were still not extinguished. He had to admit Yi Chen's strength. "You have some skill. To have mastered such high-level martial techniques, you indeed have some talent." Even so, Yuan Byron still mocked arrogantly. "But it's only at this level. To kill me, you're still a bit green." He swung a long staff directly at Yi Chen, executing the earth-shattering staff technique. Wherever the long staff passed, the ground instantly crumbled. Yi Chen was not so easily defeated, agilely leaping to dodge the blow. Yuan Byron seemed to anticipate his landing spot and immediately lay in ambush in the corner. But Yi Chen still gracefully turned sideways to dodge. A longsword instantly manifested in his hand, parrying Yuan Byron's strike. Neither side would yield, and the fierce battle was in full swing. Yi Chen hesitated no longer, decisively executing the first strike of the sky-breaking sword intent. He roared as he summoned the blood dragon into the battlefield, pushing Yuan Byron back. Although this move, Hidden Dragon Slaying the Heavens, held the upper hand, Yuan Byron still stubbornly insisted, "Brat, it seems I underestimated you." He then spoke to Yi Chen with disdain. "I admit your moves are more sophisticated than mine, but the realm gap between us is insurmountable." While swinging his staff to brace against the blood dragon, Yuan Byron said, "Now I shall use my full strength. Let you understand what strength suppression truly is." He let out a loud shout, and dense sparks of electricity began to appear. Dark thunder purple lightning staff. Yi Chen turned pale with shock, frozen in place. What? Before Yi Chen could react, Yuan Byron had already completely torn the blood dragon apart. He landed majestically on the ground, staring directly at Yi Chen with authority. Yi Chen was secretly alarmed. Although it was only the first strike, this is the first time the sky-breaking sword intent has been broken head-on. He knew his current situation better than anyone, thinking, is this the true strength of a Washa guardian? Yuan Byron continued his provocation. Boy, how many years have you been cultivating? He frowned and sneered. No matter how good your luck is. As soon as the words fell, Yuan Byron gathered his killing move again, prepared to end his opponent. How can you compare with my century of bitter cultivation? Yi Chen began to feel the pressure, shouting, Blood Dragon, Natal Spirit Talisman, break for me. Following its master's command, the Blood Dragon surfaced once more, accompanied by a giant spirit talisman that enveloped his body. Yi Chen's figure flickered behind the Blood Dragon as he shouted his secret technique, deciding to use even more powerful armament, Dragon Condensation Armor Style. Meanwhile, Yuan Byron still held his long staff, purple lightning flashing around him as he executed the Dark Thunder Purple Lightning Staff once more. He struck ruthlessly, decisively throwing out a killing punch. Yi Chen's glowing red sword tip also met the blow head-on, firmly clashing with Yuan Byron's purple lightning. The two energies collided, erupting in a sky-shaking aftershock. Both sides reached a stalemate, the resulting energy vortex appearing as if it would destroy everything in the vicinity. Seeing the opponent actually able to withstand this impact, Yuan Byron was utterly aghast. What? Before he could finish his sentence, his Dharma staff was snapped in two. Yi Chen broke out from the vortex. Blast and Yuan Byron away without mercy. Yuan Byron screamed in pain as he took the massive force, his clothes also being blown to rags. The explosion subsided. The dust cleared, and the true victor revealed his form, but Yi Chen did not intend to stop there. He lunged forward again, prepared for a follow-up blow. Yi Chen intended to engage the fallen Yuan Byron in hand-to-hand combat. He approached quickly, unleashing a wild barrage of blows against Yuan Byron as he roared, Killing Punch Barrage. Yuan Byron had no power to fight back, his entire form being blasted away and crashing heavily into a pit. Yi Chen stood in place, looking coldly at the disgraced Yuan Byron. Witnessing the entire process, Li Yuncheng and Li Tiancheng could not help but marvel. This was simply a terrifying battle beyond imagination. After the fight, Yi Chen panted heavily from exhaustion, but he still had no intention of letting Yuan Byron go, clenching his fists tightly. He muttered to himself, the flames of hatred igniting in his eyes as he set the time for the final battle. It was almost over. On the other side, Yuan Byron was clearly unable to stand, sprawled on the ground and panting heavily. Yi Chen pulled several medicinal pills from his pocket. He swallowed them without hesitation, knowing that the continuous use of the Burning Heaven Palm, the sky-breaking sword intent, secret techniques and multiple killing punches had nearly exhausted the spiritual energy in his body. As Yi Chen swallowed the pills, he calculated that even with them he could only barely suppress his injuries and recover a small amount of power in the short term. However, this meager strength was enough to launch one final strike. Lying miserably in the dust, Yuan Byron struggled to speak. To think you could erupt with such terrifying power. Yi Chen ignored him completely, pointing his sword to the sky and roaring, Die! Yuan Byron suddenly revealed a sinister, cold smile. In an instant he manifested a small flying dart hidden on his person. Yi Chen was startled, seeing through the other's plot. This is bad, it's a sword mantra, Yuan Byron shouted at him triumphantly. Brat, you aren't the only one who possesses a sword mantra. What I love most is snaking the life out of geniuses. The dart whistled toward him, and Yi Chen had no way to dodge, his heart filled with regret. It's too late. However, that dart was firmly caught by a hand. The blood-fiend Cold Body had arrived just in time to block the lethal blow for him. Yuan Byron immediately shot another dart, but it was instantly frozen by her. The blood-fiend Cold Body grabbed the dart and hurled it back at him with force. She lowered her eyes and said coldly to Yi Chen, I didn't intend to intervene, but the consciousness of this body's host is too strong. She wants you to live regardless of the cost. Seeing the two of them still standing, Yuan Byron gnashed his teeth in rage. Impossible. Even with a special bloodline you couldn't possibly reach this level. Could it be that you are? Before he could finish, she waved her hand, returning the frozen ice dart to Yuan Byron. The ice dart pierced his body without resistance. Yuan Byron only had time to let out a cry of shock before his entire being was rapidly covered in frost. The legendary blood-fiend Cold Body. Just as the words fell, a massive boom erupted within Yuan Byron's body, and he shattered into a cloud of ice fragments. The blood-fiend Cold Body stood surrounded by surging violent ice energy, looking over the remains of the battle. A stiff arm was still faintly visible among the ice shards. Li Tiancheng could hardly believe his eyes, muttering to himself, He's just dead like that. Li Yuncheng added in astonishment, the guardian Yuan Byron is dead. A surge of bitterness suddenly rose in Li Qiancheng's heart as he thought of his late father, calling out to him in his mind. 2 lines of hot tears fell as he choked out, "Father, I have finally avenged you. Even if I die now, I can face you with honor." Yi Chen turned to look at the blood fiend cold body and called out softly, "Wei Ying." He paused and added, "You." The blood fiend cold body spared him a cold glance, her voice tinged with frost. The one I wanted to save was her. Her gaze held no interest in Yi Chen, turning instead to worry about Wei Ying's condition. Using such a degree of power beyond her capacity would force her to pay a heavy price. Subsequently, the blood fiend cold body withdrew rapidly, returning control of the body to Wei Ying. Yi Chen shouted Wei Ying's name, and seeing her body collapse he hurried to catch her. Wei Ying looked exhausted, coughing blood incessantly. Yi Chen shouted in a frantic panic, "Wei Ying!" Ignoring her own injuries. Wei Ying reached out to touch Yi Chen's cheek. She said with difficulty, "That's good, you're still alive." Suddenly, the necklace Wei Ying was wearing erupted with a dazzling intense light. The necklace trembled, emitting a faint glow that caught Yi Chen's attention. He stared at the necklace and thought to himself, the power released by the blood fiend cold body just now exceeded the limits of what Wei Ying's current body can endure. She must be treated immediately, or her body will collapse. Yi Chen dared not delay, commanding Li Qiancheng, "Li Qiancheng, prepare a quiet room for me immediately, strictly forbid anyone from disturbing us. Be quick." Upon hearing this, Li Qiancheng bowed respectfully to accept the order. "Mr. Yi, please follow me." Wei Ying lay quietly in Yi Chen's arms, her breathing faint. Yi Chen's mind raced as he searched for a way to save her. He was a master of medical arts with many life-saving methods. Even if Yuan Byron's sword mantra had hit him, it might not have taken his life. But Wei Ying's intervention had indeed been a massive help. He lowered his eyes with a weary expression, recalling the many times Wei Ying had saved his life. Counting this time, Wei Ying had saved him thrice. Memories of the past flooded his mind. The first time was at Yunhe Lake, where she consumed her essence blood to help him break open the exit of the Ghost Soul prison. The second was when Fang Jianye's disciples besieged him, and she intervened in the form of the blood fiend cold body. And this time she had paid a heavy price just to save him. She was clearly just an ordinary girl. Not even a warrior. Many things shouldn't have been hers to bear. He vowed to heal her even if it meant exhausting everything he had. After speaking, he began to circulate his cultivation, pouring power into Wei Ying's body. He thought to himself that these were the most precious medicinal herbs in his possession, and their cumulative effect would surely yield extraordinary results. After a moment, sensing the medicinal power was sufficient, Yi Chen let out a low shout, "Stop!" In an instant a strange light manifested in the void. Yi Chen understood and continued the treatment, though the alchemical flames were still insufficient at this moment. Within the void an emerald green pill was gradually taking shape. The pill continued to grow until it reached its full form and stopped. Yi Chen caught the pill firmly, thinking deeply. Relying solely on medicinal herbs isn't enough. Wei Ying needs more vitality, and the best way. Suddenly, Yi Chen struck his own chest heavily, triggering a violent tremor in his heart. He reached out to catch the surging heart blood essence. Sweat pouring down his face like rain, he looked at his own essence blood and muttered with hope, "This is the essence of my heart blood, it will definitely work." Yi Chen exerted his power once more, roaring, "Form for me." In an instant the pill became translucent and rounded, its aura far stronger than before. He tenderly supported Wei Ying, propping up her head. Subsequently, Yi Chen quickly fed the pill into her mouth. Once the pill entered her stomach, Wei Ying's entire body also emitted a faint green glow. After a while she weakly opened her eyes and called out softly, "Yi Chen." Seeing this, he finally let out a long sigh of relief. "Fortunately, I made it in time." The heavy stone in Yi Chen's heart finally fell. Luckily, the blood fiend cold body had set aside a portion of power to guard Wei Ying's heart meridians. Otherwise even he would have found it difficult to bring her back. Yi Chen immediately picked her up and said, "Let's go back." Having just awakened, Wei Ying felt somewhat surprised by his actions. Upon returning to their residence, her consciousness was fully clear. Currently, Yi Chen and Wei Ying were conversing with another person. Yi Chen looked at Qin Jianzhang and instructed with a serious expression, "Qin Jianzhang, I'm leaving Wei Ying in the care of your Dark Hall branch for the time being." Qin Jianzhang bowed respectfully in response, "Yes, Palace Master." Hearing this, Wei Ying hurried to grab his hand and asked, "What's wrong, Yi Chen, are you going somewhere?" Yi Chen spoke candidly about his plan. "I must go to Zhangdao Mountain tomorrow. This trip is extremely treacherous and I won't have the luxury of protecting you. Stay safely at the Dark Hall branch. I'll come to get you in 2 days at the latest." Wei Ying asked worriedly, "I have the blood fiend cold body in me, can even she not help you?" Yi Chen answered decisively. "No," he explained in detail. "In your current state you simply cannot endure her power. Being able to survive this time is already a stroke of luck. I cannot let you take any more risks. feeling that she couldn't help. Wei Ying's eyes turned slightly red and she could only urge him, "Fine, but you must come back for me." Yi Chen gave her a warm smile to reassure her. "I will." With that, Qin Jianzhang politely led Wei Ying to the inner room to rest. Yi Chen found a corner to sit down and began preparing for tomorrow. Tomorrow's battle would likely be a life-and-death struggle. The gentleness in his eyes vanished, replaced by resolve. Yi Chen thought to himself that he must also seize the time to cultivate. He had to adjust his state to its peak. Night fell, shrouding the entire city. In an alleyway, 2 young men who were dead drunk were supporting each other. A yellow-haired man muttered, "I'm not drunk, give me wine, I can still drink 10 more bottles." His black-haired companion sighed in dissatisfaction. "You've already vomited 3 times and you're not drunk?" He interrupted the other. "Drink less if you've been dumped, I'm taking you home." But the other remained stubborn, shouting, "Who wants you to take me?" "I really haven't." Suddenly his voice stopped abruptly, his face filled with terror. He saw a dark shadow flying overhead. It was a man with long hair flowing in the wind, Chen Tianli. The yellow-haired youth rubbed his eyes, afraid he was seeing things. "Oh my God, mother of mine, I've seen a god," he screamed in a panic. "It's a god, truly a god." Hearing him talk nonsense, the black-haired companion could only dismissively lower his head and agree. "Fine, fine, fine, I've seen aliens too, just go home and sleep." However, the yellow-haired youth continued to point at the sky, his face full of horror. "I'm not lying to you. Look if you don't believe me." But when he turned back, the sky was empty. He froze in place, his expression blank. "Where's the god?" High in the air, Chen Tianli was looking down, thinking, "How can I not sense that kid's aura in the capital?" His brow furrowed slightly in suspicion. Could he have left the capital? Chen Tianli placed his fingers on his forehead. It seemed he would have to search carefully. A burst of crystal-clear light radiated from him, and his range of perception instantly covered all of Huaxia. Chen Tianli closed his eyes to sense and discovered that the boy was currently in Hong Kong, and his body was shrouded in a sinister aura. He snapped his eyes open and cried out, "Oh no, this kid's luck has dropped to rock bottom. It's a sign of impending disaster." Immediately, Chen Tianli accelerated to full speed, muttering to himself, "I must get there quickly." He transformed into a streak of light, racing along as he thought, "No matter who the opponent is, don't dream of touching my Chen Tianli's disciple." Meanwhile, in the hotel lobby, a breeze ruffled the curtains. Yi Chen was sitting in the room practicing his cultivation. After a night of bitter cultivation, his strength had improved slightly again. He opened his eyes and thought, the fastest way to get stronger is indeed real combat. Yi Chen stood up, looking at his open palms and thinking, if I encounter Yuan Byron again now, I can definitely handle it more easily. Subsequently, he clenched his fists, his heart resolved. But the enemies I must face today are likely more than one guardian. Yi Chen turned and grabbed the coat draped over the chair, stepping outside. Time was pressing. If the guardians launched a scattered attack, I would be unable to protect my loved ones. Yi Chen simply moved forward silently. Zhangdao Mountain is my only choice. The scene shifted to Zhangdao Mountain. The elders sat in the center of the main hall, with senior members of various factions filling the round table. Elder Wan spoke, "Old Bao, look at that worried face of yours. Do you really believe that kid dares to storm Zhangdao Mountain? He can't possibly do it alone." Bao Paiman nodded. "I hope so too, but for some reason, I have an ominous premonition," he added. "Now that the Guardians have gathered, the trial meeting is about to begin. One person from Fang Junye's faction is dead, so only 9 Guardians remain. But all 10 Guardians from Sun Miao's faction have arrived." Bao Paiman thought to himself, "I've already spoken with them in advance and they agreed to cast descending votes. 10 votes against 9. Even if someone stays neutral, we should be able to save Yi Chen." Suddenly his expression froze as that sense of unease grew even stronger. Bao Paiman covered his mouth and whispered to the elder beside him, "Old son, I spoke with you in detail last night. You also know that Yi Chen is absolutely not a bloodthirsty person. This person was none other than Sun Miao." He responded lukewarmly, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Sun Miao's tone turned serious. "Why haven't Fang Junye and Yuan Byron arrived yet? A whole group of people is waiting on just them. The trial meeting cannot begin until everyone is present." The person sitting at the other end of the table crossed his arms, interrupting the crowd's whispers. Fang Junye announced loudly, "Everyone is here. Yuan Byron was killed yesterday at the Hong Kong Li residence, and the person who killed him," his tone was resolute and certain, "was none other than Yi Chen." At these words, the entire venue was struck with horror. "Another guardian has fallen at Yi Chen's hands? What, you've got to be kidding, it hasn't been long since the first guardian fell. Does Yi Chen really have this kind of ability? It was likely the expert behind him who acted." Fang Junye's brow furrowed. "Although I don't want to believe it either. Yi Chen indeed has the strength to kill a guardian. When he killed Yuan Byron at the Li residence yesterday, there were only 4 people present," he continued, stating they were Li Tiancheng and his son Yi Chen, and the accompanying girl Wei Ying. Fang Junye leaned back in his chair and added, There was no one else besides them. A cold smile curled his lips. This also means that Yuan Byron was killed by Yi Chen's own hands, not by some expert behind the scenes. We can act as we please without worrying about retaliation, Bao Perman countered fiercely. Wrong, I know Yi Chen. He is absolutely not a bloodthirsty person. Furthermore, he and Yuan Byron were complete strangers, and he had no motive whatsoever to kill him. He pointed at Fang Junye and shouted, "Who doesn't know that Yuan Byron was your Fang Junye's follower, always obeying your every command?" Bao Paiman's finger pointed directly at him. "His move against Yi Chen was likely at your instruction." Fang Junye countered calmly. "Regardless of the reason, it is an indisputable fact that Yi Chen has killed 2 guardians in succession." His tone sank. "If we let him grow, I'm afraid we will all die at his hands sooner or later." Fang Junye raised his hand and announced, "I hereby propose the execution of Yi Chen and all his relatives to pull out the roots and eliminate any future trouble. All in favor, please raise your hands." Bao Paiman slammed the table and stood up in a rage. "The matter hasn't even been thoroughly investigated. How can you make such a rash proposal?" "I, Bao Paiman, strongly object," he shouted loudly. "Fang Junye, the significance of the trial meeting's existence is to protect Huasha, definitely not to be your private execution tool." Bao Paiman held his hand to his chest and said, "Everyone must be able to see that this matter is full of suspicious points. It's highly likely that Fang Junye is framing Yi Chen. Please, everyone, uphold justice." However, in the next moment, he froze completely. Every single person in the venue raised their hand, agreeing to Fang Junye's opinion without exception. Even those who had originally remained neutral looked completely unconcerned. This scene left Bao Paiman in deep shock. It was expected that everyone in Fang Junye's faction would agree. "But why?" Fang Junye announced loudly. "Even those on my side have raised their hands." The space fell into a dead silence, with Bao Paiman standing in a daze, his face dark. How could this be? With everyone's experience, you should see through Fang Junye's objective. Furthermore, you clearly promised me last night that you would stand on Yi Chen's side. Bao Paiman was beyond bewildered. Why did you break your word? Why turn to support Fang Junye? He shot a glance at Elder Wan beside him and discovered that a trace of resigned helplessness had actually surfaced on Elder Wan's face. Fang Junye laughed sinisterly. "Bao Paiman, you're too idealistic. As long as one is human, there will be greed, and guardians are no exception," he commented. "It's just that different people covet different things. Some covet power, some covet wealth, some covet beauty, and some covet greater strength or a longer lifespan." Fang Junye had already calculated everything. "I was one step ahead of you, and bought everyone off, so you are destined to lose today." Bao Paiman slumped back into his chair, not expecting the interior of the Guardians to have rotted to this extent. There were already 16 votes in favor, even if he and Sun Miao cast dissenting votes. They couldn't turn the tide. Fang Junye stood up and announced, "The trial meeting is adjourned. All guardians shall act separately. Everyone related to Yi Chen must be killed off today," he added. "This includes his mother, Zhang Perong, and his confidants, Xia Ruoshui, Sun Yi, Wei Ying, and others. Also his friends, subordinates, and every member of the Dark Hall. Leave no one alive." Fang Junye clenched his fists and said, "After the obstacles are cleared, all guardians shall gather and act together to kill Yi Chen. No matter how strong Yi Chen is, he can never be a match for all of us together." Just then, Sun Miao spoke up. This act of total extermination was certainly excessive, but things had already reached this point and were beyond redemption. The rules of the trial meeting had to be followed. Suddenly a sharp cry rang out. "Master, this is bad, something terrible has happened." The voice instantly drew everyone's attention. Han Guang, covered in blood, came stumbling in and shouted, "Someone is storming Zhangdao Mountain. The junior brothers have been wiped out." On the other side, a dazzling light illuminated the space as a figure was sent flying with a piteous scream, falling miserably to the ground. Yi Chen stood tall and proud, his foot firmly planted on Han Guang's back. Fang Junye roared in uncontrollable rage. "Yi Chen, you dare to kill my disciples?" Cold light flickered in Yi Chen's eyes. "I overheard your conversation using a magic spell," he roared in fury. "What, guardians of Huasha? To think you would implicate the innocent for the sake of a private grudge." Yi Chen swung his sword, unleashing a sharp wave of sword chi as he bellowed, "My mother, my girlfriend, my friends, and my subordinates have never done anything wrong. What right do you have to eliminate them? Since that's the case, I, Yi Chen, shall fight you to the end today." Just then, Bao Paiman's figure flickered as he intercepted Yi Chen's attack. Yi Chen asked coldly, "Bao Paiman, do you also intend to stop me?" Bao Paiman looked back at him with a solemn expression. "Yi Chen, your current strength is not yet a match for them. You shouldn't have come here. The most I can do is help you hold them back. Leave quickly. I can't hold out for long." Bao Paiman erupted with a powerful aura and announced, "Fang Junye, even if everyone else stands on your side, my position will never change." Fang Junye barked, Bao Paiman, you dare to openly defy the verdict of the trial meeting. What exactly has Yi Chen given you that makes it worth risking your life for him? Bao Paiman fired back in rage. I am doing this only to hold true to the original heart of a guardian, Fang Junye cursed in a frenzy of rage. Presumptuous, the trial meeting reigns supreme over everything. Bao Paiman, your open defiance is betrayal. Guardians, do not hesitate. Slay this traitor immediately. Bu Xian approached with a sinister smile. Bao Paiman, I've long been disgusted by that hypocritical face of yours. Tian Shan also lunged from the rear. Since you're seeking death, don't blame us for being discourteous. Elder Wan hesitated, looking toward Sun Miao. Sun Miao announced solemnly, Bao Paiman broke the rules. He has brought this upon himself. The most I can do is have the guardians of my faction remain neutral. Whoever dares to help shall be treated as a traitor. Elder Wan was startled upon hearing this. Fang Junye had 8 guardians on his side. If no one helped, Bao Paiman would surely die. At that moment 2 guardians wielding a hammer and a longsword roared as they charged at Bao Paiman. Bao Paiman, prepare to die. Bao Paiman shoved Yi Chen aside. Run! He immediately swung his sword to meet the enemies. Cold Jade Heartbreaker. The two sides collided with immense force. Tian Shan shouted, we are all fellow guardians. Aside from Fang Junye and Sun Miao, our strengths are evenly matched. You have no chance of winning if you try to take on 2 at once. Just then, Bu Xian's heavy hammer came whistling in. Unable to dodge in time, Bao Paiman took a direct hit and was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. In midair, a surge of emotion rose in Bao Paiman's heart. When the Guardians were first established, it was to maintain justice and punish evil to protect the world. He kept recalling the past. However, 1,000 years had passed, and the vast majority of Guardians had long forgotten their original purpose. Their eyes were blinded by desire, and for the sake of profit they slaughtered the innocent, acted lawlessly, and even toyed with lives upon landing. Bao Paiman's body trembled violently. If even I betray my conscience, then what is the meaning of the Washa Guardian's existence? Before he could steady himself, the 2 enemies attacked again. It's over, we're sending you on your way, Bao Paiman announced with awe-inspiring resolve. I, Bao Paiman, would rather die than give up my conscience. I swear to defend the final dignity of the Guardians. As soon as the words fell, the scene descended into a chaotic melee, with dust and smoke filling the air. Watching the chaos before him, Yi Chen was secretly surprised. Why would he go to such lengths? Fang Junye sneered. So-called dignity is worth less than dog shit in my eyes. In the end, it's still a dead end, isn't it? The 2 elders also couldn't help but sigh with emotion. As the dust cleared, Bao Paiman was seen in a half-squat, his hands firmly blocking the attacks of the 2 men. Everyone was shocked. What? Tian Shan cursed. Damn it, it didn't even break. Bu Xian was also in disbelief. How can this be? We clearly used our full strength. Could it be? Bao Paiman let out a roar, his aura surging wildly. Vile wretches, get away from me! The sheer force of the impact sent the opponents reeling, making them spit blood as they retreated. He had actually achieved a breakthrough during the battle just then. Fang Junye launched an attack from the rear. Fang Junye shouted, so what if you've broken through? You're still just another soul for my blade. Bao Paiman turned his head in shock. This is bad, no time to defend. In that split second, the crisp sound of clashing blades echoed all around. At the critical moment, Yi Chen leaped forward, blocking the lethal strike from Fang Junye for Bao Paiman. Bao Paiman was bewildered. Yi Chen, why haven't you left yet? I can't hold out much longer. Yi Chen gritted his teeth, his whole body trembling under the strain. Senior Bao, I appreciate your kindness. Since this matter started because of me, I will end it with my own hands. Fang Junye mocked, as if you're even worthy of exchanging blows with me. Having said that, Fang Junye gave a violent shove, sending Yi Chen reeling back repeatedly. Yi Chen gritted his teeth. So strong, Fang Junye's strength is on a completely different level compared to the other guardians. Fang Junye ordered, Bao Paiman is the greatest threat. I'll handle him. You 2 go finish off Yi Chen. The 2 accepted the order and charged at Yi Chen. Yi Chen sacrificed a thunder spirit talisman. Instantly, a violent surge of thunder erupted from the ground. Tian Shan sneered. Tricks, he swung his sword in a furious slash. Break for me, however, the moment he became distracted, Yi Chen had already appeared beneath his feet. Tian Shan said arrogantly, trying to use lightning as bait to draw my attention and then take the chance to launch a sneak attack. Your combat experience is indeed good. But unfortunately, Bu Xian leapt up from behind, swinging his heavy hammer. I'm not fighting alone. Yi Chen gathered power in his palm. I was waiting for you. That power sent Bu Xian flying like a whirlwind. He roared in defiance. Damn it, he actually used himself as bait. His true target was me. Seeing this, Tian Shan was shocked. Brat, you're seeking death, however. Yi Chen sidestepped to dodge the slash and took the opportunity to swing his sword at Tian Shan's massive blade. Right at that moment, Bu Xian arrived with another hammer swing. He unleashed a powerful, earth-shaking hammer, slamming it heavily onto the ground and instantly sending rocks flying through the air. Fortunately, Yi Chen reacted quickly. leaping up to land steadily. Yi Chen thought to himself that although his strength had improved significantly after last night's battle with Yuan Byron, dealing with 2 guardians at once was still difficult, no matter how much he conserved his spiritual energy. The 2 men roared in rage. "Brat, don't even think about running, don't dream of leaving Zhangdao Mountain alive today." Yi Chen held his sword across his chest, the aura around his body surging as he whispered, "End this quickly, dragon condensation armor style." A crimson aura raged like a gale. Sun Miao watched in stunned silence. Whether it was the previous thunder, the flaming palms, or the current secret technique, everything Yi Chen used was a profound and peerless skill. Even in Kunlun Xu, these would be top tier. The boy was essentially a walking treasury. He turned his head to look the other way. Bao Paiman's situation did not look optimistic. Fang Jianye blustered, "Bao Paiman, so what if you've broken through? My strength is still more than a whole realm higher than yours." Fang Jianye swung his sword down. "Moreover, you were already injured. What do you have to fight me with?" Bao Paiman took a direct hit and was sent flying, coughing blood. Just as he was about to hit the ground, a green shadow flashed. Sun Miao caught Bao Paiman in time, advising in a low voice, "Old Bao, you are no match for Fang Jianye. We are fellow guardians. Why risk your life for an outsider? It's not worth it." Elder Wan mused silently. Talks big about not helping, then is the first to step in. Although Sun Miao's words were harsh, he still valued old friendships in his heart. Sun Miao thought to himself, Bao Paiman's value has doubled after his breakthrough. With him, my status among the guardians will rise to another level. I must protect him. Bao Paiman pushed Sun Miao away, staggering forward. "I am a guardian. If I cannot even uphold justice and righteousness, what is the point of this title?" Fang Jianye let out a sinister, cold laugh. "What? Still want to fight? Since you're so determined to seek death, I'll fulfill your wish." Suddenly, a burst of rage erupted from behind Fang Jianye, and he turned his head in shock. What met his eyes was Bu Xian, who had been beaten miserably and lay amidst the ruins. "What?" Fang Jianye's face turned grim. On the other side, Yi Chen was firmly gripping Tian Shun's throat, lifting him into the air. Tian Shun trembled as he cried for help. "Senior Fang, save me!" Fang Jianye shouted. "Stop!" Yi Chen spared him a cold glance and suddenly exerted force. Amidst Tian Shun's piteous screams, Yi Chen snapped his neck. Accompanied by a surge of energy, Tian Shun breathed his last. Fang Jianye roared in a frenzy of rage. "Yi Chen, you dare to murder a guardian in public?" Yi Chen said coldly. "I've already killed 2. Why would I not dare to kill a couple more?" Fang Jianye turned to order. "Sun Miao, Yi Chen has murdered guardians in succession. Are you still not going to act?" Fang Jianye cursed inwardly. "Damn it, my faction has suffered too many losses. I must drag Sun Miao into this as well." Sun Miao looked somewhat embarrassed upon hearing this, waving his hand with a dry laugh. "Senior Fang, what did you say? The wind is too loud, I can't hear you clearly." Fang Jianye trembled all over with rage, cursing through gritted teeth. "You cunning old fox." He knew he couldn't allow any more accidents. Fang Jianye looked at the 5 people beside him. "The 5 of you, join forces with me. Even if he uses a secret technique, he will surely be suppressed by us." The group took the order, leaping up to form an encirclement. At this moment, 7 cyan jade pills appeared in Yi Chen's hand, and he tilted his head back to swallow them. The secret technique could still be maintained for a while, and with the forced support of the pills it should be enough. Just as the group surrounded Yi Chen, Fang Jianye gathered a red orb in his palm, his face grim as he used his own heart blood essence as a guide. That drop of blood shot out rapidly. "Array, form!" The formation instantly enveloped the area above Yi Chen's head, and the others emitted a dazzling light. Fang Jianye's heart tightened. "This is bad. It's the 6-direction absolute kill formation. It can condense the power of 6 people and increase it severalfold. Yi Chen absolutely cannot block it. I must help him." Sun Miao tapped his fingers on the back of Bao Paiman's neck. Bao Paiman cursed in rage. "My power has been sealed." "Sun Miao, what are you doing?" Sun Miao closed his eyes and sighed softly. "Old Bao, the guardians have suffered enough casualties. We cannot let things spiral out of control any further." He looked toward Yi Chen, thinking to himself, "Although your collection of peerless skills is incredibly impressive, you are also too dangerous. Perhaps dying at Fang Jianye's hands is also a kind of destiny." A violent aura swirled with the essence blood as Yi Chen watched with total focus. Above, a crimson blood sword was crashing down. Yi Chen mused that if he were to forcibly execute a sword technique while in the secret technique state, even if the burden on his body was too great, he swung his sword and let out a long shout. "It's not as if there's no chance of winning." Hidden dragon slaying the heavens. 2 incredibly terrifying auras instantly collided. Fang Jianye roared, "Great bloodblade slash!" Amidst a thunderous roar, flames filled the sky. The entire space was saturated with the light and tremors of the explosion. The guardians on the side also felt the strain. "This kid's sword skill is actually this strong. Quickly, increase the spiritual energy output." Fang Jianye bellowed. "Shatter it for me." Another earth-shaking roar followed as the scene was once again consumed by thick smoke. The crowd was struck with horror. Damn it, this is a formation condensed by the combined power of 6 people. The attack was actually neutralized. At this moment, Yi Chen suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Observing the situation, the opponent shouted, "Take his life while he's weak. With the Erase enhancement, our strength is far greater than before. Kill!" The crowd surged forward. Yi Chen managed to swing his sword to block, but due to exhaustion he was sent flying high into the air. The spiritual energy within his body was draining away rapidly. A guardian named Abba clenched his fists and charged up with lethal intent. "Go to hell!" He slammed a heavy punch toward Yi Chen. Accompanied by a violent explosion, the ground crumbled as dust and smoke blotted out the sun, however. Amidst the swirling dust, a dark shadow slowly manifested, his eyes flickering with a blood-colored cold light. The faces of the encircling group filled with terror. Yi Chen gave a savage low growl. "I'm going all in. Even if I die today, I'm taking you down with me." Sky-breaking sword intent, second strike. Asi cursed through gritted teeth. "This is bad. The aura of this strike is far beyond the previous one. We must interrupt him. We cannot let this strike land or we will all lose our lives," Fang Jianye roared. "Brat, you dare play with swords in front of me?" He opened his palm. "Give me all your heart blood essence." The crowd sacrificed their blood essence one after another. The group's blood essence converged on Fang Jianye's sword, and that blade instantly erupted with an earth-shaking aura. Yi Chen looked at the uncontrollably trembling longsword in his hand and was startled. "What's happening?" The dragon-slaying sword is shaking. To his astonishment, the dragon-slaying sword actually stabbed directly into the ground in front of Fang Jianye. Fang Jianye gave a savage laugh. "Little beast, before the soul-suppressing sword, that broken sword of yours can only submit. Without a sword, let's see how you execute your techniques. Soul-suppressing sword, slay him for me." A world-destroying power erupted with a roar. Yi Chen pushed out both palms. "Blood dragon, natal spirit talisman, block it for me." A spirit talisman instantly manifested before him. The soul-suppressing sword slammed heavily into the talisman, causing it to be covered in cracks. Yi Chen's hands trembled as he struggled desperately to hold on. Fang Jianye laughed wildly. "Before the soul-suppressing sword, all your methods are in vain. It is your honor to die by its hand." As soon as the words fell, the soul-suppressing sword completely shattered the talisman. The sword chi pressing directly toward Yi Chen, looking at the sword tip hanging before his eyes, Yi Chen gritted his teeth in silent hatred. "Damn it, is this really as far as I go? I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this." Immediately following his cry, another series of violent explosions erupted, with flames soaring into the sky. Fang Jianye's face was suddenly overtaken by a look of sheer bewilderment, for that very sword had come to a dead halt right before Yi Chen. Everyone present was utterly stunned. What was happening? Why had the soul-suppressing sword stopped so abruptly? "Damn it, stab him. Hurry up and kill that brat." Fang Jianye raised his hand and roared, "Soul-suppressing sword, what are you doing? Slay him this instant." The divine sword suddenly began to tremble violently. After observing it, Sun Miao discovered that the soul-suppressing sword was actually resisting Fang Jianye. Bao Perman concluded firmly, "A spiritual sword of this caliber will inevitably possess some degree of autonomous consciousness. Could it be that the soul-suppressing sword does not wish to kill Yi Chen?" Yi Chen's entire body was trembling as well, leaving him equally perplexed. "What is going on? My body is shuddering uncontrollably, and the blood within me feels as if it's boiling." Yi Chen recalled what had happened before. The reincarnation cemetery had mentioned soul-suppressing, sun-breaking, and a great one had once remarked that his bloodline was special. Furthermore, it seemed his grandfather had brought him to Zhangdao Mountain years ago. Could all of this be connected to the soul-suppressing sword? At that moment, Fang Jianye aimed the sword tip directly at Yi Chen's head. Seeing this, Ah-san and Ah-si couldn't help but be dazed. The soul-suppressing sword was actually refusing to attack. Could it be that it favored Yi Chen over Fang Jianye? Clearly old Fang's strength was far superior to Yi Chen's. Perhaps it was because of Yi Chen's unique bloodline, or maybe his potential was simply too staggering. Fang Jianye gripped the hilt tightly and lunged into the air. He roared arrogantly, "A mere sword dares to defy my will. Today I, Fang Jianye, shall use you to kill Yi Chen whether you like it or not." He then gestured for the sword to obey. Sensing the approaching danger, Yi Chen hurriedly called out, knowing his physical body couldn't withstand the blow, "Dragon-slaying sword, return to me quickly." Fang Jianye launched his attack without hesitation. However, the longsword in his hand suddenly tried to wrench itself free. Fang Jianye turned pale with horror at the sight. Seeing the longsword fly out of his hand, he cried out in terror, "What?" At the same time, Yi Chen was also momentarily stunned. He watched as the sword flew wildly through the air. In the next second, it actually flew of its own accord back into Yi Chen's hand. Yi Chen gripped the longsword tightly in astonishment. Fang Jianye shrieked in a fit of rage. What? Witnessing this bizarre scene, Yi Chen secretly wondered. The dragon-slaying sword didn't come, but the soul-suppressing sword did. Meanwhile, Fang Junye questioned furiously, "Damn soul-suppressing sword, I gave you spiritual energy. I gave you resources. If you won't acknowledge me, fine, but you actually dare to wound me and follow my enemy?" Realizing the truth, Yi Chen revealed a smile of certain victory. "I see, soul-suppressing sword. You were previously being suppressed and used by Fang Junye by force." Yi Chen concluded gently. "You never looked highly upon him from the start," he suggested excitedly. "In that case, simply acknowledge me, Yi Chen, as your master." Yi Chen wasted no more words, announcing with resounding force, "From this day forward, follow me into battle." Seeing this startling turn of events, Ah Feng reported urgently, "This is bad. The soul-suppressing sword is about to acknowledge a master." Ah San immediately ordered upon seeing this, "Stop him quickly." At that moment the longsword was continuously draining power. Sensing this, Yi Chen gritted his teeth and held on as the spiritual energy within him was rapidly being siphoned away. This sword is too strong. Compared to it, the dragon-slaying sword is like scrap metal. Suddenly Fang Junye, Ah Feng and the others charged forward together. "Brat, you're seeking death," he bellowed manically. "Give the soul-suppressing sword back to me." Yi Chen calmly executed the second strike of the sky-breaking sword intent. He swung his hand to tear through the void, unleashing falling stars. In an instant, countless massive boulders appeared in the sky, crashing straight down upon the crowd. Simultaneously, a giant rock pierced through Fang Junye's chest. Once it ended, the spiritual energy began to dissipate. He fell to the ground unconscious. Seeing the outcome decided, Bao Perman shouted loudly, "He won." Yi Chen actually won, Sun Miao marveled silently in his heart. Unlike Fang Junye's forced activation, the soul-suppressing sword has completely acknowledged Yi Chen as its master, unleashing its true power. Combined with Yi Chen's profound and mysterious sword techniques, he could actually achieve such a feat. He was filled with endless sighs of admiration. Even Fang Junye had been completely unable to stop him. Just then, Bao Perman asked somewhat anxiously, "Old son, now that Fang Junye's faction has been wiped out, the Guardian camp will achieve unity. Furthermore, you can see that Yi Chen's potential is extraordinary. If he could stand on our side, it would definitely be a good thing for Huasha." Sun Miao fell into a long, deep silence upon hearing this. Win him over. At that moment, Yi Chen knelt on the ground in exhaustion. The power of the soul-suppressing sword was too immense. Combined with the consumption from the secret technique and falling stars, the backlash was even more severe than imagined. He gritted his teeth against the pain, took out a medicinal pill and urged himself, "I must heal my injuries as quickly as possible." However, a hand reached out and slapped his arm away. Sun Miao mocked with disdain, "You're injured to this extent, what's the point of taking pills?" He pointed a finger of hateful accusation, saying, "Better to just become a cripple." Seeing this, Bao Perman hurried forward to intervene. But Old Sun blocked him with a face full of suspicion and asked, "What are you trying to do?" Sun Miao concluded with a frown. "You actually broke through my seal while in a state of agitation. It seems I underestimated you." Yi Sun turned his head arrogantly and asked back, "What do you mean by that?" He stroked his beard and proposed a condition. "Brat, your killing intent is too heavy and you're far too dangerous. But I, Sun Miao, am not as bloodthirsty as Fang Junye. As long as you hand over the soul-suppressing sword and that god-defying peerless technique, I might consider crippling your cultivation and leaving you a path to live." Hearing this, Bao Perman was stunned. "Sun Miao, I didn't expect you to be a villain who kicks a man when he's down. If Yi Chen weren't extremely weak and unable to fight back right now, would you still dare say such things?" He justified himself with a mouth full of benevolence and morality. "You don't understand. If I can obtain everything on him, my strength will surely increase immensely. By then won't we be able to do more for Huasha?" Some who disagreed began to offer words of persuasion. "This is probably inappropriate." "Exactly, old son, you clearly said we would remain neutral. How can you take advantage of his predicament? Let's leave it at this, however." Sun Miao immediately glared and threatened, "Do you intend to defy my wishes?" Everyone looked at each other in silence, not daring to speak further. At that moment, Yi San suddenly burst into laughter, mocking them desolately. "Guardians, so this is what the Guardians are." He challenged them frankly, "So what if you all come at me together?" Yi Chen was certain of it. "I can already feel the reincarnation cemetery vibrating violently. That great one is about to return," he continued to sneer. And seeing his attitude, Sun Miao asked in a fit of humiliation and rage, "What are you laughing at?" Yi Chen casually shrugged and mocked, "I'm just laughing at how some people are about to die and don't even know it." Bao Perman expressed with some guilt, "Yi Chen, the Guardians have failed you," he promised resolutely. "But don't worry, even if I have to risk my old life, I will create an opportunity for you to escape." Seeing this, Sun Miao questioned suspiciously, "Bao Perman, do you really intend to oppose me?" Sun Miao warned sternly, "You should be very clear about my strength. Doing this is no different from seeking death." On the side, Wan Lao also tried to stop him. Exactly, old Bao. Yi Chen is just an outsider, while we and old Sun are old friends of many years. Why should you fall out with us for an outsider? Bao Paiman thought for a moment and brought up the past. 1,000 years ago, there was an official. He was upright and incorruptible, unafraid of the powerful and refusing to show favoritism. He punished countless villains in his life and was deeply loved by the common people. Known as Bao Qingtian Bao of the Clear Sky, and he is none other than the ancestor of our Bao family. His name was Bao Xiren, and many also called him Lord Bao of the Kaifeng Prefecture. At that moment he decisively announced his ideal. With such an ancestor, how can we descendants of the Bao family disgrace his illustrious name? When I became a guardian, it was precisely to inherit my ancestor's legacy of protecting Huasha. Bao Paiman swore a heavy oath. If I cannot do it, I am willing to take my own life on the spot. Wan Lao could only let out a helpless long sigh upon hearing this. Yi Chun gently comforted him. There's no need for Senior Bao to fight to the death. All of this will end very soon. He stepped forward arrogantly and goaded them. Aren't you all very curious about my secrets and want to know exactly who is behind me? Today, I'll give you all your fill. Yi Sham raised his hand, preparing to summon. I have a sword that can wash the reincarnation in blood. I have a sword that can reverse all things, he announced his weapon. I have a sword that can sever the 10,000 fathoms of the mortal world. I have a sword that can break open this vast universe. In an instant, a longsword burst out from within. Wan Lao and Sun Miao were both struck with horror at the sight. What? The longsword pierced into the ground, and a massive explosion erupted from the center. The two stood there gasping for air, their faces full of panic. The longsword stood arrogantly in the ground, then suddenly pulled itself out with a jerk. Yi Cham introduced confidently. One of my masters is he. He decisively revealed the identity. The 10,000 sword sovereign, Chen Tianli. Everyone looked at each other in terror upon hearing this. Chen Tianli, never heard of such a person. Could he be in existence beyond our understanding? Furthermore, he could actually fly on a sword. Could he be a legendary ancient powerhouse? The aura was too terrifying. He casually tossed out a medicinal pill. This was obtained by your master while wiping out a sect in Kunlun Xu on the way here. It can help you recover. Yi Chen took it and complied respectfully. Yes, master. He put it in his mouth and swallowed without a second thought. Witnessing this, the crowd burst into a flurry of discussion. Did I hear that right? Wiped out a sect in Kunlun Xu. How is that possible? In the blink of an eye, Yi Chen recovered to his peak state, his injuries fully healed. The grade of this pill instantly surpassed his own alchemy level. After scanning the field, Chen Tianli questioned, now it's time to settle the score. Who was it? He released a wild killing intent. Who dared to wound the disciple of I, Chen Tianli? Feeling this pressure, Sun Miao shouted in terror. What kind of terrifying killing intent is this? Wan Lao also anxiously speculated. He looks unremarkable, but I can feel it. Seeing the sword tip pointed at his chin, he was terrified to the extreme. An invisible sword was already resting against his neck. If he dared to make even the slightest move, even just a blink, his head would immediately fall to the ground. Sensing the situation was dire, Sun Miao knelt and begged for mercy. Senior, no, immortal, great immortal. There seems to be some misunderstanding here. I was just having a friendly conversation with young friend Yi. The one who injured him was not me. He defended himself desperately. Subsequently, Sun Miao pointed somewhere and accused, it was him. It must have been Fang Jianyei's doing. Wan Lao and another person also quickly chimed in. Exactly. Those who acted were all guardians of Fang Jianyei's faction. We have always remained neutral and even had the intention to give Yi Chen a hand. How could we bear to hurt your precious disciple? At this point, Fang Jianyei was completely defeated. Looking at this humble display, Chen Tianli crossed his arms and questioned, is that so? Then how do you prove you are telling the truth? He proposed a way to decide. How about this? You all kowtow a few times to my disciple. Whoever kowtows the loudest is the one who is innocent. As soon as the words fell, Sun Miao took the initiative to kowtow, shouting loudly, I am innocent. Please investigate clearly, senior. Immediately following, Wan Lao and the others refused to be outdone and began kowtowing with all their might. No, I'm the innocent one. I was just watching from the side the whole time, and had no intention of acting. Chen Tianli laughed with satisfaction and praised. Not bad. He excitedly demanded an increase in intensity. A bit louder, I want to hear an even louder sound. Yi Chen spoke up helplessly to stop him. Master, stop playing around. You clearly came back long ago and were just hiding to watch the show. Hurry up and settle this. He Sun Miao shouted in a panic upon hearing this. What? Chen Tianli agreed without hesitation. Fine. He decisively waved his hand to release Sword Qi. Since my disciple doesn't like it, your master shall act. Sun Miao froze there, only able to beg for mercy in despair. "No, please spare my life, great immortal." In an instant the sword chi had locked onto him. Without hesitation the sword chi erupted instantly. Chen Tianli glanced to the side with great interest. Subsequently he stared intently at Fang Junye lying on the ground. "It's the turn of the one playing dead." Master and disciple both looked toward him. Fang Junye was enduring in terror. "Damn it, I've already held my breath, retracted all my aura and even forcibly suppressed my heartbeat. Can I still be discovered like this? Impossible. He must be bluffing," Chen Tianli asked coldly. "Still faking, but it doesn't matter." He raised his hand to prepare a secret technique. "What I want is only your memory anyway." In an instant his Fang's body suddenly floated up. At this point Fang Junye was frantic and hurriedly begged for mercy. "No, spare me, great immortal, spare me." Chen Tianli completely ignored him, firmly clutching his throat. Within moments the spiritual energy in Fang Junye's brain surged. He transferred the memory cluster into Yi Chen's mind and instructed, "Disciple, these are the memories your master extracted from Fang Junye's brain. Do with them as you see fit." As soon as the words fell, Yi Chen closed his eyes thoughtfully. Returning to the past timeline, he cursed furiously. "Damn it, speak quickly." Fang Junye threatened Yi Tianzheng with hatred. "If you don't want to die, hurry up and tell me the secret." Having said that, he raised his hand to launch an attack. Just then, Yi Tianzheng released a surge of power that pushed him against the wall. Fang Junye cursed in frustration. "Truly wicked. Nothing works." Right at that moment, someone from the Blood Alliance lamented, "I truly didn't expect a Blood Alliance elder to be unable to do anything against an ordinary person. I don't know whether to laugh or cry," he analyzed calmly. "It would be the same if it were you. Although this man, Yi Tianzheng, has no cultivation, the power hidden within his body is extremely eerie and definitely not something we can crack. Based on my extensive investigations, I've discovered that the family behind him guards a supreme treasure and a secret, most likely related to the ancient Yi family that once existed in Kunlun Xu. Maybe he really does have the bloodline of that Yi family." He nodded and decided, "It seems to dig out his secret, we need more arrangements. Next I will take him back to the Blood Alliance and use the power of the entire sect to handle this," the Blood Alliance member requested. "Then I will take Lin Julong back to the Blood Alliance to heal." After watching this memory, Yi Chen was instantly jolted awake, furiously grabbing Fang Junye by the collar. "Bastard!" Yi Chen was consumed by rage, waving his hand and shouting, "Go to hell!" He pressed his hand onto the other's head and poured in energy. Instantly, Fang Junye's eyes rolled back as he spat blood. At this moment, Yi Chen complained in exhaustion. "In the end, I was still one step too late. My father has been taken to Kunlun Xu, into the territory of the Blood Alliance." Chen Tianli comforted him softly from the side. "Don't lose heart. At least your father is not in mortal danger right now. You just need to go to the Blood Alliance to find him. Kunlun Xu is your true battlefield. If only for the sake of the 100+ people in our cemetery, you must set out." He turned his head and asked curiously, "Master, I hear all of you great ones saying I am the hope for everyone. What exactly does that mean?" "Regarding my true origins, Master, you should know as well, right?" he answered calmly. "There are some things I might not be able to say even if I knew, not to mention I'm truly not entirely clear on your origins. In any case, your trip to Zhongdao Mountain this time cannot be in vain. Just obtaining a soul-suppressing sword is far from enough," Chen Tianli hinted. "You should have heard it too. The reincarnation cemetery once spoke the 4 words, soul-suppressing, sun-breaking to you. On the surface it seems to refer to the 2 swords, soul-suppressing and sun-breaking, but that is not the case." He pointed out the root. "More importantly, back then both of these swords were stabbed into the same rock. Its name is the soul-suppressing sun-breaking stone. The power of both swords was bestowed by it. If the reincarnation cemetery can absorb it, both you and I will benefit immensely." Chen Tianli pointed out the next path. "I had originally planned to bring you to Hong Kong to find this stone after our business in Kunlun Xu was finished, but I didn't expect you to arrive a step ahead. It seems that fate is at work, a mysterious force is guiding you. So let us go and find that stone." Subsequently, Yi Chen was lifted by his longsword. He hurriedly called out to stop him. "Master, wait a moment." He gestured downward and explained earnestly, "Master, the ranks of the Huasha Guardians have long since rotted with corruption, but Bao Paiman here has always stayed true to the justice in his heart. Please, Master, grant him a word of guidance so that he may take a step further and lead the remaining guardians back to the righteous path. To protect Huasha." Chen Tianli nodded in approval. "Very well. The foul winds and evil auras of this world indeed require someone to set them right." He generously bestowed a divine opportunity. "I grant this insight to you," Chen Tianli warned majestically. "How much you progress depends entirely on your own latent talent." With high expectations, he infused a surge of power into Bao Paiman's mind and said, "I hope you do not fail my disciples' expectations." Bao Paiman accepted the providence, cupping his hands in deep emotion. "Thank you, great immortal." Thank you, Mr. Yi. Witnessing this immense fortune, the onlookers whispered in jealousy. We have also been stuck at our current level for years, longing for a breakthrough. To think this opportunity would fall into old Bao's hands first. It truly makes one envious. Chen Tianli said no more, decisively signaling, let us go. Meanwhile, Lu Lingfeng shouted in panic, What, you want to go out? He tried his best to dissuade her. The palace master instructed that your safety must be absolutely guaranteed. I cannot allow you to leave. Please wait a few more days. The palace master will surely return. However, Zhang Purong countered directly. Don't be nervous. I just want to go for a walk and clear my head. Besides, after these past few days of cultivation, my strength is already sufficient for self-defense. If you're still worried, come with me. Hearing this, Lu Lingfeng reluctantly agreed. All right then, since you've put it that way. Although the palace master's orders cannot be disobeyed, I dare not defy the orders of the palace master's mother even more. She took the initiative to suggest a route, saying, Please book a tea house for me. It is absolutely safe there. The scene shifted to a tea house down the street where Zhang Purong asked curiously, Second brother, you contacted me. Do you already know Chener's whereabouts? Zhang Jianfeng contemplated for a moment before reporting the news. He is currently in Hong Kong, but I cannot take you there. The guardians have gathered there. If we go, it will be a dead end. She pressed worriedly. Must we just sit and watch? He calmed her down. Don't be anxious. I came to find you because I've already devised a countermeasure. Immediately after, Zhang Jianfeng revealed crucial information. I just received word that our eldest brother has returned to Huasha from Kunlun Xu. Furthermore, the regular sect selections from Kunlun Xu for Huasha are about to begin. He stated with certainty, With your talent, it's highly likely you'll be chosen. Only by cultivating diligently in Kunlun Xu and becoming a true powerhouse will you have the ability to protect Yi Chen and Yi Tianzheng. Zhang Purong repeated joyfully. Setting aside the sect selection for a moment, are you saying eldest brother is back? She reminisced with emotion. Back then, he was the brother who doted on me most. He helped me so much while we were growing up. Later, at the age of 18, he was chosen by Kunlun Xu due to his peerless talent and joined a prominent sect. Since then, there has been no word from him. Zhang Purong narrated sorrowfully. After the tempering of Kunlun Xu, he must be terrifyingly strong now. If he is willing to intervene, he can surely help Yi Chen and even find my husband. She mocked herself bitterly. But I am no longer a member of the Zhang family. Even if he returns, why would he help a woman who isn't even considered his sister anymore? Just as she finished speaking, Zhang Jianfeng pulled out a letter. Purong, this is an apology letter written to you by Father. Father has already realized his mistakes. He has been filled with self-reproach and regret during this time. This is his sincere letter of apology to you. He joyfully relayed. Father has publicly announced that you, Yi Tianzheng and Yi Chen can return to the Zhang family at any time from now on. If you have any needs, Father will provide full support regardless of the consequences. Zhang Purong was somewhat hesitant after hearing this. This matter must be discussed with Chener. I will only return if Chener is willing. As for eldest brother, if he knew I abandoned the family for Yi Tianzheng all those years ago, he likely wouldn't forgive me either. Just then, a hand gently patted her head. Is that so? Zhang Wenchen promised with a smile. No matter what mistakes you've made, you will always be my dear sister. After recognizing her relative, she cheered. Eldest brother, Zhang Jianfeng remarked with emotion. Eldest brother, it's been years, but I feel you haven't changed at all. My beard has grown long and I've aged so much, Zhang Wenchen teased happily. This is the difference in cultivation methods. Most powerhouses in Huasha strengthen themselves through martial arts, condensing internal energy, but Kunlun Xu is different, Zhang Wenchen explained plainly. There, with the exception of newborn babies, almost everyone is a cultivator. Unlike martial artists, cultivators can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which not only strengthens the body, but also allows for the use of thousands of techniques. He enthusiastically explained the principles. Furthermore, cultivators have an independent system of strength levels. The more powerful a cultivator, the longer their lifespan. They can even change their appearance and age according to their preference. So there are many old monsters who have lived for hundreds of years but look like youths. Compared to them, I am nothing. Zhang Wenchen patted his shoulder considerately. But don't be discouraged. Having this level of strength just through martial arts is already quite good. I've brought back many techniques used by cultivators this time. And after a few years of practice, you too can become younger. He clicked his tongue with regret. It's a pity your talent was wasted. Although you're using cultivator techniques now, there's no telling how many years it will take to reach the gas-moving realm. Just then, Zhang Jianfeng hurriedly corrected him. Eldest brother, she actually hasn't cultivated for years since leaving home. She only left the Ghost Soul prison a short while ago. By my count, she's only been cultivating for half a month. Hearing this, his eyes widened in horror. What? reaching the gas-moving realm from being an ordinary person in just half a month. My god, this speed would make her a top-tier genius even in Kunlun Xu. He continued to boast of the achievements. Eldest brother, the most terrifying one isn't Peirong but Peirong's son, Yi Chen. That child turned the Wuxia martial arts world upside down, even slaying guardians to become the strongest person in Wuxia. Zhang Wenchen hurriedly requested, "What? Such a thing happened? Quick. Tell me everything in detail." Subsequently, the three sat down and conversed happily. After hearing the story, he clicked his tongue in praise. "I see, Yi Chen indeed has startling talent," Zhang Wenchen promised confidently. "However, that child has gone to Hong Kong now. He's likely looking for trouble with those guardians. I can intervene. Protecting that child will be no problem." Zhang Peirong expressed her gratitude, moved. "Eldest brother, you are truly too kind." Suddenly, Zhang Jianfeng looked at a message on his phone, his brow furrowing. He hurriedly relayed, "It seems there's no need for eldest brother to intervene. I just received word that Yi Chen killed 10 guardians on Zhangdao Mountain, including Fang Junye and Sun Miao. It was a total victory." She asked uneasily, "What about my husband?" Zhang Jianfeng shook his head helplessly, indicating his whereabouts were unknown. "A few days ago, someone saw Yi Tianzheng being taken onto a plane to the Kunlun Mountains by Fang Junye's people. The specifics are still uncertain." Zhang Wenchen quickly comforted her. "Don't worry, my brother-in-law might have already gone to Kunlun Xu. It just so happens I know a gatekeeper in Kunlun Xu. I'll ask around for you." Just as he finished speaking, his phone received a text message. 5 minutes later, Zhang Wenchen looked at the photo on his phone thoughtfully. He let out a helpless sigh. The matter was a bit tricky. "I didn't expect the Blood Alliance to be the ones who took Yi Tianzheng to Kunlun Xu, but why would they do that? Yi Tianzheng is clearly just a frail ordinary man." Hearing this, Zhang Peirong stated in rage, "The Blood Alliance was behind the Ghost Soul Prison, the Lin family, and even the Guardians. This Blood Alliance truly follows us like a ghost." She stood up with resolve and pleaded, "Eldest brother, take me to see the sect behind you. I want to go to Kunlun Xu." At the same time, Yi Chen was flying on his sword, with the master and disciple soaring toward the mountain peak before them. At this moment, Chen Tianli cautioned seriously, "Disciple, there are things you may not know yet. Your bloodline talent is different from ordinary people. Whether tested in Wuxia or Kunlun Xu, the result will always show as low grade or trash. But the reality is quite the opposite." He revealed the hidden secret. "Everything about you is extremely rare, and something seems to be sealed within your body. This thing has likely existed since you were very young. I have a theory in my heart, but it is not convenient to explain right now." Chen Tianli pointed below and commanded. Instantly, a circle suddenly appeared within the ring on the gate. Seeing the weapon's mutation, Yi Sen shouted in surprise. The soul-suppressing sword seemed to be guided by something flying out of its own accord. It stabbed toward the stone tablet on the gate without hesitation. The longsword rotated a few times, and in the blink of an eye the gate opened. At this point, Chen Tianli guided him gently. "Disciple, inside is the place you must pass through. It is your destined home," he warned sternly. "Right now, your growth speed would be considered god-defying by ordinary people. But to touch the secrets deep within the reincarnation cemetery, the status quo is far from enough." Chen Tianli emphasized clearly, "You must become stronger as quickly as possible. You cannot stop for even a moment." While Yi Chen was still rubbing his eyes, the sight before him filled him with terror. Upon seeing that giant snake, Chen Tianli signaled solemnly, Go meet your trial." Seeing this formidable opponent, Yi Chen couldn't help but be on guard. This is no joke. The ferocious giant snake let out a heaven-shaking roar. Just then, he suddenly sensed killing intent at his side. The giant snake was rapidly closing in on him. Seeing the snake's tail about to sweep into him, Yi Chen jumped in terror to dodge. So fast, he agilely lowered his body. Subsequently, Yi Chen drew his soul-suppressing sword. He decisively executed Hidden Dragon, slaying the heavens. In an instant, a red dragon soul surged out with startling power. It slammed heavily into the snake's tail. This was followed by 2 sharp sword lights, and then a world-shaking explosion erupted. Yi Chen stared warily at the dust and smoke, but when the giant snake revealed itself, it was actually unharmed. Seeing it safe and sound, Yi Chen was greatly shocked. Looking at the result of the attack, he lamented dejectedly. Using Hidden Dragon, slaying the heavens with the soul-suppressing sword only left a few minor scratches as soon as the words fell. The snake's tail whipped violently toward him. Caught off guard, Yi Chen was sent flying by the impact, crashing heavily into a distant rock. Immediately after, the enraged giant snake moved its body frantically. Meanwhile, standing on high, Chen Tianli explained plainly, "Disciple, this is the test I have given you. This is no ordinary python. Its name is the Black Storm Python, he analyzed clearly. It not only possesses a degree of intelligence, but the snake skin on its body is as hard as stone. With your strength, the first 2 moves of the sky-breaking sword intent alone cannot break its defense, Chen Tianli gave guidance. Only by slaying it will you be qualified to learn my sword techniques. But it won't be easy. With your potential, I estimate it will take a month. Suddenly, he froze for a moment. Looking at the energy erupting from Yi Chen, Chen Tianli shouted in surprise, "This posture, could it be he is concentrating his power onto the blade?" Yi Chen proved it arrogantly, without hesitation. "Master, during the time you were away, I don't know how many life-and-death battles I've endured. I am now 10 million times stronger than before." He executed the 3rd move of the sky-breaking sword intent. The hideous giant snake lunged at him with its mouth wide open, but the opportunity was now. Yi Chen gritted his teeth and raised his longsword. He ambitiously shouted, "Sword slashing the 8 desolations." Just as the words left his mouth, Yi Chen swung a sharp arc toward it. In an instant the arc sliced through the giant snake's throat. In the blink of an eye it was surrounded by countless sharp arcs. The halos tightly bound its body. In the next second the giant snake was sliced into several segments. Subsequently it met its end in an instant. At this moment his longsword suddenly began to vibrate violently. Yi Chen panted heavily in exhaustion. "The consumption of the 3rd strike far exceeds my imagination. I'm not just exhausted, I can't even hold the sword steady." Chen Tianli descended slowly from the air, full of praise. "Child, your potential far exceeds my expectations. I faintly understand why the reincarnation cemetery chose you." Chen Tianli gave a stern command without hesitation. "Wake up, now is not the time for rest." He pointed out that the Black Storm Python was an extremely precious supplement for cultivators. Even in Kunlun Xu, it was a treasure that money might not be able to buy. After eating it, your skin will become as tough as its, making it difficult for ordinary blades and forced to harm you. Chen Tianli quickly pushed him toward the pile of meat. "Why are you still hesitating? Hurry up and eat." At this, Yi Chen turned back and asked indignantly, "Ha, master, you want me to eat it raw?" He stated plainly. "Otherwise, the fresher the meat, the stronger the effect. If you roast it, there's no telling how much the efficacy will decrease. Eat quickly. Whatever you can't finish, put into the reincarnation cemetery. You can eat it slowly when you have time." He froze for a few seconds after hearing this. After some weighing, Yi Chen decided to close his eyes and bite off a piece of meat with all his might. Immediately after, he praised in surprise, "Even though it's raw meat, the taste isn't bad." Yi Chen immersed himself in eating and drinking. Moreover, after swallowing the food, it turned into a mass of searing energy, strengthening his physical body. No wonder it can't be bought with money. Black Storm Python meat is indeed a top-tier treasure. Chen Tianli guided from the side. "Its treasures aren't just the meat. This snake gall is even more nourishing. You'll need it later when you break through," he continued to remind him. "And its sinews, skin, and skeleton. They are all excellent materials for making weapons or armor. Don't waste them. When you're done eating, put the rest into the reincarnation cemetery." Night fell, and in the forest, Yi Chen lay paralyzed on the ground with a bulging stomach, letting out a burp. He surrendered in exhaustion. "Can't eat anymore, really can't eat anymore." The remaining meat, sinews, bones, and skin had all been put into the reincarnation cemetery. Without waiting long, Chen Tianli turned to command, "Next we should also head to another place." The scene shifted to an altar in the center of the forest with strange symbols carved on the stone tablets. The largest tablet in the middle bore the name Yi Chen. At this point, the master and disciple had arrived at their destination. After observing the surroundings, he speculated in confusion, "This place feels familiar, as if I've been here before." Yi Chen walked forward, wondering, could it be that Grandpa brought me to Hong Kong back then specifically for this altar? It should be so. After all, my name is even carved on the tablet. Just then he discovered in a panic, "This stone tablet has clearly existed for at least 1,000 years. How can my name be on it?" he asked himself in shock. Furthermore, the material of this stone tablet was identical to the black jade. Yi Chen stared blankly at the marks. "That little handprint looks just like a child of 2 or 3. Just then he surprisedly proposed a hypothesis. Could it be? Yi Chen stood before the massive gateway, where there was a palm-shaped indentation on the door. He cautiously reached out and pressed his hand into the indentation. He pushed inward with force. Shortly after, the gate erupted with a dazzling light that spread out in all directions. Chen Tianli witnessed this scene from afar. He mused to himself about the millennium-long plan to guard the reincarnation cemetery. His gaze never leaving the images before him, it seemed the Yi family was far from simple. Chen Tianli carefully scrutinized everyone in his mind. The 100 of us thought we chose Yi Chen, but we never expected the Yi family ancestors to have orchestrated everything long ago. In reality, it was Yi Chen who chose us. Interesting, truly interesting. Sunlight spilled through the cracks in the stone door. Shortly after, the stone door exploded before Yi Chen. He hurriedly raised his hand to shield his face from injury. Once the chaos subsided, he looked up at the elder standing before him. The old man walked slowly out of the hazy white smoke. Yi Chen's eyes widened suddenly, unable to hide his shock. It was his grandfather. "Chenner, is it really you, Chenner? You've actually made it to Zhangdao Mountain?" The elder grew excited as he sized Yi Chen up. The strength of the separation and reunion realm. Not bad. It seems the Yi family legends were true. I have waited a full 1,000 years for this day. An entire millennium. Yi Chen had already begun to guess the identity of the old man before him. "Are you my grandfather?" The elder simply extended 2 fingers and replied, "Of a sort." He felt somewhat helpless, thinking, what does "of a sort" mean? Besides, his grandfather said he had waited for 1,000 years, but hadn't he passed away in his 60s? Yi Chen's grandfather stood with his hands behind his back, looking solemnly to the side as he asked, "Where are Peirong and Tianzheng? Did they come?" Yi Chen replied somewhat dejectedly. "It's a long story. It all starts with the Ghost Soul Prison." Upon hearing the sequence of events, his grandfather flew into a towering rage, never imagining the Blood Alliance would be so audacious. He gnashed his teeth, his brow furrowed tightly. "Daring to touch members of my Yi family. They are seeking death." He then looked toward Chen Tianli and asked Yi Chen, "By the way, Chenner, I've been meaning to ask, is that man in armor with the long sword from the Reincarnation Cemetery?" Yi Chen also looked toward Chen Tianli and replied, "Yes, he is one of the great powerhouses of the Reincarnation Cemetery, and one of my masters." Hearing his grandson's confirmation, the elder became exceptionally excited. "So it is true. Your ability to open the Reincarnation Cemetery proves the legacy left by our ancestors was correct. That black jade stone is actually the heirloom treasure of the Yi family. Countless people coveted it back then, nearly causing the family's extinction." Speaking to this point, Yi Chen's grandfather paused slightly. "But no matter how many years passed, no one in the Yi family was qualified to open it. He used his power to lift the rubble from the ground, then explained, the reason you could use it is simple. Because you were the only one chosen by it." He pieced the large stones together into a massive monument and used spiritual energy to manifest Yi Chen's image with a giant dragon behind him. Yi Chen stared intently at the depiction of himself in the black stone before him. His brow furrowed as he fell into thought. "Once again, it's this mural that has existed for 1,000 years, and the person in the painting is still me." His grandfather's voice interrupted his thoughts. "This all began a very long time ago. Exactly how many years, even I am unsure. Back then, a stone tablet fell from the heavens. Not this one before you, of course. This is only a small fragment of it." As he spoke, he outlined the scene of a heavy stone tablet crashing to the earth. "When the tablet fell, it was accompanied by various horrific scenes, hurricanes and slaughter," he narrated slowly. "It triggered celestial anomalies. Cultivators within a 1,000-mile radius exploded and died. The sun and moon were inverted, as if the end of the world had come. Stranger still, that tablet happened to land right in front of the Yi family's door. Perhaps because the Yi family was too weak then, not even possessing a single cultivator, they did not meet with total annihilation. That year, countless Yi family members stood before the tablet." At this, he turned to look at Yi Chen. Aside from these patterns, there was a line of text carved into the stone, recording the time, the location, and your name. Yi Chen, he stood with his hands behind his back, gazing up at the monument before him. It indeed sounded absurd. The Yi ancestors initially thought it was nonsense, but as time passed, the contents of the tablet were verified one by one. Images of people assuming mystical postures before the tablet surfaced in his mind. He continued, "Of course the tablet did more than just record patterns and text. It was a precious treasure in its own right, offering immense benefits to cultivators. Under the influence of the stone tablet, the Yi ancestors awakened their bloodline and even became the #1 family in Kunlun Xu for a time." Then Yi Chen's grandfather recalled the greedy gazes of the masses with sadness. "But extremes meet. Such a treasure naturally attracted the envy of countless powerhouses, and even some clansmen betrayed the Yi family for profit. Ultimately, internal strife and external threats led to the family's collapse. The stone was shattered, and everyone scrambled to seize the pieces. He said the ancestors were brutally murdered, and the stone tablet was divided among the various sects and family alliances of Kunlun Xu. From then on, the Yi family existed in name only, with only a side branch left struggling to survive in Kunlun Xu." Speaking to this, his eyes shone as he pointed forward. "But they would never suspect that the core of the stone tablet was actually that black stone in the middle. It had long been hidden by the Yi family, and it is the very piece in your hand." Hearing this, Yi Chen gently lifted the black stone before him. He mused, "I didn't expect such history from ancient times, so the Yi family wasn't some minor household after all." He looked curiously at his grandfather and asked, Grandfather, then why didn't you stay in Kunlun Xu? Why did you choose to come to the spiritually barren Huasha and finally settle in Zhong City? He stood with his hands behind his back and replied flatly, "That starts with that side branch of the Yi family. First, Chenner, you must understand. Even though the Yi family in Kunlun Xu is currently only a side branch, their overall strength is still not to be underestimated." He recalled the groups of people from back then and continued, "Decades ago, though the Kunlun Xu Yi family was full of experts, no one but me could maintain that conviction. Having experienced the family's near extermination in the ancient era, they were afraid of attracting trouble and thus never spoke a word of the stone tablet." Yi Chen's grandfather continued to gaze at the monument before him. He looked at the two characters carved on it and said, "They even regarded the two characters for Yi Chen on the tablet as a taboo. They established a rule: no descendant of the Yi family shall ever be named Yi Chen. They believed the Yi family's decline from prosperity was entirely due to this name." He thought of his son Tianzheng and continued, "I could not accept this, so I took the newborn Yi Tianzheng, your father, and left the Yi family for Huasha. I established my own household, starting with the Zhong City Yi family, to lay the foundation for this millennium-long plan." He continued to look at his grandson, who was staring intently at the black stone. "Calculating by the time on the tablet, your birth was the destiny of reincarnation. That is why I named you Yi Chen and, following the tablet's requirements, had your father give you this stone as a birthday gift. If you truly are the chosen one, this stone will automatically open at the appropriate time." His expression suddenly turned cold. He said solemnly, "I didn't know what was inside the stone. I spent my whole life researching it only to discover it could open the reincarnation cemetery." He turned around, glancing out of the corner of his eye at Chen Tianli behind him. "And with great powerhouses guarding the reincarnation cemetery, whoever obtains it can obtain the world." Yi Chen remained immersed in observing the black stone in his hand, standing amidst the ruins. Having heard the full story from his grandfather, he finally understood the origin of this black stone. But his mind was still clouded with mysteries, and some questions remained unanswered. But why would the reincarnation cemetery choose the Yi family? "Why choose me?" Yi Chen asked his grandfather directly. "Why did the reincarnation cemetery choose the Yi family? Why me?" His grandfather stood with his hands behind his back, closed his eyes, and replied with some helplessness, "I don't know either. Some things are difficult to explain clearly to you. Since you were able to come here, it proves that everything recorded on the stone tablet is correct." Yi Chen's brow furrowed slightly. He thought about how he had gone through numerous life-and-death situations to reach this point, only to find that everything had been written in advance by a prophetic stone tablet. This was staggering. Yi Chen's grandfather seemed to remember something. He warned with a grave expression, "Chenner, my time is running out. There is one last thing I must tell you. The stone tablet records the secrets of the reincarnation cemetery in Kunlun Xu." Before he could finish, a terrifying, intense light enveloped the air above them, aimed directly at the spot where the grandfather and grandson stood. Yi Chen's grandfather looked at the stone tablet, which was gradually turning red and vibrating violently. "This is bad." Realizing the situation, he immediately pushed Yi Chen away. "The secrets of heaven and destiny cannot be leaked. My words have touched upon a taboo." As soon as he spoke, that section of the stone monument exploded, triggering an earth-shaking tremor. Yi Chen tried to rush forward to stop it, but it was too late. "Grandfather, that final trace of your soul is fading away," he urged. "Don't worry, Chenner, we will meet again. Before you head to Kunlun Xu, you must find an elder named Guo Yunhai. He has something that belongs to you. He is my most trusted friend." Subsequently, the desolate state returned before Yi Chen, and all the illusions and mysteries vanished. He stared at the remaining flecks of light ahead, speechless. Yi Chen glanced sideways at Chen Tianli and asked, "Master, did you not sense everything that just happened?" He replied flatly, "I sensed it, but I was powerless to intervene." Chen Tianli looked at the shattered rocks before him and mused, "The outcomes of certain things are predestined. Even I cannot forcibly change them." Yi Chen lowered his face slightly and sat cross-legged on the ground. "I didn't expect to see my grandfather on this trip, let alone find that the more I seek the truth, the larger the mysteries become. Kunlun Xu, the Yi family, the stone tablet, the reincarnation cemetery." Chen Tianli walked over to him and reached out a hand. "Some things you will naturally learn once you find that man named Guo Yunhai. As for the secrets of the reincarnation cemetery, even I find them difficult to probe, let alone the current you." Hearing this, Yi Chen stood up. Chen Tianli continued, "Your primary task now is to make yourself stronger. The stronger you are, the more powerful the reincarnation cemetery becomes. And only then will you be qualified to approach the truth." He then produced a token carved with the word sword and handed it to Yi Chen, instructing, "By the way, keep this safe. If you encounter danger in Kunlun Xu, look for a sect called the Myriad Sword Sect. As Yi Chen took the token, he continued, "As long as you show this, you will receive significant assistance." He focused on the token in his hand, unable to help feeling some concern. He had heard of the Myriad Sword Sect. It was a very powerful force in Kunlun Xu. It seemed his master had left recently to arrange this matter. Chen Tianli seemed to have completed what he needed to do. He turned and instructed, "Disciple, the time I can exist is limited. It is time to head to the next location." Suddenly, a giant rock rose from the ground, flickering with mystical light. Chen Tianli stood with his hands behind his back and formally introduced it to Yi Chen. "Disciple, this is the soul-suppressing, sun-breaking stone. It is precisely what provides the power for the array guarding Zhangdao Mountain." Speaking of this, he decisively pointed at the rock, and as the palm wind struck, the stones locking it in place gradually cracked open. A crimson longsword emitting a golden glow flew into Chen Tianli's hand. He introduced it solemnly. "This is naturally the sun-breaking sword and equal to the soul-suppressing sword." Subsequently, Chen Tianli handed it to Yi Chen. "Take this sun-breaking sword. When you return, bind it with your blood. It will be a fine asset for you." Yi Chen did not refuse. "Yes," Chen Tianli warned him. "Don't be happy too soon. Originally I planned to take the soul-suppressing, sun-breaking stone into the reincarnation cemetery. But I've changed my mind." He closed his eyes, appearing somewhat helpless, the reason being simple. At this, Chen Tianli paused, then decisively uttered a sentence that might hurt him. "You are simply too weak." Yi Chen was stunned. "Ha," he explained. "Kunlun Xu is different from Huasha. Perhaps you are at the peak in Huasha, but in Kunlun Xu it's simply not enough." He immediately sat down. "Your master must teach you." He also followed the arrangement with interest, sitting down obediently. Yes, master and disciple sat and stood respectively. Chen Tianli asked Yi Chen, "Disciple, do you know what the realms of a cultivator are?" He didn't take long to think. Realms are the classification of a cultivator's strength. In his mind he immediately visualized a series of steps. With every increase in a major realm, a cultivator's strength would skyrocket. The steps were arranged from lowest to highest. Each major realm is further divided into 9 minor realms. With every minor realm increased, one's strength grows by a fraction. Once the 9th level is reached, one can break through to the next major realm. Chen Tianli was very satisfied with this answer. Correct. Having said that, how many major realms one can break through depends on their potential and aptitude. He mused, visualizing the figure of a cultivator, and continued, "Some people spend their entire lives stuck at a certain major realm, finding it difficult to progress." He seemed to understand that such cultivators were like being imprisoned in an iron cage. Chen Tianli turned to look at Yi Chen. "As for cultivation methods, they are simple enough to describe." As he spoke, Yi Chen followed suit. "The most common is to run a cultivation technique and absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. When the spiritual energy accumulates to a certain level and undergoes a qualitative change, you can break through. The higher the level of the technique, the better the quality of the absorbed spiritual energy." Chen Tianli sighed with his hands behind his back. "Because the 100 of us exist in the reincarnation cemetery, you will never lack techniques. After all, any single technique we instill into your memory is a top-tier existence in this world." Hearing his master's declaration, he expressed his agreement. "Indeed, as for the other method of cultivation, it is consuming medicinal pills and absorbing their essence, or relying on combat. The more life and death battles one faces, the faster their strength grows." Yi Chen visualized a muscular warrior and understood, this is like an ordinary person exercising their body. If the intensity is too high, the muscles will tear and the body will ache. But as long as one persists until the muscles recover, the new muscles will be firmer and stronger than before. An image of a bloodied figure lying on the ground surfaced clearly in his mind. In Yi Chen's view, cultivators were the same. A life and death battle would exhaust the spiritual energy reserves in the body and damage the physical form. Once the injuries heal, the spiritual energy becomes abundant. Both physical strength and spiritual energy quality will improve by a level. Perhaps, as he said, after the pain, a body containing even greater power and stability would be formed. Chen Tianli was not stingy with his praise for Yi Chen. To be able to realize this level, it seems you've experienced quite a few life and death battles. However, your biggest problem right now is that your realm is too low. He extended a finger to explain with an analogy. To put it simply, realms are like levels in an online game. The higher the character's level, the higher the attribute values, and the more diverse the skills they can learn. Yi Chen was taken aback and asked in return, "Master, you even know about video games. Don't they not have those in Kunlun Xu?" He answered calmly, "Of course they don't." Chen Tianli recalled the time he used his divine sense to scan the entirety of Huasha and explained, "While I was searching for you, your master scanned the country with his divine sense and happened to learn some information about games. It's a pity I don't have enough time." Otherwise I would truly like to give them a try. Yi Chen couldn't help but imagine the sight of Chen Tianli sitting at a computer gaming, sighing helplessly. Master playing games, that image is just too out of place. Chen Tianli quickly interrupted his thoughts. Do not get sidetracked. Because your current realm is too low, merely the separation and reunion realm, even if your master wished to teach you certain sword techniques, you would be unable to execute them. Of course, this is not entirely your fault. After all, the spiritual energy in Huasha is simply too thin. He recalled the figures who cultivated bitterly beneath the pagoda, and explained to Yi Chen, in contrast, the spiritual energy in Kunlun Xu is so dense it can produce spiritual springs, spiritual mines, spiritual stones, and natural spiritual treasures. Cultivating in Kunlun Xu, the speed of breakthroughs is several times faster than in Huasha, even dozens of times faster. Speaking to this point, Chen Tianli thought of those masterful techniques, a hint of pride in his tone. Consequently, the strength of Kunlun Xu cultivators far surpassed those in Huasha, which was why the top powerhouses of Huasha staked everything to reach Kunlun Xu. Having finished, he lightly pressed his hand on Yi Chen's shoulder. As for the next objective, it left Yi Chen somewhat bewildered in an instant. Yi Chen was carried high into the air by a surge of force and then thrown directly toward the glowing stone ahead by Chen Tianli. Looking at Yi Chen's disheveled state, he continued, "That is, you must absorb the entire power of this soul-suppressing sun-breaking stone. Give it your all and increase your realm as much as possible." Yi Chen said nothing, merely looking at him with total focus. Before long, Chen Tianli tossed him a green object. "Take this." After Yi Chen caught it, his expression changed instantly. "That is the snake gall from the python before," he instructed. "You must swallow this gall immediately. It will help you reach a higher level." Yi Chen obeyed submissively. "Yes, master." He sat cross-legged on the stone surface, hands joined, and gradually entered a state of cultivation. Seeing this, Chen Tianli watched with interest. "During this time, your master will not allow anyone to disturb you. Absorb with all your might and claim the power of the soul-suppressing stone entirely for your own." As the power was gradually absorbed by him, surges of overbearing aura swirled around his body. Chen Tianli stood aside, contemplating. His momentum is beginning to climb, but this speed is still far from enough. He commanded decisively, "Yi Chen, I give you 1 day. You must step into the true element realm." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but complain. "You are being too unreasonable." He stared wide-eyed at his master. "I only just entered the separation and reunion realm not long ago. Ordinary people need months of accumulation just to break through a minor realm. How is it possible to break through a major realm so quickly?" Chen Tianli explained. "Do not underestimate this soul-suppressing sun-breaking stone. This thing would be considered a treasure even in Kunlun Xu, let alone with the snake gall I gave you." Yi Chen's face turned purple as he gripped the snake gall in his hand, cursing under his breath. Damn it, the current speed isn't meeting the requirement at all. Yet he still decisively took a bite of the snake gall. He ate frantically, and watching the scene before him, even Chen Tianli was somewhat speechless. Yi Chen wiped the corner of his mouth. He complained, "It's so bitter, it tastes terrible." Suddenly, his eyes widened as if he had sensed something, and he blurted out an exclamation. Immediately after, his entire body jolted upright, erupting with an extremely powerful aura. Chen Tianli looked at the youth before him, lost in thought. He hadn't expected the kid to take such a large bite. Swallowing so much snake gall at once, the violent energy could potentially cause his blood vessels, bones, muscles, and even internal organs to burst. Subsequently, he observed Yi Chen's agonized expression. But this kind of power was not so easily obtained. This bit of pain was something he eventually had to endure. Yi Chen sat quietly cross-legged on the giant rock, allowing streaks of golden divine light to descend from the heavens. As if the world were converging all its spiritual energy onto this single figure, he felt an immense sense of exhilaration, a flash of pride in his eyes. "Third level of the separation and reunion realm break," Chen Tianli praised. "Breaking through 3 levels in a row, not bad. There are still 6 levels to go. The pain that follows will be even more intense." Meanwhile, at the Zhang family in Beijing, soft sunlight spilled over the flying eaves and towering pillars, making the entire estate appear increasingly majestic amidst the silence of the halls. A group of people had gathered there. Wenchen stood before Ren Qian, facing a group led by the Zhang patriarch. Wenchen extended a hand to introduce them. "Father, these people are elders of the Falling Sword sect from Kunlun Xu. They have come to Huasha this time to select a group of geniuses to enter Kunlun Xu." The Zhang patriarch frowned and thought, "Elders of Kunlun Xu, I can sense their strength is terrifying." He looked toward Ren Qian and the other two with great expectation. If anyone could be chosen and cultivated by them, their future would be boundless. Ren Qian sat arrogantly. He crossed his arms and spoke haughtily. "I heard from Wenchen that your Zhang family has a few decent geniuses, Bring them out and let us see them for ourselves. If they truly have talent, the Falling Sword sect is willing to cultivate them." Recalling Wenshin's prowess, he continued, "When we took Wenshin away years ago, his strength now, after all these years, is enough to make your Zhang family the strongest in Huasha. Although my Falling Sword sect is not a top-tier power in Kunlun Xu, we are certainly not an entity that ordinary forces can shake." Upon hearing this, the Zhang Patriarch felt as if he had received a treasure, responding repeatedly, "Elder Ren, I will bring the people over immediately." Shortly after, he led a group of young people over. "These are the most talented children of our Zhang family. Every one of them is a rare genius. You may choose as you please." Ren Qian smiled with satisfaction, slowly circulating his power as he reached his hand forward. "Good, then let me see these children." His spiritual energy instantly enveloped the group of youths. After inspecting them for a moment, Ren Qian shouted in shock and anger, "What kind of mediocre bunch is this that dares to call themselves geniuses? Every single one is unqualified." The Zhang Patriarch bowed his head in fear. Not even one person had passed. Could it be that besides Wenshin, no one in our Zhang family can enter Kunlun Xu? Seeing no response, Ren Qian stood up. "The Zhang family's standards are too low. Let us go to Jiangnan province to take a look. I heard anomalies have appeared there. There might be geniuses emerging." Seeing this, Wenshin hurriedly intervened. "Please wait a moment," he said in a low voice. "Elders, there is one more person in the Zhang family with God-defying talent. Someone even I admit I am inferior to. Please wait a moment, she will be here shortly." Feng Hua, standing behind the Zhang Patriarch, was startled upon hearing this. "What? There is a genius in the family even stronger than Wenshin. What is going on? I've never heard of this. What is Wenshin talking about?" The Zhang Patriarch also harbored secret doubts. A person whose talent exceeds Wenshin's, even I, the clan leader, don't remember who that could be. Ren Qian sat back down, crossing his arms once more. "Zhang Wenshin, I hope you are telling the truth," he calculated inwardly. "Regardless, my mission is to bring as many geniuses as possible back to the sect," Wenshin answered with resounding force. "Rest assured, Elder Ren, she will be here shortly." Not long after, a commotion came from outside. The Zhang Patriarch looked out of the corner of his eye and saw Peirong stepping through the door. His eyes widened instantly. "It's actually her." She walked before Ren Qian and introduced herself calmly. "Zhang Peirong greets the elders." Everyone revealed looks of astonishment. Feng Hua asked, "Why has Peirong come?" Jin Zhu added immediately, "While she indeed possesses supreme talent and once caused a stir throughout Huasha, the problem is," before she could finish, Ren Qian slammed the table heavily. "Nonsense, the optimal age for human cultivation is under 30, the younger the better." He rose abruptly, pointing at Peirong and condensing spiritual energy in his palm to inspect her. As the spiritual energy swirled around her, Ren Qian complained incessantly. "But this woman is already over 40, she is completely useless, with no value whatsoever." Wenshin hurriedly pleaded, "Elder, although Peirong is a bit older, her talent is truly supreme. Back then, a master from Kunlun Xu wanted to take her away." Ren Qian cursed angrily. "Do you think I'm blind? I can obviously see her talent is extraordinary. If cultivated well, she could become a powerhouse even in Kunlun Xu. But in some matters, late is simply late. At this age, she can forget about ever distinguishing herself in this lifetime." Jianfeng stood aside, frowning and sighing. "It's such a pity. If only Peirong had realized her potential earlier. But she gave up cultivation herself." He stared fixedly at Peirong. Now she was just an ordinary woman, a mother who wanted to save her husband and protect her child in the midst of the storm. Although Yi Chen was strong, what mother would want her child to get hurt or risk their life? Peirong pleaded. "Please understand, Elder, my husband was taken by the Blood Alliance. If I do not enter Kunlun Xu, I will never have peace in this life." Wenshin also pleaded on her behalf. "Elder Ren, do I not still have sect contribution points? As long as you let Peirong enter, I am willing to surrender all my points. Please, grant us this." Ren Qian's face was dark as he asked, "You say your husband was taken by the Blood Alliance. You want to enter Kunlun Xu for revenge?" She answered resolutely, "Elder Ren, the Blood Alliance has committed countless evils and deserves punishment. As long as I can enter Kunlun Xu, I am willing to pay any price." Upon hearing this, he revealed a sinister smile, and then couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. Peirong looked confused and bewildered. "Why are you laughing like that?" Ren Qian told her bluntly. "I am laughing at your stupidity, of course. Since you have a grudge against the Blood Alliance, I have all the more reason not to let you in. If you cause trouble for the sake of revenge, would my Falling Sword sect not be retaliated against by the Blood Alliance?" Peirong's face turned pale instantly, thinking the Blood Alliance is actually that strong. Even the Falling Sword sect is afraid. Ren Qian stared at her from across the way, thinking truly ignorant. "You know nothing of the Blood Alliance. Setting aside that you are past the age, even if your talent were perfect, I would never let you pass." he chillingly recalled his own roots, because my other identity is a member of the Blood Alliance. Ren Qian secretly thought of his brothers, explaining to himself in his mind, unlike ordinary sects, the Blood Alliance plants disciples into major forces throughout Kunlun Xu every year, solely to gather their techniques and secrets. Like blood-sucking parasites, the entire Blood Alliance is constantly draining Kunlun Xu and me, and I am the one planted within the Falling Sword sect, he said directly to Peirong. Your husband fell into the hands of the Blood Alliance. He likely lost his life long ago. Perhaps you were a genius then, but now you are just a waste who missed her chance. Get lost, coward. After hearing this, she lowered her head and said, It is fine if I do not join the sect, but even if you are an esteemed elder, you have no right to humiliate me. Furthermore, my husband is not dead. Although I, Zhang Peirong, missed my chance, my son has not. At this point her gaze became even more determined. He is my pride. As a mother, I firmly believe he will enter Kunlun Xu and eradicate those villains of the Blood Alliance. Wenchen, standing aside, was very worried. This won't do. Ren Qian's temper is not something anyone dares to provoke. Immediately, a giant hand containing powerful force lunged toward her. Ren Qian grabbed Peirong by the throat. He squeezed tightly, threatening, With your meager ability you dare question the words of I, Ren Qian? Snapping your neck would be as easy as turning my palm. Furthermore, I must tell you, though your talent is decent, it is flawed. It absolutely cannot be inherited by the next generation, so your son is destined to be nothing more than a mediocre waste. The Zhang Patriarch was horrified at the sight. This is bad, he hurriedly intervened to persuade. Elder Ren, please calm your anger. Jianfeng beside him also helped. Peirong is immature, please forgive her this once, Elder Ren. Seeing that Ren Qian had no intention of letting go, Wenchen spoke up. Elder Ren, wait. He produced a medicinal pill and handed it over. Elder Ren, this pill was bestowed upon me by my master years ago. I am willing to use it to trade for my sister's life. He presented the pill. Ren Qian glanced at it and asked, Is this not the heavenly mysterious spirit pill, of which there are only 5 in the entire sect? To trade such a treasure for her worthless life, you truly have made a massive loss. Wenchen was unmoved, his heart set on the plea. Please accept it, Elder Ren, and release my sister quickly. If this continues, she will be strangled to death. Ren Qian threw Peirong to the ground. Then she shall be allowed to live for the time being. She collapsed on the floor, coughing up a mouthful of blood. He looked at her and mocked. Vile waste, you had better thank Wenchen properly. 1,000 of your worthless lives wouldn't equal this one heavenly mysterious spirit pill. Ren Qian sinisterly circulated his power. But I only said I would let you live. I didn't say how you would live. As he spoke, he walked toward Peirong. I shall shatter the bones of your 4 limbs so that you can only spend the rest of your life paralyzed in bed as a useless cripple. Ren Qian decisively struck out to finish Peirong off. Vile woman, you are destined to be a cripple, the Zhang Patriarch shouted at the sight. This is bad. Jianfeng didn't hesitate to rush out and shield Peirong. She was horrified. Second brother, Ren Qian's heavy, powerful palm struck Jianfeng's body with full force. He was severely injured. Both of the Zhang siblings were sent flying quite a distance. Seeing this, Wenchen immediately circulated his internal energy, prepared to act. Second brother, little sister, but his neck was suddenly struck and his entire body was immobilized. Damn it, my body has been sealed. It was Xiao Jun. He reminded him, Wenchen, you have a boundless future. There is no need to ruin your future for her. Do not provoke Elder Ren. Wenchen let out a roar of absolute rage. She is my only sister. He cursed inwardly. Damn it, I have to find a way to break this seal. Peirong supported Jianfeng. Second brother. Jianfeng said to her with difficulty, I'm sorry, Peirong. Your second brother just wanted to protect you properly for once. Ren Qian approached arrogantly, provoking them. You think you can save someone? Laughable. He circulated his power to manifest a fiery red orb within which sat a hair-raising eye. I'll see just what you have to protect her with. Suddenly, a thick cloud of purple smoke rose, yet Ren Qian remained standing tall and proud. The dense smoke completely enveloped him. Ren Qian peered through the mist with a frown, discovering that there were actually helpers outside. A lithe figure leapt into the fray. It was Ling Tian who commanded, Dark Hall members, hear my order. At all costs we must rescue the mother of the palace master. The masked crowd responded in unison, and then charged at Ren Qian together. He said arrogantly, You have the numbers, but no matter how many mosquitoes there are, they are still just mosquitoes. With only 2 fingers he unleashed 10,000 tiny sword cheese. In an instant the entire group fell. Killing you takes no more effort than blowing away dust. Ling Tian hoisted Peirong onto his back and fled outside with agile movements, shouting, Run! Unexpectedly, Ren Qian appeared beside him in an instant. You cannot escape. At that moment the Zhang Patriarch also caught up. Ren Qian waved his hand decisively, blasting him back with a palm strike. Get lost. Ren Qian then struck the Zhang Patriarch's crown with a heavy palm, the force of which felt as if the heavens were collapsing. The Zhang patriarch fell painfully to the ground. Seeing this, Pei Rong screamed. Father Ren Qian remained intent on chasing them down. Don't even dream of escaping. However, he instinctively looked back. It turned out the Zhang patriarch was desperately clinging to Ren Qian's leg. He shouted with suicidal resolve, "Run!" Ren Qian flew into a towering rage. "You're seeking death." He then struck the man's head ruthlessly with a palm. The Zhang patriarch began bleeding from his 7 orifices. He endured the excruciating pain until he no longer had the strength to resist, his hands finally slumping weakly. In that wretched state, the Zhang patriarch whispered a weak confession. "Pei Rong, I was wrong in the past." He recalled the time when the 3 children were still young. "I want to go back to when you were all little." His breath gradually grew faint. "This is the only thing I, as a father, can do for you. I hope you won't blame me." After speaking, the Zhang patriarch collapsed onto the cold ground. Wenchen witnessed this and burst into tears, crying out in terror repeatedly. "Father, father!" Jianfeng, sitting on the ground, also shouted in grief. "Father," he wailed in agony. "Father, please wake up, don't scare me." Wenchen propped up the Zhang patriarch and produced a medicinal pill, saying with faint hope, "Father, this is the best healing pill I have, it will surely save you." Ren Qian looked back and found the path ahead empty. He once again revealed a sinister smile. "Good, very good. I didn't expect that in this tiny Washa there would actually be trash capable of rescuing someone from my hands." Ren Qian was beyond furious, clenching his fists and cursing with a murderous aura. It was all because of these 2 bastards from the Zhang family. Ren Qian strode menacingly toward the 3 Zhang family members. Wenchen's expression was solemn, his eyes filled with fire as he questioned Ren Qian. "Elder Ren, are you really going to lay hands on me, a new disciple?" Xiao Jun and the others intervened from the side. "Elder Ren, enough. Don't forget our primary objective. Finding geniuses for the sect is most important. As for that woman, if she escaped, so be it," he replied. "This matter isn't that simple. When that group of so-called Dark Hall remnants attacked just now, they carried an intense killing intent. They must not be let off." Having said that, he thought to himself, "More importantly, Zhang Perong harbors deep hatred for my blood alliance. For the sake of the blood alliance, I must pull up the roots and eliminate the trouble." The brutal Ren Qian barked an order. "Zhang Wenchen, I must see your sister by tomorrow night at the latest. If you cannot do it, then aside from you, the entire Zhang family shall be buried with her." After speaking, he flicked his sleeve and left. "Let's go." One of the 3 sighed. "It seems there's no other way." Xiao Zhan chimed in from the side. "Ren Qian is leading the team this time. We have no say in the matter." On Yi Chen's side, he was still diligently cultivating on the colored stone slabs, appearing to be under extreme strain. Chen Tianli remained at his side, supervising. He remarked that Yi Chen had broken through to the 8th level in just 1 night. "The speed is decent, but the true challenge is yet to come." Yi Chen shouted, "Break for me." His eyes were determined as he gritted his teeth, circulating his internal energy through his entire body. Subsequently, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Chen Tianli witnessed everything from a distance. Although Yi Chen had broken through to the 9th level, his body was on the verge of collapse. His blood vessels and meridians were severely damaged from the repeated cycles of impact and recovery. At this moment, Yi Chen made up his mind, clenching the snake gall in his hand. There was only one last step. "Keep pushing." He decisively placed it in his mouth, the intense pain causing him to scream out repeatedly, "It hurts, it hurts, hurts, hurts." Chen Tianli's brow furrowed, his eyes full of worry. But he was not stingy with praise. "To reach this level in just 5 years, disciple, you are indeed exceptional. But as the master of the reincarnation cemetery, your current strength is still far from enough. Only by becoming stronger can you rescue us." Chen Tianli looked up at the sky. "In the reincarnation cemetery, it may seem like the 100 of us are helping you, but in reality we are saving ourselves. Because you are the only one with the chance to oppose that power." Night fell, and the full moon hung high. Yi Chen's face was pale, his expression pained. He reached out to wipe the blood from his lips. "Damn it, I've tried to break through at least 30 times tonight, but this last layer simply won't yield." The barrier of a major realm was indeed incomparable to a minor one. It was like a city wall standing firm against crashing waves. He murmured while feeling the power within his body trying to shatter that towering wall. "Only by breaking it can I completely achieve the breakthrough. For an ordinary cultivator, this would be a long process." He continued to imagine that power as a giant wave cresting over the wall. If one followed conventional cultivation, the wall would need to be eroded by seawater for years until it collapsed. Yi Chen made up his mind, looking at the remaining snake gall in his hand, but his master's requirement was a quick resolution. Time was running out, and there was very little snake gall left. He had to gamble everything on this final attempt. Then he decisively swallowed all the snake gall. "I'm going all in." Not only would he swallow the remaining gall, but he would also absorb all the energy of the soul-suppressing sun-breaking stone at once. Shortly after, a brilliant divine light shot into the sky. Countless colored spiritual energies swirled around the figure, sitting still like a descending deity. Yi Chen at the center shouted, "All energy, rise up like a heaven-shaking wave for me." With the power surging like a tsunami within him, Yi Chen commanded a frenzied assault on the barrier. Finally, that violent tsunami crashed through the massive city wall. In an instant, massive cracks appeared on the barrier. Veins bulged on Yi Chen's skin. Chen Tianli watched intently from the side, his face full of worry. Yi Chen produced another pile of medicinal pills and swallowed them. "Not enough, still far from enough, I need more. I, Yi Chen, have dwelt in purgatory and experienced life and death since childhood. Having gone through countless blood-soaked battles, how can I stop here?" Energy erupted as a red light shot out from his body, and he roared, "A mere barrier dares to think it can stop me. Break for me." A pillar of light shot from beneath him straight into the clouds, and a blood dragon clearly manifested, coiling around him. Yi Chen's eyes glowed as he officially broke through to the true element realm. Chen Tianli looked at the sky in shock and shouted, "It's not over yet. There's a lightning tribulation." Yi Chen's destiny made heaven and earth tremble. When one breaks through to a specific realm, the world descends a lightning punishment. Only by surviving the tribulation can the breakthrough be considered complete. Yi Chen pointed to the sky and commanded, "Blood Dragon, Natal Spirit Talisman, block it for me." In an instant, the blood dragon merged with the talisman to meet the lightning tribulation head-on. On the other side, Wan Lao observed and spoke, "That it is a lightning tribulation, and its scale is immense," he continued. "It seems that kid Yi Chen has broken through again and become stronger than before. Let us protect him. He truly is qualified to fight him." Beside him, Pei Min chimed in, "That child is only in his early 20s, it's terrifying. We simply cannot compare." The scene shifted to the Zhang family in Beijing, where Ren Qian also sensed the disturbance. He looked at the night sky and said, "I can feel someone distant triggering a lightning tribulation." The person behind him asked in confusion, "A lightning tribulation? Doesn't that only appear when a cultivator breaks through to the spirit-wandering realm?" Xiao Zhan added, "Spiritual energy is thin in Huasha. Even a warrior who cultivates for a century could hardly reach that." Ren Qian responded, "If someone truly can achieve this, they are surely a genius rare even in Kunlun Xu. If we can bring them back to the sect leader will surely reward us handsomely." He added, "After we deal with the Zhang family tomorrow, we will go find that genius." Meanwhile, Yi Chen was using the blood dragon and the talisman to withstand the lightning tribulation. Chen Tianli was both shocked and delighted. He hadn't expected this kid to be able to trigger lightning power at the level of the spirit-wandering realm while only at the true element realm. In terms of potential, I fear no one in my era could compare to him. Furthermore, he seemed to realize that the natal spirit talisman could absorb the lightning to enhance the power of lightning attribute techniques. There was also that blood dragon with its heavy killing intent, which showed no fear toward the violent electricity. This path of the slaughterous monarch indeed suited him perfectly. Chen Tianli continued, "As Yi Chen grows, the blood dragon and the talisman will become stronger and stronger. No one knows what heights these two powers will eventually reach." At this moment, the lightning tribulation in the sky began to dissipate. Yi Chen looked at his palm in a somewhat disheveled state and said, "The lightning tribulation is over. I can feel my current power far exceeds what it was before." His use of lightning had become more proficient, and its power had increased greatly. As for other moves, he casually threw out a burning heaven palm, triggering a massive shockwave. Looking at the scorched trees before him, Yi Chen said, "The power of the burning heaven palm is much stronger than before and can be unleashed at will. The number of times I can use the sky-breaking sword intent has also increased significantly. I no longer become exhausted after the second strike as I did before." Just then, the phone in his pocket rang. After connecting, Yi Chen asked, "Yi Lingtian, what are you looking for me for?" He noted to himself that there were many missed calls from Yi Lingtian. The voice on the other end answered, "It's bad, Palace Master. Your mother, Zhang Perong, is heavily injured, and the Zhang family is being coveted by Kunlun Xu experts." Yi Chen immediately ordered, "Arrange a plane for me. I'm returning to Beijing immediately." By the next morning, a plane was flying through the sky. Inside the cabin, Yi Chen sat with his head lowered, his face grim. Wei Ying remarked from the side about being able to ride in a private jet again. He thought darkly, "So what if it's a Kunlun Xu powerhouse like Ren Qian? Anyone who dares to harm my mother, no one can save him today." Yi Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. "Quickly, I must make it in time." The scene shifted to the Zhang family in Beijing, where Jianfeng asked, "Big brother, how is father?" Wenchen answered, "He is still unconscious and I don't know when he will regain consciousness. Jianfeng, let me handle this alone. I am a disciple of the Falling Sword sect after all. Even if I don't hand over Perong, they can't do anything to me," he responded. "No, I am also Perong's brother. The responsibility for our sister's fault should be shared by me." Wenchen said solemnly that those past events were indeed surprising, but this time was different. Elder Ren and the others were from Kunlun Xu, and their strength far exceeded that of the Guardians. They were not someone that child could oppose. He looked up at the sky and sighed. Aorong's family has suffered too much. I only hope her son can live well and absolutely does not come here to take a risk. Just then, Ren Qian entered and interrogated, Zhang Wenchen, you have quite the nerve. Not only did you fail to bring back Zhang Perong, but you also used us as a distraction to move the Zhang family members. Do you really think I won't dare to kill you? In the spacious living room, the 5 people looked at each other. Wenchen hurriedly responded, Elder Ren, I will bear all the consequences. My life is at your disposal. Jianfeng cut in to say, Elder Ren, I was the sole mastermind behind all this. It has nothing to do with my big brother. I am willing to give my life to trade for Perong's. Ren Qian snorted coldly, a murderous look on his face. I'm afraid you've misunderstood. No one can take that slut's place. If she doesn't appear, we will hunt down the entire Zhang family to the very end, leaving not even a chicken or a dog alive. Wenchen stood up abruptly. Are you joking? You want to exterminate the entire Zhang family over this? I'm going back to Kunlun Xu to report this to the sect leader. Ren Qian barked in rage. I didn't expect you to be so stupid. Since things have reached this point, do you think I will let you return to the Falling Sword sect alive? He ordered. Attack. Kill these 2 first. Wenchen drew his sword and roared. There are no cowards in my Zhang family, Jianfeng chimed in. Even in death I will never betray my closest kin. A disciple charged forward shouting, Die! Wenchen swung his sword to block. The impact made the room tremble violently, sending debris flying inside the room. Xiao Jun caught Wenchen's sword strike with his bare hands. He spoke with a solemn expression and a loud shout, Wenchen, give up. Trading her life for the safety of the Zhang family is well worth it. He gnashed his teeth and shouted, You lot are serving Ren Qian, and surely took many benefits from him. Don't compare me, Zhang Wenchen, to a bunch of traitors who value profit over righteousness. Jianfeng lunged at Xiao Jun with his sword. Go to hell. Xiao Jun raised his hand to condense a purple light and casually struck the blade. The longsword instantly snapped in 2, he said with a contemptuous gaze. You dare join the battle with such meager skill? Immediately after, Xiao Jun struck Jianfeng's chest with a heavy palm. Jianfeng spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backward. Seeing this, Wenchen called out in frantic worry. Inside the study, Xiao Jun turned and unleashed a wave of his hand. 3 beams of purple light shot from his palm, instantly shattering the sword into 3 pieces and striking Wenchen with heavy force. Xiao Jun stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at the kneeling Wenchen who was clutching his chest. You are a mere inner gate disciple. How could you hope to best an elder like me, who is a full rank above you? He raised a hand and barked. Since you refuse to see reason, then die. Just then, Perong appeared at the door and shouted sharply, Stop. With a face full of resolve, she announced, If you want to kill someone, kill me. Spare my brothers. Wenchen and Jianfeng looked back, shouting in agitation, You foolish girl, why did you come back? Father risked his life to get you out of here. Run. Go back. Perong lowered her head and made a cold demand. This matter started because of me and it should end with me. You must fulfill your agreement and spare the Zhang family. Ren Qian stepped forward, placing a hand on Xiao Jun's shoulder as he laughed heartily. Interesting. I didn't expect a wench like you to actually have some spine. He walked up to her, looking down with a condescending gaze, and added chillingly, Though I said that, I'm afraid I've changed my mind. Because the Zhang family has disappointed me greatly. If you kneel before me and beg for mercy, I might consider letting them go. Perong trembled with rage, shouting indignantly, Fine, you said it. At that moment, Yi Chun, radiating a thick killing intent, kicked the door into splinters. He roared at Ren Qian, You old beast, you dare make my mother kneel and beg for mercy? Yi Chun raised his hand to condense flames, letting out a furious snarl. Go to hell. He immediately unleashed the burning heaven palm toward Ren Qian. A bearded man stepped in front of Ren Qian and shouted, Impudent, where did this brat come from? The man raised his hand to construct a spiritual energy shield, rebuking, How dare you strike at Elder Ren? Suddenly, the bearded man's brow furrowed tightly, his face twisting in shock. He looked at the cracks forming on the shield and cried out in terror, What? My spiritual energy shield is actually... The flames within the palm print erupted instantly, shattering the shield and slamming directly into the bearded man. Enveloped in the blazing fire, he screamed piteously, It burns! Yi Chen shielded Perong and shouted, Mom, hide behind me. She was overcome with emotion, crying out joyfully, Chenner. At that moment, on a nearby rooftop, the old man, wine gourd in hand, turned his gaze toward the scene. He raised the gourd and shouted, I've followed all the way from Hong Kong to Beijing. I've seen quite a few exciting things. The old man tilted his head back for a swig of wine and laughed. Interesting. In the courtyard, the bearded man rolled on the ground, wailing, It burns. Seeing this, Wenchen thought to himself, Is he Pirong's son, to have such power in just one move? Exactly how strong is he? Seeing the bearded man rolling on the ground, Ren Qian snorted coldly and waved his hand to disperse the flames on the man's body. The bearded man cried out dismally, Elder Ren. Ren Qian immediately declared, This kid is not simple. Fall back. I'll handle this. The bearded man complied and withdrew. On the other side, Yi Chen looked at his mother with concern. "Mom, are you all right?" Pei Rong replied with a faint smile. "I'm fine, Mom is okay." Suddenly, Yi Chen's heart jolted. "Mom, you're injured." She looked at her hand and said, "It's nothing." Yi Chen immediately produced a golden medicinal pill. He looked at Pei Rong and urged loudly, "Mom, you have internal injuries from a recent blow. Hurry and take this pill to heal." She immediately took it. Yi Chen then glanced sideways at the group behind him and roared, "As for the one who injured my mother, I will never let them off." Ren Qian stood with his hands behind his back, approaching with a cold, loud laugh. He mocked with utter disdain. "Brat, the injuries on her body were inflicted by me, Ren Qian, just yesterday." He raised a finger and pointed directly at Yi Chen's face in provocation. "What can you possibly do to me?" Ren Qian drew his sword, blue light radiating from his body as he barked. "It seems you are the one they call Yi Chen." He stared at Yi Chen and shouted, "This level of strength certainly doesn't look like the talentless waste they claimed you were." Yi Chen spared him a cold glance and asked back, "Ren Qian, since you dared to harm my mother, have you decided how you want to die?" Ren Qian's brow furrowed as he roared in a frenzy of rage. "Presumptuous!" He raised his hands to his head, releasing a terrifying surge of blue energy. "You've chosen the hard way." Yi Chen also drew his longsword, releasing blood-red energy in response. "The presumptuous one is you." Ren Qian raised his sword high, condensing thousands of purple sword chi phantoms. "You're seeking death." Ren Qian pointed his sword directly at Yi Chen. He shouted sharply, "Sword falling from the 9 heavens." Yi Chen also summoned thousands of golden sword shadows and roared, "Falling stars." The purple and gold sword chis collided frantically, erupting in a sky-shaking boom. Ren Qian looked up and saw the two phantom forces at a stalemate. He gnashed his teeth, his arm trembling as he held his sword. "This brat can actually neutralize my attack, you've got to be kidding me." Yi Chen suddenly appeared behind Ren Qian and shouted, "Neutralize? Don't flatter yourself." Yi Chen stared at Ren Qian, revealing the secret. "After my falling stars is unleashed, it can still be controlled freely. It is a detached technique, but to block my sword move you have no choice but to stay in place, exhausting your mind to manipulate your spiritual energy." Ren Qian's head was pinned down firmly by Yi Chen. His face turned ashen as he cried out, "What?" Yi Chen slammed Ren Qian's head violently into the ground. Covered in blood, he was hoisted back up, asking in terror, "What are you trying to do?" Yi Chen then slammed Ren Qian's head into the ground once more. He pressed down with force, burying Ren Qian's head deep into the dirt. Yi Chen watched calmly as Ren Qian's blood splattered onto him. He put all his strength into pressing Ren Qian's entire head into the crater. Beside them, Xiao Jun and the other man exclaimed in shock, "This kid is too ruthless. I didn't expect that even Elder Ren would be no match for him." Ren Qian lifted his head and roared at the top of his lungs. "What are you looking at? Do something." He waved his hand and sacrificed a drop of essence blood. "I'll use my blood to form an array that will surely kill him." That drop of essence blood quickly split and spread in all directions. Xiao Jun and the other man immediately formed hand seals to cooperate. "Form the array." Following their shout, countless green sword shadows manifested in midair, descending with overwhelming force to form a celestial prison. Yi Kan looked up at the dense forest of sword shadows above him. Wenshin's face turned ashen as he shouted in a panic, "This is bad. This is one of the falling sword sect's 10 great killing arrays. 3 years ago, the 3 of them used this array to slay a spirit-wandering realm expert." Yi Chen held his sword horizontally and looked up. "I can indeed feel the immense power of this sword array, but so what? In the end, it's just a formation made of swords." He pointed his fingers to manipulate his sword, letting the blade radiate a dense black energy as he barked, "Soul-suppressing sword, release your pressure." In an instant, several pillars of purple light shot from the sword blade straight into the clouds. At the same time, the green longswords high in the air began to emit a trembling hum. Below, Xiao Jun and the other man cried out in horror, "What? Our swords are actually trembling? How is that possible? Could it be?" Following a massive explosion, those sword shadows simultaneously twisted and deformed. Yi Chen looked up and mocked, "Unfortunately, the swords making up this array are trash. Before my soul-suppressing sword, they can only bow in submission. Without the support of the swords, the array naturally collapses." Wenshin's brow furrowed tightly. "A treasure sword of this grade is extremely rare even in Kunlun Xu, yet he actually possesses one." Ren Qian lay paralyzed on the ground, looking at the sky in disbelief. How could this happen? Yi Chen suddenly raised his foot and stomped toward him, giving him a taste of his own medicine. "You wanted to kill my mother. Don't dream of leaving here alive today." Hearing this, Ren Qian defended himself in a panic. "No, I didn't want to kill her. I only said I would cripple her. Also, you cannot kill me, or you will face the endless wrath of the falling sword sect." Yi Chen stomped heavily onto his waist, making him wail in agony. Yi Chen ground his foot down with force and announced, "Then I shall shatter all the meridians in your body right now. Consider that my revenge." Ren Qian wailed in pain. "You brat, how can you be so cruel?" He looked up, staring at Yi Chen as he roared, For us cultivators, being crippled is 100 times more painful than death. Ren Qian pulled a spirit talisman from his robes. Since you dare to make a lethal move against me, you will surely regret it. Don't forget your father is still in the hands of my Blood Alliance. He then released the talisman into the air. I will tell the Blood Alliance everything that happened today. You are a dead man. Xiao Jun and the other man watched the talisman fly away and exclaimed, "That is the Blood Alliance's intelligence talisman. Elder Ren is actually a member of the Blood Alliance." Yi Chen, filled with rage, circulated his spiritual energy and struck Ren Qian's head, sending him on his way. Pei Rong watched the talisman flying out the door, her heart full of worry. "Chenner, what do we do now? He seems to have sent the message out." Yi Chen stood up and replied, "Don't worry, I have a way." Yi Chen then sacrificed another talisman and commanded, "Natal Spirit Talisman, go." Yi Chen's purple talisman quickly gave chase to Ren Qian's intelligence talisman, nipping closely at its heels. The purple talisman suddenly accelerated to overtake it. Immediately after, it swept past, slicing the intelligence talisman in two. Though it was severed, a portion of it still flew off into the distance at high speed. Yi Chen stood inside the room looking out the door. He closed his eyes and quickly recalled the purple talisman. It was over. Pei Rong asked anxiously from the side, "Chenner, how is it?" Yi Chen turned back and said, "I didn't catch it. The natal spirit talisman cannot move too far from my body. Fortunately, at least half of it was destroyed. At most, only fragmented information will be sent back." Hearing this, she secretly let out a sigh of relief. "That's good then." Yi Chen turned back and barked. Now that Ren Qian is dead, he glared with a grim face at the two men behind him. "It's your turn." Xiao Jun and the bearded man immediately dropped to their knees before Yi Chen. The bearded man pleaded, "Please spare our lives." Everything was ordered by Ren Qian. Xiao Jun also shouted excitedly, "We also never imagined he was a mole for the Blood Alliance." Wenchen raised a hand from the side to intervene. "Yi Chen, listen to your uncle. This matter cannot be allowed to escalate any further." He spoke with a serious face. After all, they were still elders of the Falling Sword sect. Killing them will only attract new and powerful enemies. Suddenly, Yi Chen's face darkened as he fell into thought. Immediately after, two beams of golden energy shot from behind him. These two beams struck the stunned Xiao Jun and his companion simultaneously. They sprayed blood upon impact and died on the spot. Yi Chen looked out the door with full alertness. "There's another expert." He then slammed his foot against the ground, using the force to fly high into the air. Yi Chen landed on the roof and quickly chased after the figure. He landed lightly beside the old man. Yi Chen asked in utter shock, "Who are you?" The old man raised his wine gourd and shouted with a laugh, "You're quite fast, kid. I have no ill will toward you, otherwise you'd be the one dead." The old man narrowed his eyes and pointed downward. "As for those people, you shouldn't have hesitated. Even though they begged for mercy, they still despised you in their hearts, and they would never admit they lost to a Washa person from the secular world." He turned to look at Yi Chen and added, "They would have to give an account to their sect, so after returning to Kunlun Xu, they would surely spread rumors to harm you. Only the dead tell no lies. Only then will the initiative be in your hands." The old man stood up and patted him on the shoulder. "Enough small talk for today, until we meet again." Hearing his laughter, Yi Chen's eyes widened in shock. In a flash of gold light, the old man's figure had vanished. Yi Chen's face was solemn as he thought to himself, "So such a level of powerhouse actually exists in Washa? Forget guardians, even the experts of Kunlun Xu are like ants before him." He looked up in the direction where the gold light had vanished. "Though I don't know his purpose, I hope he is not an enemy." After a while, Yi Chen walked back inside. "I'm back." Wenchen looked back with a face full of worry. 3 elders died in Washa. The Falling Sword sect and the Blood Alliance will surely be enraged and send people to investigate, and all clues will point to you. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen asked back with a calm expression, "It's fine. If they want to come, let them come. What do I have to fear?" Yi Chen asked with a look of concern, "More importantly, how are your injuries? Do you need me to treat them?" Wenchen immediately refused. "No need, you have self-healing abilities," he shouted excitedly. "But the problem is the old man's condition is very bad. To save Pei Rong, he took a direct hit from Ren Qian. His current state is extremely poor. Though he's temporarily clinging to life thanks to the pills you brought back from Kunlun Xu, he won't be able to hold on much longer." Pei Rong clasped her hands and pleaded, "Chenner, do you have a way to save him? He is your grandfather after all." Yi Chen stepped forward and took her hand. "Mom, don't worry. Since he went to such lengths for you, I acknowledge him as my grandfather and will surely save him." Sunlight spilled over the white villa. Inside the hall, the crowd was buzzing with discussion, looking toward the 4 people entering. Yi Chen and the others, seeing the 4, Feng War exclaimed, "Heavens, Zhang Wenchen and the others are still alive. Even Yi Chen is here. Could it be the elders of the Falling Sword sect were all dealt with?" Hearing this, Jin Zhu chimed in, "It's very likely. After all, that's Yi Chen. He's done too many things beyond our imagination." Yi Chen stood before the Zhang Patriarch's sickbed. The elder's forehead was dark and cold sweat was pouring down. Looking at the death chi radiating from the Zhang patriarch, he shouted, "The death chi on grandfather is extremely heavy. If I don't act, he won't last more than 3 hours." Perong was in tears, her voice choked with emotion. "Dad, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I never listened to you and made you angry for all these years. I really haven't been a good daughter." Yi Chen patted her shoulder to comfort her. "Mom, don't cry. Trust in my abilities." He held 3 golden needles between his fingers. Yi Chen flicked the 3 needles, which radiated a brilliant golden light, and declared, "I will definitely save you." Standing by the sickbed, Yi Chen looked at the Zhang patriarch, who lay shirtless. He gripped a row of golden needles, swearing to bring him back. Then Yi Chen's hands moved with lightning speed, continuously performing acupuncture on the patriarch. Zhang Jianfeng watched in awe, thinking, as expected, he is a master of both medicine and martial arts. Zhang Wenchen also couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Whether in cultivation or medicine, both required years of accumulation, taking decades to achieve true mastery. Staring at the golden light emanating from Yi Chen, he cried out in shock, "Yi Chen is so young, yet he has reached such a profound level in both medicine and martial arts simultaneously. This kind of talent and potential was extremely rare even in Kunlun Xu." Zhang Pirong's brow furrowed, and she shot the 2 men a displeased glare, signaling them to be quiet. "Everyone be quiet. What if you disturb Chenner?" An hour later, the Zhang patriarch let out a muffled groan and opened his eyes. Perong was overcome with emotion. "Dad, you're awake." Jianfeng also spoke up to ask. "How do you feel?" Wenchen added with a frown of concern. "Is there any discomfort?" The Zhang patriarch turned to look at Yi Chen beside him. "Halfway through the treatment, I had already regained consciousness. Yi Chen, I'm sorry and thank you." Yi Chen closed his eyes and replied calmly, "You are my grandfather, there is no need for apologies or thanks. Let the past remain in the past." The elder sat up abruptly, asking in disbelief, "What did you just call me?" Yi Chen looked at the Zhang patriarch, thinking to himself, "I thought I would never acknowledge this man in my life. But forget it, he did risk his life to save my mother. The old grudges should be wiped clean." Finally, Yi Chen closed his eyes and called out, "Grandfather." The Zhang patriarch's eyes filled with tears as he said to Perong, "You have raised a fine son, a son so great that even our Zhang family must look up to him." Zhang Perong looked away and said, "Dad, Yi Chen's strength isn't actually because of me. My talent is flawed and cannot be inherited by the next generation. All of this is thanks to my husband Yi Tianzheng." The 3 members of the Zhang family cried out in shock. "What?" Meanwhile, the half-fragment of the spirit talisman sent by Ren Qian had flown back to Kunlun Xu. It shot rapidly into the Blood Alliance. Elder Zheng reached out to catch the talisman. An intelligence talisman, it looks like one Ren Qian planted in the falling sword sect. His heart jolted as he watched the talisman shatter. The talisman is destroyed. Could something have happened to him? A light screen manifested, revealing Yi Chen's face and the final warning, "If this child is not eliminated, the Blood Alliance is in danger." Elder Zheng furiously dispersed the image of Ren Qian left in Washa's capital, cursing, "Damn it, which Washa ant dared to kill an elder of my Blood Alliance?" Elder Kai, standing behind him, spoke up, "That silhouette looks very much like the Yi Chen who previously destroyed the Ghost Soul prison." Upon hearing this, Elder Zheng's brows furrowed tightly. "Yi Chen, this kid has a deep-seated grudge with my Blood Alliance. To have survived until now is no small feat. Acting rashly might be unwise." Elder Zheng turned and gave an order. "Elder Kai, Elder Lu, use Ren Qian's death to pressure the Washa martial arts world and force them to hand over Yi Chen. No matter how strong that kid is, he cannot possibly stand against the entire Washa martial arts world alone." Hearing this, Elder Kai stroked his beard and laughed. "Elder Zheng, this plan to kill with a borrowed knife is truly brilliant." Elder Lu also chimed in with a cold laugh. "The Blood Alliance only needs to sit back and watch the tigers fight, waiting for them to slaughter each other, and then finally harvest Yi Chen's head." Elder Zheng spoke with his back to the 2. "I'll leave this matter to you. I have other affairs to handle." The 2 answered in unison, "Yes." Then he stood before a secret passage door that opened automatically. Elder Zheng looked at Yi Tianzheng, who was locked inside with iron chains, and asked the 2 guards beside him, "What is the progress? Have Yi Tianzheng's secrets been dug out yet?" With the ability of you 2, shouldn't searching his soul and forcibly taking his memories be easy? Upon hearing this, Sanghu replied with a frown, "Your subordinates have exhausted every method, but whenever we touch the deeper layers of Yi Tianzheng's memory, we are always repelled by a terrifying power." Elder Zheng let out a cry of shock. For a mere mediocre Washa mortal to have something so extraordinary hidden within him was stunning. Yi Tianzheng, covered in wounds, shouted with a cold laugh, "Don't bother, I know nothing." Elder Zheng spoke with a calm face, "Is that so? But I happen to have some news about your son. He killed our elder, a heinous crime, and is about to face the wrath of the entire Washa martial arts world." Elder Zheng laughed toward the sky. "At that time he will be besieged by all warriors. and along with your wife, they will surely die without a grave. I'll bring their corpses here for you to enjoy." Yi Tianzheng roared at him with a twisted expression. "You beasts, you will definitely meet a miserable end." Elder Zheng raised his hand to unleash a surge of purple energy. At that moment he stared at the energy entering Yi Tianzheng's mind, thinking, when a person is extremely agitated, their deep-seated memories are most likely to be revealed. Immediately after, a cluster of orange light rose from Yi Tianzheng's mind. Elder Zheng was struck with horror at the sight, and was subsequently sent flying back a great distance by that surge of energy. He clutched his chest, filled with shock and doubt. "This power can actually aid you. Just who are you? Could you really be related to the Yi family of Kunlun Xu?" The scene shifted to a desolate mountain range within the Falling Sword sect of Kunlun Xu. Sect leader Sun was respectfully serving hot tea to Shi. With a humble posture, sect leader Sun asked hurriedly, "My lord, what brings you to the Falling Sword sect in person?" Shi looked at his terrified state and spoke, "Sect leader Sun, you are too polite. I'm just here for a visit. Besides, you are the leader of a sect. It is improper to call an elder like me my lord." Hearing this, sect leader Sun waved his hands repeatedly in fear. "It is only right it should be so. The Falling Sword sect is but an affiliate of your myriad sword sect, even setting aside status and speaking only of strength. I am completely unable to compare with you." Shi let out a helpless sigh. "Fine, have it your way. I saw the elders and disciples looking terrified when I entered the sect. Has something happened?" Sect leader Sun hurriedly reported the truth. "My lord might not be aware, but 3 elders of this sect went to Huasha to find and recruit talented disciples, only to all lose their lives in the capital. I was just planning to send people to Huasha to investigate." Hearing this, Shi's eyes gaze turned sharp and disdainful. "The spiritual energy in Huasha is so thin, yet someone can actually kill your elders? Interesting. It just so happens I've been bored lately. I might as well tag along for a trip." Sect leader Sun hurriedly objected. "A mere Huasha mediocre talent is not worthy of your personal intervention. I'll send more disciples and elders to handle it. If they fail again, it won't be too late to ask you to step in." Shi slowly nodded in agreement. "Very well, let it be as sect leader Sun says." He closed his eyes, but his mind had other plans. "Actually, my goal isn't a trip. The true reason is for the Grand Master of my ancestor." "Did you descend upon the Myriad Sword sect a few days ago?" Shi thought of Chen Tianli, and fell into a memory. The 10,000 sword sovereign, Chen Tianli. He left a jade pendant back then. Seeing the pendant is like seeing the man himself. He fell into deep thought, his mind full of concerns. "Though there is this instruction, we are unwilling to sit and wait for death to find the holder of the pendant. I searched all of Kunlun Xu but found no clue." Shi suddenly had a realization speculating in his heart. "Therefore I suspect that person might not be in Kunlun Xu, but in Huasha. Although the probability is extremely low, it's worth a trip." The scene shifted to another location in the capital of Huasha. A plaque reading Huasha Yi family hung before a magnificent estate. Pei Rong was overcome with excitement the moment she saw the residence. "It's so big, Chenner. Is this our new home?" Yi Chen slowly nodded in response. "That's right, and in the future, it will be the #1 most powerful family in Huasha." He looked over the new residence with satisfaction. Having made a trip to Hong Kong, he hadn't expected it to be completed so quickly. Pei Rong suddenly looked at him and said, "Chenner, from now on you are the head of the Yi family. All family affairs shall be decided by you." Hearing this, Yi Chen smiled and declined. How could that be? The position of family head must be reserved for Dad. Understanding his mother's heart, he hurriedly added, "Don't worry, Mom. Before long I'll go to Kunlun Xu and bring Dad back." Yi Chen's face darkened, his tone sharp. "When that time comes, whoever dares to stop me shall be killed without mercy." Then he calmed his mind, took Pei Rong's hand and walked into the estate. "Mom, let's go take a careful tour of our new home first. Yi Lingqian introduced it to me over the phone once." As they walked, Yi Chen explained with great interest. "Thanks to this plot of land provided by Bai Li Shang, the spiritual energy of the Yi family is very dense, making it extremely suitable for cultivation. The architectural style is also very sophisticated, using the best materials and architects in Huasha." He looked at the layout of the estate and explained, "The perimeter is guarded by many experts from the Dark Hall to ensure the safety of you, Ruoshui, and the others. Our daily living area is in that villa ahead. There are 6 floors in total, including a basement." The two stepped deep into the residence. Yi Chen didn't forget his duties as a guide. The basement has abundant spiritual energy and excellent soundproofing, primarily used for cultivation. In a little while we'll bring Sun Yi, Ruoshui, and Zhou Ya over to the top 4 floors. Just then, a voice interrupted him. "Palace Master, 2 people wish to see you. They call themselves Bai Li Shang and Lei Shuwei." Yi Chen ordered them to be brought to the living room for hospitality. The scene shifted to Bai Li Shang and Lei Shuwei sitting in the living room with Yi Chen. He relaxed and closed his eyes, saying to the two with emotion, "I truly didn't expect the first guests of my Yi family would be you two." Hearing this, Lei Shuwei gave a somewhat bashful smile. "We can be considered uninvited guests." Bai Li Shang beside him asked with interest, "By the way, Mr. Yi, you've moved into a new home. When do you plan to hold the housewarming banquet?" Yi Chen announced with great expectation. "Tomorrow. This is also to inform the major forces of Huaxia that the Yi family is officially established. Please be sure to attend then." Bai Li Shang laughed heartily and promised. "That goes without saying. From the moment I gave this land, all forces have been watching the birth of the Yi family. Tomorrow's banquet will certainly be packed to capacity. We will definitely be there." Then he became serious. "But for Mr. Yi to set it for tomorrow might be a bit rushed. Currently, the Yi family seems complete, but it lacks one essential thing for a top-tier powerful family." Yi Chen asked in confusion, "What is it?" Bai Li Shang's brow furrowed slightly as he spoke with deep meaning. "A formation." Bai Li Shang took a deep breath and explained slowly, "Any top-tier family with a 1,000-year legacy will certainly set up a powerful family-protecting formation. A formation can not only defend against external enemies but also create illusions to prevent mortals from wandering in by mistake." Recalling something, he asked hurriedly, "Mr. Yi, it just so happens I know several seniors who are experts in setting up arrays. Should I invite them to help?" Yi Chen, however, shook his head coldly in refusal. "No need," Bai Li Shang pressed on, puzzled. "Does the Yi family not need a formation?" "That absolutely won't do. A formation is critical." Yi Chen's gaze was indifferent, a confident curve touching the corner of his mouth. "Who said I don't need one? What I mean is," Yi Chen's tone was certain, "this formation shall be personally set by me, Yi Chen." Subsequently, Yi Chen accompanied Bai Li Shang and Lei Shuwei into the courtyard. Bai Li Shang looked up at Yi Chen in midair, utterly stunned. "Heavens, he's flying so high. Could it be he is even proficient in formations?" Lei Shuwei also stood frozen, responding with a shake of his head, "I don't know. I've never seen him use a formation. Perhaps he only knows the basics." Hearing this, Bai Li Shang nodded. "True, Mr. Yi is already a once-in-a-century genius for mastering both medicine and martial arts. How could he also be proficient in profound and mysterious formations? I should still help him invite some formation masters tomorrow." At that moment, a celestial anomaly suddenly appeared in the sky. Bai Li Shang scanned the surroundings alertly, crying out in shock, "This is a celestial phenomenon." Lei Shuwei asked in disbelief, "Could this be triggered by Mr. Yi setting the array?" A wild wind howled where Yi Chen stood. His aura majestic, he floated in the air, spiritual power surging around his body. He opened his hands to feel the power. With the aid of the Path of Spirit talismans, he mused that setting an array was not difficult. But since it was the great array of the Yi family, it had to be exceptionally formidable. Yi Chen stared at the power surrounding him and muttered in a deep voice, "It must at least be able to block the attacks of Kunlun Xu experts, rather than just secular warriors." He slowly raised his hand and a massive formation manifested in the sky. With Yi Chen's movements, clusters of blue flames burned fiercely. He said with a firm tone, "Defense alone is not enough. A qualified formation must have the ability to counterattack. Therefore, while drawing the spiritual energy of the earth's veins to form protection, I must also infuse my killing intent." Suddenly, a cluster of red fire rose, violently enveloping that massive blue formation. The red and blue lights collided fiercely, and the formation gradually transformed into a blood-red color. Below, Lei Shuwei looked up at this stunning scene, sighing with shock. "Heavens, Mr. Yi can actually harness the spiritual energy of this place to set an array. This is absolutely beyond what any ordinary formation can achieve." Bai Li Shang wiped the cold sweat trickling down his forehead. His throat tightening, he speculated with a grave expression, "If I'm not mistaken, he is using his own power to set an ancient array, a feat typically reserved for top-tier families with century-old legacies." Hearing this, Lei Shuwei also nodded slowly with a look of doubt, adding in a low voice, "It is precisely because the methods of the ancient arrays have long been lost, and no one can set them, that they were dubbed ancient. Can Mr. Yi truly achieve this?" In midair, Yi Chen remained fully focused, chanting his incantations. Spiritual energy converge, arise from the earth. As he murmured the words, the dark red energy surged with increasing violence. Killing intent filled the air, guiding the array's counterattack power. Yi Chen suddenly bit his fingertip without hesitation. Allowing a drop of bright red blood essence to seep out, he extended his palm, letting the blood essence drip down, and then shouted resolutely, "By my blood I grant thee a soul." That drop of dark red blood essence fell straight into the glowing orb below and was instantly swallowed. Within the orb, blood-red veins like capillaries began to intertwine, followed by a terrifying power that shot into the sky. Eternal God-breaking array. As soon as the words fell, the orb exploded instantly. The resulting roar caused the two men below to scream in terror. Good lord, he actually succeeded. The power of this array far exceeds any great mansion array in Huasha. After the explosion, the sky gradually regained its tranquility, leaving only faint trails of light lingering in the void. Yi Chen landed steadily after completing the task. He looked up at the sky and sighed, "It's a success. The illusion formed by the array has hidden the estate. The sense of security has doubled instantly." Suddenly an urgent voice echoed in Yi Chen's mind, "Disciple, come to the cultivation room immediately." Elsewhere, Chen Tianli was enduring immense pain, struggling to transmit his voice. "Your master's time is running out." Hearing this, Yi Chen's face darkened instantly, his heart filled with a sense of loss. "Am I about to bid farewell to another master?" He hurried to the Yi family cultivation room specified by Chen Tianli. Upon seeing Yi Chen's arrival, Chen Tianli braced himself to stand straight and announced, "Disciple, your master wishes to utilize these final moments to teach you a few more sword techniques." Chen Tianli looked him directly in the eye, asking with a serious expression, "In your eyes, what is the way of the sword?" Yi Chen propped his chin in deep thought. After a moment his gaze turned sharp as he looked at his master and uttered two words, "Slaughter." Chen Tianli showed a look of satisfaction upon hearing this, crossing his arms as he continued, "Though you have entered the path of slaughter, slaughter is essentially just a manifestation of momentum." Facing Yi Chen's thirst for knowledge, he explained in detail, "It can enhance your combat power, making you more courageous as you fight. The heavier the killing intent, the stronger the power. But this is not the entirety of the way of the sword." Chen Tianli suddenly produced a piece of paper and held it before Yi Chen, saying, "Disciple, look, this is but a most ordinary piece of paper. In the hands of an ordinary person it is indeed just that." As soon as he finished speaking, the paper in his hand was twisted into fragments by an invisible force. However, in the hands of one who has grasped the way of the sword, these fragments instantly transformed into sharp flying knives, shooting straight at Yi Chen. Yi Chen was startled, shouting, "This is bad." Although he reacted quickly by sidestepping to dodge, his shoulder was still sliced by the seemingly fragile yet sharp paper scrap, and blood seeped out. Bright red blood flowed from the wound as Yi Chen planted his feet firmly to steady himself. He pressed down on the bleeding wound, staring in disbelief at the paper scrap deeply embedded in the wall. Just a few scraps of paper had not only injured him but had actually pierced through a wall built of steel rock. Seeing that his point had been made, Chen Tianli confirmed decisively, "This is the way of the sword." He gripped his sword horizontally before him and added, "Once grasped, all things can serve as the sword in your hand." Having said that, Chen Tianli suddenly lunged at Yi Chen with his sword, his momentum like a torrential flood. Simultaneously, that speeding sword actually transformed into 4 beasts with bloody maws in an instant. Yi Chen shouted in terror, "One sword into 4 beasts? Impossible. There is clearly only one sword." He forced himself to calm down, analyzing in a low voice, "This must be some kind of illusory attack, only one of them is real." Thus, Yi Chen swung his sword to block one of the beasts. Sure enough, the beast's shadow vanished instantly, revealing the actual longsword within. Seeing this, Yi Chen revealed a confident smile. "I guessed right," however. Just as he was feeling smug, Chen Tianli suddenly shouted, "No, you guessed wrong." Following his voice, the remaining 3 beasts also instantly transformed into physical swords, shooting toward Yi Chen together. The 4 beasts were actually all real sword strikes. Caught off guard, Yi Chen was struck by 3 swords, suffering intense pain. Only then did Chen Tianli withdraw his sword, explaining, "This move is called sword transformation into all things, a practical combat technique. It allows a single sword to give rise to 10,000 variations, achieving the effect of surprise. Used properly, it is enough to defeat any enemy." Subsequently, he looked directly at Yi Chen and commanded, "Disciple, next I will suppress my realm to be equal to yours. You must engage me with everything you have. As for how much you can grasp, that depends entirely on your own fate." Yi Chen responded, "Yes." At the same time, in the spiritually dense Kunlun Xu, a group of people was approaching the Huasha border with a guarded expression. The leading white-faced man stopped to observe the surroundings, complaining, "Coming to Huasha for the first time, this spiritual energy is indeed as thin as the rumors say. Even breathing feels stifled. Compared to my blood alliance, this place is practically a lower world." In the distance, a man was observing the group, marveling in a low voice, "Heavens, so many Kunlun Xu experts. Is something big about to happen? If one could befriend even 1 or 2, it would be a massive opportunity for a Huasha warrior." The white-faced man sensed the crowd ahead and curled his lips playfully. "Have people come to receive us as soon as we arrive? Interesting." It seemed certain Huasha factions had already planted eyes near the exit to seek opportunities. Subsequently, the group walked directly toward the crowd to confront them. The man hurriedly stepped forward, speaking with respectful politeness, "Lordlings, I am the sect master of the Huasha Qinglong sect. I have admired you for a long time and hope." Before he could finish, the longsword in the white-faced man's hand was decisively swung out. Amidst the horrified gazes of the crowd, the sectmaster instantly collapsed into a pool of blood. The onlookers were so terrified their faces turned pale, and they retreated repeatedly. Wu Fucheng was the first to react, roaring in anger. "What is going on? Are the people of Kunlun Xu all so violent, killing as soon as they disagree?" The white-faced man reminded him, displeased. "Old man, you'd best watch what you say." Wu Fucheng instantly regained his senses, kneeling on the ground, trembling and begging for mercy in terror. "Lord, please calm your anger. We know not how we have offended you to suffer such a blow. We are willing to turn over a new leaf." The white-faced man stared at him coldly and asked, "Do you know Yi Chen?" Wu Fucheng answered tremulously. I do." He revealed a satisfied cold smile upon hearing this. "Then it will be easy. I want to see Yi Chen's head within 2 days otherwise." The white-faced man gave a casual wave of his hand, actually sweeping the crowd behind into a terrifying vortex of energy. Piteous screams rose one after another. "Lord, spare our lives, don't kill me." Once the screams subsided, a terrifying red rain actually fell from the sky. Blood dripped onto Wu Fucheng's terrified face, leaving him slumped on the spot. The white-faced man walked forward, reaching out to press down on his head, and said, "I leave you with your miserable life so you can deliver a message. What is your name?" Cold sweat poured from Wu Fucheng as he answered stiffly, Wu Fucheng." The white-faced man let out a sinister laugh and threatened, "Wu Fucheng, remember this well. The deaths of these warriors are all because of Yi Chen. If Yi Chen does not show himself in 2 days, we will kill every Huasha warrior we see until they are all gone." Subsequently he led his followers away, leaving behind only a cold warning, "We shall be waiting here. Make sure you deliver the message." Only after they had gone far did Wu Fucheng grit his teeth and growl, "Yi Chen, it's all because of that damned Yi Chen." The scene shifted to a quaint wooden building where Bai Li Shang was playing Go with the chief. Bai Li Shang placed a black stone and said, "Chief, ever since Yi Chen returned from Hong Kong, his strength has increased to a terrifying degree. I fear he has at least reached the true element realm." The chief revealed a look of shock upon hearing this. "He was only in the separation and reunion realm not long ago, wasn't he? This cultivation speed is indeed startling." While placing a stone, the chief instructed Bai Li Shang, "The Yi family is holding a banquet tomorrow. Present a piece of spirit jade on my behalf. Let all factions know that I stand with the Yi family. This will save Yi Chen a lot of trouble." Just then, Qin Jianzhang hurried in to report, "Chief, it's bad. Something huge has happened. A group of Kunlun Xu experts has murdered a large number of Huasha warriors, leaving only Wu Fucheng alive." He recounted the events with a grave face. "Wu Fucheng has arrived in the capital and invited experts from all factions to gather at the Beihai Grand Hotel. He claims this meeting concerns the life and death of the Huasha martial arts world." Qin Jianzhang looked at Bai Li Shang with a serious expression. "Wu Fucheng is at the Beihai Grand Hotel now. He needs you to handle this in person." Bai Li Shang stood up immediately upon hearing this. "Understood. I'll go investigate right now." 1 hour later, inside the Beihai Grand Hotel, a warrior turned to ask the elderly Mr. Zhou beside him, "Old Zhou, what do you think old Wu called us here for?" Mr. Zhou also shook his head in bewilderment. "I'm not sure either, but old Wu is at least the sect master of the White Crane Gate. He wouldn't make a joke about something like this." Just behind them, an old man's voice suddenly carried over. "By the way, has everyone heard? Yi Chen has returned from Hong Kong and established the Yi family." The topic instantly ignited the room. Another person chimed in, "Yeah, I heard he caused quite a stir in Hong Kong." Mr. Zhou proposed decisively, "The Yi family is holding a banquet tomorrow. We must attend to show our sincerity." On the other side, Zhang Jianfeng looked at Bai Li Bing in surprise and said, "Miss Bai Li, I didn't expect the Bai Li family to come as well." Bai Li Bing explained calmly, "After all, I heard it concerns the safety of the martial arts world. Since my father is away, I can only represent the family." She suddenly looked into the distance and whispered to herself, "Look, people from Yi Chen's Dark Hall have also sent someone." Just then, Wu Fucheng gave a heavy cough, instantly drawing everyone's attention. "Everyone, please be quiet." He looked around the room composedly and asked, "How much do you all know about Kunlun Xu?" The audience immediately burst into discussion, their tones full of awe. "That is an unattainable existence. Anyone who comes out could sweep through Huasha. If our top Huasha experts went to Kunlun Xu, they'd probably be no different from ants." Wu Fucheng nodded in agreement. "Exactly, Kunlun Xu is an existence we absolutely dare not provoke, but because of Yi Chen, many experts from Kunlun Xu have arrived today. If we do not hand over Yi Chen's head, they will bathe the Huasha martial arts world in blood." As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd was enraged. "What? That jinx Yi Chen dared to provoke Kunlun Xu? It's fine if he wants to seek his own death, but he wants to drag us down with him." Ling Feng in the crowd questioned Wu Fucheng, displeased. "Wu Fucheng, what evidence do you have to prove that what you say is true?" Wu Fucheng was prepared. pointing to a video of the white-faced man's massacre playing on the large screen behind him. To seek opportunities in Kunlun Xu, I once installed a miniature monitor far from the exit. Everything that happened today was recorded. See for yourselves. The video was filled with the desperate wails of warriors. Lord, spare my life, don't kill me. The shock from the video instantly ignited the crowd's rage, and curses were endless. It's actually true. Their deaths are all Yi Chen's fault. Yi Chen is a sinner through the ages of Wuxia martial arts. He must die. But someone soon worriedly said, but Yi Chen is too strong. He even wiped out the Lin family. He is the #1 expert in Wuxia after all. I fear we are no match. Du Guyang suddenly shouted at Wu Fucheng with full vigor. I haven't descended the mountain in years. Do the juniors of today actually dare to call themselves the strongest in Wuxia? He stepped onto the stage and announced with a serious expression, originally, I wanted to spend the rest of my life in obscurity, but for the safety of the martial arts world, I have decided to come out of retirement today. Having said that, Du Guyang stood side by side with Wu Fucheng, closing his eyes with an indifferent expression. A wave of exclamations erupted below. Heavens, it's the senior predecessor Du Guyang. He's been living in seclusion in the deep mountains all these years. I didn't expect him to re-emerge today. In terms of strength, he is second only to Fang Jianye among the Guardians. With him here, we can surely eradicate that scourge Yi Chen. With our help added to that, who in all of Wuxia could stop us? Wu Fucheng took the opportunity to announce loudly. We will march on the Yi family right now and eliminate Yi Chen. The room instantly boiled over, everyone shouting in unison. March on the Yi family, eliminate Yi Chen. In the corner, Zhang Jianfeng and Bai Bing looked grim, their hearts full of anxiety. This is bad. The Kunlun Xu powerhouses are actually inciting all the Wuxia warriors to besiege Yi Chen. What can we do? On the other side, Ling Feng was gritting his teeth in anxiety, hurriedly taking out his phone to contact Yi Chen. I must report this to the palace master immediately. However, before the message could be sent, a powerful burst of spiritual energy suddenly struck, directly shattering the phone in his hand. The one who acted recognized Ling Feng and mocked. I remember now, you're one of Yi Chen's Dark Hall subordinates. He looked at Ling Feng with utter disdain and sneered. Want to send a message in your dreams? As soon as the words fell, the angry crowd instantly surrounded him, howling manically. We must not let him contact Yi Chen. If Yi Chen runs away, we're all dead meat. Someone ordered, capture him. Cold sweat broke out on Ling Feng's forehead. Looking at the charging crowd, he cursed in terror. Damn it, the scene shifted elsewhere, where Zhang Peirong was in a room, smiling at the girls who entered. You've arrived. Sun Yi looked around in excitement and marveled. This room is truly excellent, Ruoshui remarked with a keen eye. Zhou Ya looked at the details and marveled inwardly. It was clearly the work of top-tier craftsmen, and living here would undoubtedly be comfortable. Peirong hurriedly turned to the three girls and said, You've all arrived, please don't be formal, make yourselves comfortable. Zhou Ya asked curiously, Auntie, where is Yi Chen? She replied gently. Chenner is in the room below. He said he has very important cultivation to attend to. Peirong stepped forward excitedly, pulling the three girls into her arms and saying happily, From now on, this is our home. Please feel at ease. Zhou Ya suddenly felt a bit shy and explained hesitantly, I am different from them. I am only a guest, not family. She felt dejected, sighing with self-doubt. Yi Chen has yet to say he likes me, and he hasn't even taken the initiative to be close. How can a woman like me be worthy of him? Sun Yi gave Zhou Ya a nudge. Don't say that. In terms of status, you are far more noble than I. Ruoshui also chimed in firmly. Actually, I'm not one for flattery, but Yi Chen clearly cares about you deeply. It's only a matter of time before he has you move into this house. She winked at Zhou Ya, teasing that she might as well move in early to save the trouble. Zhou Ya responded awkwardly with a look of expectation. If only that were true. Just as the girls were chatting warmly, the phone in Peirong's pocket suddenly rang. She answered immediately. Second brother, what is it? On the other end, Jianfeng asked in a low, excited voice. Peirong, where is Yi Chen? Hurry and have him answer. I've called, but he won't pick up. Peirong looked blank, answering calmly. Chenner is currently in deep cultivation. He might not have noticed what's happening, he interrupted her anxiously, urging loudly. Regardless, have Yi Chen end his seclusion immediately. Something huge has happened. Big brother and I are rushing to the Yi family residence right now, Peirong pressed suspiciously. Something huge? What is it? Suddenly the room shook violently, and Peirong cried out in alarm. This is bad. Someone is trying to break through the family's great array by force. Hearing this, Zhou Ya turned red and suggested, Sun Yi, what should we do? Should we go call Yi Chen? But Peirong had already hurried out, leading the girls. There's no need. Let's check the situation first. Outside the house, several streams of spiritual power were bombarding the flickering barrier. The crowd had lost control, aggressively besieging the barrier, yet it remained motionless. Left with no other choice, the crowd gnashed their teeth in rage, lamenting, "Damn it, the strength of this formation is no less than any ancient array of a top-tier family. The Yi family was just established. Where did such a powerful formation come from? Who on earth helped him set this up?" Inside the formation, Ling Tian led a group of masked men and barked orders, "All experts of the Dark Hall hear my command." He was full of fighting spirit, his tone resolute. "Those bastards dare to smash the palace master's gate. Today we will fight them to the death." The crowd responded to Ling Tian with a unified shout, "Kill!" Just then, Pirong's voice rang out, catching his attention. "Wait," she hurriedly reassured Ling Tian and the others. "Everyone, don't be impulsive." Pirong firmly suggested they ask for clarification before doing anything else. At the same time, outside the barrier, Wu Fucheng roared impatiently. "What's there to ask?" He pointed at Pirong and cursed excitedly. "Hurry and have your son Yi Chen crawl out here. Otherwise, I will exterminate the entire Yi family today." As soon as the words fell, he waved his hand, unleashing a massive force to strike the barrier. After the attack, Wu Fucheng looked at his trembling, bleeding hand and thought to himself, "Cursed thing, this formation is too hard. But an array is dead after all. As long as we continue the siege, once the energy is exhausted, it will." Just then, Yi Chen suddenly appeared and roared at him. "Who gave you the courage? You dare to insult my mother?" His appearance made Pirong ask joyfully, "Chenner, how did you get out?" Yi Chen revealed a smirk of satisfaction and explained, "I left a drop of essence blood when I set the array. I can sense it the moment the formation is attacked." Subsequently, his silhouette vanished from mid-air. Yi Chen appeared behind Wu Fucheng like a ghost, his eyes flashing with killing intent as he said coldly, "Old man, are you ready to die?" Yi Chen suddenly manifested with a woman, staring ahead with a solemn expression. Seeing this, the people opposite cried out in terror. "How did this guy suddenly get here? He's too fast. I couldn't even see his movement just now." At this moment, the leader Wu Fucheng frowned and said, "Yi Chen, you've got some nerve. Did you think you could stop me with just a family array? Now that you've come out of your own accord, you're truly seeking death." However, Yi Chen remained extremely calm, hands in his pockets as he responded flatly, "Is that so? Isn't it just more convenient to come out and kill people?" Hearing this, Wu Fucheng flew into a towering rage and roared, "Presumptuous, I know you are strong, but you cannot possibly kill all of us." They continued to shout, their expressions tense. "This time we have gathered here. There are as many as 1,000 experts like you. That's right, as long as we surround you, we can wear you down to your death." The clamor rose one after another, as if they wanted to swallow him whole. "Who told you to be so ungrateful and offend the people of Kunlun Xu? Now they want your life. If we don't kill you, we will be the ones to die." As soon as the words fell, Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh up at the sky, his face full of excitement. "Ridiculous, truly ridiculous." He narrowed his eyes, his tone ice-cold. "You claim those who want to kill you are from Kunlun Xu, yet instead of resisting them, you come to kill me? A pack of dogs who only know how to bully the weak." The crowd opposite began cursing again. Subsequently, one man charged forward, brandishing a long saber. Wu Fucheng leapt into the air, raising his weapon and shouting, "Brat, prepare to die." Without hesitation, he condensed his aura and unleashed the black blade annihilation slash. Wu Fucheng struck at Yi Chen's arm with all his might, but he immediately revealed a look of horrified bewilderment, cold sweat pouring down. "What? This physical body is actually hard to this extent?" At the same time, Yi Chen had already clenched his fist, preparing to counterattack. He quickly landed a heavy punch on his opponent's face. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wu Fucheng slammed heavily onto the cold ground. Seeing this, everyone looked at each other with furrowed brows. No one is his match in single combat. Everyone charge together and kill him. 3 men rushed forward shouting, "Kill!" However, Yi Chen opened his palms, releasing countless surges of overbearing aura. "Kill me with just you lot." He lowered his head slightly, his tone deep as he held a sphere of light condensed from fallen leaves in his palm. "All things can be a sword." As soon as the words fell, Yi Chen swung his arm and the fallen leaves shot toward his opponents like lightning. Seeing his subordinates collapse, unable to rise, Wu Fucheng clutched his agonizing chest in disbelief. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, and he was drenched in sweat, his face contorted. Impossible, the weakest among them were grandmasters on the ranking list. How could they be killed by Yi Chen with just a few leaves? Immediately after, the terror in Wu Fucheng's eyes deepened. Yi Chen had already flown before him, extending his leg to attack. He looked down coldly at the man and said, "This massacre begins with you." With that, Yi Chen stepped down ruthlessly with world-shaking force. This scene left the onlookers with dropped jaws. "He's crazy, this guy is absolutely insane. He killed so many experts in an instant. How can we even fight this?" Suddenly, a burst of excited laughter rang out from the noisy crowd. Du Guyong walked out slowly, mocking, "Arrogant brat, do you really think this is a one-sided slaughter?" He walked up to Yi Chen to confront him, then continued, "Do you know that Huasha still has powerhouses who have secluded themselves in the mountains to cultivate, like this old man? Du Guyang's tone was extremely haughty. If I hadn't come out of seclusion, did you really think you were invincible? Hearing this, the crowd behind him began to discuss. It's Senior Dugu, he's finally making a move. With him here, he will surely take down Yi Chen. If he kills him, we'll live. Meanwhile, Yi Chen remained calm and asked, What, you want to kill me too? Du Guyang made no effort to hide it, saying, If you surrender now, I might give you a swift end. Suddenly, a ball of golden fire flared up in Yi Chen's hand. He waved his hand ruthlessly, instantly turning the opponent into dry bones. Du Guyang was now nothing more than a skeleton, the terror still etched on his face. Seeing this, the people screamed in horror. What's going on? Senior Dugu was just speaking. How did he turn into a skeleton in the blink of an eye? My God, at this moment, Yi Chen was surrounded by blue flames, and he said coldly, Since you dared to storm my Yi family residence, then don't even dream of returning alive. He opened his arms, palms up, releasing a massive aura of intimidation. At this moment, Yi Chen's eyes turned completely white. Since you dared to storm my Yi family, no one shall leave alive. He floated in the air, thunder surging around him. Seeing this, one man was stunned. Damn it, he really intends to kill us all. The old man beside him was also drenched in sweat, his brow furrowed. I don't believe it. Regardless, if we don't kill him, we'll die at the hands of the Blood Alliance anyway. Subsequently, the crowd roared and charged forward, prepared to fight to the death for a slim chance of survival. Give it our all, charge. Opposite them, Yi Chen continued to condense his aura, his tone ice cold. Since you don't know the value of your lives, then all of you can die here. Suddenly, a thunderous shout rang out, making everyone turn back in terror. At the same time, the Zhang Patriarch walked over slowly, his brow furrowed. To dare move against my grandson's home is truly seeking your own end. He held a longsword and looked up at Yi Chen, announcing, From this day forward, the Zhang family officially allies with the Huasha Yi family. Anyone who dares to touch the Yi family today shall be executed without mercy. Instantly, Wenshan and Jianfeng, standing on either side, echoed, The Yi family shall be guarded by us. Hearing this, Pirong's eyes widened in shock. Father, big brother, second brother. Meanwhile, Yi Chen revealed a look of annoyance, thinking to himself, I've already made an enemy of the entire martial arts world, yet they still step forward. This scene left the onlookers in shock. What's going on? Why is the Zhang family helping the Yi family? Has Zhang Perong returned? This is big trouble. The Zhang family is one of Huasha's top elite families. They are definitely not to be underestimated. However, a bald man seemed not to have grasped the situation, arrogantly retorting, What's there to fear? We have over 1,000 experts. The Zhang family will be overwhelmed too. As soon as the words fell, Bao Paimen suddenly appeared with a stern expression. What if you add us to the mix? You cowardly rats, when Kunlun Xu invades, you don't think of uniting against the enemy, but instead strike at your own people. Do you have any backbone left? He furrowed his brow, his gaze sharp. Today, we Guardians are here. Let's see who dares touch the Yi family. Seeing this, someone in the crowd cried out, This is bad, it's the Guardians. What on earth is going on? Doesn't Yi Chen have a grudge with them? Why are they all helping the Yi family now? What do we do? The Guardians are not a force we can afford to provoke. At the same time, Yi Chen landed slowly, thinking to himself, You lot are helping more than I imagined. It seems there will be no fight today. Just then, a black car sped up and came to a halt. Two men with stern expressions stood before the car. Seeing this, one man clutched his head and cried out, It's over. Even Bai Li Shang and the chief have arrived. They've always supported Yi Chen. They must be here to help too. What do we do? At this moment, Yi Chen glanced over, the corners of his mouth curling up. General Bai Li, Chief, have you two also come to step in for me? Hearing this, Bai Li Shang pointed behind him and cursed angrily, Step in, my foot. Do you even need someone to help you? I'm here to save them. As soon as the words fell, one woman said excitedly, Fantastic. If General Bai Li mobilizes the Ironblood Battalion even against the Guardians, we'd have the strength for a second battle. On the other side, Bai Li Shang's fists were shaking with rage as he roared, Yi Chen, you brat, if I hadn't come, were you planning to kill them all? Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and answered flatly, You guessed right. These words left the crowd frozen on the spot. What? Bai Li Shang crossed his arms and advised, Yi Chen, give them a break. If you really kill them all, it would be an unimaginable blow to all of Huasha. Hearing this, everyone's faces turned pale, filled with frustration. Have we really become weak to this extent? Or is it that Yi Chen is so strong that even the chief says he has the ability to kill us all? After a moment, Bao Paimen warned directly, Yi Chen, I've investigated this matter. It's entirely a plot by the Blood Alliance. The Zhang Patriarch also chimed in. That's right, grandson. The Blood Alliance wants you to become the public enemy of the entire martial arts world, so they can have everyone slaughter each other, and the Blood Alliance can reap the benefits. But Yi Chen remained ice-cold, saying in a deep voice, Whatever the reason, they've struck at my door. Am I not allowed to resist? The chief explained with a frown. That's not it. The Blood Alliance is the true enemy. The best way is for you to set out immediately to eliminate those invading Blood Alliance members. his voice echoed through the crowd. As for the Yi family, there's no need to worry. With the Zhang family and the guardians here, it's enough to keep them safe. Yi Chen fell into silence upon hearing this. True, these people were numerous. Killing them would be a massive drain, and the Blood Alliance was indeed the true threat. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket rang. Bai Li Shang hurried to answer, and his face instantly became extremely grave. A moment later, his brow was furrowed tightly. His face was tense and sweat poured down like rain. "What?" from across him, Yi Chen asked with great confusion. "Bai Li Shang, what happened?" Standing nearby, Jianfeng couldn't help but interject. "Besides the people from the Blood Alliance, the members of the Falling Sword sect from Kunlun Xu have also arrived in Huaxia." Bai Li Shang followed up by revealing, "You killed their elders. They've called you out by name, seeking to take your life for revenge." As soon as the words fell, Yi Chen silently tilted his head, looking somewhat excited. "Interesting. All my enemies have gathered together." He casually stuffed his hands into his pockets and added flatly, "In that case, let's settle it all once and for all." After hearing this, Bai Li Shang immediately stepped forward to lead the way. "Mr. Yi, please let me lead the way." The two resolutely departed, leaving the rest of the crowd behind. Witnessing this, two men couldn't help but whisper to each other, "Are we still fighting? Fighting for what? We're going along to watch the show, of course." Subsequently, the voice of another hidden figure came from the crowd. "Even if Yi Chen is formidable, can he truly deal with the people from Kunlun Xu?" At this moment, the silhouette that had been hiding in the shadows all along answered solemnly, "Exactly. Let's all go take a look." Beneath the night sky, the Kunlun mountains were cold and silent. Amidst the total stillness, 3 helicopters suddenly burst through the air, tearing through the curtain of night. Yi Chen led the group down from the helicopters. He scanned the crowd, secretly evaluating. "I didn't expect him to bring soldiers from the Iron Blood Battalion. It seems Bai Li Shang is still somewhat worried about me." Bai Li Shang closed his eyes in deep thought. "After all, the opponents are experts from Kunlun Xu. I hope the soldiers and I can be of some help to Yi Chen. If his wife were still here, she would surely be fighting side by side with Yi Chen." At that moment, the image of a beautiful young girl surfaced in his mind. "If I can escape this with my life, I must find a way to enter Kunlun Xu, at least to ask her in person why she left without saying goodbye all those years ago." Chen Tianli's figure flickered in and out of view, and his voice drifted over. "Disciple, your master's time is running out," he gave a solemn instruction. "Remember to keep the jade pendant I gave you. If you encounter a problem you cannot solve, go to Kunlun Xu and find the Myriad Sword Sect." Images of the sect surfaced in Chen Tianli's mind. "Once they see the pendant, they will surely do everything in their power to assist you." He looked at his semi-transparent body and continued, "As for what remains of my power, it's only enough for one final burst. If you are outmatched later, your master can act. If even your master's intervention is not enough." Chen Tianli's body was dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye, yet he still reached out to comfort Yi Chen. "Then you must retreat. Only by staying alive will you be qualified to speak of revenge." Yi Chen looked at him with a complex expression. "Master, there is one thing I've always wanted to ask. After all of you masters dissipate, how can I reunite with you? Am I destined to endure the pain of parting with 100 masters?" Chen Tianli smiled slightly. "All will be known once your strength is great enough," he continued. "Your master can only tell you that to a certain extent, the 100 of us are trapped in a deadlock." Chen Tianli explained with earnest gravity, "And you are the key to resolving this deadlock, perhaps even the only person who can help us turn the tide." Subsequently, he looked at Yi Chen. "When the time is ripe, we shall naturally reunite, though I know not in what form we will meet again." After hearing these words, Yi Chen could only purse his lips in acceptance. He thought cautiously, "It seems to be because I absorbed the soul-suppressing sun-breaking stone." He quickly fell into recollection. 3 tombstones within the reincarnation cemetery were vibrating, and it wouldn't be long before they opened. One of the tombstones trembled slightly. He wondered if those 3 great ones would, like his current master, emphasize once more that he was the one to turn the tide. What exactly happened to them before they entered the reincarnation cemetery? Yi Chen pulled himself from his thoughts, regaining a serious demeanor. "Let's set out to meet the people from Kunlun Xu." After a long trek, the group once again encountered another crowd. Bai Li Shang observed the situation before him, unable to help but fall into thought. "These guys are all here to watch the show. Do they really want Yi Chen to die so badly? If Yi Chen dies, who else will be left to guard Huaxia?" Yi Chen completely ignored these clowns standing tall and proud. Fearing no one, the white-faced man was the first to clamor, "Elder Qi, that Yi Chen is nothing more than a common martial artist from Huaxia." His tone was full of doubt. "Even without using internal strife in the Huaxia martial arts world, I could easily handle him. Why must you personally oversee this?" Elder Chi stroked his beard and answered slowly. That boy is quite peculiar. Just to be safe, I will oversee this personally. However, it's clear the Falling Sword sect is even more enraged than we are. They still don't know that Ren Qian was one of our men. He scanned the crowd with interest and continued. Let's see how they exchange blows first. Su Mingwu, seeing the battle formation before him, also couldn't help but be puzzled. Why are the people from the Blood Alliance here too? A disciple beside him whispered. Elder Su, the people from the Blood Alliance have always been sinister. I'm worried, he turned to instruct. The ones they sent this time are not elites. There aren't many true element realm experts. Furthermore, I've brought treasures. If we focus on retreating, they won't be able to stop us. Elder Chi's group, hearing this, merely avoided their gaze with awkward smiles. Subsequently, Su Mingwu looked toward Yi Chen's direction again. Furthermore, we have no old grudges with them. We should prioritize dealing with that damned Yi Chen who murdered 3 of our sect's elders. Yi Chen remained standing silently in place, motionless, when he suddenly let out a light laugh. 3 elders of your sect. Yi Chen's tone was powerful. That Ren Qian was actually a member of the Blood Alliance. By killing him, I was actually ridding the Falling Sword sect of a scourge. Several disciples, upon hearing this, immediately stuck out their necks to retort. Nonsense, Elder Ren lived a life above board. How could he collude with a filthy power like the Blood Alliance? Having said that, one disciple drew his sword and charged. You dare humiliate an elder, you're seeking death. Seeing someone rushing forward to throw away their life, Yi Chen slowly began to cast a spell. There are many ways a person can die. As for someone like you, a flame in his palm erupted instantly, shooting straight at the brainless fellow. You're just dying from stupidity. Seeing the immense power of the move, the man hurriedly retreated to dodge. This is bad. He tried to raise his sword to block the god-defying strike, but even with all his might he couldn't stop it. Immediately after, a piteous scene unfolded. The man was struck and let out a thunderous explosion, bursting apart instantly. The aftershock sent the corpse flying, landing at Su Minwu's feet as nothing more than a piece of charcoal. Seeing this, a chill rose in Su Minwu's heart. What? As if sensing the aura of death, he hurriedly looked elsewhere. Before he knew it, Yi Chen had already arrived before him, radiating killing intent. Su Mingwu, like a newborn calf unafraid of a tiger, counterattacked with his sword. You actually dare to launch an offensive. This is simply seeking death. The 2 figures crossed in midair, prepared for a one-on-one duel. Su Mingwu thrust out a sword, but it was easily dodged by Yi Chen. Yi Chen's figure didn't stop. Instead, he continued charging toward the crowd. Seeing this, Su Mingwu roared in terror. This is bad. This brat wants to prioritize finishing off my disciples. Yi Chen appeared abruptly within the encirclement of the Black Leopard group. That man roared arrogantly. Brat, don't be too conceited, with just you alone. How can you possibly be a match for the 5 of us? Tired of living, Yi Chen merely frowned and said coldly, Soul-suppressing sword, release your pressure. Instantly, a purple ring manifested, drawing out a profound spiritual power. That power became increasingly overbearing, its light enveloping the surroundings. The longsword in Black Leopard's hand actually slipped and fell. Subsequently, a crisp metallic clang echoed from the ground as the swords of the others also fell one after another. He panicked. What's going on? His subordinates were also in disarray. My sword! Right then, Su Mingwu flew to the rescue, shouting, What are you staring for? Retreat! Before he could even react, an intense pain shot through his body. Before he knew it, one of Yi Chen's sword strikes had already fallen. With a series of attacks, he beat Black Leopard into a state where he had no power to fight back. After a baptism of sword chi, Yi Chen stayed his hand before the opponent's mangled corpse. The onlookers were all struck with astonishment. That was a person from Kunlun Xu, yet he was killed like a common vegetable. You've got to be kidding, this must be an illusion. Even some old seniors revealed looks of displeasure. If he acts with such ruthlessness, he will surely enrage the elders of the Falling Sword sect. Today there is no way he leaves alive. A river of blood lay before Yi Chen. Su Mingwu was consumed by rage, charging forward having lost all reason. Bastard, I will kill you. Yi Chen's gaze was sharp as he quickly turned. The moment the opponent's sword fell, Yi Chen blocked it with precision. The 2 clashed fiercely. Neither giving an inch, sparks flew as the 2 swords collided. Elder Chi couldn't help but marvel. Su Minwu's realm is the 5th level of the true element realm. Yi Chen is 4 minor realms lower than him, yet he can actually contend to this extent. He is indeed a genius. Su Mingwu gathered power again to execute a new move. Falling Shadow Sword, taking advantage of Yi Chen's slight distraction, his longsword, flickering with intense light, swung out violently. Yi Chen was startled, hurriedly raising his sword to block, but the opponent's force was immense, sending him flying back. Yi Chen lost his balance, sliding back a long distance. However, Su Minwu's rage had not subsided. Brat, there are differences in strength even among elders of the same sect. I am the first elder below the sect master of the Falling Sword sect. My strength far exceeds the likes of Ren Qian. Challenging me is the biggest mistake of your life. By now, Yi Chen had regained his composure. All things become the sword. He kicked countless rocks toward Su Mingwu. Su Mingwu was surrounded by a protective light shield, his face full of disdain. You actually think you can wound me with these pebbles? It's a deathbed struggle. You can't even dream of breaking my most basic protective spiritual aura. As soon as the words fell, Su Mingwu's shoulder was struck and the skin split open. His face changed drastically, filled with disbelief. What? Yi Chen tapped his fingertip and the longsword transformed into countless divine birds that flew out. Sword transformation into all things flying birds. Seeing this, Su Mingwu snorted coldly in disdain. Believing it to be a simple illusion, he held his sword across his chest and mocked, still trying to deceive me? But in the next second both his shoulders were pierced through by 2 birds, leaving him drenched in blood. The shock on his face was beyond words. What? They were all sword chi. Before he could react, Yi Chen executed sword transformation into all things once more. Yi Chen's expression was ice cold as he shouted again. Sword transformation into all things. Flying birds, massive birds circled in the sky, sweeping through with a storm of rocks. Su Mingwu was caught off guard, completely unable to dodge. Damn it, my falling sword sect is best at using swords, yet I'm actually inferior to him in sword techniques. How is this possible? He simply couldn't understand it. Yi Shen floated in midair, raising his arms to summon power. He glared back and retorted, "There are still many things you old fogey think are impossible." Immediately after, a massive red dragon manifested. Hidden dragon slaying the heavens, it crashed head-on into the disadvantaged Su Mingwu. Accompanied by a dazzling light, a violent explosion occurred. Yi Shan ordered loudly. Again, the red dragon surged and opened its maw, ready to strike. Su Mingwu was in a wretched state, forced to pull out a flickering piece of jade. "Bastard, do you really think I have no way to deal with you?" Green tiger jade. As soon as the words fell, a green tiger roared into existence. It lunged ferociously at Yi Chen. Yi Chen's body was sent flying quite a distance, dragging a long trail of dust on the ground. However, he quickly flipped over to kneel. Reaching out to lightly wipe his cheek, he confirmed suspiciously, "A secret treasure?" A voice echoed in his mind. Unlike Huasha warriors, Kunlun Xu cultivators have many methods. Additionally, Kunlun Xu is extremely rich in resources, making it easier for cultivators to obtain treasures. Countless magical treasures appeared, with varied effects and numerous types. Some could increase cultivation speed, while others specialized in defense, offense, or trapping enemies. Looking at the green tiger phantom Su Mingwu had condensed, Yi Sen made a cautious deduction. The one in his hand should be an offensive-type treasure. Seeing this, the crowd burst into discussion. As expected of a powerhouse from Kunlun Xu, to think he had such a hidden trump card. "Quick, kill that god of death." Seeing how noisy this group was, Bai Li Shang shouted to stop them. He roared in rage, "If you're watching the show, shut up. If anyone dares to talk nonsense again, believe it or not, I, Bai Li Shang, will beat you all up first." Upon hearing this, the onlookers were terrified into silence, looking at each other. Chen Tianli manifested and said, "Disciple, the power of that phantom is equivalent to a strike from a first-level spirit-wandering realm cultivator. Does your master need to step in?" Yi Chen answered confidently, "No need, I can block it." He scanned the crowd. The enemies were still numerous. Su Mingwu, seeing Yi Chen remaining stationary, mocked, "Brat, forcing me to use this treasure. You can consider it an honorable death." Having said that, he controlled the green tiger to lunge for the kill. Elder Qi, watching the show, didn't forget to offer some commentary. "Even I find this green tiger jade a bit troublesome." Yi Chen was indeed seeking his own death. What else could he do? However, Yi Chen easily dodged those amateurish moves. He was no pushover either, gathering power to counterattack. "With the power of my natal spirit talisman, power of the burning heaven palm," Yi Chen condensed a lightning orb in one hand and summoned flames in the other, intertwining thunder with red lightning fire. He pressed his palms together, intending to fuse the two elements. Fuse, just as the crimson chains condensed, they easily throttled the green tiger's neck, pinning it to the ground. The green tiger refused to be outdone, struggling desperately. It let out an ear-shaking roar, and the surrounding energy fluctuated violently. After a struggle, the green tiger finally broke free from the chains. This brute force startled Yi Chen, sending him back several steps. Su Mingwu, seeing he had the upper hand, clamored, "I didn't expect you to actually manage to block one strike." "You do have some skill, however." He condensed 3 more green tiger phantoms. "My green tiger jade can still be used dozens of times, enough to tear you into 10,000 pieces." Yi Chen was surrounded on all sides, the situation extremely critical. Unable to dodge in time, he was struck by a move and blood splattered everywhere. Yi Chen was forcibly repelled. This situation was difficult to handle, so he immediately joined his palms to cast a spell. A black longsword was summoned by Yi Chen. Piercing straight toward Su Mingwu, the longsword approached the green tiger jade in his hand at the speed of flowing light. Su Mingwu laughed triumphantly. "Trying to destroy my green tiger jade? Did you think I would let you have your way?" But in the next second he noticed something was wrong, and shock appeared on his face. Before he knew it, That black sword had already been entwined by the previous chains. Yi Chen waved his hand and the green tiger jade exploded instantly. "Slay for me!" Amid Su Minwu's shock, the shards fell in all directions. What? In the midst of the shattered remains, a light of death suddenly flared up, making his heart crumble with fear. "This is bad." The backlashing energy swallowed Su Minwu instantly as he let out a piteous wail. After a long time the dust settled, revealing Su Minwu's disheveled figure, his face written with disbelief. Yi Chen stood tall and proud before him like a victor. Even now Su Minwu still offered a blustering threat. "No, you cannot kill me. My status is far beyond that of other elders. If you kill me, the sect leader will surely personally tear you into 10,000 pieces." Yi Chen showed no fear, retorting dominantly. "Then let him come." After speaking, Yi Chen executed the 7-kill arrow, sending him to the afterlife. The onlookers burst into discussion once more. "He's dead? How is that possible? Aren't Kunlun Xu powerhouses invincible?" But Yi Chen, actually at this moment Yi Chen was exhausted, thinking with difficulty. "The elders of the Falling Sword sect are harder to deal with than I imagined." Applause echoed through the silent space. "Not bad, quite impressive," Elder Qi said. He looked at Yi Chen and said, "Yi Chen, your potential is extraordinary, even beyond my imagination. For a genius like you to stay in Huasha is too great a pity." Elder Qi revealed a face like a recruitment pitch, and began to win him over. "Join my blood alliance. I guarantee you will become an elder within 3 years. You can command the power of the blood alliance at will. Beautiful women, opportunities, power. Everything you could want is yours." The onlookers were stunned by these lavish conditions. Becoming an elder in 3 years, this kind of treatment is beyond even one's wildest dreams. In Elder Qi's eyes, this boy's potential had already surpassed any disciple of the Blood Alliance. The crowd was red-eyed with envy. Heavens, this was an invitation from a powerhouse of Kunlun Xu. Damn it, why didn't such a stroke of luck fall on me? If Yi Chen agreed he would soar to the top in an instant, any Huasha native would have to bow before him. Yi Chen, however, was not moved by the temptation in the least. He merely gave a contemptuous smile, looked at the man, and replied, "Those are your last words." As soon as he spoke, the crowd was once again struck with utter shock. Heavens, he actually refused? Is this guy insane? Yi Chen stood tall among the crowd, gripping his sword. A flurry of discussion erupted around him. He had actually turned it down. But that invitation is enough to drive anyone mad, especially since he's facing such danger. Even if he didn't want to join, he should have accepted just to save his life. What is he thinking? Filled with dissatisfaction, the crowd began a verbal assault. "You bastard, it is your honor that Elder Qi invited you to join. To dare refuse is truly foolish beyond measure." Elder Qi maintained his recruitment posture and said, "Silence everyone. He was born in Huasha after all. His horizons are narrow, and there is much he does not understand about Kunlun Xu." He began his psychological manipulation. "Yi Chen, it seems you have some misunderstandings. The sect forces within Kunlun Xu are as numerous as the hairs on an ox." He quickly shifted to a condescending tone. "The Falling Sword sect is but a minor force among them. Not even on the same level as my blood alliance." Elder Qi glanced at the corpses on the ground and droned on. "Even among elders, though you struggled to kill Su Mingwu, you are still too weak compared to me. Besides, you are already injured. A peaceful resolution is the best outcome for you." He waved his hand and tossed something out. "As long as you agree, my blood alliance will spare no effort to cultivate you, guaranteeing you a place in Kunlun Xu." The object streaked through the air, heading straight for Yi Chen. Yi Chen caught the jade token with ease, gripping it in his palm. "Yi Chen, this is the 7-spirit sword heart jade, a priceless treasure even in Kunlun Xu. I give it to you to show my sincerity. Consider it a welcoming gift from my blood alliance." Yi Chen looked at the object in his hand and fell into thought. The reincarnation cemetery was vibrating, wanting to absorb this jade. It seemed he wasn't lying. This was indeed a fine treasure. Seeing Yi Chen waver, Elder Qi revealed a foxy glint in his eyes. "His gaze is flickering. It seems he's tempted. It was worth taking out the best treasure I have on me." He instantly became ambitious. In the previous battle, Yi Chen had displayed countless exquisite and profound moves. "As long as he follows me back to the Blood Alliance, I have plenty of ways to seize everything from him, whether he's willing or not. The harvest then will far exceed this sword heart jade." While he thought this, his face wore a look of extreme sincerity. "Come here, child." Elder Qi put on what he considered his most genuine expression. "Joining the Blood Alliance is your best choice." Watching him play these verbal games, Yi Chen let out a cold laugh and then proceeded to crush the jade token into powder with force. Seeing the deception fail, Elder Qi gnashed his teeth in rage. "You," Yi San replied with utter disdain, "a despicable, shameless, and dark, evil piece of trash force like the Blood Alliance, is it even worthy of having me, Yi Chen, join?" Seeing this, Elder Qi knew it would be difficult to lure him in. and his face turned grim with fury. "Arrogant brat, since that's the case and your father just happens to be with my Blood Alliance, I'll let you father and son reunite." As soon as the words fell, the Blood Alliance members rushed out like moths to a flame, intending to capture him alive. They quickly fanned out and surrounded Yi Chen, cutting off all his paths of retreat. Seeing this, Yi Chen was also drenched in sweat. Their speed was too fast. The disciples of the falling sword sect simply couldn't compare. The white-faced man shouted while slicing his palm, "Yi Chen is strong, everyone must give their all. Congeal our blood chi and execute the blood coagulation method." The others shouted their agreement in unison. After a burst of full-power cultivation, an eerie, massive gate manifested, the gate of blood coagulation. Once that monstrous gate appeared, the surrounding temperature plummeted. The giant gate descended, triggering a shockwave several meters high. The white-faced man couldn't wait to bark out, "Blood gate, open!" The gate roared open, and a continuous stream of dark red energy poured out. Yi Chen felt the situation was dire and fought with all his might against the pressure radiating from the gate. "This suction is too strong." Seeing Yi Chen in such a wretched state, Elder Qi was gloating. "Yi Chen, this giant gate formed from congealed blood. Qi can devour and crush all things. I'll give you one last chance. Surrender and join the Blood Alliance, or death is your only path." Before he could laugh for long, Yi Chen shot back mockingly, "If you think my strength is limited to this, then you are gravely mistaken." As soon as the words left his mouth, a golden light instantly enveloped his entire body. A spiritual talisman condensed above his head, and Yi Chen was surrounded by golden light that illuminated the surrounding space. A pair of domineering gauntlets appeared on Yi Chen's hands. It was secret method, dragon spirit armor form. The corner of Yi Chen's mouth curled up as he thought to himself, "As my strength increases, the effects of the secret methods have also become stronger." Now, equipped with the armor, he was fearless, charging directly at the blood gate. The white-faced man, thinking Yi Chen had been driven mad by fear, burst into loud laughter. "You actually dare to approach the blood pool great gate of your own accord? You're truly tired of living." Think Yi Chen would meet his end there? No, he used the momentum to leap violently, heading straight for the top of the giant gate. Yi Chen took a stance and threw a punch with gathered power. At the moment of impact, a dazzling light erupted, stunning the eyes. The gate took the blow directly, and cracks began to spread rapidly like a spiderweb. Elder Qi was dumbstruck by this incredible maneuver. What? In the next second, the giant gate the Blood Alliance prided itself on shattered into countless fragments, flying in all directions. The gate erupted with a massive pressure and suction, drawing everyone in. That enormous energy sucked in Elder Qi's disciples, and then detonated with a boom, leaving behind only a few traces of energy. This scene left everyone present struck with horror. Elder Qi also found it hard to believe. "This move is difficult even for me to handle." He actually broke it head-on, Yi Chen announced with a solemn expression. "Next, it's my turn to counterattack." After speaking, he charged toward the crowd with startling speed. Because his speed was too fast, only a series of afterimages could be seen. Sensing the danger, the crowd cried out in panic, "This is bad." One man was struck by Yi Chen, coughing up blood as he was sent flying, crashing heavily back into the huddle of Elder Qi's disciples. Seeing this, the disciples were terrified out of their wits, scurrying and screaming like a disturbed nest of hornets. "Run!" Yi Chen grabbed one of them by the leg and said coldly, "Thinking of running now?" He picked the man up and spun him frantically, leaving him with no power to resist. He then looked at the crowd and said, "Too late." Yi Chen slammed the man ruthlessly into the disciples, sending them into a chorus of piteous wails. He raised his long sword high, adopting a posture of a leaping dragon and crouching tiger. Sky-breaking sword intent second move. Falling stars. The entire night sky seemed to be enveloped by Yi Chen's power as countless bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the disciples. Those ferocious bolts of lightning ruthlessly pierced through their chests, harvesting their lives in an instant. As the dust settled, the ground was filled with craters, and the corpses of Elder Qi's disciples lay all around. No one seemed to notice that Yi Chen was trembling slightly. He cursed inwardly. Damn it, the consumption from the battle with the falling sword sect was too great. The secret method on his hands was dissipating. He stared at his hands and muttered, "The duration of the secret method is shorter than expected. It seems that as my realm increases, the sense of weakness and side effects brought by the secret method are more severe than before." Seeing the situation, the remaining disciples cried out in terror. "They're all dead." They scurried about like headless flies. This was Yi Chen's true strength. Bai Li Shang wasn't boasting before. He really can kill all of us by himself. On the other side, Elder Qi roared in uncontrollable rage. "Yi Chen, you dare!" He gripped his longsword, his tone filled with unmaskable killing intent. "You actually dare to kill every disciple I brought." A massive surge of energy erupted around his body, pressing down on everything in the vicinity. He roared at Yi Chen. "Today, even if you kneel and beg for mercy, death is your only path." Yi Chen ignored him and asked back, "Where is my father? Yi Tianzheng, tell me and I'll leave you a path to live?" Upon hearing this, the other man furiously pointed his sword at Yi Chen. "You leave me a path to live? What an absolute joke. Do you really think I can't see that you've fallen into a state of weakness from the secret method's backlash?" He unleashed a sword chi strike at Yi Chen, mocking coldly. "The current you has no right to speak to me like that." Yi Chen held his sword horizontally to block the sword chi. Although he stopped it, he was still sent flying by the impact. He only stabilized himself by stabbing his sword into the ground, clutching his chest as blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. It appeared his condition was very poor. Just then, Yi Chen's master manifested and said, "Disciple, this guy is using his high realm to bully you. Right now you only have two choices, either I act or you run for your life immediately." While gaining time to recover his strength, he wiped the blood from his mouth and smiled. "Then I'll choose the second one, of course." Yi Chen suddenly shifted direction and sprinted away. "Time to run?" Seeing this, Elder Qi roared, "Trying to escape in your dreams." With that, he chased after him with his sword. The disciples behind were stunned. He ran, they then accelerated to follow as if receiving a command, shouting in unison, "Chase him and see!" He sprinted in front while Elder Qi pursued relentlessly from behind. Yi Chen glanced back, thinking to himself, "That old guy's speed is indeed very fast." He grabbed a handful of pills and stuffed them into his mouth. "But I still have other tricks." He took out a green talisman and said, "The path of spirit talismans is profound and mysterious. Using my methods, I'll make a few speed-enhancing talismans." With that, Yi Chen slapped the talismans onto his legs and chanted an incantation. "Don't be too careless." Subsequently, his figure flickered, moving as fast as a gale. Seeing this, Elder Qi shouted in surprise, "What? That kid can even make spirit talismans." He drew his sword to condense spiritual energy and barked, "Kid, you absolutely won't escape." A massive crimson silhouette chased after him. Yi Chen looked behind and cried out in alarm, "This is bad." Suddenly, he suffered a heavy blow to his chest, giving him a sharp jolt. Immediately after, the longsword actually flew out of its own accord, rushing toward the Crimson Phantom for a decisive battle. The two forces collided, triggering a violent explosion that shook the three realms. Yi Chen watched as his sword fought against Elder Qi's move, and he suddenly sensed something was wrong. "Dragon-slaying sword, why are you?" Sure enough, the sword blade began to tremble violently, and was then covered in cracks. The sword blade shattered, and Yi Chen took the brunt of the aftershock, falling heavily to the ground. It was a wretched fall. When he crawled back up, his face was covered in blood. He stared wide-eyed at the longsword. Now reduced to fragments, Yi Chen gripped the broken sword, his hands trembling. "Dragon-slaying sword, how can this be? I clearly didn't summon you. Why did you appear of your own accord? Was it to block that blow for me?" Just then, Chen Tianli's voice rang out. "The spiritual sword protecting its master. This sword must have fought by your side for a long time," Chen Tianli explained. "It has developed a faint trace of intelligence and is in tune with your heart. It sensed your life was in danger and sacrificed itself to protect you." Yi Chen felt a surge of heartache upon hearing this. He choked out, "I'm sorry, dragon-slaying sword. I've rarely used you since I got the soul-suppressing sword, yet you stayed faithful to the end, even for my sake." Before he could finish, a crimson sword blade was pointed at him. Elder Qi looked at his pathetic state and laughed triumphantly. Scrap metal found from who knows where actually dared to protect its master, only to end up shattered. He mocked to the extreme, truly overestimating itself. How ridiculous! Yi Sam ignored him for the moment, taking out a stone as he prepared to send his sword away. "Dragon-slaying sword, return to the reincarnation cemetery. There is no more fighting, you can rest in peace." Elder Qi's expression changed instantly. Seeing this scene, he was struck with doubt and surprise. What reincarnation cemetery? And this stone, there's actually a hidden world inside. Having vaguely guessed the truth, he became increasingly greedy and furious, demanding, "Speak quickly, tell me all your secrets, or I have 10,000 ways to make your life a living hell." Yi Chen remained immersed in the grief of losing his sword, his expression extremely grim. "The dragon-slaying sword has been with me for a long time. Though it is far inferior to the treasure swords of Kunlun Xu, and even less powerful than the soul-suppressing sword." He lifted his blood-stained eyes and stared at the man with hatred. "It was a friend in tune with my heart. You actually dared to destroy it before my eyes." Yi Chen straightened his back, radiating killing intent. "Your worthless life and the lives of everyone in your blood alliance cannot equal my dragon-slaying sword. So what if you've glimpsed my secrets? You're already a dead man." Insulted in such a way, Elder Qi flew into a rage. He pointed his sword directly at Yi Chen's face. "Bastard, you really think I have no way to deal with you? I'll kill you. Take the stone and study it slowly. It's all the same." Faced with his madness, Yi Chen was unnervingly calm. He spoke. "Master, I'll leave it to you." Chen Tianli manifested beside him in an instant. "Very well, disciple. I'll borrow your body for a moment." Elder Chi's face filled with alarm, and fear began to take hold in his heart. He still gripped that crimson sword blade, but behind him was Yi Chen's silhouette. A cloud of black smoke enveloped Yi Chen's body. His movement speed was startlingly fast, and Elder Chi became increasingly frantic. The black smoke dissipated, and Yi Chen had caught the opponent's sword tip firmly between just 2 fingers. Elder Chi cried out in shock. How is this possible? By now, Chen Tianli had taken over Yi Chen's body. His finger strength was staggering, making the longsword hum. He stared coldly at the opponent. It seems you are very satisfied with the sword in your hand. Elder Chi seemingly hadn't noticed anything unusual and continued to boast. Of course, this is the Blood Spirit Sword, a top-tier treasure of my blood alliance. I went to great lengths to obtain it. It is countless times stronger than that broken sword of yours. You actually dare to catch it with your bare hands. Regardless of his pride, Chen Tianli coolly uttered one sentence. No, there is only one strongest sword in this world, and that is the sword in the hand of Chen Tianli. As soon as the words fell, he applied force with his fingertips and snapped the longsword directly. As for the one in your hand, it is nothing more than a pile of scrap metal. Elder Chi stared dumbstruck at his beloved treasure. My blood spirit sword. Chen Tianli held the broken fragment of the dragon-slaying sword and said to him, Now I shall use this broken sword you look down upon to sever everything you have. His beloved sword destroyed, Elder Chi was completely driven mad. Die, I will kill you. Consumed by rage, he launched a killing move in a fierce assault. Chen Tianli, with only half a broken blade, blocked the attack with a casual wave. A massive area of the ground cracked open instantly. No one could believe a broken sword could possess such power. The phantom Elder Chi had released was also sliced in two. He was terrified to the extreme. Sensing this power was too horrific, having realized something, he shrieked, Impossible, you are not Yi Chen, who on earth are you? Chen Tianli made no effort to hide it. He said arrogantly, 10,000 sword sovereign, Chen Tianli. But at your level, you are not worthy of hearing my name. Immediately after, Elder Chi slumped to the ground, having truly never heard of the name. Having dealt with him, Chen Tianli turned to Yi Chen and said, Disciple, he has lost his fighting capacity. He has 5 seconds left at most. I'll extract his memories now so you can review them later. With that, Chen Tianli closed his eyes and sensed the image of a man bound by chains. He immediately recognized it as the Blood Alliance dungeon. Chen Tianli opened his eyes and hurriedly informed Yi Chen, Your father is still alive. He's in the Blood Alliance dungeon, guarded by Elder Zheng. At that moment, in a secret chamber, Elder Zheng discovered his token was vibrating violently before shattering. He paled in shock. What? All the disciples sent to Huasha, as well as the leader, Elder Kai. Their life tablets have all shattered. Elder Zheng was consumed by anxiety and immediately summoned his subordinates. Elder Lu, get over here and see me immediately. Lu Shali arrived in a hurry, asking in terror, Elder Zheng, why the urgent summons? What has happened? Elder Zheng flew into a towering rage. I ordered you to coordinate with Elder Kai, but you returned alone. Now that Elder Kai and the accompanying disciples have been wiped out, what is your excuse? Lu Shali was stunned and quickly prostrated himself to beg for forgiveness. All dead. How could this be? Lu Shali defended himself. Elder Zheng, it wasn't that I fled the battle. Elder Kai insisted that a mere Yi Chen was someone he could handle alone, and demanded I return. Elder Zheng fell into thought. Logically, no one among the Huasha warriors should have been able to threaten Elder Kai unless he was besieged by a crowd. He immediately gave Lu Shali an order. Elder Lu, you have reached the 6th level of the spirit-wandering realm, far surpassing Elder Kai. I command you to go to Huasha and investigate this matter thoroughly. Identify the murderer and kill them on the spot. Lu Shali dared not disobey and immediately replied, Understood. Your subordinate shall depart at once. Elder Zheng marveled that a Huasha warrior could possess such ability, but believed that with Lu Shali's intervention, victory was certain. Yi Chen's heart eased slightly after learning of his father's whereabouts. Although he was currently imprisoned without immediate threat to his life, Yi Chen still dared not be careless. Kunlun Xu was far more treacherous than Huasha. He had to be fully prepared before setting out. I must at least wait until a new tombstone appears in the reincarnation cemetery. At this point, Chen Tianli spoke, Disciple, your master can only help you this far. The rest of the road you must walk alone. Keep the jade pendant I gave you safe, it will be of great use. He instructed Yi Chen that 3 tombstones in the reincarnation cemetery were about to open, and those 3 individuals could help him transform further. As he spoke, Chen Tianli's figure became increasingly blurred. Though I wish to watch you grow, your master can no longer sustain himself. Let me use my final strength to help you one last time. As soon as the words fell, Chen Tianli dissipated into points of micro-light. Yi Chen fought back his grief. Master, until we meet again. Subsequently, he felt a surge of energy pour into his body. Just like before, the power left by his master before vanishing allowed him to break through again. Suddenly, the sound of urgent footsteps approached as a group of people reached the spot. They looked at the motionless Elder Kai lying in a pool of blood, dumbstruck. Dead? That invincible elder from Kunlun Xu is actually dead? How is this possible? The crowd noticed Yi Chen, who was in the middle of a breakthrough. Look, Yi Chen is cultivating. His aura is extremely unstable. Is he about to break through? Seeing the crowd watching like hawks, Bai Li Shang worried for Yi Chen. This is bad. If he is interrupted during a breakthrough, he will surely suffer a violent backlash. To mitigate the risk, he barked a sharp command. Iron Blood Battalion, hear my order, form a perimeter and protect him. Anyone who approaches Mr. Yi shall be killed without mercy. The soldiers quickly formed a circle to protect Yi Chen. A night passed and dawn broke. Yi Chen remained sitting in place. After an unknown amount of time, Bai Li Shang finally heard a movement. Yi Chen had broken through to the second level of the true element realm. He revealed a faint smile, thinking to himself, the power left by Master is still abundant. I can break through 2 more levels. Thus he closed his eyes to continue the assault. Bai Li Shang noticed Yi Chen intended to continue breaking through. While this method yielded high rewards, it would leave him extremely vulnerable during the process. He gave another order. All Iron Blood Battalion soldiers pay attention. Condense the Iron Blood battle array. Mr. Yi is at a critical moment. We must ensure his safety, the soldiers answered in unison. As the battle array formed, the group guarded Yi Chen with all their might. Suddenly, Bai Li Shang heard a strange noise as a figure flickered from a distance. The force the person unleashed upon landing caused the ground to shake violently. Bai Li Shang cried out in terror. This is bad. Exactly what I feared has happened. A peerless expert has arrived. The newcomer was none other than Lu Shali. He stared coldly at Yi Chen, who was inside the protective array. As Lu Shali's gaze swept over the onlookers, they were so terrified they waved their hands repeatedly. Don't look at us. We wouldn't dare touch someone from Kunlun Xu. This has nothing to do with us. Lu Shali observed Elder Chi's corpse and said coldly, I see. It seems the culprit is that Yi Chen. He has just gone through a major battle and is on the verge of a breakthrough. This is the perfect opportunity to kill him. Lu Shali's eyes were sinister as he stared fixedly at Yi Chen. Bai Li Shang stood in front and roared, Who dares to run wild here? Mr. Yi is currently breaking through. Anyone who disturbs him shall be killed without mercy. Lu Shali said nothing, smoke rising around him before he suddenly accelerated with a contemptuous laugh. A bunch of trash dares to block me. Get lost. Bai Li Shang did not move an inch, ordering the soldiers to form hand seals to block him at all costs. A fiery red spiritual light enveloped the group, and Bai Li Shang gave his all to condense the seal of slaughter. He gritted his teeth and held on, thinking to himself that this was the move the martial commander had taught him before leaving. Though this is the Iron Blood Battalion's strongest trump card, it should be enough. Lu Shali looked at the battle array and gave a playful smile. This technique originates from Kunlun Xu, doesn't it? In the hands of Washa warriors, it's been reduced to a mere shadow. Want to kill me? You're far from it. He quickly formed seals with both hands. Bloodgate suppression, a massive stone tablet radiating a powerful pressure, descended from thin air, crashing heavily into the battle array. Lu Shali, full of confidence, barked sharply, Crush them. Bai Li Shang spat out a mouthful of blood. This is bad. The array is broken. But he still fought on without retreating. Yi Chen was right behind him, and he could not give way. He let out a wild roar. I'll take you down with me. With that, Bai Li Shang ignored his injuries and threw a punch directly at the massive stone tablet. However, in the face of absolute power, this was merely a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Drenched in sweat, he was eventually sent flying by the counter-shock. He slumped helplessly to the ground, lamenting, I didn't expect that against a Kunlun Xu powerhouse, a full power struggle would be so insignificant. The soldiers fell one after another. Yi Chen was consumed by anxiety. Break through, quickly, help me break through. By now, Lu Shali was closing in on him. Yi Chen forced himself to concentrate, even though danger was mere inches away. Seeing the protectors scattered, Lu Shali mocked triumphantly, To actually throw away your lives just to stop me? How foolish. He looked down at Yi Chen and said arrogantly, I can unleash this kind of attack 100 more times. You have zero chance of victory. The heavily injured Bai Li Shang still tried to crawl up to stand before Yi Chen. He glared at Lu Shali in rage. I won't let you touch Mr. Yi. Lu Shali didn't care at all, attacking directly. Despicable ant, since you insist on seeking death, I'll fulfill your wish. Just as Bai Li Shang's life hung by a thread, a blur flashed past. Lu Shali's strike hit nothing but air as the dust cleared. Yi Chen had already moved Bai Li Shang to a distance. Bai Li Shang was overcome with joy. Mr. Yi, you've successfully broken through to the 3rd level of the true element realm? Yi Chen answered, I've broken through, but it's not complete. I don't want to pay too high a price for a forced breakthrough. Yi Chen faced Lu Shali, knowing full well he was in a weakened and heavily injured state. Right now he was absolutely no match for him. The priority was to avoid the brunt of the attack. This feeling of weakness would last for 2 days. He would surely take the man's life in 2 days, but right now there was only one choice. Escape. He transformed into a beam of light and fled. Lu Shali burst into loud laughter. Escaping? How decisive. In that case, let's play a game of cat and mouse. Carrying the man as he sped along, Yi Chen wondered in surprise. Has he not caught up? That shouldn't be. Just as the words left his mouth, Lu Shali appeared behind him like a ghost. You can't escape. He condensed power in his palm and barked arrogantly. Brat, prepare to die. Lu Shali launched a sudden attack. Yi Chen leaped away nimbly, the tree trunk where he had been standing shattering into splinters. Seeing Yi Chen dodge, Lu Shali gave a nod of slight approval. Good moves, your combat experience is quite rich, but that alone is far from enough. With that, he accelerated again to resume the chase. 2 afterimages streaked through the forest at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Yi Chen cursed inwardly. Damn it, this guy is stronger than the previous Blood Alliance elder. Even with the speed talisman I can't pull away. He accelerated again. Seeing this, Lu Shali sacrificed a treasure. You run quite fast, but how about you try this? Having said that, he violently threw out a flying dagger. Let's see how you catch this. Yi Chen was startled. This is bad. Natal Blood Dragon Talisman, block it for me. However, the talisman failed to completely neutralize the offensive. The flying dagger pierced through the defense and struck Yi Chen, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. But he used that impact to instantly increase his speed. Seeing this, Lu Shali roared, cunning brat. He actually used the injury to borrow force and escape. Although he was angry, he also knew this tactic could only delay the inevitable. I'll catch up to you soon. Having fled deep into the forest, Yi Chen's physical strength was finally exhausted, forcing him to land. The speed talisman's duration had expired. His face was pale and his stamina was severely depleted. Ahead was actually a cliff. Yi Chen hit the brakes, stopping at the edge. He set Bai Li Shang down. Bai Li Shang looked at the bottomless abyss and asked in despair, Mr. Yi, are we really going to die here? Lu Shali caught up from behind, grinning wickedly. Run, why have you stopped running? Holding his treasure, he approached step by step. Ahead is a dead end. Falling from this height is certain death. He stopped and threatened. Yi Chen, come back to Kunlun Xu with me and confess all your secrets. There is still a slim chance of survival, otherwise death is your only path. Yi Chen asked coldly, what is your name? The other replied, Lu Shali. The man who has driven you to a dead end. Yi Chen turned to ask Bai Li Shang. Bai Li Shang, do you trust me? Bai Li Shang said firmly. No matter what choice Mr. Yi makes, I, Bai Li Shang, have no regrets. Yi Chen embraced Bai Li Shang and looked Lu Shali in the eye. Good, then my choice is simple. A cold laugh touched the corner of his mouth. Lu Shali, if I survive this ordeal I will make you beg for death. With that, the two leapt into the abyss. Lu Shali watched the vanishing figures and marveled. This kid. He actually dared to jump? The group that had caught up burst into discussion. Yi Chen and Bai Li Shang had fallen off the cliff, which to them was no different from suicide. They lamented that Yi Chen had ultimately refused to yield to Kunlun Xu, but he had also reached his end. A legend had fallen. At that moment, Chief No. 1 was reading in his study when Secretary Xiao He rushed in frantically. Chief, it's bad. Something huge has happened, Chief No. 1 calmly taught him. Xiao He, stay calm when things happen. If even we panic, who will stabilize Huasha? Xiao He said urgently. Chief, this time it's about Yi Chen and Kunlun Xu. Chief No. 1 smiled. You want to say Yi Chen won again? That's all within my expectations, Xiao He said with difficulty. Chief, you are wrong. The undefeated myth, Yi Chen, has lost. He and General Bai Li Shang have fallen into the Kunlun Mountains, and this time they are likely dead. After hearing this, Chief No. 1 broke into a cold sweat, unable to believe it. Realizing the gravity of the problem, he rose abruptly. What did you say? Something happened to Yi Chen and Bai Li Shang. Exactly what happened? Xiao He recounted the whole story. After hearing the events, the chief slammed the table in rage. The Blood Alliance is so shameless, using a war of attrition and then attacking while he was breaking through. It is despicable to the extreme. He immediately gave an order. Mobilize forces to surround the Kunlun Mountains and conduct a search and rescue at the base. I want to see them dead or alive. Execute it immediately. At that moment, inside the Huasha Yi family estate, the atmosphere was as silent as death. The group gathered around checking their phones for news about Yi Chen. The headlines reported that Yi Chen, the undefeated god of war of Huasha, had been besieged and killed by the Blood Alliance, falling to his death from a cliff in the Kunlun Mountains alongside General Bai Li Shang. Seeing this, they couldn't help but burst into tears. Zhou Ya shook her head while weeping, saying in disbelief, Killed in battle? How is that possible? Why did this happen? Beside her, Sun Yi also trembled and sobbed, covering her mouth. I must be dreaming. This is impossible. It must be fake. Pei Rong also couldn't stop her tears, yet she spoke with resolve. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his body. I believe in Chen'er, he won't die so easily. Hearing this, Ruoshui calmly wiped away her tears. That's right, Yi Chen will definitely return. What we must do now is seize the time to cultivate. Only with great strength can we help him. Encouraged by Ruozu's words, the group stopped their weeping and resolved to work hard at their cultivation. Zhou Ya also stood up, her tone firm. Yi Chen has survived so many life and death crises, he will surely turn this misfortune into a blessing as well. Beside her, Sun Yi felt the same. Crying wouldn't solve anything. Meanwhile, within the blood alliance of Kunlun Xu, Elder Zheng sat steadily in the center of the great hall. He was wiping his spectacles while waiting for news. At that moment, Lu Shali entered to report. Elder, the matter you assigned has been handled properly. Elder Zheng was overjoyed and hurriedly pressed for details. Is that Yi Chen dead? Lu Shali then recounted the events in detail. I launched a surprise attack at the critical moment of his breakthrough, leaving him heavily injured and his strength greatly diminished. In his desperation, he ultimately chose to leap off a cliff to his death. His corpse has likely been devoured by the beasts of the Kunlun Mountains by now. Elder Zheng confirmed. Are you certain he is dead? Lu Shali replied with certainty. Rest assured, Elder Zheng. The height of that cliff is such that even if I jumped, I would surely die. There is no chance of survival for him. Furthermore, I once searched the base of the cliff. Influenced by the Kunlun Xu entrance, the spiritual energy there has long been drained, so he cannot employ any mystical means. In a place with no spiritual energy, even if one has life-saving methods, they cannot be used, so he is dead for sure. Elder Zheng revealed a satisfied expression. Very well, I trust your work. To be safe, make another trip to Huasha and pull up the Yi family by its roots. After all, one must be thorough in eliminating evil. Lu Shali immediately took the order. Rest assured, Elder Zheng. Within 2 days I shall completely eradicate the Yi family. Meanwhile, at the base of the Kunlun Mountains, the crowd was relentlessly searching for Yi Chen and Bai Li Shang. Lei Shuwei looked at the tablet in his hand, sighing with a face full of sorrow. Aside from the Iron Blood Battalion and Dragon Soul, all other search and rescue forces had been mobilized, even utilizing drones and satellites. But even so, there is still no sign of Mr. Yi or General Bai Li Shang. He gazed at the cliffs of the Kunlun Mountains, knowing well that this was the sacred mountain of Huasha. The Kunlun Xu entrance and arrays within were enough to interfere with all technological equipment. Searching for someone here was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Ying Jin desperately pried open a giant rock before him, his tone stubborn. I don't believe it. Mr. Yi has great fortune. He must still be alive. He stubbornly shouted toward the valley. Mr. Yi, where are you? Where on earth are you? Beside him. He also couldn't help but burst into tears. If Mr. Yi hadn't saved me back then, I would have died long ago, let alone joined Dragon Soul. Subsequently, she stood up and shouted with determination. Mr. Yi is so strong, he won't lose. I will definitely find him. At that moment, not far away within a cave hidden by dense forest, no one noticed that there was another world inside. Deep within the cave was a deathly silent darkness without a glimmer of light, but this was precisely where Yi Chen and Bai Li Shang were hiding, having just escaped death. Yi Chen looked exhausted as he recalled the scene from earlier. At the moment of falling from the cliff, he thought they were doomed, but at the critical moment, the blood dragon suddenly manifested as a physical entity and caught them both. Thanks to the blood dragon's help, they found this hidden cave to hide in temporarily. Subsequently, he produced the medicinal pills he carried and swallowed them, grateful that the supply was sufficient. Recovering from his injuries would not be a major issue. Beside him, Bai Li Shang held his phone looking for a signal, but to no avail. He said worriedly, "Damn it, there's no signal at all. I can't contact the outside world, Mr. Yi. How are we going to leave this place?" Hearing this, Yi Chen appeared exceptionally calm. "Don't panic, I have a way." With that, he quickly sat cross-legged and circulated the energy within his body. The surrounding rubble slowly rose under his spiritual pressure, which surprised Yi Chen slightly. Although spiritual energy was scarce here, the reincarnation cemetery could still provide him with energy. As long as he could extract a trace of spiritual energy from the reincarnation cemetery, he could continue to cultivate. Thus, Yi Chen decided to make further plans after his injuries healed and his state returned to its peak. Beside him, Bai Li Shang was struck with amazement. He hadn't expected Mr. Yi to be able to enter a state of cultivation in this place where spiritual energy was exhausted. Unfortunately, even if he broke through his realm, escaping from these towering mountains would be no easy task. Just as Yi Chen was fully focused on his meditation, strange cracks suddenly appeared on the ground, and several tombstones on the surface began to glow one after another. Seeing this, Yi Chen realized things were exactly as he had anticipated. As long as he returned to his peak state and successfully broke through, he could trigger new tombstones. but what he hadn't expected was that 3 tombstones reached the activation condition simultaneously. He couldn't help but be curious. Which great power would be summoned this time? In an instant, several bolts of lightning in the sky pierced the darkness, striking the glowing tombstones directly. The tombstones shattered and dissipated under the baptism of the lightning. Yi Chen watched dumbstruck. At that moment, a spirited master manifested, announcing loudly, "I seek to break through the 9 cycles of reincarnation, vowing to rival the heavens. With lightning in hand, my soul is immortal. Behold my lightning-severing blade of the lightning-suppressing sect." Seeing this scene, Yi Sen felt bewildered. He clearly hadn't triggered it yet, but the man had come out on his own. The old man laughed heartily upon hearing this. "Not bad, kid. Your natal spirit talisman actually absorbed lightning during its tribulation. It seems the reincarnation cemetery indeed did not choose the wrong person." He then asked solemnly, "Are you willing to become my personal disciple and inherit the supreme lightning arts of my lineage?" Hearing this, Yi Chen hurriedly bowed and knelt, respectfully taking him as his master. "This disciple is willing. Greetings, master." The master felt greatly gratified. "Very well. As your master, I shall give you a gift for our first meeting." With that, he raised his hand to condense a brilliant sphere of energy. The sphere slowly floated toward Yi Chen, finally hovering before him. He explained, "This object is called the 9-fracture lightning, formed from my lifelong divine lightning power. It has now merged into your body for you to command. Its explosive power will increase with your realm, with your current strength at the 3rd level of the true element realm. Unleashing this is enough to slay a 3rd-level spirit-wandering realm powerhouse. But remember, this object's energy is limited. Do not squander it, for once it is exhausted, it will be very difficult to replenish." Now, Yi Chen felt the power surging within him and was inwardly amazed. Now that his strength was fully restored, coupled with this 9-fracture lightning, even if he encountered Lu Shali again, he would make sure the man never returned. Seeing Yi Chen so confident, the master nodded with satisfaction. "Good. I can tell by your expression that this gift was the right choice. I also wanted to ask you about the reincarnation cemetery." However, before he could finish, Yi Chen's figure vanished from the spot, leaving the master with a face full of bewilderment. "I wasn't finished, yet this kid slipped away? What a hasty temper, even more impatient than I am." In reality, Yi Chen opened his eyes and stood up. "I've been missing for 2 days. My family and friends must be frantic with worry. We must hurry back." Beside him, Bai Li Shang asked in confusion, "Mr. Yi, how are we going to leave? This cave is suspended halfway up a cliff. There's no path down the mountain at all." Yi Chen drew his longsword and said flatly, "How can such a small matter stump me?" With that, he plunged his sword into the cliff face, using the leverage to slide down. The two of them climbed down the precipice in this manner, relying on the longsword. At that moment, the group waiting at the base of the mountain heard the piercing sound of metal scraping against the rock wall and looked suspicious. "What is that sound? It's so grating." Ying Jin suddenly looked back and caught a glimpse of 2 dark shadows pointing upward and shouting excitedly, "Look over there, Mr. Yi and General Bai Li Shang are coming down." "It's the instructor. The instructor is alive and General Bai Li Shang is alive too. Fantastic." Beside him, Ahi's eyes filled with tears of joy at the sight. "I knew it. You definitely wouldn't die." Lei Shuwei quickly pulled out his phone to report, "I must inform the chief of this good news immediately." At that moment, Bai Li Shang, who was being protected in Yi Chen's arms, asked with great concern, "Mr. Yi, although the sword provides leverage, this descent speed is just too fast. If we lose control," he shouted in worry. "Falling at this speed is certain death." Yi Chen, however, appeared exceptionally calm. "I know what I'm doing." With that, he suddenly threw the longsword in his hand downward. Hidden Dragon slaying the heavens, the sword chi exploded downward with a powerful shockwave. Yi Chen used the force to adjust his posture in midair, ultimately carrying Bai Li Shang to a steady landing, unharmed. He let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, a safe landing. Recalling the heart-stopping scene from just now, Bai Li Shang couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. He had actually used the counter-shock from the attack as a buffer. This method sounded easy, but in practice the requirement for controlling power was extremely high. Likely only Mr. Yi could achieve it. Seeing the two return safely, the crowd swarmed forward. Seeing how much everyone cared for him, Yi Chen spoke, "I've made you all worry. Do you know where that guy from Kunlun Xu who drove me to the edge is now?" Lei Shuwei hurried to answer, "He seems to have gone to the capital." Yi Chen was startled. "What?" The surroundings suddenly became so silent that a pin drop could be heard. Yi Chen pressed, "What did he go to the capital for?" Lei Shuwei shook his head. "We only know he returned to Kunlun Xu once 2 days ago and reappeared in the Kunlun Mountains a few hours ago. Investigations show he then headed to the airport and took a plane to the capital." Hearing this, Yi Chen fell into deep thought. First back to Kunlun Xu, then to the capital. Suddenly a flash of realization struck him, and his face changed drastically. He sensed that someone was forcefully attacking the Yi family's protecting array. Thus he gave a stern command to Lei Shuwei. Lei Shuwei, prepare a plane for me immediately. His expression became more serious than ever before. I must return to the Yi family at the fastest speed possible. Meanwhile, outside the Yi family estate in the capital, the protecting array was suffering a violent assault. Seeing the array so resilient, Lu Shali couldn't help but be curious. He hadn't expected Washa to possess an array of this scale. Interesting. He then produced a treasure, saying triumphantly, if it were anyone else from Kunlun Xu, they might truly be unable to do anything about this array. But for me, this is merely a minor trouble. Subsequently, he summoned a massive phantom that brandished a giant blade and hacked down ruthlessly. The blade struck the barrier heavily, yet the array did not move an inch. He let out a disdainful cold laugh and launched a more intensive offensive. Finally, minute cracks began to appear on the surface of the array. Seeing this, Lu Shali mocked, giving out so soon, this array is nothing special after all. With that, he gnashed his teeth and channeled all his spiritual power for a final strike. But unexpectedly, the array erupted with a powerful surge of energy that knocked him back. Lu Shali was pale with shock. He hadn't expected this array to actually know how to counterattack at the last moment. Quick, blood spirit shield. He hurriedly propped up a shield to defend. Dust from the explosion rose everywhere, making him look somewhat disheveled. That counterattack just now actually had the power of the 5th level of the spirit wandering realm. He didn't know which formation master had created it, but to him it didn't matter. Pity, a counterattack of this level can only be unleashed once. Subsequently, he produced a dagger treasure and slammed it ruthlessly into the array's weak point. With a crisp, cracking sound, the family protecting array shattered. Inside the array, everyone was filled with terror. Perong was deeply worried. The array Chenner left has finally broken, Ling Tian said to the group with a solemn expression. I will lead the experts of the Dark Hall to hold the line and find a way to stall them. You take the chance to escape in the chaos. To him, protecting the palace master's family was the primary task, but Perong resolutely stood before Ling Tian and refused. I don't want Chenner to return to find his home gone. Ruoshui also firmly agreed. If I can't even protect my own home, what right do I have to be Yi Chen's woman beside them? Zhou Ya did not back down either. Yi Lingqian, stop trying to persuade us, our minds are made up, we shall live or die with this place. Seeing this, Lu Shali laughed manically with excitement. Fantastic, now I can catch you all in one net. Better to arrive early than at the right time. I'll send you all on your way right now. Seeing this, the Yi family guards hurriedly blocked the way of the ladies, shouting sharply, Who goes there? This is the Yi family forbidden grounds. Lu Shali sneered with utter disdain. What kind of thing is the Yi family? Yi Chen has already died at my hands. Do you think you can stop me with this meager skill? Today I am here to exterminate your clan. Perong was consumed with rage upon hearing this, rushing forward to interrogate. So you were the one who forced Chenner off the cliff. Give me your life. Immediately after, the Yi family guards roared in unison and charged at Lu Shali, seeking revenge for their palace master. Lu Shali laughed coldly, not taking the group seriously at all. With a casual wave of his hand, he sent all the charging guards flying. The experts carefully cultivated by the Dark Hall had no power to resist before Lu Shali. Collapsing instantly, they tried to struggle but were pinned down by Lu Shali's spiritual pressure. Ling Tian witnessed this, struck dumb with shock. These were the elites of the Dark Hall, yet they were instantly decimated. How could such a terrifying powerhouse exist in this world? However, Lu Shali did not stop. He swung his offensive again, charging straight for Perong and the others. Die, all of you! At the critical moment, Yi Chen descended from the heavens, executing hidden dragon, slaying the heavens, his powerful energy instantly shattering Lu Shali's offensive. Seeing this, Lu Shali was greatly shocked. What? Yi Chen stood before the group. Ling Tian wept with joy at the sight. Palace Master, at this moment, Yi Chen was filled with fury, staring fixedly at Lu Shali. Perong looked at her son and shouted excitedly, Chenner, you're alive. Zhou Ya also cried out, I really thought I'd never see you again. Lu Shali looked at the resurrected Yi Chen and snorted coldly, Stinking brat, you have a sturdy life, but none of that matters now. He summoned a giant sword horizontally before him and announced arrogantly, Since I could kill you once, I can kill you a second time. With that, Lu Shali controlled the giant sword to hack down from the air. Blood spirit giant blade, slay. However, Yi Chen showed no fear, retorting coldly, The one who is truly going to die is you. He instantly unleashed third move of sky-breaking sword intent. Sword slaying the 8 desolations, 2 extremely terrifying energies collided violently in midair. Ultimately, Lu Shali's giant blade shattered under Yi Chen's sword intent. Lu Shali was pale with shock. What? Amidst the clouds of dust, Yi Chen sped forward covered in his dragon god armor. If you hadn't ambushed me during my breakthrough, do you think you'd be worthy of beating me? Since you've walked into the trap, then leave your life here. Today I shall fulfill your wish. With that, Yi Chen attacked Lu Shali fiercely. Although Lu Shali hurriedly parried the blow, he appeared to be struggling immensely, marveling inwardly, such speed, I nearly failed to block it. Furthermore, the power of this strike has completely reached the spirit-wandering realm. He hurriedly dodged to the side, but in doing so he exposed a flaw. Yi Chen saw the opportunity and landed a heavy killing punch directly on Lu Shali's face. Go to hell. At the final moment, Lu Shali suddenly released a thick cloud of smoke as cover, using the chance to dodge the fatal blow. Lu Shali used the opening to flee, barely managed to escape with his life. Even so, he was severely wounded, his heart filled with shock and doubt. How is this possible? Even after using his secret methods, he had actually lost in a head-on clash. Seeing this, Yi Chen closed in rapidly, mocking him with a cold laugh. Why run? Didn't you want to kill me? Come, I, Yi Chen, am right here. In his desperation, Lu Shali quickly produced a token, not forgetting to curse at Yi Chen. Bastard, don't get cocky, kid. A portal radiating surges of ghostly energy instantly manifested before Yi Chen. Sensing the anomaly, Yi Chen swiftly retreated to a safe distance. By then, Lu Shali had regained his footing, standing tall and proud. To force me to use the sect's secret treasure, you should die satisfied. As soon as the words fell, the portal swung wide and countless monsters crawled out, letting out piteous shrill cries. He roared in fury. Bloodgate, open, guardian ghouls, devour Yi Chen for me. At the sight of this, Yi Chen quickly condensed power in his palm, spiritual energy surging around his body. He hoisted a lightning orb and snorted coldly. You dare bring out such sinister, crooked paths just to make a fool of yourself? 9 fracture lightning, obliterate these ghouls for me. The 9 fracture lightning instantly cleared the surrounding guardian monsters and then hurtled toward Lu Shali. Lu Shali narrowly dodged one bolt of lightning, only to be struck head-on by another following closely behind. Now he was consumed by terror. My secret treasure was actually destroyed? You've got to be kidding. I haven't seen this kid in just 2 days, yet he's become this terrifying. Seeing that he had lost all combat capability, Yi Chen approached step by step. I'll be taking your life now. Unexpectedly, Lu Shali burst into a fit of wild laughter, strange runes surfacing on his face. You want to kill me? Immediately after, his body began to swell unnaturally as he roared at Yi Chen. Then let's die together. Seeing this, Ling Tian cried out in alarm. This is bad, Palace Master, get back. That guy seems to be executing some kind of self-detonation secret method. Yi Chen retreated rapidly, a look of displeasure on his face. Then, with a world-shaking boom, a violent explosion destroyed everything in the vicinity, creating a massive hollow visible even from the other side of the mountain. Yi Chen let out a long sigh of relief. Good thing I retreated quickly. The self-detonation of a spirit-wandering realm expert truly lives up to its reputation. But he quickly sensed something was wrong. Wait, no, if it were me truly intending to perish with the enemy, I wouldn't waste so much breath. Could it be that Lu Shali has already abandoned his physical body and fled as a divine soul? Damn it, he actually forced me to abandon my physical body. Fortunately, I have the Blood Alliance's life-saving secret method. As long as my soul escapes, I can be resurrected through possession. He turned to leave, gloating. Damn you, Yi Chen, just you wait. Once I recover, I will make you and those around you beg for life and death. Just as he was reveling in his escape, his neck was suddenly grabbed in a vice-like grip, and he instantly fell into a panic. Looking back, he saw Yi Chen's face filled with rage. Using the explosion as cover to flee, that was quite a clever plan. I nearly let you get away. Lu Shali struggled and wailed in Yi Chen's hand. Let me go, I am Elder Zheng's confidant. If you dare kill me, Elder Zheng will never let you off. Yi Chen let out a burst of chilling laughter. You're overthinking it, aren't you? That old dog dared to imprison my father. I haven't even settled that score with him yet. A ball of fierce flames suddenly erupted from Yi Chen's hand, frantically burning Lu Shali's soul, the pain causing him to plead repeatedly, Don't kill me, please. But Yi Chen showed no mercy, instantly turning his soul to ash. Having dealt with the matter, he turned back and said, I'm sorry, I returned late. Yi Chen looked at his kin. Fortunately, the array delayed them. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unthinkable. As soon as he finished speaking, someone lunged forward and hugged him tightly. Everyone swarmed around him, talking at once with concerned questions. Do you know how worried we've been these past few days? If something happened to you, what would we do? Perong stood aside, her eyes brimming with tears as she murmured, Fantastic, you're still alive. Seeing everyone crying for him, Yi Chen was deeply moved. This was the first time he had seen everyone lose their composure like this. He must never let them worry again. He then struck up a conversation with the group. By the way, after not seeing you for a while, I feel like everyone's strength has improved quite a bit, Ruoshui answered with a smile as bright as a flower. Of course, we've been cultivating hard too. We can't keep being a burden to you forever. Sun Yi wiped her tears and chimed in. That's right, Peirong gave a gratified smile. Since Chenner is safe and sound, everyone should hurry back and seize the time to cultivate. If we encounter a similar situation in the future, it should be our turn to save Chenner. The two girls were thrilled to hear this. Okay, Yi Chen also encouraged them. So much effort, then before that let's have a victory banquet. Meanwhile, inside the Blood Alliance Great Hall of Kunlun Xu, Elder Zheng heard the news of the death, and the object in his hand fell to the floor. His face was pale as he stammered, Elder Lu is dead? You've got to be kidding. He was at the 6th level of the spirit wandering realm. For someone in the secular world of Huasha to be able to kill him, what on earth happened? Elder Zheng rose in a fury, deciding to make the trip personally. 2 days later at the Yi family estate, a brand new barrier enveloped the entire residence. Yi Chen looked up to inspect it. The new array is set. With my realm increasing, the power of this array is much stronger than before. He turned to ask Ling Tian, by the way, why haven't I seen Lu Lingfeng? Ling Tian reported truthfully. Previously, the Kunlun Xu experts pressured the Huasha martial arts world. Lu Lingfeng tried to send word to you, Palace Master, but he was discovered and taken away. Ling Tian pulled out his phone to show a video. However, they've gotten smarter this time. Fearing you'd settle the score later, they've only kept Lu Lingfeng under house arrest and treated him well, not daring to mistreat him. He then put away his phone. Now that you have returned safely, Palace Master, those people will likely release him soon. Yi Chen replied, I understand. A moment later he fell into deep thought in his bedroom. As long as the Blood Alliance was not eradicated, it would always be a threat. And then there was the Falling Sword sect, likely plotting their revenge as well. Yi Chen took out a stone and muttered to himself, to have true peace, the only way is to uproot these two sects. Although I lack the power currently, someone else can. With that he closed his eyes and concentrated. His consciousness entering the illusory realm, his familiar master had been waiting for a long time, teasing with a laugh. Brat, you finally remembered to find me? I am your master. He leaned against a tombstone, cracking his knuckles as he asked, well, how does the power of the 9-fracture lightning feel? Yi Chen hoisted the energy ball and answered, far exceeded expectations. I handled a powerful enemy using only a tiny bit of energy. If I let it explode at full power, I'd have nothing to fear even if surrounded by enemies. The master lightly tapped Yi Chen's forehead and explained, it's not just that. Your natal spirit talisman absorbed the lightning from the Tribulation, which perfectly aligns with the lightning techniques I specialize in. Today I shall pass on to you the true intent of lightning, helping the power of your divine lightning reach the next level. Yi Chen recalled something and asked, Master, before we begin, this disciple has a request. He produced the shattered dragon slaying sword. Yi Chen pleaded, this sword has accompanied me through countless battles and is now destroyed. Does Master have a way to repair it? After observing for a moment, the master answered, I see. This sword has developed a trace of intelligence. No wonder you are reluctant to part with it. Unfortunately, I am not skilled in forging, but... The master looked toward a slightly vibrating crimson tombstone. There is one person who can fulfill your request, and he has already met the conditions to be activated. If he is willing to act, recasting this sword will be as easy as turning over a palm. Yi Chen was shocked. Could that great one be a master blacksmith? The master laughed. Consider yourself lucky he didn't hear that, otherwise he'd jump out of his grave in rage. He is not just an ordinary blacksmith, but a supreme existence revered by 10,000 smiths. He then cautioned, the matter of the sword can be handled anytime, but the time remaining for us is limited. You must not act rashly. The opportunity to open a tombstone is exceptionally precious. Yi Chen replied, this disciple understands. Suddenly, Yi Chen's expression shifted. He sensed his phone vibrating in the outside world. He hurriedly bid his master farewell. Master, we will discuss the lightning techniques later. I have an urgent matter outside. Then Yi Chen's silhouette vanished, returning to reality. He picked up his phone and pressed answer. Hello, he thought to himself that it was an unknown number. A stranger's voice came from the other end. Kid, you are more interesting than I imagined, so I plan to share some useful intel. Head 100 miles west. I'll be waiting for you there. Yi Chen's brow furrowed at the words, and he asked guardedly, who are you? You think one sentence from you is enough to make me come find you? The old man on the other end stroked his beard and smiled, saying calmly, I am a teacher. He answered with a loud laugh. And I know your grandfather. That night a dark shadow streaked across the night sky. It was Yi Chen. He landed steadily and saw an old man sitting on a bench drinking wine. The man spoke calmly, Kid, you're here. Looking at the old man, Yi Chen continued to press with suspicion. Who on earth are you? Could you be that friend grandfather mentioned? The old man took a large swig of wine, wiped his mouth and answered loudly, Identity is not important. What matters is that you've provoked quite a lot of trouble. As far as I know, the falling sword sect of Kunlun Xu has come out in full force. Your best choice right now is to run immediately." The old man rose to look at him. "For your grandfather's sake, I can take you to a place they will never find." Yi Chen frowned and asked, "Then what about my mother and those people?" The old man waved a hand and answered, "Their lives are worthless. I only want to take you away." But Yi Chen valued his family above all else and turned to leave decisively. "Then there's no need, I can solve my own problems." The old man didn't panic, merely considering him a fool. "Have you not realized that those you care about are too weak? They will always be nothing more than a burden to you. Only by abandoning them can you have a better future." Yi Chen glared back and retorted, "If I can't even protect them, what is the point of me becoming stronger?" The old man sat back on the bench and replied, "There are 10,000 paths. Since you've chosen the hardest one, I wish you luck. I hope you can bring me another surprise." Yi Chen departed with a soaring, killing intent, cold snorting in his heart. There is only one path into Huasha from Kunlun Xu, the Kunlun Mountains. Since the falling sword sect dares to come, then don't dream of going back. A moment later, sect leader Sun led his followers to the spot, the group lining up in an orderly fashion. Sect leader Sun looked toward Shi and spoke respectfully. "Lord, the matter of revenge can be handled by us. Your status is noble. There is no need for you to toil over such trifles," Shi replied politely. "Sect leader Sun overstates it. I won't act unless necessary. Consider me here to enjoy the sights and relax." Upon hearing this, he answered, "Very well." Shi gazed ahead, thinking to himself, "Regardless, I have no leads for now. Watching a spectacle won't hurt. And it won't be too late to find the pendant holder after the dust settles." The group continued their watch. Sect leader Sun used a voice transmission to announce loudly, "Hear my command. Today I have only one goal, and that is to take Yi Chen's head. Yi Chen is quite skilled. Report immediately." Upon discovering his trail, unexpectedly, a disciple stammered as he pointed ahead. "Sect leader, no need to search. It seems Yi Chen is already there waiting for us." On a distant rock, Yi Chen stood with arms crossed, looking down. Shi smiled with great interest. "Interesting. Usually, secular warriors would be scared out of their wits upon seeing someone from Kunlun Xu. Yet this kid was not only calm but actually appeared to have been waiting for quite a while." Sect leader Sun flew into a towering rage. "Arrogant brat, do you truly think you are invincible just because you killed a few elders of my sect?" Yi Chen leaned back against the rock, looking coldly at the crowd. He spoke, "I will state this one last time. Your sect's elder Ren was a mole planted by the Blood Alliance. There was nothing wrong with me killing him. As for the others from the falling sword sect who were killed, it was all because they ignored my warnings and sought their own deaths." Sect leader Sun's disciples cursed one after another. "Nonsense, Elder Ren was a man of integrity. How could he be a member of the Blood Alliance? You, a murderer, actually dare to be so silver-tongued?" Unexpectedly, Yi Chen burst into loud laughter upon hearing this. Sect leader Sun frowned in bewilderment. "What are you laughing at?" Yi Chen wiped away tears of laughter and answered, "I'm laughing at the fact that you do evil deeds yet insist on putting on a righteous face. It's not that you don't know the truth. It's just that you don't dare face the powerful Blood Alliance." The disciples retorted, "Utter nonsense. It's just an excuse for the crimes you've committed." Yi Chen didn't care at all, biting back. "Stop pretending. If you really went to investigate, you'd surely find the flaws. Elder Ren used the Blood Alliance's secret methods, yet you don't dare investigate. The reason is simple," he pointed directly at the crowd, "because I wasn't strong enough before. If my realm far exceeded your sect leaders, even if I killed him, you'd never dare say a word. Precisely because you don't dare seek revenge from the Blood Alliance, you can only come to hunt me down." Having said that, surges of thick mist rose around him. "The law of the jungle is eternal. Unfortunately, you still haven't figured it out. Who is the prey and who is the hunter?" As soon as the words fell, that thick mist instantly formed a spherical barrier, enveloping everyone. Everyone was pale with shock. "Is this a binding type array? He actually wants to trap us all inside. Is this kid insane?" Sect leader Sun gnashed his teeth and roared, "Arrogant brat, do you truly think I can't kill you?" With that, he flew forward to attack Yi Chen. However, the corner of Yi Chen's mouth merely curled up as he instantly summoned his gauntlets and heavy sword. Secret method, dragon spirit armor form. Yi Chen raised his longsword high and barked in rage. Sword slaying the 8 desolations. The sword blade instantly transformed into a giant phantom. The two clashed head-on, triggering a violent earthquake, the powerful shockwave sending both sides reeling back. Sect leader Sun's face was full of disbelief. "I am at the 9th level of the spirit wandering realm, only half a step away from the transcendent realm. How can this kid actually push me back even after using a secret method?" On the other side, Yi Chen planted his sword in the ground to stabilize his figure. He offered a critique. only pushed back yet completely unharmed, as expected of a sect leader, truly strong enough. By now, the smoke inside the barrier had dissipated, and Yi Chen hoisted an energy ball in his palm. But so what? Today you shall surely die. Hearing this madness, those under sect leader Sun laughed derisively, a bald man showing utter disdain. A mere kid in the true element realm actually wants to kill us all? Dreaming. Sect leader Sun, however, stared at that ball of energy, his heart filled with uncertainty. What exactly is that thing? It actually makes me feel a trace of danger. Yi Chen suddenly revealed a sinister smile. I hope you can still laugh this happily right before you die. With that, his eyes turned blood red as he violently crushed the energy ball in his hand. The violent energy erupted instantly like 10,000 bolts of lightning, rapidly sweeping through Yi Chen's entire body. Sect leader Sun grew uneasy at the sight. A massive bolt of lightning crashed down before him, lunging straight for him. He hurriedly raised his hands, circulating his power to block it. Although the energy dissipated significantly after he struck the lightning aside, his hands actually ignited with flames the moment he made contact. Sect leader Sun stared at his palms, muttering in shock about the power of the lightning. The thunderous roar echoed again from a distance, steadily closing in on them. He ordered in terror, "This is bad, everyone retreat, get back now!" The lightning spread with startling speed. Several of sect leader Sun's disciples were struck, their bodies turning numb and rigid. The rest fled frantically into the distance. They cursed incessantly. Damn it! Reaching the edge of the barrier, they pounded on it madly with their hands, screaming in panic. The barrier won't open, it's coming, that dangerous lightning is about to catch us. They glanced back to see several bolts of lightning already within reach. In the next instant, everyone was sent flying by the electric shock. They wailed, "Curse it, you actually possess such a terrifying move. If I had known, I never would have crossed him. I regret everything." Moments later, as the energy was exhausted, sect leader Sun's disciples had been entirely decimated by the lightning. Sect leader Sun remained standing, but after enduring the lightning's impact, his entire body was wreathed in black smoke. Yi Chen, however, was unscathed. Energy still flickered in his hand as he sighed. "In the end, my realm is still too low. Even after exhausting the 9-fracture lightning, I failed to kill him." Looking at the carnage around him, sect leader Sun was utterly stunned. "Dead. The elites I brought from the sect are all dead." She stepped forward, placing a hand on Sun's shoulder, and said, "Sect leader Sun, it seems this kid is not simple. Do you need my help?" But sect leader Sun flatly refused. "No need. This bit of lightning isn't enough to take my life." He spun around abruptly, roaring with hatred. "I shall personally avenge my disciples. Die!" He drew his longsword, his aura exploding as he charged frantically at Yi Chen, seizing the initiative. Yi Chen had already raised his sword in defense, stating, "You are not capable of that." Sect leader Sun raised his sword high and hacked down ruthlessly at Yi Chen, forcing him back with a single horizontal slash. Not only that, but Yi Chen was subsequently sent flying to the edge of the barrier. The force of the impact rebounded through him, causing Yi Chen to spit out a mouthful of blood. Sect leader Sun leapt into the air, lunging at him again. "I have broken through to the 9th level of the spirit-wandering realm, only half a step away from the transcendent realm. How could a mere true element realm brat like you be my match?" With trembling hands, Yi Chen struggled to lift his longsword, but sect leader Sun's blade fell again, knocking him high into the air. Yi Chen held his breath and gritted his teeth as he was sent flying, thinking to himself, "Is this the power of the half-step transcendent realm?" Sect leader Sun looked up at his figure. Yi Chen landed on the very top of the barrier. He stabilized his center of gravity and looked down, then dove straight toward sect leader Sun waiting below, swinging his sword and shouting, "Then you'd better experience this properly." Yi Chen used his movement on the barrier to weave and dodge, confusing his opponent before finally lunging at him. Shi witnessed this fierce battle and marveled inwardly. To be able to fight a half-step transcendent to this extent with a true element cultivation, even in Kunlun Xu, few geniuses could achieve this. "I didn't expect such a monster to be born in the spirit-thin lands of Washa." With his keen eyes, Shi evaluated. "But this doesn't change the outcome. He's reaching his limit." Sect leader Sun swung his sword in a wide sweep, shouting, "Die, fallen crow, slash!" A flaming crow shot out from his sword's wake, lunging straight at the descending Yi Chen. In an instant, Yi Chen was blasted away, the massive force even shattering the barrier. It was only thanks to the support of his longsword that he managed to remain standing after the strike. Looking at the gasping Yi Chen, his master manifested and asked, "Kid, was this experience comfortable enough?" Yi Chen answered tremulously, "As expected of the half-step transcendent realm, withstanding 8 of his attacks is already my limit." His master let out 2 loud laughs and praised, "Faced with an undefeatable expert, you didn't rely on me immediately. Instead, you chose the risk of proactive combat to temper yourself and build a foundation for becoming stronger. Truly a fine disciple." By now, sect leader Sun had caught up. He leapt with his sword raised, roaring for Yi Chen to die. The exhausted Yi Chen whispered, "Master, I'll leave the rest to you." His master replied with a laugh, "No problem. I can't very well watch my beloved disciple die." Subsequently, he took control of Yi Chen's body and once again manifested a sphere of energy. The master guided his disciple. "Your use of lightning is still too crude. Your master will teach you a simple and effective method." He focused intensely on the energy sphere, applying force with his palm, sensing the rhythm of the lightning to continuously condense and compress it. Meanwhile, sect leader Sun was charging forward menacingly. The master looked up with a slight smile and uttered 2 words, "Release." In that instant the energy sphere exploded, and the violent energy poured toward sect leader Sun like a tidal wave. Once the energy settled, sect leader Sun's appearance was wretched. He knelt in the dissipating smoke, his body no longer able to fight. "Impossible, how could you suddenly possess such power?" Seeing that he hadn't breathed his last, Yi Chen couldn't help but complain. "Master, you were a bit too stingy with your strength. Couldn't you have just turned him to ash?" His master glanced at him and explained, "You know as well as I do, the more power I use, the faster I dissipate. Of course I have to save it," he continued. "Cripple him. And that's enough. The rest is for you to handle." He can no longer resist. Hearing this, Yi Chen nodded and walked toward sect leader Sun. "In that case, I'll send him on his way." At this moment, sect leader Sun pleaded in terror. "No, don't kill me, my lord, save me." Shi sighed and said with a face full of disappointment, "I told you, wouldn't it have been better to just let me handle it from the start?" In a flash, Shi arrived and blocked Yi Chen's path, saying, "Kid, although the power you just unleashed was strong, it is not enough to deal with me. The Falling Sword sect is a subordinate sect of my Myriad Sword sect. I cannot stand by and watch him die." Hearing this name, Yi Chen fell into thought. "The Myriad Sword sect, I feel like I've heard that somewhere before." His master pressed his shoulder and warned, "This guy is a true transcendent realm expert. His strength far exceeds your previous opponent. Should I give him one strike to cripple him directly?" But Yi Chen was not impulsive this time. "Wait, I think I remember now." Sect leader Sun turned and shouted to Shi, "My lord, hurry and kill him. I want his soul scattered to accompany my dead disciples in the afterlife." Shi seemed intent on following Sun's wish, his body radiating killing intent. "Very well, though using his life to pay for so many Falling Sword sect disciples is ultimately a loss." Yi Chen suddenly retracted his weapon and signaled with his hand, "Wait a moment." This caught Shi by surprise. "What, you want to beg for mercy?" Yi Chen produced a glowing token engraved with the word sword and asked, "You say you are from the Myriad Sword sect, do you recognize this?" Sect leader Sun, sitting in the back, burst into loud laughter, mocking, "Kid, are you insane? You think a piece of junk jade will get you mercy? My lord, move now, torture him in the most cruel way first, and then let him die in despair." To his shock, Shi suddenly dropped to his knees with a thud. Kneeling there, he addressed Yi Chen respectfully. "I, Shen Shishi, greet the ancestral master." This action left sect leader Sun completely dumbfounded. Even Yi Chen was struck with immense surprise and confusion. Facing his doubt, Shi explained bluntly, "That is correct, you are the disciple of the Myriad Sword Sovereign, which makes you the ancestral master of the Myriad Sword sect. I am merely a grand disciple of the sovereign's lineage. Naturally, I should address you as ancestral master." Sect leader Sun's entire body trembled violently. "What on earth is going on? The person I sent people to hunt down is actually the ancestral master of the Myriad Sword sect?" He became hysterical, laughing wildly, muttering in despair, "I actually sent an elder of the Myriad Sword sect to kill him." Yi Chen looked down at Shen Shishi and asked, "Now do you still want to help him kill me?" Shen Shishi instantly released his aura, finishing off sect leader Sun in the blink of an eye. Subsequently, Shen Shishi kowtowed to confess his guilt. "Shen Shishi deserves 10,000 deaths. If Ancestral Master is still angry, I am willing to shatter my own heart meridians to plead for your forgiveness." Having said that, he raised 2 fingers to show his loyalty. Yi Chen immediately stopped him. "Stop." His heart was full of questions. Heavens, what exactly did Master Chen Tianli do to the Myriad Sword sect? A dignified transcendent realm expert is actually this afraid of me. He helped Shen Shishi up and said, "My grudge with the Falling Sword sect is settled. There seems to be some misunderstanding between us. Let's find another place to talk and tell me everything I need to know." Sometime later, in a hotel outside the Kunlun Mountains, Yi Chen had rented a temporary room for the 2 of them. He sat there stroking his chin, beginning to review everything Shen Shishi had said. "I see. Master Chen Tianli didn't hesitate to expend energy to manifest in Kunlun Xu previously just to find me a backer." Yi Chen continued to ponder. "Unlike Huasha, most people in Kunlun Xu begin cultivating at age 3. And with the resources and spiritual energy density there far exceeding Huasha, naturally many experts are born." He mused to himself that the Myriad Sword sect was a power whose strength was not inferior to the blood alliance of Kunlun Xu. They could save him a lot of trouble. Master Chen Tianli had foreseen that he would eventually go to Kunlun Xu, and had paved the way for him in advance. Subsequently, Shen Shishi bowed and asked for instructions. Ancestral Master, would you be willing to return to the Myriad Sword Sect with me? The sect leader and the others all wish to see you. He thought to himself that if he could bring the Ancestral Master back to the sect this time, it would be a massive achievement. Yi Chen then revealed, there's no rush. Currently, my other master has been taken by the Blood Alliance. I want to go to the Blood Alliance to rescue him. Do you know their specific address and how to enter? Upon hearing this, Shen Shishi was furious, saying with murderous intent, the Blood Alliance has some nerve daring to covet the Ancestral Master's family. They are simply seeking death. Yi Chen sat on the large bed murmuring, your anger is useless in this matter. He raised his eyes and clasped his hands. If the Myriad Sword Sect goes head-to-head with the Blood Alliance, there will surely be heavy casualties and victory is not guaranteed. I only need the method. Shen Shishi, standing opposite, spoke up. Ancestral Master, the Blood Alliance has always been a cancer in Kunlun Xu, extremely difficult to root out because finding their lair is exceptionally hard. It is best to have someone from the Blood Alliance lead the way. Hearing this, Yi Chen frowned with worry. Then it will be troublesome. Almost everyone I know from the Blood Alliance has been killed by me. Must I wait for them to come to my door again? Immediately after, Shen Shishi proposed a solution. Not necessarily. When I set out from Kunlun Xu, I found a treasure pavilion in the Kunlun Mountains, which is a branch of the Kunlun Xu Treasure Pavilion. They will be hosting an auction soon, and that place has a significant background. Even our Myriad Sword Sect must show them some respect. Regarding the auction, Shen Shishi added, furthermore, to attract cultivators, the Treasure Pavilion will also open the Spirit Congealing platform on the day of the auction. Any participating guests can go there to cultivate, which is of great benefit to increasing one's realm, however. Yi Chen instinctively replied, I have no interest in auctions, Shen Shishi advised from the side. But this auction is of a grand scale. It is highly likely that people from the Blood Alliance will attend. Hearing this, Yi Chen's mind began to waver, and he asked tentatively, when does it start? The other replied, tomorrow. There is no time to lose. Yi Chen stood up and said, good, let's prepare to set out. But Shen Shishi hurriedly waved his hand to stop him. Wait a moment. He pressed on Yi Chen's shoulder to make him sit back on the bed, saying, Ancestral Master, your photograph has likely already spread throughout the Blood Alliance. To make movement easier, it is best to change your face. Shen Shishi condensed a surge of magical power in his hand. I previously obtained an extremely profound disguise technique in Kunlun Xu that can change one's appearance such that even the most powerful experts cannot see through the flaw. The magic enveloped Yi Chen's entire body. I shall present this technique to the Ancestral Master now. Please be sure to accept it. Of course, I will also change my appearance to coordinate with our actions. By dawn, the Yi Chen and Shen Shishi on the street had successfully transformed. Yi Chen touched his own face. He said the spell was quite simple. He had learned it in a single night. Shen Shishi remarked from the side that while it could only change one's appearance and not increase strength, learning it in a single night was still astonishing. Next, Yi Chen spoke up. By the way, stop calling me Ancestral Master. Just call me Mr. Yi, it sounds quite awkward. Shen Shishi replied, very well. After walking for a distance, the two stopped. They stood before a magnificent palace. They had arrived. Yi Chen said, I remember the Treasure Pavilion is the largest auction house even in Kunlun Xu. The items inside are all very precious, Shen Shishi replied. Correct, but there are too few things of value in Huasha, so this branch only held an auction once 20 years ago. Looking back, I heard that a century ago, a top-tier power in Kunlun Xu, even stronger than the Myriad Sword Sect, offended the Treasure Pavilion. And the next day, that power was completely exterminated. Since then, no one has dared to question the Treasure Pavilion again, Shen Shishi said firmly. So even the Blood Alliance wouldn't dare cause trouble in the Treasure Pavilion. Of course we must also be on our best behavior. Yi Chen replied seriously. I understand. At that moment his master appeared behind him. Disciple, I sense the aura of the primordial void reality pill here. Though it's only a fragment, you must get it. As for the reason, I'll tell you tonight. He grew alert in his heart. To make Master so anxious, it must be something extremely important to him. It's likely one of today's auction items. Yi Chen then turned and asked Shen Shishi if I want to buy treasures here. Regular money is likely useless, isn't it? The other replied, of course. Subsequently, Shen Shishi produced a spirit stone. For us cultivators, money is no different from waste paper. All transactions are conducted via spirit stones. An image of spiritual energy within a cultivator's body appeared in his mind. After all, for a cultivator to become stronger, they need to absorb a large amount of spiritual energy, and spirit stones are a common carrier that every cultivator needs. Thus, spirit stones are the currency of Kunlun Xu. Shen Shishi held a bag of money and said, "These are all the spirit stones I have on me. I'm not sure if they will be enough for you. Damn it, I didn't expect the ancestral master would be short on money. Had I known, I would have brought more before leaving." Yi Chen scanned the bag and said, "I'll find a way for the spirit stones. Lead me to the place where treasures are consigned." The steward sitting behind the counter asked, "Do you have treasures to auction?" Several glowing items were laid out. Shen Shishi thought to himself that if the ancestral master was short on money, he had to find a way to help him gather it. Correct. Looking at the items on the table, he said, "Please give us a price." When the steward saw the treasures before him, he evaluated them with a sinister look. Sword, stone, wood, a monster core. The bottle contains a crimson flame soul. Not bad. They are all very valuable. Subsequently, he picked up the small bottle and said, "The minimum price for the sword, stone, wood, and the monster core is 50 and 80 spirit stones respectively. The crimson flame soul is tentatively set at 300 spirit stones. What do you think?" After a moment's thought, Shen Shishi agreed. "Very well, regardless that is only the starting price, the final transaction price will surely be much higher." Having settled the terms, he turned to Yi Chen and said, "Mr. Yi, let's go. I've consigned all the treasures I had. The spirit stones from the sale should be enough for you." But then Yi Chen raised his hand and said, "I also have something to sell." A massive bluish-black scale appeared. "Take a look at how much this is worth." At the sight of this object, the steward was startled, jumping to his feet and exclaiming, "This is the skin of a black storm python. It's rare even in Kunlun Xu. And this size is enough to make 5 sets of extremely strong defensive armor." He appeared a bit flustered, freezing on the spot as he blurted out, "A real treasure. Are you truly certain you want to sell it?" Yi Chen replied with a firm face, "Correct, please give me an estimate." He mused to himself that he still had plenty left anyway, and perhaps he would find a use for it later. Greed rose in the steward's heart. He rubbed his hands together and flattered, "Honored guest, I see this skin is incomplete. It seems to be only half. Do you perhaps have more?" Seeing this, Shen Shishi rebuked, "What? Since when did the treasure pavilion start prying into a guest's private affairs?" His thoughts exposed, the steward hurriedly waved his hands and smiled. "No, I overstepped. Let's get straight to the point." The steward stated that the value of this skin far exceeded the previous 3 items, suggesting a starting price of 500 spirit stones. Yi Chen replied, "Fine." After completing the handover, he turned and left to attend the auction. By now, countless people had gathered in the waiting hall for the event. Shen Shishi sat at a small table and pointed forward, saying, "Mr. Yi, look." Following the direction of his finger, Yi Chen saw that the people from the Blood Alliance had arrived. They had undoubtedly brought many treasures to sell as well. Yi Chen withdrew his gaze and said flatly, "There are many experts stationed within the venue. We'll make our move after the auction ends." Shen Shishi looked around and added, "Indeed, besides the Blood Alliance, many of Kunlun Xu's top forces have arrived." He began to introduce them. "For instance, those 2 over there are from the Ji family. The Ji family is one of the premier families in Kunlun Xu." Mentioning this name made Yi Chen feel a sense of familiarity. The Ji family, come to think of it. My relationship with them is anything but ordinary. Recalling the figures of Ji Xiqing and Ji Lin, he whispered to himself. After all, both Ji Xiqing and Ji Lin were from the Ji family. Reflecting on his childhood memories, Yi Chen said with emotion, "When my family was destroyed back then, I was picked up by the old man and brought to Kunlun Xu. Initially, because I had no cultivation at all, I suffered endless humiliation. Anyone could trample me underfoot. Images of a group of people teaming up to bully him surfaced in his mind. Compared to those who began cultivating at the age of 3, he was indeed a waste anyone could push around." Yi Chen closed his eyes and said, "But there were 3 people who were different. They treated me with true sincerity." Figures from the past flashed through his mind. One was the old man who brought him back to Kunlun Xu, and another was the quirky Jilin. Whenever he was bullied, Xiqing would always step forward to protect him. A woman who would disregard everything, even risking making enemies of various factions just to keep him safe. Thinking of her, he involuntarily whispered Ji Xiqing's name. She had driven everyone away single-handedly. When her lungs were lowered, Xiqing supported Yi Chen and said, "Yi Chen, you cannot die. Even if everyone else in this world dies, you cannot die, all right." He recalled this with a dazed look. He didn't know why she did it, nor did he care about the reason. He only needed to know that she truly cared for him. And that was enough. Carrying the memories of the past, Yi Chen thought to himself, "It's been a long time. I wonder how they are doing." Just then, the auctioneer announced loudly, "Thank you for waiting, everyone. This auction officially begins now." She unveiled the cloth and said, "The first item is sword, stone, wood, with a starting price of 50 spirit stones." Countless paddles were raised instantly below. "I bid 70, 90, 102, 105. Seeing this, Yi Chen remarked, "The price is significantly higher than expected." Beside him, Shen Shishi replied, Some treasures are urgently needed by certain people. It's normal for the price to be driven up a bit. A scale appeared in the image. Additionally, it's worth mentioning that 100 spirit stones were worth 10 caddies of gold. Of course, this was only the market price, and usually there was a price but no supply. No one but a fool would trade spirit stones for gold. The gavel fell. 180 spirit stones going once, twice, 3 times. The auctioneer pointed at the treasure and announced the sale. Congratulations to the Liu family for winning this item. Next we move to the second item. The subsequent items also sold quickly. The final transaction price for one was 160 spirit stones. The 29th item, the Crimson Flame Soul, was sold. Seeing the smooth progress, Shen Shishi said, "Mr. Yi, my 3 treasures are all sold. They sold for 1,000 spirit stones total. Adding what I had on me, I have about 1,900 spirit stones. It should be enough." Hearing this, Yi Chen also relaxed. "Good. If I need more, I'll borrow from you." At that moment, a deep black medicinal pill was presented. Next was the 30th item, the ancient virtual reality pill. The starting price was 480 spirit stones. His master's figure suddenly appeared. "That's right, what I sensed was exactly this fragmented pill. Disciple, you must secure it." Yi Chen thought helplessly. "I'll do my best." A crowd below began to stir. "What? The ancient virtual reality pill? Legend says refining this pill requires a vast amount of rare herbs and 49 days of processing. Taking it not only raises one's realm but also condenses the soul." Lei Ba, seated in the audience, spoke up. "Is this a joke? How could a treasure of this level appear at an auction of this grade? Even selling it for 4,000 spirit stones wouldn't be enough for its value." Immediately after, the auctioneer held up the box containing the pill and said, "You can see the cracks on the pill's body, right?" She then explained, "Indeed, this pill is a damaged, inferior product, and its medicinal effects are greatly reduced. Otherwise, how could it have ended up out here? So, do you all still plan to buy it?" Upon hearing this, Lei Ba shouted solemnly, "Buy it? Of course I'll buy it. Even damaged, it is extremely precious. I bid 600 spirit stones." The surrounding crowd also followed suit, raising the price. "I bid 700, 705, 708, 800. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "I bid 1,000 spirit stones." It was the 4th in command of the Blood Alliance. He opened the bid with full confidence, saying, "Give the Blood Alliance some face, everyone. Stop competing." A young man in the crowd thought to himself, with the Blood Alliance's style of doing things, it's best not to provoke them. Others had the same thought. It seemed they had to give up. Feng Hua laughed triumphantly and loudly. "Since you all aren't fighting anymore, then I'll—" Before he could finish, Ji He, an elder from the Ji family, forcefully interrupted. "What kind of thing is the Blood Alliance's face?" "My Ji family bids 1,100. An old man whispered. "If it's the Ji family, they indeed don't fear the Blood Alliance." Someone muttered. "Are the people from the 2 great powers clashing?" Feng Hua gnashed his teeth in rage and squeezed out the words, 1,200. Ji He followed immediately. 1,300, he quickly called out a higher price. 1,400 Ji He refused to be outdone. 1,450, Feng Hua pushed the price all the way to 1,480. Yi Chen fell into thought. He didn't know how high this would go if they kept raising it, so he had to squash them. He spoke coldly. "I bid 1,800 spirit stones." The scene was instantly filled with discussion. Where did this kid come from? To raise the price so much at once, he seems determined to get it. Feng Hua couldn't help but question, "Kid, who are you? It's one thing for the Ji family, but even you dare to fight the Blood Alliance for a treasure we've set our eyes on?" He replied flatly, "So what if I take it? Are you planning to make a move? This is the Treasure Pavilion's territory." Feng Hua was furious but could only point at him and hurl threats. An attendant hurried to stop him. "My lord, don't be agitated." Ma Lu added, "Besides, though the ancient virtual reality pill is expensive, it is only a fragment after all, making this price not worth it. We have other treasures to bid on." He calmed down and sat back, not forgetting to threaten. "You will regret this." Ji He laughed with her legs crossed. "As long as it doesn't fall into the Blood Alliance's hands, it's fine. I love seeing those Blood Alliance maggots fuming and helpless." The auctioneer asked loudly, "Are there any further bids? If not, 1,800 spirit stones going once, twice." The gavel fell, announcing the sale. Yi Chen thought, "Luckily that guy backed off. If the price went any higher, I wouldn't have been able to afford it." His master appeared and said, "Disciple, I have another task for you." He whispered instructions. "Among the remaining 2 tombstones you can open, there is one person who can repair this ancient virtual reality pill. You must make him act. This is not only vital for the reincarnation cemetery but also critical for you." He agreed. Yi Chen thought, "So this was Master's true goal." Master added before vanishing, "There's no rush. Handle this when you have time." The auctioneer quickly announced the 31st item. She spoke loudly, "The spirit beast skin of a black storm python." The auctioneer announced the starting price of 500 spirit stones, and a stir instantly went through the crowd. The crowd discussed. The Black Storm Python is an extremely rare spirit beast. Even in Kunlun Xu, its entire body is a treasure, and looking at the size of this skin, it's enough to make 5 sets of leather armor. The value is immensely high. He was the first to bid. I bid 1,000 spirit stones. Feng Hua followed immediately. 1,500. Then she called out again, 2,000. He raised the price without hesitation. 2,200. Shen Shishi said excitedly, Mr. Yi, we've made a fortune. Yi Chen didn't answer, muttering to himself, is the Black Storm Python skin that Master Chen Tianli helped me find really this valuable? An expert's work truly lives up to its reputation. Inside the private room, Yi Chen and Shen Shishi stood with the steward before a large jade bottle. The steward said respectfully, Honored guests, the ancient virtual reality pill you purchased has been placed in this jade bottle. Additionally, please take this Nanling cauldron as well. He agreed. Yi Chen thought to himself, the previous 100-herb cauldron was no longer sufficient for my current needs, so I bought another cauldron during the subsequent auction. The steward handed over the shimmering treasure and said, Your Black Storm Python skin sold for a high price of 3,500 spirit stones. After deducting the costs for the pill and the Nanling cauldron, the remainder has been deposited into this storage bag. Please check the contents. After hearing this, Yi Chen thought, now I won't have to borrow money from Shen Shishi. Thoughts flashed through his mind. In Huasha, spatial storage treasures were extremely scarce, but they were common in Kunlun Xu, especially these storage bags. Basically anyone with a slightly higher realm had one. The steward smiled with narrowed eyes. Honored guests, there is one more thing. Lady Ji He of the Ji family is very interested in you both and would like to invite you to the back hall for a chat. I wonder if you could give her some face. He turned and left coldly, replying, not interested. He thought to himself, the Ji family is a massive clan, with countless members. Aside from Ji Xiqing and Ji Lin, I have no connection with other members of the Ji family. A pair of slender, fair legs appeared along with a sweet, delicate voice. You two are leaving in such a hurry. Are you afraid I'll eat you? Ji spoke haughtily. Furthermore, this is the treasure pavilion. I can't kill you for your goods anyway. Can't we just chat? Yi Sen asked coldly. What do you want with us? She said bluntly. That Black Storm Python skin belongs to you, right? I wonder if you have its tendon. That thing is very important to me. I'm willing to buy it at a high price. He turned back to glare at the steward in anger, asking coldly, was it you who leaked the information? Yi Chen's tone was ice cold. By the rules, as official personnel of the auction, you should maintain absolute neutrality and fairness, he asked indignantly. But now you've actually leaked the news that I was the one who consigned the Black Storm Python skin to an outsider. Isn't that crossing the line? The steward trembled in fear and answered in a shaky voice, I'm sorry, honored guest. Lady Ji He once did me a favor. I promise it won't happen again. Ji He lowered her posture and said, I apologize. It was wrong of me to inquire about your information without permission. I apologize to you, but the python tendon is truly important to me, and I'm willing to pay a high price. He coldly refused. I don't have it. I found that skin by accident, he thought to himself. Python tendons are second in rarity only to the Gaul. I might have a use for them myself in the future, Yi Chen said impatiently. Let's go. Ji He wiped her sweat and couldn't help but sigh. This guy is too rigid. Can't he be a bit more flexible? Shen Shishi asked quietly. Mr. Yi, do you really have the python tendon? He replied, I do, but I must never admit it. Yi Chen continued, every part of a Black Storm Python is a treasure. A single skin could sell for 3,500 spirit stones. If people knew I had even more precious parts on me, it would be easy to be targeted. I have enough trouble already. It's best to avoid what I can. After hearing his thoughts, Shen Shishi fell into contemplation. Just as he was about to speak, the two suddenly stopped as a burst of loud laughter came from ahead. You two have quite a lot of nerve. Feng Hua stood in the way with 2 attendants. Ma Lu questioned, to dare snatch the things my blood alliance has set its eyes on, another person said arrogantly. State your names, let's see where you get your dog gall. Shen Shishi stepped forward and answered, are you worthy of knowing Mr. Yi's name? If you want to fight, I'll play with you. He said no more, directly releasing an intense killing intent. Feng Hua's attendants were secretly shocked. The aura is so thick he's actually a transcendent realm expert. Ma Lu muttered in panic. He actually calls that Junior Mr. Yi? What on earth is that kid's background? Seeing the situation was unfavorable, Feng Hua immediately offered a smile. I was just joking just now. I mainly wanted to make friends with you two. He extended his hand and introduced himself confidently. You should know the Blood Alliance's status in Kunlun Xu, right? Having me as a friend will be of great benefit to you. Yi Chen brushed his hand aside directly and cursed. The people of the Blood Alliance are sinister and filthy. Are you worthy of associating with me? He was speechless with rage. Daring to look down on his Blood Alliance, He hid in a corner and thought, that guy seems to have gotten into trouble. I hate the Blood Alliance anyway. I might as well help him out and get closer to him in the process. Suddenly a wave of exclamations broke out in the crowd, someone shouting, "This light is the soul condensing platform. The soul condensing platform is about to open." Feng Hua gnashed his teeth and said, "Kid, I've remembered you. When the soul condensing platform closes, that will be the day you die." He turned to his attendants and said, "Raising our strength is more important, let's go." Shen Shishi reminded him, "Mr. Yi, the soul condensing platform's opening time is limited. It is of great help for raising one's realm and breaking through. Let's hurry too," he replied softly. "Okay." The crowd departed one after another, swarming toward the soul condensing platform. Yi Chen thought, the reincarnation cemetery is vibrating. Could it be the soul condensing platform ahead has a massive attraction for it? His silhouette looked exceptionally lonely and proud amidst the tide of people. Yi Chen stepped into another space. A flash of light passed, and what appeared before his eyes was a dense jungle under a clear sky. Confusion and panic were written on everyone's faces, not knowing what awaited them. Yi Chen was no exception. Suddenly a violent tremor came as a magic ring manifested alongside a mysterious massive black stone. Yi Chen sensed something was wrong. He clutched his chest and thought, the vibration of the reincarnation cemetery has become more violent, as if it wants to rush out and swallow that stone platform. Master appeared and said, "Disciple, that is the soul condensing platform. A large amount of pure spiritual energy is fused within it. If you absorb it, your realm can rise rapidly. If you let the reincarnation cemetery absorb it, its ability to assist in cultivation will be permanently enhanced." Two unfamiliar figures appeared beneath the soul condensing platform. One of them introduced himself dashingly. "Everyone, I am Zhuang Bufan, the manager of the Kunlun mountain branch of the Treasure Pavilion." Bufan announced with a smile, "The soul condensing platform is now open. Use is limited to 20 hours. Please seize the opportunity and make good use of this time." Everyone quickly adjusted their state, discussing, "Such an opportunity cannot be rushed. We must stabilize our state first." Suddenly, a silhouette soared up rapidly, turning into a black speck in the air. Shen Shishi shouted in shock, "Wait, Mr. Yi, you?" He landed directly in the center of the soul condensing platform. The Blood Alliance attendants whispered to each other, "I thought this kid was some big shot, but he's just a green-headed rookie who knows nothing." Ma Lu mocked disdainfully, "The spiritual energy of the soul condensing platform is extremely violent. One must calm their breath before use, otherwise it's easy for the spiritual energy to shatter one's meridians, leading to death by body explosion." Another person chimed in, remarking that since he lacked even such basic common sense, he clearly had no powerful background backing him up. Feng Hua stood up and said, "We've adjusted, let's get up. By the way, let's see if that kid has been smashed to pieces yet." On the soul condensing platform, only Yi Chen was radiating an astonishing amount of spiritual energy, causing a stir among the crowd. His spiritual energy was erupting like a volcano, fierce and relentless. They whispered to each other, "His body is probably being ravaged by the impact of the spiritual energy." Another person laughed. "Who told him not to adjust his physical state first? How stupid." Shen Shishi sensed something was wrong and advised, "Mr. Yi, why don't you stop for a moment? This is too dangerous," he replied. "No need, I have a way to handle it." Beads of sweat had already seeped from Yi Chen's forehead. He thought to himself that the spiritual energy of the soul condensing platform was indeed exceptionally violent, making absorption even more dangerous than he had imagined. He closed his eyes and muttered, "But so what? With the help of the reincarnation cemetery, I can swallow and accommodate even the most violent energy. Moreover, it is vibrating more intensely now, as if it wants even more." He opened his eyes and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Full power, absorb it manically for me." A wild vortex of power enveloped his body, showing a tendency to expand outward. That energy was so potent it directly pierced through the barrier above. The people around could not withstand the pressure and were sent flying. Screams rang out continuously as one person shouted in terror, "Madness, that kid has gone mad." Another added, "With him absorbing spiritual energy so crazily, isn't he afraid of his body exploding and dying?" A disciple from a certain sect cursed angrily, "The spiritual energy was originally meant for us to cultivate, but it's all been snatched away. What a joke, damn it, we can't compete with him." He stood up and made a harsh threat. "Kid, if you want to seek death, don't interfere with us. You've snatched all the spiritual energy, how are we supposed to cultivate?" Yi Chen ignored him. He focused only on his own cultivation. As time passed, the cursing gradually turned into words of amazement. "Shocking what? Not only did he not die, but his realm even broke through. How is this possible?" Someone responded, "Damn it, if he keeps absorbing like this, there will be nothing left." Shen Shishi marveled. As expected of the disciple of the 10,000 Sword Sovereign Chen Tianli, his potential was terrifyingly strong. The crowd finally couldn't hold back any longer and stepped toward him in unison. He-san growled, "Kid, stop it right now. You've sucked up all the spiritual energy. What are we supposed to use?" Yi-chan asked coldly. "Is this soul condensing platform yours?" He continued, "The spiritual energy here is originally ownerless. How much one can absorb depends on one's own ability. Why should I give it up to you?" The opponent revealed sharp claw blades and said coldly, "Excellent, you're tired of living, aren't you?" Shen Shishi hurriedly called out, "Pavilion Master of the Treasure Pavilion, someone is about to make a move. Are you just going to watch?" Zhuang Bufan replied, "The soul condensing platform is not within the jurisdiction of the Treasure Pavilion." Hearing this, He-san laughed loudly. "Then we can act boldly without worry. Lone Wolf, let's strike together to interrupt this kid's cultivation and let the backlash kill him." However, before they could act, a ball of crimson flame shot straight toward their position. In an instant, He-san and Lone Wolf were trapped in a blazing sea of fire. They struggled and screamed in pain, but no one stepped forward to help. Feng Hua was furious and asked coldly, "Who dares to move against my Blood Alliance members?" Ji raised her longbow and said, "Mr. Yi has something I want to trade for. I absolutely won't let you harm him." The Blood Alliance people quickly recognized her as Ji He of the Ji family. Although her realm wasn't high, the crimson feather bow in her hand was no simple thing, sufficient to let her stand against a transcendent realm powerhouse. Shen Shishi stood in front to guard him, saying, "Mr. Yi, please focus on your breakthrough. I will protect you." Ma Lu warned in panic, "My lord, calm down. Two powerhouses with transcendent realm strength are difficult for us to handle. Besides, that kid breaking through once might be luck. He might explode and die any moment now." Feng Hua snorted and said in a deep voice, "So what if he's protected? That kid is cultivating with such a suicidal method. I don't even need to act." The energy around Yi Chen suddenly surged, transforming into a massive pillar so high its top was lost in the clouds. The Blood Alliance members discussed in shock. "He's broken through again? How can this be? Can he really absorb spiritual energy so crazily?" They lamented in panic. Not only that, he even increased the intensity of his absorption. Now he was taking in even more spiritual energy from the soul condensing platform. Yi Chen ignored the gossip and kept his eyes closed, concentrating entirely on his cultivation. Time passed, and an hour later, he was the only one still cultivating. They said to each other in disbelief, "The energy of the soul condensing platform is about to be sucked dry by him alone. What kind of monster is this kid?" Feng Hua had no choice but to believe it now. He said in a panic, "Impossible. All of this soul condensing energy, even a 9th level spirit wandering realm expert couldn't suck it all dry. How can a true element realm kid do it?" The power in the air gradually faded, vanishing around Yi Chen's body, indicating he had finished his advancement. He propped himself up with his hands and struggled to stand. Yi Chen declared loudly, "Breakthrough to the 8th level of the true element realm." Shen Shishi bowed respectfully. "Congratulations on your breakthrough, Mr. Yi." Yi Chen replied, "Thank you for protecting me." Suddenly Ji spoke up, "Heavens, it's truly incredible. How did you suck the soul condensing platform dry?" He answered flatly, "Just luck, and thank you for your help." He thought to himself, "The soul condensing platform is indeed a good thing. I only absorbed a small portion to break through 5 minor realms consecutively. The rest was naturally swallowed by the reincarnation cemetery." Ji took the opportunity to get close, saying bluntly, "I like making friends most. Are we friends now?" Yi Chen walked while saying, "By the way, some things should be resolved now. After all, I will never easily let go of those who want to kill me." He suddenly looked at the group led by Old Four. Yi Chen glared at them, his aura surging instantly. Old Four was pale with shock. The momentum was too strong, reaching the spirit-wandering realm and almost matching the intensity of the transcendent realm, yet he was clearly only in the true element realm. Ji plotted secretly. How interesting. Could he be like her sister Ji Siqing, a top-tier genius who could kill enemies across realms? If so, his value was enough for the Ji family to win him over. Yi Chen questioned directly, "If I recall correctly, your Blood Alliance wanted to kill me while I was cultivating, right? Of course I'm not a bloodthirsty person." He coldly ordered the other to kneel. "Submit and I'll grant you a chance to live." Ma Lu shouted recklessly. "Hey, you think you're worthy?" He charged up arrogantly. "I'm at the 6th level of the spirit-wandering realm. Killing you is like slaughtering a chicken." Yi Chen's expression was indifferent. He didn't care about him at all. He lightly waved his palm to execute the burning heaven palm, the explosion of flames instantly turning Ma Lu to ash. Before vanishing, he only had time to let out a piteous scream. When the flames dispersed, Ma Lu was nothing more than a pile of charcoal. Yi Chen stood calmly after finishing him. "I killed people of this level even before my breakthrough, let alone now. Anyway, with the great powers of the reincarnation cemetery behind me as masters, killing across realms is no problem." The crowd was stunned. Just like that, even though the opponent was a whole realm higher, what is this kid's background? Seeing his companion dead, Old Four couldn't help but feel resentment. Elder Zheng was already troubled by a minor Yi Chen, and now another even harder to provoke Yi Shishan has appeared. Are all people surnamed Yi so strong this year? The few people below suddenly cursed. Kid, if you have the guts, state your name. You dare offend my blood alliance. Aren't you afraid of our endless pursuit? Yi Chen lowered his voice in anger. Remember, my name is Yi Shishan. As for offending the blood alliance, so what? He took a deep breath and shouted decisively. From today on, I, Yi Shishan, will kill every Blood Alliance member I see until all living beings of the Blood Alliance are slaughtered and it is completely eradicated. The crowd stirred again. Yi Shishan, is there such a powerhouse in Kunlun Xu? This person has God-defying potential. As long as he doesn't die, he will surely shake the entire Kunlun Xu within 10 years. The only one who can stand alongside him is probably Ji Xiqing of the Ji family. Shen Shishi was secretly alarmed. He hadn't expected the ancestral master to be so bold. Displaying such potential was one thing, but to publicly declare enmity with the Blood Alliance was another. If he could escape safely today, the name Yi Shishan would soon resound through Kunlun Xu. HMPH, he revealed a meaningful smile. The ones who probably couldn't stand it most were the Blood Alliance. They probably couldn't dream that Yi Chen and Yi Shishan were the same person. Old Four whispered to his disciples, the Blood Alliance's reputation cannot be tarnished. Go and test him. I'll find an opportunity to act. Yes, as soon as the words fell, two people charged forward. Yi Chen calmly extended his flaming palm. Overestimating yourselves, he simply raised his hand and easily subdued the hammer wielder. Yi Chen exerted force to conduct the flames, shocking the opponent into helplessness. In an instant the flames rose and burned the man to ash, leaving only a scream. Too ruthless. Another person manifested from behind using magic. I'll help you. Yi Chen quickly conducted power to his other hand. He decisively struck with a set of boxing techniques. The man's shield was shattered and he spat blood in pain. Yi Chen executed the killing fist, directly piercing the man's chest with his bare hand. The Blood Alliance disciple trembled. I couldn't even take one punch from him. I'm just throwing my life away. Yi Chen threw the two on the ground and looked back, his tone icy. One more. Suddenly, Yi Chen's gaze paused as he saw Old Four turning to flee. He laughed coldly. Trying to run? The man sprinted in panic. Damn it, I didn't expect this Yi Shishan's strength to be enough to threaten me. With a transcendent powerhouse beside him and Ji He of the Ji family, I'll definitely die if I don't run. Suddenly a massive fire phoenix appeared, instantly catching up to Old Four. It dived in front of Old Four, forming a wall of fire. He was exasperated. Damn it, the Ji family again. Ji He was the one who had acted. She laughed proudly. I like finding trouble for the Blood Alliance most. Blocked by the flames taller than his head, Old Four felt resentment. Yi Chen pronounced coldly, you can't escape, I'll give you a choice. Submit to me, Yi Shishan, and I won't kill you. He raised his voice in threat. Submit? Who do you think you are? Do you know that Elder Zheng of the Blood Alliance has already entered Huasha? His strength is enough to crush you. If you dare be presumptuous again, the Blood Alliance's wrath is not something you can bear. The crowd advised one after another. Elder Zheng is the executioner of the Blood Alliance. The number of cultivators who have died at his hands is in the thousands if not tens of thousands. No matter how powerful Yi Shishan is, he should stop upon hearing that name. Yi Chen's expression became sinister. I said I, Yi Shishan, will kill every Blood Alliance member I see. Even Elder Zheng, if he deserves to die, he must die. The crowd cried out in shock. He's mad, he doesn't even respect Elder Zheng. This is too arrogant, this kid has lived long enough. Old Four took the opportunity to raise his voice. Audacious. Since you dare be disrespectful to Elder Zheng, today I'll show you what it means to have someone better than yourself. He circulated his power to let his aura explode, then charged frantically. Shen Shishi intended to step forward personally. Yi Chen blocked him with his hand. No need for you to act. My goal is not to kill him, but to make him submit. Old Four's violent power was like a wild beast, but Yi Chen was not afraid at all. He reached out to strike, but Yi Chen easily dodged. In that moment Old Four shouted in terror, "This is bad." Yi Chen executed a shoulder strike, catching him off guard. Old Four spat blood in pain and was sent flying a great distance. Yi Chen's strike even cracked the ground. Ji He was secretly shocked. Not only was he gifted, but his combat experience was also extremely rich. Heavens, what kind of genius have I encountered? Old Four trembled all over but struggled to stand, his eyes wide as he gathered power in both palms. With a summons, the blood gate opened, and an eerie gate appeared. When the gate opened, a group of blood-colored monsters rushed out. Everyone showed fear seeing the blood gate's secret art. These blood monsters could tear through a transcendent realm defense. Yi Shishan is in danger. Facing the danger, Yi Chen still calmly executed the burning heaven palm. The flames he released burned one, scaring the remaining two into helplessness. Yi Chen's expression became more serious than ever. One monster sneaked an attack from behind, and he spun around keenly. Yi Chen struck with a decisive killing fist. He slowly raised his other hand. Yi Chen gripped the remaining blood monster's neck tightly, letting it struggle violently, and in the next second he executed the burning heaven palm without hesitation to incinerate it. Seeing this, Old Four fell into complete chaos. He blocked them all. The Bloodgate secret art I used with all my might didn't even touch his hem. Yi Chen cast a contemptuous glance. Is this all the Blood Alliance can do? He still tried to threaten. Yi Shishan, don't get cocky. Yi Chen circulated his power to summon lightning, making the ground shake violently. So what if I'm cocky? Everyone was dumbstruck. This lightning power was too terrifying. I wonder if it's my imagination, but there's actually a hint of heavenly tribulation aura in that lightning. He slowly raised his hand to give the command. Condense, compress and release. In just a few seconds, the heavenly lightning boomed out, enveloping a large space. Old Four was submerged in the lightning, unable to respond at all. A terrifying explosion occurred on the island, and he was greatly shocked. The lightning arts, palm techniques and boxing techniques he used were all high-level techniques rare even in Kunlun Xu. Combined with his terrifying talent and top-tier combat experience, the Ji family had to secure this person at all costs. As the dust settled, Old Four's figure gradually appeared. He was heavily injured, but his mouth remained stubborn. Yi Shishan, I haven't fallen yet. With that, Old Four pressed his palms together, and crimson flames ignited around him. Shen Shishi cried out. This is bad. He intends to use the Blood Alliance secret method. Zhuang Bufan observed quietly from the side. He could fight across realms and even forced Feng Hua to use a secret method. Uncle Fu, have you found his background? Uncle Fu replied immediately. Pavilion Master, your subordinate only found that they came from the direction of Huasha. Other than that, there are no leads. Zhuang Bufan judged that Huasha could not produce such a powerhouse. He must be from Kunlun Xu but went to Huasha for business. He revealed a cunning smile. No matter the background, he shouldn't have been provoked. I have some connection with Elder Zheng of the Blood Alliance. Since Old Four is one of Elder Zheng's people, I must look after him. Zhuang Bufan wore an eerie look. If he were willing to submit to my treasure pavilion, I could spare his life. Otherwise, I shall be the one to end it all. Feng Hua's face was covered in blood now, disfigured, followed by a rising pillar of red light. Seeing this, the crowd couldn't help but cry out in surprise. What? Feng Hua's aura is still surging. The person beside him also shouted. It's the Blood Alliance's burning soul, forbidden art. After use, strength will soar in a short time, but it will lead to the collapse of meridians, making it hard to progress for a year. This startled him. He was putting his life on the line now. Meanwhile, on the other side, he was still shouting loudly, Yi Shishan, I will kill you. As soon as the words fell, the surroundings were attacked by flying stones, the wind so strong that even Yi Chen felt a bit unsteady. Witnessing this, a trace of unease flashed through his heart. His strength had indeed improved significantly. Fully reaching the level of the transcendent realm, however, Yi Chen calmed down quickly. Under the influence of his secret method, 2 pieces of equipment instantly manifested on his body. I have them as well. Seeing this, Feng Hua couldn't help but feel uneasy. This aura was even stronger than before. Just who was this man? Yet Yi Chen had other plans in mind. He had altered the appearance of his dragon spirit armor. After all, many people here knew of it, and he had to avoid exposing his identity. Likewise, he could not use the soul-suppressing sword in this battle. Fortunately, he was not fighting alone. He still had an auxiliary weapon. The sun-breaking sword was also with him, sufficient to deal with anything. Yi Chen let out a loud shout and charged forward, sky-breaking sword intent. Feng Hua was struck dumb with shock at the sight, but he reacted quickly, immediately summoning a technique. Block him for me. But Yi Chen ignored him completely, directly executing Hidden Dragon slaying the heavens. The 2 attacks clashed head-on at their master's command. But Yi Chen's power gained the complete upper hand, even sending his opponent flying back moments later. Feng Hua crashed heavily to the ground. He couldn't understand no matter how he thought about it. How could he have lost in a frontal confrontation? My realm is clearly higher. Despite this, Yi Chen continued to fly upward to attack, making Feng Hua even more uneasy. What are you doing? I am a member of the Blood Alliance, don't kill me. Hearing this, he only replied coldly, I told you have only 2 choices, submission or death. In an instant, his longsword was pointed directly at Feng Hua's face. Yi Shishan, your talent is indeed not bad. I have a mind to invite you to join the treasure pavilion. Just then, a force swept Yi Chen's longsword aside. Seeing this scene, a trace of unease rose in his heart. It turned out to be Bu Van appearing to save Feng Hua. From this day forward, no one in Kunlun Xu will dare to touch a hair on your head. The onlookers cried out in shock as the situation reversed so quickly. What? The master of the treasure pavilion actually extended a personal invitation. Even the people nearby were equally surprised. How many in Kunlun Xu could enjoy such treatment? However, Yi Shan ignored him completely and said, Not interested. This battle has nothing to do with the treasure pavilion. Step aside. As soon as the words fell, the other man's gaze turned dark. Whether it has anything to do with it is not for you to decide. If you join my treasure pavilion, I can let you live. Otherwise, Bu Fan's final words were full of threat. You are my enemy. Seeing this, the crowd became even more stirred. This was the pavilion master's true strength. It was much stronger than Feng Hua's soul-burning state. Before anyone knew it, his entire body was shrouded in killing intent. Zhuang Bufan, it was Feng Hua who provoked us first. What right does your treasure pavilion have to interfere? But Yi Chen still spoke firmly. I can handle it. On this side, Yi Chen was not flustered at all. Are you sure you want to be my enemy? The other man flew into a towering rage upon hearing this. Brat, you dare threaten me? Bu Fan's figure flickered instantly, and Yi Chen felt a flash of panic. In the blink of an eye, the man appeared above Yi Chen's head, rebuking. Truly audacious, Bu Fan raised his long sword high and let out a roar of fury. Audacious indeed, everyone's hearts hung in their throats. The pavilion master had actually made a move. Who told that kid to dare threaten him? He was simply seeking his own death. The two collided like moths to a flame, but in the next second Yi Chen was shaken back. Even so, Yi Chen did not retreat an inch. The grudge between Feng Hua and me has nothing to do with the treasure pavilion. On what grounds do you act? Does this comply with the rules of the treasure pavilion? Seeing this, he didn't care at all and said, in this branch of the treasure pavilion, I, Zhuang Bufan, am the rules. Moreover, this pavilion master has an old friendship with Elder Zheng of the Blood Alliance. Old man is determined to protect Feng Hua today. Just then, Bu Fan used the same move Yi Chen had used earlier. Yi Shishan, I give you two paths. Join the treasure pavilion, and today's matter is wiped clean. Refuse and death is your only path. By now, the tense atmosphere had spread to the surroundings, causing everyone to panic. This Zhuang Bufan actually admitted it publicly. He broke the iron rule of neutrality of the treasure pavilion just like that. But so what? This world respects strength. There is not much fairness or justice to speak of. However, Yi Chen didn't care in the least. A dead end, my path, has never been something people like you can block. Hearing this, he roared in exasperated rage. Overestimating yourself. In an instant, Bu Fan charged forward. Mr. Yi. As soon as the words fell, 4 beams of light flashed in the sky, accompanied by an angry shout. Don't even think of interfering with the pavilion master. Moments later, Bu Fan was surrounded by a group of people. At this point, he also knew he was in a predicament. 4 experts at the 3rd level of the transcendent realm were difficult to escape from. He shouted from the distance. I'll help you. Seeing this, the elder hurriedly stepped forward to stop her. Miss, behind Zhuang Bufan is the Zhuang family, and the Zhuang family has deep ties with the main headquarters of the treasure pavilion. Acting now would offend 2 major forces simultaneously. Even my Ji family must show them some respect. Although he had said this much, she still wouldn't listen. But Yi Shishan is different. He is absolutely worth our intervention. Even if Sister Siqing were here, she would surely not stand by and watch. However, the elder knew how dangerous this matter was, and resolutely blocked her. Please prioritize the big picture, miss. This made Ji He feel very annoyed. Simultaneously, the few people ahead were locked in a fierce struggle. Yi Chen watched from the side, understanding the situation. This guy was very strong. Even using treasures made him difficult to contend with. In a flash, he saw his opponent unleash a new technique. This scene immediately put Yi Chen in crisis, but he counterattacked without hesitation. Sword slaying the 8 desolations, the 2 sides clashed head-on again. The longsword and sparks drew a long trail. But being at a disadvantage, Yi Chen was struck and the surrounding rocks splattered. Everyone who saw this couldn't help but feel worried. Yi Shishan was heavily injured. The strength of the two was indeed not on the same level, and he was about to be defeated. Simultaneously, Bu Fan sensed his advantage and became even more confident. Your spiritual energy is exhausted, and your sword momentum has completely collapsed. You no longer have the power to fight back. Even so, he remained fearless. Was that so? Despite his body being covered in wounds, Yi Chen was still resisting to the death. Next, I'll let you taste what it's like to be completely powerless to fight back. Hearing this, the rage in his heart rose again. Still stubborn at death's door with just you. In an instant he shouted without hesitation, Master, help me. As soon as the words fell, a bolt of thunder descended from the sky. This scene brought a great sense of comfort to Yi Chen's heart. Good disciple, you've already done well enough. By now his body was filled with energy and the rest. Leave it to your master. Simultaneously, an unusual feeling suddenly rose in the other man's heart over there. Bu Fan's feet seemed to be nailed to the ground, but it was already too late to turn back. What is this? Why do I suddenly have a feeling that my life and death are being controlled by him? Having received the power boost, Yi Chen charged forward without hesitation. Was this still the same Yi Shishan? Although he was terrified, he still comforted himself. No, as the master of the treasure pavilion branch, I must never retreat. I absolutely cannot openly show weakness on my own turf. This made the elder feel that the matter had become more interesting. I didn't expect he wouldn't be scared into wetting his pants. That's some bit of courage. Immediately after, Bu Fan forced a drop of blood essence from his fingertip without hesitation. The blood essence dripped onto his longsword, causing its power to multiply. After a moment's thought, he decided to charge up and kill. The onlookers became increasingly panicked as they watched. Zhuang Bufan had forced out his blood essence and was unleashing his full power. Was this the Pavilion Master's full strength? It was indeed terrifying. However, the Master remained unmoved, calmly gathering the surrounding electric currents into a small ball. Seeing this, his face turned pale, and Bu Fan's footsteps stalled. But how could the Master let it end there? Are you scared like this before I've even made a move? You might as well get lost and save me the effort, he shouted in exasperated rage. You, what nonsense are you talking? Why would I be afraid of you? Stopping suddenly was just to broaden my horizons and see what skills you have. Go ahead and make your move. Having been challenged, the Master's fighting spirit soared even higher. Is that so? Then I'll give you a real eye-opener. As soon as the words fell, an electric current shot out, condensing into a small flower in the Master's hand. This is my move. This action made everyone present look at each other, and even the onlookers couldn't help but laugh out loud, thinking he was at his wit's end. Is he performing a magic trick? He still has the heart to conjure a small flower at a time like this. Yi Shishin, have you been scared stupid? A little flower counts as a final move? Truly a joke. Even the usually serious Ji, he couldn't understand it. What was he doing? This scene also left Dugu Yang stunned. He hadn't expected someone could create such a delicate object out of thin air. This person's control over lightning far exceeded my imagination. Just what kind of existence is Yi Shishin? But the Master completely ignored those words, closing his eyes to enjoy the moment. Then the Master took a deep breath and blew the petals away, saying as he did so, "Take this, kid." This scene made the crowd laugh even harder. Attacking with petals, how much power could petals have? However, one petal accidentally landed on the ground, and it actually produced a terrifying magic. Wherever the petal passed, a large hole was instantly burned into the ground. As if corroded by strong acid, everyone was dumbfounded at the sight. What? Immediately after, a commotion broke out as the petals actually burned through the ground. That ground was the runic stone slab of the soul condensing platform. Even an ordinary transcendent expert couldn't leave the slightest mark on it. Are you kidding me? Although the fact was before his eyes, Bu Fan still didn't believe it. Stop playing tricks. He raised his longsword, intending to settle everything. I'll blow them all away. Just then a petal flew onto the longsword. Shockingly, the longsword was burned through with a hole where the petal passed. Seeing this, Bu Fan became even more terrified. How is this possible? In his understanding, this was simply impossible. It's just a petal. Simultaneously, the Master on the other side continued to command fall. As soon as the words fell, all the petals seemed to weigh 1,000 catties, falling straight toward his position. This scene made Bu Fan's jaw drop in surprise. Despite this, he still tried to raise his sword to hack away to save the situation, but all efforts were in vain. In an instant, an aura soaring to the heavens erupted there. After a long time, the dust dissipated, and there was no one left on the ground. Everyone who saw this clutched their heads in terror. Dead, a dignified Pavilion Master actually died just like that. I'm not dreaming, am I? Even those who participated in the previous clash were struck with astonishment. Suddenly, someone dropped to their knees, followed by countless others who imitated them, shouting in unison, "Senior Yi, we have eyes but failed to see Mount Tai. Every mistake is our fault. We beg for Senior's mercy." Subsequently, the Master appeared and instructed, "Disciple, I'll leave the rest for you to handle." He also replied, "Okay," but in the blink of an eye, Yi Chen's expression turned dark. "You wanted my life but are unwilling to pay the price, yet you still want to live." On the other side, someone raised a hand and the others followed suit. "We are willing to cripple our own cultivation and become useless people, even weaker than mortals from now on. We only beg for Senior Yi's mercy. We beg of you." Hearing these words, he left only one word, "Be gone." As everyone fled in a panic, only one person remained. To what extent has the Ancestral Master's strength reached? Ji He on the side also felt a bit panicked. To have such strength at such a young age. Among the younger generation in the world, the only one who could stand alongside him is probably Sister Ji Siqing. Suddenly, someone on the opposite side fell to their knees with a thud. Senior Yi Shishin. That person was none other than Feng Hua. "I, Feng Hua, am willing to submit. Please spare my life." After a massive explosion, black smoke permeated the air and 2 large craters had been blasted into the ground. Yi Chen looked at the man kneeling before him, a cold smile curling his lips as he mocked. "Kill you? Are you still useful?" Yi Chen grabbed Feng Hua by the collar and hauled him up. Seeing this, he secretly rejoiced. He said, "I'm useful, which means I don't have to die." Fantastic. Shen Shishi observed Yi Chen's every move from behind. He looked back at the 2 giant pits and thought, From today on, the name Yi Shishan will likely shake the entire Kunlun Xu. Ji chased after them in a panic, shouting, "Grandfather Yun, hurry and follow." Sect Master Sun let out a long sigh, his face full of regret. "I misjudged him just now," she chased anxiously, hoping to mend the relationship. The scene shifted to the Kunhi Valley mountain path, where Feng Hua was thrown onto the ground by Yi Chen like a toy. With a bit of force, he yanked Feng Hua toward him and flung him down, saying, "If you want to live, hand over your blood essence and be my slave." Yi Chen announced bluntly, "From now on, your life and death rest entirely on my whim." He immediately nodded in agreement. I am willing, I am willing." Feng Hua placed 2 fingers on his brow and began to cast the spell, thinking to himself, "To be able to follow such a terrifying powerhouse, I am willing to even betray the Blood Alliance." He turned his hand over and pressed down, magic surging as a red orb manifested and was pressed in. That aura was surging and powerful. Yi Chen stood up and asked, "I ask you, do you know the whereabouts of Yi Tianzheng?" Feng Hua was somewhat confused. "Why are you asking about Yi Tianzheng?" Suddenly he froze. "Wait a minute, Yi Shishan Hua Sha Yi Tianzheng Yi Chen." Feng Hua pointed at him and cried out in shock, "You are Yi Chen, the son of Yi Tianzheng." However, Yi Chen barked coldly, "Answer my question." He was so terrified he fell to the ground, tremblingly confessing, "Yi Tianzheng is currently being held in the Blood Alliance dungeon. I have seen him with my own eyes." Hearing these words, he couldn't help but be stunned. "Into the dungeon. Father is indeed still alive?" Feng Hua explained that only Elder Zheng has the key to the dungeon, and the dungeon itself is protected by a powerful seal that is extremely difficult to break even by force. Yi Chen pressed urgently. "Where is Elder Zheng now?" he replied. "As far as I know, Elder Zheng has already gone to Huasha, this time to personally take him." He rubbed his wrist and said, "It saves me the trouble of going to find him." Yi Chen turned to Shen Shishi and ordered, "You take Feng Hua back to the capital first. I will arrive shortly." He immediately took the order. "Yes, Mr. Yi." As soon as the words fell, a large hand violently grabbed Feng Hua's collar, leaving the mountain path instantly. At this point, Yi Chen turned and said softly, "Since you've come out." Ji walked gracefully from behind. "Mr. Yi," he glanced at her, bringing up the tendon of the black storm python. "I said I'm not selling." Ji hurriedly waved her hand. "No, Mr. Yi misunderstood. I won't mention the matter of the python tendon again." She expressed her intent. "More than the python tendon, I want to make a friend of Mr. Yi now." At this point, Sect Master Sun also spoke up. "Mr. Yi, forced by the situation just now, the Ji family was unable to help. It was our short-sightedness. We hope for Mr. Yi's understanding." He looked back. "I'm a bit curious. What is your relationship with Ji Xiqing and Ji Lin?" Hearing this, she rubbed her hands excitedly and said, "Ji Xiqing is my elder cousin, and Ji Lin is my younger cousin. We have a good relationship. If Mr. Yi wishes to see them, I am willing to introduce you." He waved his hand in refusal. "No need, I have my own way to see them." At that moment, she produced a small jasper green bottle. "By the way, Mr. Yi, as an apology for not being able to step in earlier and to solidify our friendship, I have a gift I would like to give you." Ji, he said, bowing respectfully. "I obtained this item by chance a few years ago, and it is of no use to us. I offer it to you today as a token of my sincerity as a friend." Yi Chen thought to himself that the internal affairs of the Ji family were complex, and he did not want to become entangled with any of them, so it would be best to refuse. Unexpectedly, his master suddenly manifested behind him and said loudly, "Disciple, you must get your hands on that jade bottle." He turned his head back in surprise and asked, "Master?" His master cautioned, "Don't hesitate. This item is of vital importance to you and absolutely cannot be missed." Subsequently, he took the bottle from Jihe's hand. "Very well, I am also willing to accept you as a friend." Yi Chen looked down at the object in his hand, wondering secretly, what on earth could this be to make Master care so much? Gazing at the small bottle in his hand, which radiated a light as green as emerald, Yi Chen still found it hard to believe its value was truly as staggering as the Thunder Emperor had claimed. He turned to look at the Thunder Emperor, who was hovering beside him, and asked curiously what exactly was inside the bottle. The Thunder Emperor laughed heartily, and replied slowly, "You will naturally find out what it is in a moment. But there is one thing I am certain of now. The contents of this bottle are extremely important, and will even impact your future path of cultivation." He emphasized that based on the value of this item alone, it was well worth Yi Chen owing that little girl of the Ji family a promise of protection. Seeing that the girl was still standing quietly in place, sizing him up with eyes full of curiosity, Yi Chen called her name softly. With a serious expression, he stated that the gift was far too precious, and he could not take it for granted as a friend without offering anything in return. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Chen produced a spiritual talisman that emitted a faint golden glow. He explained that a trace of his soul mark was left within this talisman. If she ever encountered a situation where she needed help in the future, she only needed to activate it to contact him. Yi Chen solemnly promised that as long as it did not involve committing crimes or violating moral principles, this promise would remain valid at any time. He would surely do his utmost to help her fulfill one request. Standing to the side and witnessing all of this, Elder Yun couldn't help but sigh inwardly with emotion. In his view, Yi Shishan was destined to become a hegemon of a region in the future, and the promise just now was a priceless treasure for any power. Being able to trade this small bottle for such a promise was a massive bargain. After handing over the spiritual talisman, Yi Chun didn't linger. He turned decisively and transformed into a streak of light that shot toward the horizon, leaving behind only an arrogant, "Until we meet again." The girl quietly looked up at the receding back, a surge of indescribable melancholy rising in her heart. She did not know when the two of them would have the chance to meet again. As for Elder Yun, he was deeply convinced that when they next met, Yi Chen would surely be standing at the very peak of Kunlun Xu. As night fell, Yi Chen followed the Thunder Emperor's guidance and found a remote and absolutely quiet mountain peak to prepare for the most important breakthrough of his life. Yi Chen examined the green bottle in his hand again and couldn't help but ask the Thunder Emperor once more about the secret within. This time, the Thunder Emperor no longer hid the truth, slowly revealing that the bottle contained 3 drops of essence blood. Each drop of essence blood contained a terrifying power beyond imagination. As for who the owner of these 3 drops of blood was, he only gave a mysterious smile and said that Yi Chen would naturally know once he absorbed them. Subsequently, the Thunder Emperor required Yi Chen to consume the essence blood one by one and begin cultivating immediately. His goal was simple: to have Yi Chen break through directly to the spirit-wandering realm tonight. Hearing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. To jump from the 8th level of the true element realm straight to the spirit-wandering realm, perhaps only those heaven-defying powerhouses in the cemetery would dare to have such a mad idea. Although he felt the requirement was extremely absurd, Yi Chen knew very well in his heart that his master would never force him to do something impossible. Since he had said so, it meant his master absolutely believed he could do it. At this thought, Yi Chen hesitated no longer. He opened the bottle cap and allowed the first drop of essence blood, which was as red as fire, to fall directly into his mouth. Yi Chen's gaze instantly became incomparably resolute. He silently vowed in his heart that he would surely prove to his master that he was qualified to pass the trial. Boom! A world-shaking roar echoed in his mind, and in an instant, Yi Chen's eyes turned as red as blood. Within his body, a phantom of a giant blood dragon abruptly emerged. Its entire body was as red as lava as it tilted its head back and let out a roar that shook heaven and earth, its presence savage to the extreme. At the same time, Yi Chen felt a burst of indent pain erupt within him. A sensation as if an ancient monster were frantically tearing at his internal organs trying to break out of his body. However, the Thunder Emperor merely stood to the side and watched with a cold expression, showing no intention of helping. He looked directly at Yi Chen and barked in a low voice, "The second drop." Yi Chen did not hesitate for a second, gritting his teeth and forcibly swallowing the second drop of essence blood. Letting his body tremble violently from the excruciating pain, the agony that felt like his every inch of skin was being shredded, forced a piteous howl from Yi Chen. He felt his abdomen expanding bit by bit, as if it were about to burst at any moment. Beside him, the Thunder Emperor remained calm, reminding him in a deep voice that if one wished to achieve extraordinary things, one must first endure pain that ordinary people could not bear. The last drop, with his sharp shout, the jade bottle in Yi Chen's hand shattered instantly, and the final drop of essence blood, like blood fire, tore through the void and transformed into a beam of light that shot directly into his body. Yi Chen ground his teeth and roared at the sky. "You want me to die from a body explosion? Dream on. Bring everything you've got." No sooner had the words left his lips than a purple spiritual talisman abruptly manifested in midair, radiating a terrifying pressure sufficient to suppress heaven and earth. Yi Chen shouted, "Suppress!" In that moment he poured his entire will and soul into forcibly suppressing the violent energy that was rampaging through his meridians and internal organs. A dragon roar echoed through the long night as a brilliant purple spiritual power erupted, enveloping Yi Chen's entire body and causing his aura to climb continuously. After a fierce stalemate, the mist of spiritual power finally began to dissipate. Yi Chen snapped his eyes open, his entire presence having undergone a total transformation. He had officially succeeded in his breakthrough, stepping into the first level of the spirit-wandering realm. Seeing this, the Thunder Emperor smiled slightly and nodded in satisfaction. He had known from the start that his disciple would surely make it through this trial. But before Yi Chen could relax his tensed nerves, the Thunder Emperor spoke up to warn him, "Get ready, the lightning tribulation is coming." Hearing this, Yi Chen immediately looked up at the sky. Sensing the terrifying pressure gathering within the clouds, sweat slid slowly down his cheeks. Boom! Atop the high mountain peak, a massive bolt of blue-white lightning abruptly tore through the night sky. Lunging straight for Yi Chen's position with world-destroying power, the force of the heavenly punishment made the entire sky tremble, and the blinding light from the lightning tribulation tore through the silent dark night, illuminating the entire mountain range as bright as day. In the distance, the girl from the Ji family and Elder Yun looked up at the sky simultaneously, their faces filled with horror. She asked with a trembling voice, "Is that a lightning tribulation?" Elder Yun only nodded silently, his gaze exceptionally solemn. He spoke slowly, "One capable of triggering a lightning tribulation with such earth-shattering majesty. Aside from Ji Xiqing, I'm afraid there is only Yi Xishan." Both felt it was incredible. Yi Chen had only just broken through several minor realms during the day, and not long after he had actually crossed a major realm. This kind of heaven-defying cultivation speed truly inspired despair. Elder Yun clicked his tongue, lamenting that this young man named Yi Chen could no longer be measured by the standards of ordinary geniuses, for what others might take a lifetime to achieve seemed as simple as eating or drinking for Yi Chen. Amidst the continuous rolls of thunder, Yi Chen slowly spread his arms, his blood-red eyes staring proudly at the giant bolt of lightning descending from the heavens. The corners of his mouth curled slightly into a provocative smile, and his voice was full of challenge. "Do you want to strike me?" Yi Chen's hands surged with violent spiritual power. He tilted his head back and roared, "Then bring it on." At this moment, he was ready to use his own physical body to welcome the heavenly punishment. Immediately after, a world-shaking boom tore through space. The giant lightning bolt from the 9 heavens smashed ruthlessly into the mountain peak, instantly swallowing Yi Chen's figure completely within a sea of blinding electrical light. A massive bolt of heavenly thunder tore through the night, striking straight toward the peak where Yi Chen stood, its thunderous momentum enough to crush all things. Yi Chen gritted his teeth and let out a low growl, immediately commanding the blood dragon to charge up and meet it head-on. The red blood dragon tilted its head back and roared, charging straight for the rolling blue heavenly thunder with a sky-toppling killing intent. The power of the heavenly tribulation oppressed the entire space as the dragon's shadow and the lightning collided violently, sending countless dazzling electrical sparks splashing across the sky. However, the majesty of the heavenly Tao was far too terrifying. The blood dragon's form gradually grew dim, being suppressed bit by bit before that destructive power. Without any obstruction left, the pillar of lightning instantly slammed into Yi Chen, causing his entire body to tremble violently. Just then, the soul of the 9-fracture lightning emperor manifested, reminding him in a deep voice that this was a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity to utilize the heavenly thunder to temper his physical body. Yi Chen ground his teeth hard, enduring the excruciating heart-wrenching pain as he felt every inch of muscle and every bone becoming increasingly resilient under the tempering of the heavenly thunder. In the distance, the girl from the Ji family was dazed by the sight of the youth using his bare body to tank the heavenly thunder, and even Elder Yun could not hide the shock in his eyes. In all his life he had never seen anyone so mad and tenacious as to dare oppose a heavenly tribulation with their physical body. Simultaneously, the sky rumbled with thunder once more as dark clouds continued to roll in, signaling that the heavenly tribulation was not yet over. Yi Chen looked up directly at the sky, his eyes burning with an intense will to battle. The more he faced the heavenly Tao, the more the fighting spirit in his heart soared. He slowly drew the azure fire sword, and in the blink of an eye, crimson flames covered the entire blade, radiating a searing heat. Without hesitation, Yi Chen swung his sword repeatedly, fiery arcs of sword chi tearing through the long night, to meet the descending final bolt of heavenly thunder. The collision of fire and thunder triggered an earth-shaking explosion, and the blinding light swallowed the entire mountain peak, making heaven and earth tremble. Amidst the swirling dust and smoke, Yi Chen was blasted away like an arrow released from a bow. Although the azure fire sword in his hand was still burning fiercely, it was no longer enough to protect his entire body. Yi Chen couldn't help but spit out a large mouthful of blood, looking extremely bedraggled. Yet the lightning did not cease. In the distance, the girl of the Ji family and Elder Yun could only stand frozen in place, holding their breath as they watched this lopsided duel. In the lightning-filled sky, Yi Chen's figure was submerged in electrical light, and the air filled with a scorched scent. The girl of the Ji family clenched her hands tight, her eyes fixed on the center of the explosion as she prayed incessantly for Yi Chen, hoping he could safely pass the heavenly tribulation. Elder Yun narrowed his eyes in focused attention, a powerful premonition rising in his heart. If Yi Chen could survive this calamity, the rise of a peerless powerhouse would be unstoppable. The girl of the Ji family bit her lip, her initial horror quietly fading away, replaced by an indescribable sense of admiration and awe. Bolts of heavenly thunder began to converge, enveloping the entire space with staggering pressure. Yi Chen took a deep breath, his gaze becoming exceptionally sharp. He focused all his spirit, preparing to unleash all his power to meet the final strike. He summoned the blood dragon without hesitation, while simultaneously utilizing his natal spirit talisman to construct the strongest defensive layer he had ever created. Immediately after, that giant bolt of heavenly thunder descended from the sky, carrying world-destroying majesty as it directly crushed everything in its path. Rocks flew in all directions as the entire mountain peak shook violently under the heavenly tribulation's staggering destructive power. In the distance, the girl of the Ji family reached out in panic to cover her face, unable to believe the scene before her. That majestic mountain peak had actually been leveled to the ground in the blink of an eye. Once the dust and smoke settled, the peak that had just been standing tall had completely vanished, leaving only a field of ruins and broken walls. Amidst this wreckage, Yi Chen still stood proud and tall, his clothes reduced to rags, with tiny arcs of electricity still dancing around his body. Feeling the surging new power within every blood vessel, the corner of Yi Chen's mouth curled into a confident smile. The girl from the Ji family could not hide her inner joy. Letting out a soft cheer, she firmly believed in her heart that this staggering talent would surely capture her sister's attention. She couldn't help but think of the geniuses who had been decisively rejected by her sister. But Yi Chen was clearly an exception. Her sister, Ji Xiqing, had always been known for her cold arrogance and never looked twice at mediocre people. The girl of the Ji family believed that with today's sensational performance, Yi Chen had every chance to conquer her sister's heart. Elder Yun immediately urged her to hurry back to Kunlun Xu to report this major event that had just occurred. At the same time, the soul of the Thunder Emperor felt very satisfied with the results of Yi Chen's body tempering, subsequently reminding him to check the 3 drops of essence blood he had just absorbed. Yi Chen summoned the blood dragon once more, and the moment the blood dragon appeared, it displayed an extremely obvious transformation. The blood dragon's body had now become solid, looking more real than ever before, and the killing intent it radiated was several times more powerful and terrifying. Yi Chen looked at the dragon phantom before him in surprise, unable to help but ask his master if those 3 drops of blood were truly divine dragon essence blood. The Thunder Emperor nodded slightly, confirming flatly that they were indeed 3 extremely precious drops of essence blood from the legendary divine dragon. Yi Chen was instantly stunned. He hadn't expected to possess a treasure capable of completely changing his own destiny. The Thunder Emperor narrowed his eyes and explained that all along the blood dragon had merely been an avatar formed from Yi Chen's own killing intent and way of slaughter. However, thanks to the fusion with those 3 drops of pure divine dragon essence blood, the blood dragon's essence had completely transformed. For Yi Chen, this was a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity for the blood dragon to be reborn and gradually evolve into a true divine dragon that could suppress heaven and earth. Within the mysterious space of the reincarnation cemetery, Yi Chen stood quietly before the majestic blood dragon, listening intently to every word of guidance from his master, the 9-fracture lightning emperor. Hearing his master reveal that the blood dragon had the full potential to transform into a true divine dragon in the future, his heart was shaken to its core. The Thunder Emperor asserted that these 3 drops of divine dragon essence blood were precisely the key to awakening the strongest true dragon bloodline within his body. That was a supreme power that would one day allow Yi Chen to ride the dragon and soar through the 9 heavens. Gazing at the blood dragon burning in the crimson light, Yi Chen's heart was filled with gratitude toward Ji He. This gift was too precious, so precious that he felt a single promise of return was still far too meager. The Thunder Emperor smiled and comforted him, suggesting that perhaps Ji He had only mistaken this for the essence blood of an ordinary ancient demon beast when she so generously gifted it. No matter how rare an ancient demon beast was, its value could never be compared to the divine dragon essence blood that Yi Chen now possessed. Yi Chen nodded slightly, his gaze pensive. He knew very well that he had just obtained a providence capable of changing his future destiny. The Thunder Emperor told him to temporarily set aside the matter of the favor, for at this moment, an even more important trial was waiting ahead. Having said that, he led Yi Chen deeper into the reincarnation cemetery, where an even greater secret was about to be revealed. The 2 of them stopped before a new tombstone that radiated a deep blue light. That tombstone radiated an ancient aura that seemed to span across endless ages. The Thunder Emperor admitted that if Yi Chen wanted to replicate the ancient virtual reality pill, he had to obtain the help of the powerhouse currently slumbering here. Yi Chen asked curiously if the person was a great master of alchemy. The Thunder Emperor simply gave a mysterious smile and replied slowly, "You will understand soon enough. This powerhouse is far from as simple as he appears on the surface." Although awakening two great masters in a row felt a bit extravagant, Yi Chen still stepped forward and pressed his palm gently against the tombstone. A surge of crimson energy instantly erupted from his palm. That energy began to resonate with the soul sleeping within the monument. However, in that very instant, a startling shockwave burst forth, accompanied by an aloof and overbearing killing intent that directly sent Yi Chen flying. Yi Chen staggered back several steps, his feet digging deep into the ground to barely steady himself against the terrifying pressure. Yi Chen was stunned. He hadn't expected this powerhouse to reject him so decisively upon their first contact. Just then, an ancient green bronze cauldron suddenly appeared in the void, whistling through the air at staggering speed. The heavy tripod slammed onto the ground, triggering a localized earthquake. Billowing dust and smoke instantly rose, completely enveloping the area before Yi Chen. Yi Chen frowned slightly as he stared at the ancient tripod, his heart full of doubt regarding the personality of the master about to manifest. Immediately after, an arrogant voice echoed from within the tombstone, resonating through the space. The owner of the voice set a condition. He would only reveal himself if Yi Chen successfully refined a water spirit pill. This powerhouse showed no courtesy, lashing out at Yi Chen and calling him a waste, declaring that if he couldn't even refine a water spirit pill, he shouldn't dream of being the master of the cemetery, much less qualify to be his disciple. Yi Chen's anger flared instantly. This was the first time he had encountered a senior in the reincarnation cemetery with such an arrogant and rude personality. While the Thunder Emperor stood to the side with his arms crossed, observing with interest, the soul within the tombstone continued its cold mockery, asserting that Yi Chen wasn't even fit to set foot in this place. Seeing his disciple being berated so harshly, the Thunder Emperor finally laughed aloud, explaining that the old fellow was long famous for his eccentric and prickly temperament. He suggested Yi Chen simply take action and use his strength to prove everything. Touched in his pride by the repeated slights, Yi Chen clenched his fists tight. Only one thought remained in his mind. He had to show that arrogant old man just how wrong he was to look down on him. A confident smile curled on Yi Chen's lips as he declared that his talent for alchemy was anything but ordinary. To him, a mere water spirit pill was hardly a challenge. He immediately circulated his spiritual power and took out each medicinal ingredient, preparing to perform a demonstration of his alchemical skills to prove his strength. The flames within the ancient cauldron burned fiercely, with clusters of fire surging under Yi Chen's control. He focused his spirit with high intensity, carefully refining each herb to strike back against the eccentricity of this powerhouse's contempt. Meanwhile, in Kunlun Xu, a sudden, urgent shout broke the silence of the Ji family's private courtyard. The heavy main gates slowly creaked open, signaling the arrival of someone from the outside with unexpected news. Ji Lin was surprised to find that Ji He, who had just returned from the treasure pavilion auction, was heading straight for her sister's quarters. Ji He could not hide the excitement on her face, urgently telling her sister to open the door. She claimed to have brought back a world-shaking piece of news that would astound them both. Without a moment's delay, the two stepped together into the depths of the great hall. There, Ji Xiqing was still in secluded cultivation, with bone-chilling cold qi radiating from the top of a massive block of ice. Ji Xiqing sat silently, looking like a noble and cold goddess of ice and snow. She slowly opened her eyes, casting a flat gaze at her two sisters, and asked what on earth had happened to make the entire courtyard so noisy. Unable to contain her excitement, Ji He immediately reported that she had encountered an unprecedented genius at the treasure pavilion auction. She recounted the entire sequence of events in detail, from that youth surnamed Yi breaking through several realms in a single day, to his feats of slaying Blood Fenghua and Zhuang Bufan. After listening, Ji Xiqing frowned slightly. She believed Ji He's words were too absurd. Such a defiance of common logic simply could not exist in this world. Ji Lin also nodded in agreement. In her view, it was absolutely impossible for an ordinary person to possess such a heaven-defying and terrifying cultivation speed. Furthermore, Ji Lin was not entirely convinced, continuing to argue that even if Blood Fenghua could be defeated, Zhuang Bufan had already entered the transcendent realm many years ago. How could such a powerhouse fall to someone from the secular world? Faced with the skepticism of her sisters, Ji He remained perfectly calm. She immediately raised her hand to form a seal, preparing to perform an extremely bold act to prove that her words were no exaggeration. Immediately after, a vortex of red energy rose around her. Ji He solemnly swore a soul oath. She vowed that everything she had witnessed with her own eyes was absolutely true. Should there be a single word of falsehood, she wished for her soul to be annihilated, never to enter reincarnation again. Witnessing this shocking and lethal oath, Jilin's expression changed instantly. She knew very well that a soul oath was an absolutely sacred vow in the world of cultivation. Once taken, no one dared to fake it, nor could it be retracted. Atop the massive block of ice, Ji Xiqing's eyes narrowed slightly. The suspicion in her heart had gradually dissipated, replaced by an unmaskable wave of shock. She stood up slowly, her sharp gaze locking onto Ji He, as she fired off a series of questions regarding the age, background, and exact name of the genius with such heaven-defying strength. Ji He replied immediately, stating that the youth was roughly the same age as Ji Xiqing, and that she had encountered him by chance at the Treasure Pavilion auction, and that his surname was Yi. Upon hearing the surname Yi and learning the person had appeared at the Treasure Pavilion auction, Ji Xiqing's breathing suddenly grew ragged. The fragmented memories and deductions in her mind quickly connected into a single answer. A familiar figure instantly surfaced in her mind. Ji Xiqing's pupils constricted abruptly as she blurted out in disbelief, "Could that person truly be Yi Chen?" Ji Xiqing fell into deep thought as a flash occurred in her mind. Could it really be him? But she immediately dismissed the thought, believing it impossible. Yi Chen's cultivation talent was originally extremely poor. Even if Jilin had mentioned he'd grown much stronger before, it was absolutely impossible for him to reach a level of strength far beyond the transcendent realm in such a short time. With a trace of doubt still lingering in her heart, she turned to ask Ji He, requiring her to state the man's full name. Ji He answered clearly, saying the man was named Yi Xishan. Standing to the side, Jilin was also curious, remarking that she had been to Huasha but had never heard of this name. Otherwise she would have certainly sought him out for a spar, Ji He continued, guaranteeing to her sister that Yi Xishan's realm was not something that weak Yi Chen could ever hope to compare to. She even advised Ji Xiqing to simply forget about Yi Chen and focus her thoughts on someone more worthy. Hearing this, Ji Xiqing's expression darkened, and an invisible killing intent began to permeate the air. The terrifying silence radiating from the eldest miss made both Ji He and Jilin feel a chill down their spines, neither understanding what they had said wrong. The spiritual energy within Ji Xiqing erupted violently, shaking the entire space around the ice crystals. She warned sternly, "I will say this one last time, no one in the Ji family has the right to disparage Yi Chen. No one." Ji He was so frightened she hurriedly apologized, arguing that she was only worried about her sister. Ji Xiqing closed her eyes, struggling to suppress her impending rage. She coldly gave the command, "Ji He, do not appear before me for the next month. You may leave." Seeing the tension of the situation, Jilin hurriedly pulled Ji He away, not forgetting to remind her that their sister's temper had always been like this and that it was best never to speak ill of Yi Chen in front of her. Ji He let out a long sigh, lowering her head in apology as she walked away dejectedly. The figures of the two vanished behind the door. Leaving Ji Xiqing alone in the silent space, she looked toward the waning moon, her heart full of concern for Yi Chen. He had been away from Kunlun Xu for so long, she wondered where he was now and if he was safe. Simultaneously, in the depths of the reincarnation cemetery, a blazing cyan fire burned within the ancient alchemy furnace. A faint crackling sound rang out, an ominous omen, as black smoke began to rise from the cauldron. Yi Chen gritted his teeth, feeling extremely frustrated that his previous efforts had gone up in smoke, ending in failure once more. The Wandao Sword Sovereign stood watching from a distance, reminding his disciple that this was already the third consecutive failure, and asking if he wanted to take a rest. When Yi Chen realized that only one last set of ingredients for the water spirit pill remained, a heavy pressure weighed on him. He could not afford another mistake, nor would he allow himself to give up. He focused his entire spirit, forming hand seals to prepare for this final gamble. Under his control, the flames within the alchemy furnace raged more fiercely than ever before, completely enveloping all the spiritual herbs. Yi Chen let out a roar with all his might, summoning the blood dragon and his natal spirit talisman, determined to succeed this time no matter what. The red blood dragon's soul fused with the power of the spiritual talisman, charging straight into the alchemy furnace in a spectacular and murderously intense scene. Suddenly, the ancient tombstones in the cemetery began to radiate a dreamlike blue light, seemingly surprised by Yi Chen's actions. A massive surge of energy erupted from the furnace, and thick white smoke shrouded the entire surrounding space. Seeing this, the powerhouse stroked his beard and smiled, thinking to himself that this kid was far more interesting than he had imagined. The Wandao Sword Sovereign then spoke up to ask if he had intentionally used a provocation tactic to force Yi Chen to unleash his potential. That powerhouse replied flatly, "To be honest, if he couldn't even refine a water spirit pill, Yi Chen truly would have no right to my recognition." The powerhouse then asked back if the Wandao Sword Sovereign truly believed this boy could bring hope to the hundreds of them. The Wan Dao Sword Sovereign admitted that he hadn't believed it at first, but as his observations deepened, he had grown increasingly confident in this young man. He mentioned with emotion the ancient war from all those years ago that had imprisoned countless people, preventing them from being reborn or entering reincarnation, and leaving them unable to save themselves. The force they were up against was extremely powerful. Although the current Yi Chen had achieved some minor success, the gap was still worlds apart compared to that level. He worried that once Yi Chen truly grasped the secrets of the reincarnation cemetery, that force would surely act to erase him. As he grew stronger, those existences hidden in the shadows would also begin to take notice. If in the end Yi Chen could not master his own destiny, then all of them would never have a chance to turn the tide. The Wan Dao Sword Sovereign nodded in understanding. This was precisely why he had always been so demanding of Yi Chen, and Yi Chen had fulfilled every requirement excellently. He added that perhaps the powerhouse would soon share similar feelings as he witnessed this student's breakthrough. The alchemical powerhouse still harbored a trace of doubt, wondering if this youth really could pull it off. After all, the challenge of refining a water spirit pill was no small feat. Suddenly, the alchemy furnace emitted a violent vibration, and a brilliant light shot forth from within. Dense cracks began to appear across the ancient furnace. It seemed to have reached the limit of what it could withstand. The Wan Dao Sword Sovereign cried out in shock, thinking the cauldron was about to explode because it couldn't handle Yi Chen's power, and that he had failed again. However, the powerhouse reached the opposite conclusion. He explained that to refine a true water spirit pill, such powerful firepower was indeed necessary, and Yi Chen had done an exceptional job. True to his words, amidst the ashes a perfect water spirit pill radiated a dazzling emerald brilliance, marking Yi Chen's monumental success. Looking at the shining green pill in his hand, Yi Chen could not hide his inner joy. He let out a soft cheer. I did it. Furthermore, the result was even more perfect than he had anticipated. Yi Chen glanced at the person who had expressed contempt for him earlier and asked mockingly, "You were the one who dared look down on me just now, weren't you?" Yi Chen decisively held out the freshly refined pill and said, "Here, this is what you wanted." However, the powerhouse offered not a single word of praise, evaluating coldly, "You think you're capable just because you refined a water spirit pill? Truly laughable. This is nothing more than the cheapest of basic abilities." Despite his harsh words, he still pointed a finger toward Yi Chen's forehead and continued, "Although you are not yet qualified to be my disciple, I have never liked owing favors. Today I shall pass on to you a special secret technique called the 10,000 Weapons God Formula." A beam of light shot from his fingertip directly into Yi Chen's sea of consciousness, accompanied by an instruction. This technique can only be manifested once every 3 days. The higher your realm, the stronger its power. Countless weapons suddenly appeared around Yi Chen, kneeling in submission, as the powerhouse further explained its might. Once manifested, you can command all manner of weapons, aside from a very few exceptional top-tier divine armaments. All weapons must bow before you. If you manifest it with force, you can even make a weapon backfire on its master, turning back to attack its original owner. Yi Chen was shocked by such overbearing power, unable to help but cry out in surprise, "You can make weapons obey?" Within the illusory space of the reincarnation cemetery, Yi Chen stood quietly with his master, the Nine-Fracture Lightning Emperor, as they both gazed at the immortal lord, who radiated a hazy glow in the distance. The Nine-Fracture Lightning Emperor put an arm around his disciple's shoulder, a proud smile on his face. "Good disciple, you've really done your master proud this time. The 10,000 Weapons God Formula is no ordinary thing. It's not something just anyone can obtain even if they want to." Yi Chen mused to himself that while this senior's words were harsh, he was actually the most protective of him in his heart. Yi Chen leaned toward his master's ear and whispered his confusion. "Master, this senior is clearly an alchemist. Why did he pass me a sword formula?" The Nine-Fracture Lightning Emperor was startled, shoving Yi Chen away and scolding, "Don't talk nonsense, I never said he was just an alchemist." At this he coughed a few times, regaining his serious expression as his gaze became deep. "He is known as the Immortal Lord, and even among us he is considered an extraordinary individual. He is not only proficient in alchemy, but also possesses profound attainments in the fields of arrays, swordsmanship, and spiritual talismans." The Nine-Fracture Lightning Emperor grew more excited as he spoke, subsequently urging Yi Chen, "If you can obtain his guidance you will benefit infinitely. Quick, say a few nice things and go flatter him." Yi Chen replied without hesitation, "I refuse." Standing not far away, the Immortal Lord let out a cold snort, his face still written with arrogance. "HMPH, who said I wanted to guide him?" With that, the soul of this powerhouse gradually dissipated into the void, leaving behind only a cold sentence, "Do not bother me unless it is something important." The Nine-Fracture Lightning Emperor watched the disappearing back and clicked his tongue. This old fellow's temper was as eccentric as ever. Seeing his disciple looking somewhat dejected, the nine-fracture lightning emperor offered some comfort. "Forget it. Put the matter of the ancient virtual reality pill aside for now. That old guy has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. He'll teach you eventually. You should head back first." Upon hearing his master's command, Yi Chen's figure gradually blurred, eventually transforming into a streak of light that departed the reincarnation cemetery and returned to the real world. Yi Chen strode back into the Yi family residence. He stretched, took a deep breath, and couldn't help but cheer. "I'm back." No sooner had the words left his lips than a delicate figure rushed over and threw her arms around him in a death grip before he could even steady himself. A joyful voice rang in his ear. "Little Chen, you're finally back. I almost charged straight into the Kunlun Mountains to find you." Sun Yi clung to him in his arms, her face a mix of shock, joy, and a trace of reproach. Honestly, he always made her worry. Yi Chen could only give a dry laugh, replying softly, "Aren't I back now? How do you want to punish me?" "I'll do whatever you want." The mischievous girl stuck out her tongue, her eyes instantly shimmering with a playful glint. "Then rest assured, I definitely won't let you sleep tonight until all the debts from this past period are paid in full." Having said that, Sun Yi planted a forceful kiss on his cheek with a loud smack. Yi Chen was caught between laughter and tears, wondering if she intended to battle until dawn. Fine, it was a deal. The atmosphere between them instantly became intimate and suggestive. But only a few seconds later, Yi Chen seemed to suddenly remember something and asked, "By the way, where are Ruoshui and Zhu Ya?" Sun Yi slightly released her grip, her expression turning serious in an instant. She explained that they had returned to Jiangnan province, having heard there were some private matters that needed handling. Yi Chen nodded upon hearing this, then waved farewell to her. "All right, I have some official business to attend to first. We'll pick up our chat when I get back." With that, he quickly turned and departed. Watching his back as he vanished hurriedly from sight, Sun Yi immediately grumbled testily. "This guy is always the same, reporting only the good news and never the bad." She stood in place watching him, her eyes filled with both dissatisfaction and unmaskable concern. Meanwhile, Yi Chen had already stepped into the interior of the manor. His subordinates had long been waiting there, each with a grim expression, clearly having important matters to report. The cheerful atmosphere of his return was instantly replaced by a heavy tension. Shen Shishi and Shui Fenghua knelt in salute, shouting respectfully in unison, "Your subordinates greet the master. We pay our respects to the ancestor." Yi Chen did not beat around the bush, getting straight to the point. His gaze was as sharp as a blade as he asked coldly, "Have you found any trace of Elder Zheng?" Shui Fenghua immediately stepped forward to report, unable to hide the look of worry on his face. "Master, we have utilized every eye and ear in the capital, and even accessed the citywide surveillance system, but we have found absolutely no trace of Elder Zheng and his group." Shen Shishi suspected that perhaps they hadn't even arrived in the capital yet. Yi Chen fell into thought, unable to help but find it strange. It was truly bizarre. Why hadn't the Blood Alliance taken this opportunity to immediately come to the Yi family for revenge? A faint, ominous premonition rose in his heart, though he couldn't yet identify exactly where the problem lay. Just then, the phone in his pocket began to vibrate violently. The vibration shattered the deathly silence. Looking at the emergency call displayed on the screen, Yi Chen's brow furrowed instantly. The caller was Lei Shui. He quickly answered the phone. "Lei Shui, what is it?" A frantic, panicked voice immediately came from the other end. "Mr. Yi, something terrible has happened in Jiangnan province." Yi Chen's face changed drastically as Lei Shui's voice grew even more urgent. "Your Tianzheng group building in Zhangcheng looks as if it's been sliced in half by a single sword strike. There are countless casualties at the scene." Yi Chen froze on the spot, unable to believe his ears for a moment. He could only blurt out in shock, "What?" But the staggering news did not stop there. Lei Shui continued, his tone growing heavier. "Furthermore, the old Yi family residence in Zhangcheng has been completely razed to the ground. Every guard was sacrificed and the entire manor was turned upside down." Yi Chen ground his teeth, a surge of killing intent erupting from his body as his gaze turned terrifyingly cold. "The old residence, that was the place of my childhood memories with my parents. For them to strike there, could the Blood Alliance have squeezed some intelligence out of my father?" Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Chen rose abruptly, his tone resolute. "Ruoshui and Zhu Ya are still in Jiangnan. To be safe, I must go check the situation immediately." Before long, Yi Chen had arrived at the scene in Zhangcheng. He stood silently amidst the desolate ruins of the old residence, looking at the walls that once held his childhood memories, now reduced to shards, his eyes filled with heartache. The surroundings were as silent as death, the oppression suffocating, but deep within his eyes the fires of rage had already been quietly kindled. Looking at the carnage before him, Yi Chen clenched his fists tight. The memories he thought were buried deep in his heart instantly came flooding back. After the Cloud Lake Manor tragedy back then, I narrowly escaped with my life, and the old residence was sealed off. Although I later had the money to buy this place back, I didn't dare return to live here for a single day. His steps were heavy as he walked across the debris, his voice low and carrying an unmaskable sorrow. Because I feared that the sight would trigger my emotions. I feared remembering those beautiful times of my childhood, the days when our whole family lived together. But now, this house that carried the final memories of me and my parents has been completely destroyed by them. Yi Chen's gaze gradually became bone-chillingly cold, a violent hatred surging in the depths. Just then, beneath the ruins, Yi Chen unexpectedly spotted a torn and dust-covered old family photo, and his entire being froze. He bent over, his hand trembling slightly as he picked up this precious token, carefully brushing away the dust on the surface. Looking at the once happy family in the photograph, a rare flash of tenderness crossed Yi Chen's eyes. He gripped the photo tightly and vowed silently, "Dad, please wait for me a little longer. I will surely come to save you as soon as possible." In that very moment, the killing intent within Yi Chen's body exploded with a roar. A surge of violent azure spiritual power, like raging flames, pouring out frantically and enveloping his entire body. The terrifying aura seemed to freeze the surrounding space. At this moment, he was no longer the calm Yi Chen of ordinary days, but a true god of slaughter awakened. They didn't come directly for the Yi family in the capital, but targeted my old residence in Jiangcheng instead. "I'd like to see exactly what kind of tricks your blood alliance is playing," Yi Chen roared in rage, instantly circulating his spiritual power. He activated a secret tracking technique. Great way-seeking formula. With his sharp shout, the light of spiritual qi erupted violently, like a sharp arrow piercing through the void, and began to search for the residual aura left behind by the enemy. The bloody hunt had officially begun. No sooner had his roar fallen than a terrifying storm of spiritual energy swept out from Yi Chen's body, blowing away all the surrounding bricks and stones. The blue-black light spread through the space like angry lightning, leaving not a single clue unchecked. With the great way-seeking formula fully activated, the hunt of the god of slaughter had officially commenced. Those who had dared to touch his family were about to face a cruel punishment like never before. And that brings the entire thrilling journey of revenge and domination of Yi Chen to an official close. Looking back from beginning to end, this story has delivered an immensely satisfying ride. From an underrated mortal whose family was massacred and trampled by enemies, our protagonist steadily rose into an invincible god of slaughter powered by the reincarnation cemetery. Yi Chen's decisive, ruthless attitude toward his foes, combined with his deep devotion to his loved ones, truly created the ultimate adrenaline-pumping battles, completely shattering every corrupt rule in his path. Our recap series officially concludes right here, which corresponds to chapter 349 of the original story. If you enjoyed this journey and love our recap style, please don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell to support BALA Manhua Recaps. Your amazing support is the biggest motivation for our team to dive into and bring you even more thrilling, action-packed manhwa and manhwa masterpieces right here on the channel. There are plenty of other god-tier cultivation and urban revenge series waiting for you to explore. Thank you all so much for staying with BALA Manhua Recaps throughout this incredible story. Goodbye, and see you in our next epic series.